Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to, that was kind of a sudden intro there, wasn't
Sure
it?
was.
Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than the technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just
Well,
fine.
that's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here. with our
Unintentional.
entertainment. We just haven't had a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be, and we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories.
We want to add value.
Right,
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again
Right.
and find some entertainment value
Sure.
from it. So,
And I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind.
Mm-hmm.
It got to the point where we were struggling to find things. to
right.
include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's
Exactly.
once a month, it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month. I think we can come up with
Probably.
enough things to talk
Probably.
about, especially now that convention season's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to Zolocon. Zolocon.
It's your most favorite convention toy show to go to.
So we
Just so
have
you
a
can
little
say
bit
that.
of- We have a little bit of footage from both of those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile, since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. Thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now, and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the
Sure.
fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
Last weekend.
last weekend, which was that opening
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend.
Second weekend.
They opened the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting it.
And let's be fair. Since they always do the D23 in California, the least they could do is give the East
right,
Coast
exactly, and that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else. It's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia. So really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different, behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like Behind the Vault or all these different shows. There's a couple of different ones.
You mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already watched.
The other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them. There was one that you left me out of. I know that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives. Look at stuff that, unless you work for the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it? What did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What did they call it?
The different themed galleries, the different galleries that, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology even, showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to.
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th.
Okay.
So you have quite a while, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right.
So two other locations.
So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
so they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich's show and part of Philly's show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure.
out?
So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White and because that was really their first musical. And so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect. And then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there? And then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read, to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones again where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors, it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around together.
We kind of blew through a good portion of that, because most of the interactive, so the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways. And a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those, in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very
Right.
crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks.
Right.
So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that
Right.
stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. You know, that's the iPod.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like
Right.
Grimm's fairy
Right.
tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books.
Right.
These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did. Which, if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never
Right.
realized
And that
it.
was one that I had missed.
Right.
Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie. And then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that. And that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line
Right.
to see because, you know, so many people were going to see. But if you went past it, you would have missed it because, you know, they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit and what were some of the things that they had.
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan. So that was really cool to see. And really, that hasn't changed much over the years if you know, have gone to the park. You know, recently it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened. And I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them. And they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, you know, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are gonna yell at me because I'm.
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride.
Oh.
But the little model, it's the Doom buggy. It's, you know, but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it.
Maddie did catch
yeah,
that.
I was like, oh look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom buggy, you know. But I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any like one.
What was the most impressive thing?
What was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think, you know, Walt's name badge, you know, his name tag was probably, you know, from a sentimental,
totally
you know.
The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus. Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet
Right,
long.
right.
It was monstrous.
Right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been like my
But they didn't, and that was kind of
yeah,
disappointing.
but that's the whole thing is I don't know if other
It's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do.
Right.
He was so involved in doing that.
like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics
Yeah.
and a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted
Yeah.
Mansion. So they did have
Well,
that.
Let's
so
run the video.
Sure,
You
sure.
can kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, walked in.
And it was neatly done because
Uh-huh.
when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So of course, being able to see, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in
There
it
we
all
go.
the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
And move along.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical. And
And that was neat
the original.
that they had the original scores there. For
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here. Pieces are there.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the.
Right. So they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again.
Those books again.
Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
Each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of it music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
And
ride
this is neat
vehicle.
because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual
Ride,
there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
In a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the video. And then they had, a little bit of a Marvel section, so that was kind of nice to
When the
be
movie
included.
franchise makes as much as it does,
You have to put something in from that. And then, of course, when you get to the end, there's a gift shop.
There is a gift shop.
They're very Disney of them.
Surprisingly poorly stocked gift shop, though.
Yeah, not as many exclusive things as I would have
This was me
expected.
actually seeing things from the musicals, too.
Yes, they did a whole, so along with the musical, they also had the Broadway aspect of it. And then
there's
here's
the
that
hero of the Nautilus.
the Nautilus.
Like, it's literally 12 feet, 15 feet.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
length. It's monstrous. And here's a creepy Olaf to go along with the other creepy characters we saw.
Because again, this was part of the Broadway show, and they developed it and made the character, and then this was this really cool Cinderella's castle. It was kind of towards the end of it with the fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
And you never get to watch fireworks when we're at the parks.
I very rarely do.
So this was
I never get to see them from the right angle. I'm usually seeing them from the backside of something because our daughter is not a fan of loud sounds. But now with, AirPods, she could.
Right.
And maybe I'll actually get to see fireworks the next time we go. So what was interesting about that Mickey doll was, again, one of the specials that's on Disney Plus, where they kind of do a behind the scenes thing. And this is from one that was from a couple of years ago, so it's not new. But if you go on Disney Plus, you'll find it. They talk about that Mickey doll because when his shorts, became available, there was this woman who sewed this doll and had sent it to Walt, and he loved it so much that he kind of hired her to make them, but she couldn't make them fast enough, so she actually sold the pattern to McCall's, so that's what that doll represented there, where you could go and buy the pattern to make your own Mickey Mouse doll. So that was kind of, an interesting, side note of seeing that and then seeing it on the television show too.
So to wrap it all up, what are your final thoughts on the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute?
If you're a fan, you have to go. You can't miss this opportunity, especially if you're somewhere within the East Coast, or if you're out in the West Coast and you want to fly out to Pennsylvania to Philadelphia and make a weekend trip of it. There's obviously enough stuff to do in the area. We're pretty historic in the Philadelphia area. We've had a couple of things happen here, so you could definitely make a week, a long weekend trip. What's nice is that if it's something where you don't want to do the rest of the museum, because if you if you go during the day with the exhibit, you get the rest of the Franklin Institute included in it. But if it's something where you don't want to do that, they do evening hours Thursday through Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's a little bit less because you're just doing the exhibit. But if you want to have, a full day, then obviously you can do the museum as well as the exhibit. And again, up until August 27th in Philadelphia. Then, unless you're in Munich, then that one starts in April. And then this fall, it'll be in London.
All right. And, like you said, we're going to probably go back again in the evening just for the exhibit.
Right.
Hopefully it won't be as crowded, but fortunately we have plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about ZoloCon. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, The Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Now we get to talk about ZoloCon. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I know.
So, ZoloCon is a sci-fi and fantasy expo that focuses on vintage toys and comics from the 1970s and up. Tell us about it. Tell us about your experience. How did you enjoy it this year?
So this past weekend, it's funny because as far as we knew, they only did it once a year. And then I guess last year or the year before, they started doing it twice a year. Now, this year, they'll actually be doing 3 different events. So this happened to be what they consider their winter edition. And it was actually the largest one to date. And we could definitely tell vendors all over the place in various different places, even in some parts of the building we had never even been to before. And every area was jam-packed. I don't think there was really any empty spaces this year.
Usually you'd go through there and you'd see like empty vendor tables or vendors that didn't show up for Sunday or something. Everybody was packed.
Yeah, everybody was there.
You have the main room where the centrifuge is, which is the highlight of the whole thing.
Right.
You have another room at that level and then a hallway that was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the upstairs room.
Right.
Where you've got 2 rooms split by a bar, which, by the way, they had alcohol on the main floor this time.
Right,
so
right.
You can get drinks the whole time and get sloshed while you're buying lots of toys.
Right, right.
And then down on the first floor, they had vendors there, which they'd never had before.
And they were also doing tattoos.
And they were doing tattoos.
There were a couple of different
well.
tattoo artists, which that seems to be like the new thing at toy shows and conventions is to have a various tattoo artist. Go buy a Luke Skywalker and get a tattoo while you're here.
So not only did we find the exhibition area downstairs, we also happened to find the restaurant they had there that we never knew they had.
Right. And I think that's relatively new as well. So that might have, been something that they started. Well, I did see the one sign that they were normally open just like Fridays, I guess, during the week. So maybe on the weekends or if they have an event and they know there are going to be people around. Because I can't see just going there for a meal. It's kind of out of the way.
Well, and that's it. The complex that they're in is an office complex.
Right.
There's a school in there. There's a manufacturing in there.
So I could see like on a Friday.
There's a lot of different stuff that's actually in there.
Right.
At what used to be the Brewster Aviation plant before World War II, and then it became the Naval Testing Station as well. So again, Philadelphia has a lot of history just in that one little area there.
Yeah.
How were the crowds?
It was crowded, but it wasn't, it wasn't unmanageable. It was because everybody kind of flowed through, and it's done in such a way in the main room because it's where the centrifuge is. It's a big circular room. They do 2 rows. So they have the inner circle and they have the outer circle.
So it's like a dartboard.
Yeah. And they leave enough room in between so you definitely don't feel like you're getting, claustrophobic. And usually what we end up doing, because there's so much on both sides, is we'll do each aisle, each circle twice. We'll do, the outside. So we look at just that,
So do the left side, then you do the right side, then you come to the inner circle, do the
right.
left side, do the
And
right
so that
side.
this way we get to see, everything, so that we're not, oh, did you see that? No, I was looking over here. And I never felt like there wasn't enough room to do that. They do have stairs to get to the upstairs area, but there's also elevators, which were very spacious, because we ended up taking
'Cause it
that.
was like a cargo elevator.
Yeah. So
Which was themed, by the way.
yes, it was. It was space themed, so it was just so.
That was kinda neat.
That part is kind of cool, but they have something for everyone. They have if you're into pops, which that seems to be a
Which I'm not.
big seller. Almost everybody, you'll find a handful or two handfuls of vendors that are selling that. Then you have brand new toys that are out. Obviously, the vintage toys, and that's what a lot of people obviously are going for. There was the one vendor, I think this was the first time we saw, who does pins.
Yes.
Beautiful pins. So between Maddie and myself, we bought a bunch of different pins.
Well, and even the pendant guy that I had bought the one
Yeah, I was
thing
gonna
at,
say the
which I don't
pendant.
want to talk about because he hasn't gotten his
Right, he
presents yet,
hasn't
but-
gotten his stuff yet.
But the pendant guy that's there who hand makes his own pendants.
Right,
And it was neat because he's there interacting with it. He's not just selling his stuff.
right.
He's soliciting input for what you'd like to see him make
Right,
in
like
his next show.
what would you like me to make? So that's what's always so cool about these events is it's that unique item that you didn't know existed maybe, or you did and you're like, the one guy who we've seen, because again, we go to so many of these now that we run into a lot of the same vendors, but
Right.
it's like, okay, well, what do you have for this show? And the one guy, he sells Lego minifigures and he makes the Lego figures. This time around, I didn't buy a Lego figure from him. He was selling purses and wallets, and he had a Haunted Mansion purse, and I was like, all right, take my money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, something you never know what you're gonna find when you go. And like you said, part of the whole ZoloCon experience is the venue itself. Just knowing the history of that building and what happened there. And that was what was kind of cool too this time around, was because we were going to these other areas of the building, there were more pictures and plaques and different historical things about what had happened at that building in the past. So that's
The one
really kind of
thing
cool.
that I had noticed was while it was vendor heavy, it was kind of light on artists this time around. There wasn't many. Like last time, there was probably 3 or 4 times as many artists
Yeah.
on that inner ring there. Didn't get as many artists this time. So I don't know if it's really it's not a comic book show,
Right.
even though there are guys that are selling comics.
Right.
So you don't get a lot of artists. They had the one author there who Maddie had bought her book last time. that
Oh,
we were
okay.
there. But not really a lot in the way of artwork,
Right.
which I don't have enough room on my walls right now as it is, but
Right.
kind of noticed that was one of the big changes. They also changed the refreshment area up here this time because they put the alcohol down where the refreshments were, so you didn't have the seating area there. So
Right.
for someone like me who I can't stay on my feet that long, it was kind of difficult trying to find little nooks and so forth here. And in fact, when we left, I had to send you guys back up for
Right.
the last piece I wanted because I couldn't do all the walking.
Right. Right.
So happy with what you got? Did you get anything that was good?
Yeah, like I said, Maddie and I got a couple of pins. I ended up getting some Star Wars Pyrex, really for you, for
Right.
lunches. So, interesting, unique things that wouldn't have thought
Well, let
to
me
find. And
cue up the video.
Sure.
We can. This was video footage that we took while we were there, and I had Maddie walk around with the camera for a little bit. just to see what some of the things were that they had.
Yeah, so it's neat to see, because again, here's the big giant centrifuge and various space stuff just there while you're walking around.
But you can see how wide these aisles
Oh,
are. So
yeah.
there's plenty of room
Yeah.
for the aisles, which is nice. So you're not elbow to elbow with people.
Right,
like you are at
right.
Some of the shows.
Right. Some of the sections, with individual vendors, if they had like a little corner and you wanted to go into the corner to see, then it might have been tight. But other than that, for the most part, and there were a lot of people there when we were there, so it wasn't like it was...
And this was Sunday that we were there.
Right. We usually always tend to go on a Sunday.
If we're not going for panels or for celebrities, which we usually don't go for, we'll almost always go on a Sunday. We'll go on the last day of the show because the vendors tend to be a lot more interested in selling their stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
and you have, a bunch of the vendors with homemade,
a couple of vendors with D&D stuff, dice
Right.
and dice towers, which, it's kind of nice to see that coming into its own now.
Right.
I really need to coach her on how not to make sudden movements with the camera. A couple of these I had to slow down.
Go slow. Yeah, it's just such a nice, because like the one vendor selling coffee, he wasn't there
Right.
at this one. So, here was
There's
the
your
pin.
Yeah.
And
Ton of pins. too.
ton of different types of pins, and more on her website, which is nice. A couple of people dressed up, not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
But there were some. They were doing a custom toy.
Well, they usually do a costume contest. Did they do that on Saturday? Is that why?
I don't know, maybe, but they were doing a custom toy contest.
Right, like a action figure.
Right.
Toy. Yeah.
Right. So again, lots of different pops.
I was talking to that particular vendor. He said he's got 3,000 pops back at his shop.
Oh, I bet.
right now.
I bet. And then you have different video games. So if you play any, older systems, there's usually always a couple of different people selling that. Sometimes you get a t-shirt person
Yep.
selling things. The one t-shirt guy who does t-shirt artwork and pins, he happened to be there, so I picked up a t-shirt from him. Maddie picked up another pin of his because I follow him on Facebook, so I knew he had an Owl House, which is one of the shows that she and I watch on Disney Plus. So he had a pin that had come out a couple of months ago. So we knew he was going to be there, so we definitely made a beeline to go and get something from him.
Well,
so.
and the thing that's really nice is that when you have that many vendors there, you don't get a lot of duplicate vendors. You get
Yes.
a lot of variety, a lot of different things to choose from. And the vendors, like the interaction with the vendors, I think since COVID, really, I've noticed, has been very positive. They're very outgoing. They're very engaging now.
Because everybody misses being around
Yeah.
people and talking to people and
Yeah.
and doing
And
this.
I struck up a conversation with one of the vendors. I was there for 15 minutes just talking about, how the shows have been going and how business has been and, different types of customers. And they're not just vendors. They're people that love the same things that you love
Right,
too. So
right.
it's almost like a community at this point.
Oh,
which is kinda
absolutely.
nice.
Absolutely. And that was, they one of the Facebook groups, they have another ZoloCon Facebook group, and it was one of the organizers of it, and he was just over the moon about how well it went, and that this was their largest attendance to date, and that they couldn't speak, they had so many nice things to say about the vendors that were there, about the guests that were there, about just everything all around, just giving out the love.
It's a great show. It's a great venue. It's not far for us. It's in Warminster.
Right.
So it's 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes for us. Yeah.
So it's not that far from us, and it's just it's a nice day out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of nice to go out there and buy stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Right, exactly. And that's what's always, and I think for us now, we've kind of, we've gotten to the point where we just have way too much stuff. You've seen our collection, and it's still, since we did that video, a year ago now, there's been more stuff.
And that was only a small sampling.
That wasn't even all of it. Where we've kind of come to the conclusion we don't need to buy anything more. Yeah. So for us to go to a show, it's really to see,
it's the experience.
It's the experience of it, or to find that.
Well,
unique...
I'm going to find stuff for other people now. Like I managed to get 2 really cool things for Sam this time,
right?
That I couldn't get anywhere else, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Right. And Maddie ended up picking up a couple of things that she wouldn't have normally been able to find. And the things that I got, again, were that unique, individual, one-of-a-kind
the types
thing.
Of things that I would be looking to add to my collection at this point are things that would require me to mortgage the house. So I'm trying not to add things to my collection at this point.
Right. And or if you find that small little thing that, okay, that's not going to take up, a lot of room, or this adds to somebody else, or something to go with D&D, or something.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking for now. I was kind of disappointed I didn't find any D&D minis there. Not that I need more minis either.
Right, but you don't need more minis either. But that's that's the thing is for us, it's also the experience of just going and being with the community.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the type of show where there aren't panels, there aren't the celebrities to go see. It's not like Monster Mania or Wizards or, some of the other shows. It's really...
Fan Expo. It's not Wizards anymore. It'll always be Wizards.
It'll always be Wizards to me, just like Downtown Disney. You can't take that away from me.
All right. So I think we've covered that one pretty well. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna get a feeler for how Bob's doing. The new old Bob. That's what I should have named this. The new old Bob show. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Bob is back at Disney. Not that Bob, the other Bob.
Right.
So we've
original Bob.
We've swapped Bob's back to the old Bob. And he's facing some challenges. He's only supposed to be there for 2 years. Kind of a short time to turn things around. Chapek did a brilliant job of running things into the ground in the short amount of time that he was there. One of the first things that Iger's doing now that he's back is apparently slashing 7,000 jobs, and there's $5.5 billion in cost cutting he has to make somewhere. Should I feel bad that Disney's hard up for cash at this point in time?
And that's the thing is, are they really? Because I haven't seen anything where...
Not according to their stock price, they're not.
Right. That's, where it's kind of, huh?
Right. And it's almost imagined, because you look at some of the things that they're running into, and you're running into sluggish box office sales. You know, like, for instance, that new Quantum Mania movie came out and it tanked at the box office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, box office sales are down in general since COVID.
Right.
That, plus everyone knows that their stuff's going to come out on Disney Plus in a few months. So
Right, so
spend the money
why-
to go to the box office?
Right.
The streaming business has been hit hard because they've completely flooded the market and turned people off with crap, really. I mean, they're literally just churning out stuff to put on there,
Right.
and it's not quality stuff. So
Or the
streaming's taking a
stuff
hit.
that is good, they cancel after 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You know, there have been a number of shows that Maddie and I have started to watch, and it's like, oh, by the way, this is done now.
Right.
Like, oh, we couldn't even get like a second season or a third season. Like, okay,
Right.
thanks. So it almost makes you not want to watch something
Right.
until there's
It's almost like
3 or 4
Google.
seasons out.
Like, nobody wants to get, Google comes out with really cool stuff, but as soon as you
Right.
get into it, they cancel it and it goes away. So
Right.
nobody wants to do that. And Disney's putting themselves into the same
Mm-hmm.
position as well. They're canceling shows that I'm not even watching.
And-
Usually I'm the one that kills shows when I watch them and start getting into them.
Exactly.
So I think that $5.5 billion they're talking about really is it's a fictitious number that they think they should be making that. I don't think Disney's losing money. Disney's got more money than God.
Mhm.
You know, when God needs to put a new world in place, he goes to Disney for a loan.
Is that what it does?
So it's not that Disney's losing money. They're just not making it as fast as they want to.
Okay.
And part of the problem you run into is, yeah, you know what? You keep coming out with superhero movies just for the sake of coming out with superhero movies. They finally reached a point of saturation with Marvel, and nobody wants to go see it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Well, they learned that lesson pretty fast with Star Wars.
Right.
You know, they flooded the market with Star Wars, trying to turn it into another Marvel, and that bit them in the butt really quick.
Right.
So I can't feel bad for Disney.
Mm-hmm.
So the real question comes down to, in 2 years, can they come up with a succession plan for Iger? And really what I have to ask is, do you need a succession plan for Iger? Is he really going to be gone in 2 years? Because given how much his incentive is for success, I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I could see him still staying on as a consultant
Right.
when he's still
Right.
doing
So-
things. But then again, you also have to look at everything that's kind of going on right now in the state of Florida.
That's
And
true
that's
as
a
well.
whole other kit and caboodle of that whole toxicness
Well,
that
and let's be honest. What's going on in Florida is a temporary thing.
hopefully.
It's temporary because it's a pissing match between DeSantis and Disney.
Right.
And it really was a pissing match between DeSantis and Chapek.
Right.
And Chapek's out of the picture. And
Right.
DeSantis is going to be out of the picture in 2024 when he runs for president anyway.
Hopefully.
So it doesn't really, that's not that big a deal. In fact, Disney came out with a statement recently basically saying, you know, we're going to focus on what we do best. We're going to provide the best experience for people, blah, blah. They took the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't buy into the taunting and the stick poking that DeSantis was trying to draw them into.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically said, look, we operate under numerous jurisdictions and numerous regulations around the world, and we make it work, and we'll make it work here.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, I think what's going to happen with this little pissing match between DeSantis and Disney is the taxpayers are going to lose out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they skirted around the idea of having to take on all that debt for Reedy Creek by just restructuring the zone itself, and now DeSantis has his hand-picked group of
Right. He
board
picked all of
members in
his
there.
board members and everything.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Disney's been supplementing Reedy Creek since it was created.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's not going to do that anymore.
Right.
So Reedy Creek, or whatever the Central Florida Tourism District or whatever they call it now because they had to rename it, they're not going to have the same budget they had before, but they still have the same requirements. And it's ultimately the people of Florida that are going to have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when people look at their tax bill after this whole fiasco, this little vindictive fiasco that DeSantis put together, they're going to realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have reelected him for this. Maybe he's having a hard time keeping politics out of business and keeping it from being personal. And, you know, that's really what it was. It was his own little
absolutely.
crusade.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, when the Florida taxpayers get their bill, that's when you're going to start seeing things change. And I think what's going to happen is by the time he goes to run for president, those tax bills are going to be in. And it's going to seriously impact his ability to raise money for his campaign. That's just what I think. I'm not a fortune teller myself. So that state down there of flux is really not going to be that big of an impact. Disney's the number one job maker in the state.
Absolutely.
Do you really want to piss him off and have him leave the state?
And that's the thing, because there are a lot of people who, don't forget, there were a lot of people from California where they, the Disney company was transferring a lot of jobs from California down to Florida. And now there are a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I want to go down here in this hostile environment right now, the way that things are. So now there's, some various talk going back and forth of, well, maybe we should wait 2 years before, making this change, that maybe California is the better idea. And of course, there's, all the different people saying that, gee, I wonder what Florida would be like if Disney decided, you know what, we're going to just up and move Walt Disney World to a different part of the country.
Right.
And see how quick,
I mean, you're going to, it's Disney is such a huge part of the economy down there that all they have to do is move one division that they have down there. And you're talking thousands of jobs that move out of the state.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the response. It's a direct response to DeSantis. He can't afford that bad press.
No.
And the only reason he's doing the things he's doing now and the other stunts that he's doing, it's not just Disney centric. The whole stunt with the flying migrants up to Democrat cities and his whole stance. I love the fact that he's got this major stance against border security. Somebody really needs to tell the man he doesn't have a border with another country with his state. He doesn't. So you don't have border security.
Right.
So he's doing all this just for the publicity he needs to gain national attention so that he can make a run for 2024. After 2024, assuming he doesn't win, after 2024, he's going to be relegated to the crap pile of history at that point in time.
He's going to be wishing he had a job at Disney.
Yeah, because he's burning every bridge there. Because what's Disney going to do? They thought they bought him as a politician because they backed his original election. What's going to happen when your politician that you bought doesn't vote in your favor? You're going to go buy another politician.
Right, exactly.
And the last thing you want is to have literally one of the largest corporations in the world. Again, a company with more money than God backing a politician other than you in the presidential race.
Yep.
That's never going to end well for a DeSantis.
No.
And that's exactly what's going to wind up happening.
Here's to hoping.
Plus all those voters that they have down there.
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
taxpayers that they have down there that are getting screwed by DeSantis. Does he think they're going to vote for him for president? If he gets into a pissing match with Disney when he's just a governor of a state, what's he going to do as president? He's not going to be looking out for these people.
No.
So he's burning his own bridges. So by 2024, between him and Trump tearing the Republican Party to the ground and literally just burning it to the ground, he's not going to have anything after 2024. So I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
Okay.
But, Iger's staying out of that now. It was
Right.
funny how he was commenting on it when Chapek was steering the ship in the wrong direction.
Right. To try and get him.
Right. Chapek already had the company in the ditch, and he was over there kind of poking a stick in his cage about it.
Right.
Now that he's back in charge, he's not saying anything about it. He's
no.
tight-lipped about the whole thing.
Which is the way it needs to be.
Exactly. So the one thing I did see is that they're doing away with the parking charge.
Right. We did see that was, one of the things that did go away.
And that helps me to justify going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been one of the only things I've seen kind of come back. I know they were talking about the reservation system, that
Right.
they were still leaving that in place, but they were opening it up for more people. The park hopping, changing the time on that to make it more accessible. I think they were starting to do some of the annual passes.
Right. They were doing the extra
Again.
magic hours in the morning. They were expanding out to other resorts.
Right.
The
So
problem is Chapek dug a huge hole. that
Right.
He's got to claw his way out of before he wins people like me back.
yeah.
And I wasn't a big fan of Iger's to begin with.
Right.
So he's going to have to, he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
I would want to be in his position. And I don't think he's going to be able to fix all of this stuff in 2 years.
No, I think a lot of it's going to take time because it's one of those things. They were so quick to make the changes in the first place, and then of course you had the pandemic that kind of escalated it.
Kind of breathed down, was
So-
breathing down everyone's neck about it.
Right. So like now you have, they're starting to do dining options again, like not the traditional dining plan that they had before, but something,
And they got to get rid of the Genie Plus. Oh my God.
they're not though. That's the problem. Genie Plus isn't going
They'll
anywhere. They're
never-
modifying it
They'll
again.
never win me back
Right.
with Genie Plus. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a waste of money. It was a terrible experience.
Mm-hmm.
I walked out of Disney for the first time in, 18 years that we've been going? 15 years that we've been going? Walked out of the first time and felt like I didn't get my money's worth out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're paying Disney money,
Right.
you damn well better feel like you're getting your money's worth out of it.
No, I agree. I was very disappointed with it as well, but you never even you never felt like you had that with the fast passes. Like you didn't have to really learn how to navigate it. It was there were probably people when Fast Pass first started that had a hard time with it and didn't quite understand how to make it work and and that was
once you got to hang a Fast Pass, you could make the system work for you.
right.
There's no way the Genie Plus works for anybody. the way
I don't
it's
know.
set up.
That's the thing is I think we probably needed to do a little bit more research. But that's
It's
the
a
other
broken system, though.
but that's my whole point is that I shouldn't have to take a college course in how to use Genie Plus before I go on a vacation. That's where
And the thing is, they build it as being anybody can use it. It's super convenient. You do everything through the app. Everything's wonderful.
right.
Well, one, I'm paying for it. Two, it has built-in restrictions that doesn't even come close to comparing with FastPass the way it
Right.
was.
Right.
Three, the app was terrible.
Right.
It was confusing. It didn't always work. Oh, and you got to kill your phone battery just so you
Right.
can get around the park.
Right, exactly.
Terrible idea.
Right. The idea is I'm on a vacation, I shouldn't have to be constantly on
Right.
my phone. Like when they had FastPass Plus, when they had the FastPass system, as long as you knew what time your FastPass was for,
It was simple. It
you
was
didn't
easy.
need to be on your phone.
I could do all that on my phone, or I could go to a kiosk, or I
Right.
could go to a park cast member in the
Right.
park. I got options.
Right.
And that was free.
Right.
I'm paying for a system that they've deliberately handicapped now.
Right.
So as long as that's in place, they're not going to get me back.
Mhm.
It's just that simple.
No, I agree.
So, sorry, Bob, but it's an uphill battle. I wouldn't want his job.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even want a salary for his job, to be honest with you.
It's gonna take a while. It's not something that's gonna.
But that's the thing. He doesn't have a while.
He doesn't have a while. Yes, I know. Well,
so
and
unless
maybe
he's making revolutionary changes, they're breathing down his neck about $5.5 billion that they didn't lose, that they want back because they're not making money
Right.
fast enough. That's what they're concerned about.
and that's the thing is, where is it that you're cutting these jobs? Is it from certain divisions? Is it
Well,
a
'cause
little
they
bit?
didn't ramp back up from the cuts from COVID.
Right, and that was going to be my next thing is I know that there are still cast members from the parks that never got called back because they just never opened up that section of the park or where they had worked before. So
Yeah.
that's okay. How many are these new cuts? Now what are you going to cut? What are you closing? Or is it
Yeah.
that's the whole thing.
What service am I losing now when I
Right.
go down?
But I'm
Because
paying
you're
for
not going to cut the price.
right.
You're going to raise the price and cut
Because
the
you need to
service
make
again.
them right because you
Right.
need to make the money now.
So I'll wait for the dust to settle and,
Yeah.
and figure out who his successor is and how bad they are
Yeah, I guess
before
we'll
I
have
go
to
back
see.
down. Anyway. Okay, we haven't had a chance to bash Disney in a while. It's good to
See, do you feel better now?
I do. I feel like there's a weight lifted off of me now. This was such a great de-stressor for me.
I'm so glad.
So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to write to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us streaming 6 days a week on YouTube, as well as all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 182, Adolescent Idealism. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my generous and kind co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. You're a little uptight here. You want to talk about that real quick before we get into this?
Just this game I've been playing, and I have to restart the exact same battle over and over. I've had to do it at least 6 times today, in fact, because it's so difficult, so...
And just for an honorable mention, what game is that?
Baldur's Gate 3.
which we probably will be talking about on a upcoming episode of Insights into Entertainment, just as a little teaser there.
Well, you will. I'm not.
Well, no, yeah, I'll be on the show with Sam for that one. Other than that, how are things going? How's school going? Anything exciting?
Not really. Just starting to ease into the second marking period, so...
Ease into it, huh?
Well, not exactly ease into it, I guess, because...
It's all relative, right?
all relative, I suppose.
Okay, well, hopefully it goes smoother than the first marking period. Is that safe to say?
I don't know, because the first marking period's supposed to be the easier one, and then it just progressively gets harder afterwards, so it's like...
Just goes downhill from there.
don't really have high hopes for it.
Okay, well, on that note, what we are talking about today is teen or adolescent idealism. Adolescent idealism is a normal phase of teenage development characterized by strong views and opinions of society and the world, typically developed between the ages of 11 and 16, which you just came out of.
Mm-hmm.
Adolescent idealism is one of the stages of cognitive developmental theory. Adolescent idealism can impact mental health when teens discover the issues they care about aren't centered or prioritized. Treatment can help strengthen family connections and address mental health concerns associated with adolescent idealism, including grief, depression, anxiety, anger, and hopelessness. And if that doesn't sound like fun to talk about, I don't know what does.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, I do want to take a moment to implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast if you don't already do so. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days. Though we do tend to direct people to Apple Podcasts, but that's just kind of a default thing. I would also invite you to write in or contact us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us topics you'd like us to discuss. You can reach us via email at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter or X at insights_things. Or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So we once again tap our friends at the Newport Academy for inspiration on this topic. They tell us that navigating the teenage years can be an extraordinary journey for both teens and their parents. Boy, isn't that the truth? It's a time marked by a series of developmental milestones that shape young people into the adults they will become. Among these, adolescent idealism stands out as a particularly influential phase. During this stage, teens begin to see beyond their immediate surroundings and look at the world with fresh eyes. They start to form their own values, shape their understanding of the world, and discover the power of their own voices. This idealism is a vibrant force that drives them to have strong opinions on global and social issues, enabling them to think abstractly about problems and potential solutions. It's a time when their thoughts and conversations may turn to activism and advocacy as they express their views more openly.
However, this expression of newfound perspectives can sometimes lead to friction. As teens articulate their opinions with growing confidence, they may find themselves in disagreement with parents, peers, and other authorities who have long-established views. These clashes are a natural part of the journey, as each side learns to understand and respect the other's perspective. It's essential to recognize the importance of this developmental phase. It provides teens with a crucial opportunity to voice their concerns, debate important matters, and begin to understand the complexities of the world they are about to inherit. For those around them, it offers a chance to guide, support, and engage in meaningful dialogue.
As families navigate these years, patience, open communication, and empathy are key. By acknowledging and supporting this stage of idealism, we pave the way for a generation of thoughtful, engaged young adults ready to contribute to society. Do you think you've gone through your idealism stage, your activism stage? Do you think you're in the middle of it? Do you think it's coming up? How active do you think it is?
Honestly, I do think I'm still kind of in the midst of it. I know it kind of had like a generic age range and that I'm technically past that. However, I still feel like I'm still, forming my own opinions and I'm still like working through that part of my life right now. I still have thoughts about it. I still have to kind of form my own opinion and view of everything. So I feel like I'm still kind of in it right now.
So the study does talk about kind of a prescribed age, and you're kind of at an age where many are just discovering the snooze button. But it sounds like you're already pressing the buzzer on global issues. Can you share any aha moments when you realized your voice could be more of a force for change, and maybe a time that voice led to a mom you just don't understand, or in this case, probably a dad you don't understand conversation?
Yeah, I have actually had a few of them. One interesting thing I do want to share was when I ended up doing Hobie. That was a point where basically sophomores of our schools the summer of our sophomore year, we would go to this like place up in North Jersey. It was Drew University. And we basically go there and we would basically meet with all other kids and sophomores from all different schools from around New Jersey, and we basically saw there were public speakers there that basically, gave us more influential stuff, and it was basically like a whole leadership program. And one distinct thing that I remember was that this one speaker, who I think was one of the first speakers that ended up coming up, basically talked about the importance of youth and their intelligence, and even commented that the youth are probably smarter than most of the adults today. And basically he said that don't listen to anybody who says that, oh, you're too young to be thinking this sort of stuff, or, oh, you can't be saying that because you're just a kid. He basically said that, no, I think that you guys are smarter than I am, so, you guys have the power to actually change the world. And, I think that was one of the big aha moment for me, at least, or at least it was something that was like, oh.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. I mean, the article goes on to say that this is the world you're going to inherit. So really, you need to start making decisions now. You need to play an active role. And, with the passion of youth comes great debates over the dinner table, and you're no different. We're no different than that. What was the most memorable debate club session you've had with mommy and daddy or friends? And how did it help you see the world through vintage eyes? How did it help you see the world through the eyes of somebody who is, I'll say, more experienced?
I guess maybe it was. We've had various talks to the point that I don't even know if I can really pinpoint any specific conversation that we have. However, there are certain topics that we ended up discussing that, while obviously we share very similar opinions when it comes to certain matters, there are other things where you certainly have a different opinion than I do, or you see something a certain way as opposed to how I see it.
Okay, I think that's fair, and I think that's important. I think if we agreed on everything, we'd never learn to have that discussion with someone who has an opposing point of view.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about adolescent idealism.
So what exactly is adolescent idealism? In the unique tapestry of teenage development, a pattern of idealism often emerges, vivid and compelling. It's It's a belief that teenagers not only have the ability, but also the right to express their opinions on various societal structures, be it in the realm of politics, religion, or any other institution. This is a time when thinking shifts from the tangible and immediate to the abstract and the far-reaching. As this abstract thinking takes root, teenagers start to notice global issues with sharper clarity. They begin to question the actions and decisions of adult leaders, developing a keen sense of moral judgment. This is not just a phase, it's a powerful awakening that shapes their understanding of justice and fairness.
However, the journey of adolescent idealism isn't without its hurdles. In environments where such views are not encouraged or prioritized, teens may find themselves at odds with the status quo. This can strain relationships and impact their mental health as they navigate spaces that may seem indifferent to their burgeoning ideals. Consider the teenager who organizes a school protest, or the one who joins a march to amplify their voice on issues they care about. Or think of the young person who decides to become vegan, not just as a dietary choice, but as a stand against environmental degradation. Some may take a bold stance against systemic issues, like challenging school curricula that they believe perpetuate racism, and vow to drive change through organized protests.
These are more than actions, they are statements, a declaration of the world as they believe it should be. The fire of adolescent idealism is fueled by a desire for change and a better future. It's essential for adults to understand, respect, and constructively engage with these passionate young minds. By doing so, they can help guide their idealism into lasting positive impact.
So imagine you just staged a protest at school, and I could see you doing. You probably can't because you're not that outgoing, but you're passionate enough to do it, I think. And probably not a big one, maybe a small one. But you've just staged a protest at school and suddenly you're handed a megaphone with the whole world listening. What's the first issue you'd address, and how would you convince the adult world to take you and your fellow teen idealists seriously?
Yeah, that's a big one, because there's a lot of issues I would stand for completely and I'd, want to address first. However, relating to the idea of having the adult world listen to the teens, I'd probably want to address the issue of people, or at least the government control over what schools should be teaching. And while personally I'm not experiencing it all that much in New Jersey, I know in a lot of other states that's a huge issue with the idea that, kids can't handle certain topics. And, I feel like a lot of adults are of the belief that, they're just teens, they're just kids, they don't know any better, they can't really, debate with us well. And I know a lot of people, are kind of trying to tell us that, there's a lot of people just discouraging us from voting, from speaking, our beliefs, and from really just trying for us to try and change the world. They want to stop any effort we have for that. So I'd want to address the issue that, no, we know all the stuff that's happening and we want to bring change about it. We, can understand these topics. We're emotionally mature enough for that kind of stuff, and we're not just kids.
Okay, well, you into that. I would certainly listen to an argument when you put it in terms like that. Now, imagine for a moment your idealism is a superhero. What would its superpower be, and what's the kryptonite, the weakness that really tests its strength in the everyday world?
Superpower. That's interesting.
My superpower is I can shout louder than other people.
That's understandable. I can see how that would be useful. If my idealism were a superhero and had a superpower and also kryptonite. Let's see. Well, I would think that my superpower could kind of materialize almost any object by thinking about it. Because I feel like in terms of changing the world, there's certain things that might be needed for certain instances, and I feel like that would be a useful enough superpower to be like, oh, you need something in order to like protest, or you need something in order to change the world, here you go.
Okay, so you're a provider when it comes to your activism then.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the most practical use for it. And I don't necessarily want things like mind manipulation, because that kind of is an unwilling sort of thing. So
Yeah, that's a segment of the population that's probably already using that too much already.
the kryptonite for my idealism would probably be those louder voices. I feel like they could, in a way, be weakened by it. And I understand the idea of like actions speak louder than words, or sticks and stones might break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Words can hurt, though.
Well, if you write a word on the 2x4 and hit you with it, it's going to hurt.
Well,
right?
that's true. That is true. But yeah, I can see that kind of being a weakness, but I can also see them eventually overcoming it in a way.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, you're going to tell us about adolescent idealism and the connection to mental health. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about adolescent idealism. And now we're going to talk about the connection between adolescent idealism and mental health. Adolescent idealism is like a powerful lens through which teenagers view the world. It's a natural and common phase of growth that can influence their choices and spark a desire to question and challenge the norms around them. This idealism is a vibrant force that drives many teens to stand up for what they believe to be just and virtuous. However, as teens grapple with the complexities of the world, they may also discover that creating positive change is often a tangled and difficult process. This realization can be heavy, sometimes leading to feelings of sadness, anxiety, or even a sense of helplessness when the world doesn't change as quickly as they'd like. During this intense time of development, it's not uncommon for teens to experience inner conflict. They might find themselves wrestling with their choices, trying to ensure they align with their newfound values. When there's a gap between what they value and what they see or do, it can cause discomfort known as cognitive dissonance.
This internal struggle often doesn't stay internal. It can spill over into their relationships, leading to disagreements with friends, family members, teachers, or other authority figures who may have differing views. Navigating adolescent idealism requires a delicate balance. It's important for teens to explore and express their values, but also to learn how to cope with the emotional turbulence that can come with this phase. For parents and adults, offering a listening ear, understanding, and guidance can make a significant difference. It's about supporting teens as they learn to harmonize their idealism with the realities of the world, and helping them channel their passion into actions that are both meaningful and manageable. And I'd also add there, constructive. You want to make sure that that passion itself goes into something constructive, not destructive moving forward. So, if you could give your idealism a status update on social media, what would it say, and which emoji would best capture the roller coaster of taking on the world's heavyweight issues at your age?
So status update is just like updating your info on like a social media,
Just
right?
a one word or a couple word phrase of gone shopping.
All right. If I could give them a status update, I guess I would say I'm still standing.
That's good. I like that. A Billy Joel reference.
Although,
No, Elton John reference.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
say that's an Elton John reference.
I heard it at a Billy Joel concert, though. It must have been when the two of them were playing together.
Maybe. And which emoji would best capture the roller coaster of taking on the world at my age? I guess a roller coaster.
Okay. I can't argue with that. So, as you navigate the high seas of teenage values, have you ever found yourself in hot water for your beliefs?
Like with other people or with myself?
Anybody. Have your values or your beliefs ever gotten you into trouble or gotten someone mad at you?
I don't think it was ever something that extreme. I do know that, like, I've had instances where people have probably disagreed with me.
Okay.
I mean, like, I can certainly, if I was interacting with, like, certain people, I could certainly see myself getting in hot water, although I don't really think I've gotten into hot water with anybody or gotten on anyone's, like, radar, I suppose.
Now let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you deliberately avoid people that are of a differing opinion or differing mindset actively to prevent any type of conflict or anything from happening?
Kinda, not really, but sorta, yeah.
So you're somewhat anti-confrontational then.
I'm not the most confrontational person, I will admit. I've never really... Whenever I've had a debate with somebody, it's usually been someone who was of a similar belief or had, like, slightly differing opinions from me. It's never been... I've never really interacted with someone on the extreme end of what I was against.
Okay. Have you ever actually deliberately taken a side in a conversation or a debate that is diametrically opposed to what your fundamental beliefs are?
Not really. Like, I'm kind of a sympathizer, I'll be completely honest. We actually had this interesting thing happen in history where we were basically given statements and we were supposed to stand on one side of the room if we agreed with it or disagreed with it.
And you stood in the middle.
Yes, I stood in the middle. On all three of the ones we did, I stood in the middle.
Okay.
Because I really thought... Because, you know, whatever the statement was, I'm like, it depends on the circumstance.
Well, and you know what? The world is filled with people like me who relish in the idea of poking a stick in the opposing side's point of view and trying to rile people up. Because one of the things that I try to do is I have my own beliefs and I don't preach my beliefs. I don't get out there and pontificate. And all I ask is other people don't do that to me. And when you do, that's when I get confrontational. That's when I'm going to poke a stick in your cage and you're going to come to me and regardless of what it's about, you know, it could be politics, religion, or, you know, anything. If you're going to come out and make a statement to me and try to get me to see your point of view, I'm going to challenge you. And 9 times out of 10, I'm probably going to destroy your point of view because you can't stand up against, you know, the logic and I'll throw the controversial word science out there, right? So when I ask people to provide facts and cite the sources of their facts, that's usually when their argument falls apart. And if I can do it in return, they don't really have a comeback, and that's when they the conversation tends to degrade into insults and arguing at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I like to kind of be in the middle of most things. I certainly have my own strong beliefs, but I've gotten to a point where it's like, I want to try and see both sides, and I don't necessarily want to have to go to one side over the other. And the thing is, if you have a reasonable argument for something that I don't necessarily agree with, I will listen to you and, I will debate with you in a, civilized manner. But if you don't provide enough evidence for it, or you go to things like insults in order to just say, like, oh, I'm right because you suck or something. It's like, at that point, I can't, there's no point in trying to reasonably argue with you, because I think we kind of passed the point of an actual civilized debate.
Right. And I'm with you. Like, I want to be convinced. I may have my point of view and I have my reasons for it. And if you've got a different point of view, I'm open and willing to listen and have you convince me and bring me over to your side. And I've done this. I don't do it all that much anymore, but I would do it on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. I would go out there and it sounds kind of childish, but I'd pick a fight with extremists of one ilk or another. And there are plenty of times where I've had these discussions with people, and I don't want to call them arguments, they're discussions, where they've brought me to their side to actually understand their point of view, which is why I asked you if you'd ever argue the opposite of what your principles are. And I find that to be very educational and enlightening to do that, to kind of put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really use social media, so I can't really...
Yeah, no, I understand. It's certainly not for everyone. I wouldn't encourage it either.
And I don't really like to do it in person either, because I feel like that would just...
Well,
it's not my
gets
thing.
together in social media in person. I can tell you that right now.
I know. It's like, I feel like it would be easier for me on social media because I'm not a confrontational person in real life. I could maybe be confrontational on social media if I actually used it.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Tell us how adolescent idealism impacts relationships.
Adolescent idealism is a bit like a new pair of glasses for teens. It changes how they see everything, from their closest relationships to the world at large. With these new lenses, teens often develop strong opinions and a keen sense of justice. They may adopt firm stances on issues, convinced of their views, which can lead to disagreements with friends and heated debates with adults.
This stage of life can be tricky. Teens' outspokenness and willingness to challenge authority can sometimes result in them being dismissed or labeled as troublemakers. When they question life's various aspects, including adults' perspectives, it can cause frustration on both sides. Teachers might struggle with students who critique the curriculum, or parents who critique it like I do, while parents might be concerned about what they see as a rebellious behavior. The world doesn't always respond to idealism with open arms, and this disconnect can spark frequent arguments between teens and adults. Teens driven by idealism may often feel that nobody really gets them, which can lead to feelings of anger or a sense of righteousness. Their convictions are strong, but they may not always align with the complexities of how society addresses certain issues, leading to tensions in their interactions with others.
Understanding adolescent idealism means recognizing that this is a natural part of growing up. It's a phase where support and open communication are vital. For parents and educators, it's about providing the space for teens to express themselves while guiding them to navigate their relationships and the world's realities with empathy and resilience.
So, if adolescent idealism is like a new pair of glasses, what's something you've seen through them that made you go, wow, I never noticed that before?
I guess a lot of the, injustices in the world, I suppose, and, stuff that feels like at this point we shouldn't be happening, but stuff that still is happening.
Okay.
I never really knew about a lot of topics until my idealism phase, and that was kind of when I learned more about how, I learned about like different things that people fought for and different reasons for why they fought for them and the various injustices that still happen in our world despite the fact that we really should be past that point.
So it sounds like, and then based on the discussions that we've had, certainly over the dinner table, that you're kind of in the debate team phase of teenhood, where every topic could spark a lively discussion. Can you share a funny story when a debate with adults turned into a wait, are you really arguing about this type moment?
Yeah, none of them are really serious, but I do remember there was this one time we were at like Buffalo Wild Wings and there was some sort of commercial with like a vacuum cleaner and it was going on for like a really long time. And I remember you and I like debated about it for a while and for some reason I was like questioning it so much and like then you even like encouraged it and like we were still going back and forth for a while. And by the time the food got there, we were like, wait a minute, why were we arguing about this?
Nice. Nice.
That's always a fun one.
So with your idealism glasses on, excuse me, a frog in my throat there. Have you ever caught a glimpse of something that made you think, this is not what the brochure promised?
With my idealism glasses on, what have I caught a glimpse of? I guess. Jeez.
If they were easy questions, I wouldn't ask them.
Yeah, that's true. That's understandable.
Is there, let me ask it this way. Is there anything that you've seen in this idealism phase of your life that has completely changed the way you used to look at something previous to that point in your life?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot.
I just can't tell
No,
you what it is.
I'm sorry. There's a lot, all right? There's a lot, and it's some of it's kind of harder to put in broad words, but I think one that kind of made me change my entire perspective on the world was probably learning about the queer community. I'm not gonna
Okay.
lie. Like, I never really had that knowledge before. Like, you and Mommy never hid it from me. And, like, I'd seen some stuff when I was younger, kind of. Not entirely, but, like, you never hid it from me, but you never explicitly explained it.
Well, in all honesty, I never brought it up because I was completely, in the unknown section there. It was always something that was kind of a distant thing to me. So I was certainly not the subject matter expert to broach a subject with you that I did not have an understanding of myself.
That's true. But when I actually, found out about it and would even find out that there was even more than I had originally thought there were, it's like, wow, I think my entire point of view has just completely changed.
Wow. Mind blown.
Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. When I was younger, I initially had the idea of, like, being the princess that would eventually meet a prince.
I don't know where you would have ever gotten that notion from.
Disney. Yeah, so for a while, I kind of had that belief that I'd eventually find, like, my Prince Charming or whatever. And then I found out about this and learn more about how, romantic relationships are actually a lot more complicated than you would have thought. And I'm like, okay, reality check.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you go through life with a black and white TV, and then all of a sudden you've got color.
Pretty much.
And it's almost like, how did I ever see the world in black and white?
Yeah, and that's one of the things I'm going through. It's like, I look back at my younger self and how, I initially thought this sort of thing, and I'm like, how did I ever think that was gonna work?
Yeah. Well, and you know what? Kudos to you for not only recognizing that, but embracing it, because there are some people who go through life with a black and white TV. They're given a brand new full color TV and they just can't handle the colors and they go back to watching their black and white TV.
Yeah.
Kudos to you for having the presence of mind to embrace what you did get enlightened with. I think that's a good spot. We can take a quick break and come back, and we're going to talk about how to address adolescent idealism and hopefully help our parents out there deal with it. Not deal with it, but certainly help their kids get through it and nurture that sense with them. But we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about adolescent idealism. And now we're going to talk about how to address adolescent idealism. We're saying that a lot today.
Yes, we got a commission every time we say it.
Yep. When young people hit their teen years, they often start to see the world through a new lens of idealism and opinionated perspectives. This can be quite a shift for parents and caregivers to handle, but there are effective ways to support teens during this critical stage of cognitive development. Firstly, it's key to really listen to what they're saying. When teens talk about issues that matter to them, like vegetarianism, taking the time to understand and show genuine interest can strengthen your bond. If it's something you can do, adding a vegetarian option at meal times shows support for their choices.
Validation goes a long way. Acknowledging their feelings and views makes them feel seen and respected. Recounting your own youthful experiences of challenging the status quo can bridge gaps, helping your teen feel a sense of shared experience and less isolation. Nuance is also an important concept to introduce. Encouraging teens to see the good in people they may disagree with helps them grasp that the world isn't black and white. Introducing them to books or podcasts can expand their perspectives, fostering empathy and understanding.
The foundation of your relationship with your teen could be... The foundation of your relationship with your teen should be unconditional love and support. They need to know that you're in their corner, ready to listen and take them seriously. Instead of discounting their idealistic views, nurture their enthusiasm and guide them towards expressing their ideas with tact and respect. Lastly, educating yourself about adolescent development and the issues your teen is passionate about can be incredibly beneficial. This not only shows that you're...
Slow down.
I need to relax. This not only shows your teen that you care, but also equips you to help them find constructive ways to channel their activism. Demonstrating that their voice is powerful and can contribute positively to the community can empower them to make a meaningful impact.
So as you navigate through your teen years with this new lens of idealism, how do you reconcile the passion of your convictions with the complexities of the world that sometimes doesn't align with your perspectives?
All right, so...
It's a good thing I wrote the questions down, huh?
Yeah, this is another one that... Could you say it differently, please? It's a bit much for me to read, and I don't entirely understand it.
So how do you reconcile your feelings and your passions with reality when they don't necessarily meet? Like you may see things one way, and the world may see it differently, or a large segment of the population may see it differently. How do you reconcile that? Is that a conflict for you? Is that an avoidance for you? Is that somebody out there who has a difference of opinion that you might be able to see reason from your perspective?
That's the thing. A lot of the times I'm kind of more of the avoidant person, although I do think that I could, if I, tried more and was a little, braver with everything. I do feel like I could at least debate with people who don't exactly see my perspective. And, we could maybe find some sort of compromise or maybe at least get to a point to agree to disagree.
Do you see that there's a value in that, though? Is there a value in taking somebody who may think differently about a subject and pick a subject? It doesn't matter. Abortion, okay? So you have one view, and we're not even going to discuss what the view is. There's two sides to the abortion debate.
Mm-hmm.
Is there value? Do you perceive value in discussing your point of view with someone else if there's a chance that maybe you can bring them around to your line of thinking, or does that not even matter to you?
The thing is, I don't want to, force people to change. However,
convincing people is not forcing.
Fair enough, yeah. So, yeah, if I could convince somebody to see reason, I feel like, that is beneficial. And I don't want to, assume that my own view is, the best view on a certain topic, especially, more controversial topics. However, I do think that if I could, convince someone, I could maybe possibly see that I am, gaining. I don't know. I feel like it could be beneficial in a couple of different ways.
Well, and that's why it's important to look at these discussions as discussions or debates, not as arguments.
Yeah.
Arguments, you're trying to force somebody's hand or force somebody's thought.
Yeah.
But in a discussion or in a debate, you present your case. You present your supporting evidence, whatever facts that you have. The other person has to weigh that. Now, they may come back with counterpoints that try to poke a hole in your idea, but you have a chance to overcome those as well. So when you have these types of discussion, you have to be as open-minded to and receptive of their thoughts and opinions as you want them to be to yours.
Yeah, and I feel like that would be the most beneficial way of going about it, because not only would they hopefully be open-minded to whatever I'm saying, I'll be open-minded to whatever they're saying. And I feel like that would be beneficial for both sides.
And the thing to keep in mind is there's two sides to the abortion debate. There's two very clear sides to it, just like there are to gun control and whatever else. But there's a lot of different levels on each of those sides.
Yep.
So if, for instance, you have someone who's just diametrically opposed to your point of view, and you can sit down and have a logical discussion with them, present your case, and not plant the seed of doubt, but at least make them see it from your perspective. Maybe, just maybe, you might be able to make them be a little bit more sympathetic and a little less unrealistic in their point of view if they're fanatical about their point of view.
Yeah.
And that's where compromise starts. That's where you can start working on compromise and meet somewhere in the middle. And that's really what makes the world a better place. It's not my way or your way. It's somewhere in the middle. And if your ability to have those discussions to people can start moving them down to that middle ground, that ground of rationalism, then that's how we make the world a better place. It's not about convincing them of our perspective, because like you said, we aren't saying that our perspective or our opinion's the way of the world, but if I can soften up the other guy's point of view to at least be receptive, then he can be more receptive on other things, or she can be more receptive on other things too.
Yeah.
And if we come back in from that left and that right extreme side, and we come back into that middle ground there, we can cooperate on things and we can make things a little bit more better for the rest of the world.
Yeah, the idea of at least just getting away from extremism, I think, is at least the best way we should be going about things.
So in discussions with parents and caregivers, how do you find common ground when viewpoints do clash, especially on topics you feel strongly about, like politics or social justice?
Well, if we've ever had to, clash with certain issues, usually I will present my case and why I believe certain things. And then whatever other family member that disagreed with me would, present their case. And I feel like through that sort of thing, we can still find some sort of compromise, usually something that we can agree upon. We'll basically try to go back and forth between us in the discussion until we reach a point that we can both at least kind of agree on.
Okay. And that's how the process is supposed to work. It's common ground. One last question, and then we'll take a quick break and come back with your closing thoughts. So looking forward, how do you envision channeling your current ideals and passions into actions that will positively shape your community and the wider world?
Well, I think I want to take a larger stance when it comes to activism, or at least in a way, try to do more. I have all these ideas and passions, but I don't always utilize them. I understand I'm not really the most social person out there, and it might be a little more difficult for someone like me to go out there and make a stance. But I do want to try and take more action, because even if, we do the podcast and I talk about wanting to do all the good stuff, I want to actually do things that will be beneficial, will help, will show my activism, rather than just saying I support these topics.
Well, and you never know. The passion that you have for your activism might be the thing that unlocks that innate hesitation to go out there and speak with people more directly. You never know.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. Come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right. So to everybody out there, I just want to say that adolescent idealism is a pivotal point in teens' lives, as it pretty much will eventually shape them into the person that they're going to be when they become adults, and how they view the world and what they're going to do with it. And I feel that to the parents out there, the best way to, cope with a teen that is very expressive in their ideas is to at least support them. Even if you don't support their arguments, or you don't really have the same beliefs as them, the idea of at least it's supporting this stage in their life, instead of just saying, oh, you're just a kid, you can't be thinking that kind of thing, those kind of things, or, oh, you're just a kid, you shouldn't be worrying about that sort of thing. I feel like we should at least be encouraging that sort of thing, because teens are very smart and teens do have these ideas. And I think we kind of need to stop treating it as oh, it's just a kid being rebellious, or it's just the point where it's oh, the kid just doesn't understand or something.
Amen to that. I couldn't agree with that more. I think it's important that the understand, people my age need to understand that tomorrow's in your hands. It may sound overwhelming at times when people say stuff like that, but if they don't start getting you ready for it now, it's going to be dropped in your lap, and you're not going to know what to do with it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've had to deal with at this point. It's I'm literally 1 year away from being considered a legal adult in my country, and it's I'm terrified. I feel like I might be more prepared than other people, but I'm still terrified. And I can't imagine the idea of parents still wanting to restrict their kids at my age from seeing certain things about the world. And it's when I actually become an adult and you can't do that, what am I going to do?
It's our job as parents to prepare our kids to inherit the world, like the article said. I couldn't agree more. So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things, and audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, Buzzsprout, etc. I would also invite you to write in, give us your thoughts, give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Check us out on Twitter. We stream 5 days a week at Twitter. No, we don't stream on Twitter 5 days a week. But we are on Twitter, or X, at insights_things. On Twitch, we stream 5 days a week at twitch.com/insightsintothings. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, for now, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, not really anymore though, normally hosted by you and my brother Sam, although that's probably changing soon anyway.
Boy, and if that's not a confusing plug, I don't know what is.
Hey, I'm not the best at advertising, again.
Clearly.
Whatever.
That's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 148, Swapping the Bobs Again. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We've been out of the loop for a while here with the podcast.
Yeah, we sure have.
We've had a lot going on.
Yeah, that is true. We've been busy.
We've had marching band syndrome. We've had COVID syndrome. You can still hear it in my voice probably that I'm still suffering from a little bit, and this is almost 2 months after getting it now.
Yeah, we're almost 2 months.
Almost 2 months now, so I'm still reeling from its effects. Given the severity I had it with, I'm kind of glad I got my shots, all the shots that I did.
I was just gonna say, we were all very fortunate to have all been vaccinated and boosted, and we were just about so close to getting our next round of boosters, and then we all kind of got sick, and yeah, that kind of put things on the back burner. But fortunately, we all had a very mild case. We were all very fortunate. Unfortunately, you are still reeling with it, but not as bad as it could have been, obviously.
Right. And we have marching band to thank for that. We're pretty sure we got it from marching band.
Such a happy family activity.
Yeah. So, But a lot of stuff has happened. There's a lot to talk about. We're not going to get to everything today. We are going to talk about really two big things that happened in entertainment. One being the changing of the Bobs.
Which happened actually on the same day. The finale of
Oh, right.
yeah. So
So
kind of funny how it happened that way.
We'll be talking about Disney rotating the Bobs again. Then we're going to talk a little bit about The Walking Dead and their series finale and the impact and the future of that. And then we had a couple of events. One we just attended this weekend that I did not grab any of the pictures from you to put up for. So theater of the mind for our viewing audience this time around.
We'll describe everything in detail for you.
So stick around for the last segment. We're going to talk about some of the stuff that we've been attending recently. But before we do that, I do want to take a moment to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find both audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Entertainment. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher. I don't think we're on Stitcher. Stitcher doesn't do video. Neither does Spotify, as a matter of fact.
Probably should redo that list, huh?
So you can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment under all of those. But video versions have, our Insights into Thing has video and audio. When you can find it, where you can find it.
Right.
I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us how bad I'm doing today, because I'm a little out of practice. Give us your show suggestions or conventions or other events in your area you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or we're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find all those links and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go.
So, the changing of the Bobs. This was some very interesting news that I know a lot of fans of Disney were hoping for some big change to happen, and last month it happened. So Bob Iger was probably one of the most successful CEOs in history of the Walt Disney Company, and now it seems that he's returning back to run the media empire. And this was very shocking news that basically dropped Sunday, November 20th at night. And what was interesting about this was that when all the other changes that have been happening with Disney, in a lot of cases, cast members were finding out about it after the fact. Information in most cases about the different layoffs and things, all people were finding out about it through social media after the fact. And a lot of the cast members were very upset that, they didn't get any sort of notice ahead of time. And Sunday night, I guess it was early Sunday night, an email actually went out to all of the cast members. So cast members were actually the first ones to know about,
as they should be,
all of these changes. So that was definitely a step in the right direction that so many of the cast members actually felt. Now, Bob Chapek, who replaced Iger in 2020, was actually stepping down immediately. It was effective that night. All of the website information updated. It was almost like Chapek didn't even exist after the fact. It was Susan Arnold, who was the chairman of the board, had said in a statement that night, we thank Bob Chapek for his service to Disney over his long career, including navigating the company through the unexpected challenges of the pandemic. The board has concluded that as Disney embarks on an increasingly complex period of industry transformation, Bob Iger is uniquely situated to lead the company through this pivotal period.
Translation: Bob Chapek sucks, and we're bringing Iger back until we figure it out.
And what was funny was, literally the next day, the stocks, had gone up 9%.
Still didn't make it up to.
Still didn't
where
make it up
was.
to where they were during all of this, but definitely you're seeing, some of the changes from what you could see online and, social media. Cast members were elated by it.
There wasn't anybody who wasn't elated.
You know what?
by
There
Even
were very.
Chapek got a golden
Well,
parachute
yeah, he got
to
a
walk
golden
away.
parachute. But that's the thing, is that so many people were, because I think one of the other things that was kind of looming was there was another layoff that was
Right.
going to be looming, and now, as far as I know, none of that is in place. Now, granted, how long is it going to take for certain changes to go into effect? That's what will be interesting to see, and how many things that Chepik started are going to be undone. Because we know they're not going to get rid of certain things, but are they going to start modifying?
Well, and let's
other
face
things?
it, he comes in. If you want to play devil's advocate, you can say, "Oh, well, he came in during the pandemic,
Mhm.
and that was really what burnt him." But in reality, a lot of companies, everybody went through the pandemic,
Right.
and a lot of companies didn't go into the pandemic with the same balance sheet that Disney did.
Right.
And somehow, Chapek manages to wipe out 36% of that budget sheet after doing all the layoffs that he did,
Mhm.
all the cutbacks that he did, all the penny pinching that he did.
Right.
He still managed to lose 36%.
Mhm.
That's just an astounding level of incompetence that I don't think you've seen in business, since somebody bought a company for $44 billion and lost $20 billion the next day on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Twitter being that company, obviously. So nobody was sad to see Chapek go.
No.
Even Chapek wasn't, because he just got his contract renewed.
Right.
So he's getting paid for his full contract.
Mhm.
He's getting a golden parachute to just walk away and not say anything.
Right. Right.
So he's set for life at this
Mhm.
point in time. He
Yeah.
basically stepped in crap and he's set for life now.
yeah.
What Disney, I think, is scared of is they've only got Bob Iger for 2 years.
Right.
So they need to groom a new successor in 2 years to have him ready.
Right.
Who's that successor going to be?
Well, and that's the thing, is there have been a couple of different articles that have come out with, the proposed, hey, this person's, ready to come up and this person's ready to come up. So it definitely sounds like it's going to be somebody that's already in the Disney Corporation, whether or not it's somebody that's well known by, other people. Problem was Chepik was from the corporation too. So
Well, Chapek was from Parks.
right, but he was still, and that was what he ended up hurting,
Right. That
so
was what
much
he
of.
targeted the most.
Right, which is kind of shocking where if that's where he was from, but then of course you had everything that happened with Scarlett Johansson and you had
Well, yeah, he screwed the
all
pooch on
of-
that one too.
right. So there was so much that got hurt along the way of everything.
Well, basically, anything he touched, he screwed up.
Right.
all he
the
had to do,
streaming,
okay?
right.
You're coming in as the head of a company
Mhm.
that literally prints money. It's got more money than God. All you have to do is not screw up.
Right.
And all he did was screw up.
Right. Right.
Everything he got involved with, he screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
So to see him gone is a good thing. My concern is, who were the people that picked him in the first place?
Right.
They should be gone too because of
Mhm.
how poor a judgment they had.
Right. Right.
Because if they're involved in picking the next successor, you're back in the same boat. So where are you going to go with that?
Yeah. So it'll be, interesting to see. It's 2 years, and a lot can happen in 2 years. And, obviously not as much will be undone. Because I don't think they're
He doesn't have time to.
right. He doesn't have time to undo it.
He's got to correct the ship right now and get
Right.
it back on course, get a successor going.
right.
He doesn't have the luxury of going back and retconning all the stuff that Chepik screwed up.
Right. So, again, how how quickly things will happen, that will be, left to see, and maybe we'll actually be going sooner than,
There is a
later.
chance, I'll concede the point that there is a chance that we may be going back sooner than I had originally anticipated.
Right, because I even was under the notion, after we were just there in the summer, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go back
It was
anytime
literally
soon.
the first time I felt I didn't get my money's worth at Disney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I've bitched and complained about Disney from day one because of
Oh, absolutely.
various things.
Yeah,
And-
and I agree.
Iger, I was down on Iger for the longest time
Mm-hmm.
because I think he was completely overpaid. Now he comes back now, and he was making about 54 with compensation,
Mm-hmm.
right? So his compensation package right now is about 24. So he's half of what he was at before,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the vast majority of it is incentive based.
Right.
So he's got to do something to turn the company around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But as much as I was down on him before, you really can't knock him for some of the stuff that he did. I mean, he had probably one of the longest list of accomplishments of any Disney CEO ever.
Right.
I mean, this guy had more wins than Babe Ruth.
Mhm.
He was just literally the golden child. And that was 15 years
Mm-hmm.
as CEO
Right.
with a total of, I think it was 50 years or something like that with the company
I
in
think
general.
so. Close to it.
I mean, some of the stuff that he went down, Lucasfilm,
Mm-hmm.
Pixar, Marvel. These are all the acquisitions that he made.
Mm-hmm.
So it was incredible, some of the stuff that he's done. 2 years coming back, though? I mean, it's amazing how much damage Chapek did in the short time. How
Yeah.
long was he there?
999 days, according to a bunch of different people, which,
And he did a lot of damage in that amount of time.
yeah. And granted, yes, totally understand. Pandemic, that put a lot of strain, but I think that's where you needed to kind of, everybody else is going through all these hard times. Don't put the hard times on something that is expendable, really. Nobody needs to go on a vacation. They want to go on vacation. And that should have been where you had, less of a strain. And what he ended up doing was raising prices, for so much of the stuff that it basically became a place for only the 1% to go.
Yeah.
They didn't really care about the value resorts. They didn't care about, the person that, the locals who want to go and escape, a couple of hours a day. They wanted the people who were willing to spend, a week there in their high-end places, the Star Wars resort. Like, that's been...
That big giant middle finger to the fans.
Yeah, really. And you have people that are like, all right, I did it once. I don't need to ever really do it again. Oh,
Well,
and
at
I
those-
also...
at those prices, you
and I
can't.
spent $6,000 for it. Like, that's insane for when I could go on a week's cruise for that amount of money. Why would I want to spend 2 days in an all immersive? Ooh, where now, they have so much opening where it's like, all right, well, now it's this whole immersive thing. But if nobody else is there, who's there? Who are you going to immerse with?
Right.
Who are you going to play along with?
Well, and that was one of the problems that they had with the shift in philosophy.
Right.
And that shift in philosophy left people like us and a lot of other people who we've gone down 3 times in 1 year.
Right.
Whenever you've conned me into buying season passes. And, whoa, if you go 3 times, we get our money's worth. I get my money's worth by not buying the season passes in the first place. But for people like us, it wasn't practical for us to go down.
Right.
And they continued raising prices 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Now, every year they raise their prices, and it's expected,
Right.
whether it's justified or not. 3 times this year, this calendar year, they've raised their prices.
Mm-hmm.
They just raised them again on the local season passes.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
So not only are they raising their prices at an enormous rate, and we're not talking 1%, 2%, we're talking 10%, 13% in some instances.
Right.
They haven't brought back anywhere near the stuff that they had taken out.
Right.
So you still don't get the ambiance. You don't get the experience. You don't even get, like, some of the stalls are closed down.
Right.
You know, when we were there, we went through Magic Kingdom. You've got stalls that are not stalls, but stores.
Right.
Entire stores are shut down. It literally looks like
Well,
a
that was like
slum
when
in Disney.
we noticed it more so in Hollywood Studios, the one backlot area where
Right.
the Little Mermaid show, that's been closed, so there's nothing there. Then they had the little gift shop that was there. That's completely closed. The Playhouse Disney, that's closed. They had a couple of characters, but that was really it. And that whole area used to have a whole bunch of stuff. Then back where the Muppet store was, when you leave the Muppet movie, that's closed. So they have all these stores, you know, and all these areas where there's nothing there. So you kind of walk through and you're kind of like, this is kind of creepy and deserted. And like you said too, Magic Kingdom.
It's like Disneyland, the inner city experience or something, you know?
And then of course
I'm waiting to see like graffiti on the walls at some point.
and then you have Epcot with all the construction that was going on, which, hey, that's great. But again, like we've said before, you have all this construction and I'm still paying full price
Right.
for things that aren't open and
Right.
things that are closed. Like, maybe you should give me a discount. Or,
no,
you know,
but instead they're finding new things for you to pay for.
Mhm.
Well, you need to pay for your magic bands now. We don't give them to you
Right.
for free. You got to pay for your parking now, which it still blows my mind why you have to pay for parking at Disney.
if you're a resort guest.
If you're a resort, it makes no sense whatsoever to
Right.
me. You got to pay for your refills now too, because you got to chip the cup, and it's like, how many different ways are you going to nickel and dime people?
And then Genie Plus and
that
whole
waste
thing
of
that,
time and effort and money. It's just, yeah. And this is just the parks. This is just how he screwed the parks up.
Yeah.
This isn't even outside of that. The movies and the
Right.
terrible television that they're churning out on Disney Plus now, just to say that they have fresh content.
Right, which supposedly that's one of the things that Iger is, like, okay, we don't need to have a new, Star Wars series every 6 months.
Right,
Or,
right.
like there's too much. Let's kind of
Yeah.
turn
We
back.
don't
on-
need a
on some of
12
that.
episode series of a show that we only needed 2 episodes of.
Right.
So
So,
anyway, the Bobs are back again. At least Iger is.
right. One Bob.
Chapek is sitting on a beach somewhere laughing it up now.
Yeah.
I'm curious where he winds up. Like, where can you go after literally nosediving the company for the entire time you're there? Who's going to hire you at that point in time?
Somebody will. I'm sure there's some small entertainment company that would be willing to take him on, or something.
Just to have the name, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't know. Anyway, hopefully it gets better.
Yeah.
We're holding out hope.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some Walking Dead. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, and now we're going to talk a little bit about Walking Dead. So for the longest time, 11 years now, 10 years now?
10 seasons. Well, it was 11 seasons.
10
total.
seasons now, Walking Dead was what's been described as the flagship of AMC. It really was the anchor show for AMC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It spawned numerous spin-offs already. Finally came to a close.
Yeah.
Very different ending than what the comics had. I mean, the series itself had diverged from the comics quite some time back. I think it's like when I think of series finales, the one that always sticks out in my mind is MASH.
Right.
You know, the number of people that watched that was like record breaking. It was like people around the world watched it. I don't think Walking Dead had nearly those numbers. Why do you think that is? If it was such an important show on AMC, have viewing habits changed? Is AMC not a major player in the entertainment of this type of thing?
I'm not sure because I didn't look to see what the stats were for it ending. But I know viewership over the years had dropped because I actually had friends who were, diehard Walking Dead fans and got to a certain point where it was like, yeah, no, I'm done, and kind of checked out maybe halfway through, the 10-year span, 11-year span of it, and just kind of got burnt out with it, or it got a little too dark for them, with everything that was going on, and they kind of, were like, yeah, no, I'm done with it. And some people kind of
a zombie apocalypse during a zombie apocalypse with COVID it wasn't the best thing.
And that's the thing. But I'm talking about even before, COVID and things like that, that there were some people that just kind of like checked out. But it was interesting to see the couple of different documentaries that they did, talking about the fans and how a show about, survival and the apocalypse brought families together because you ended up getting people who normally wouldn't sit down to watch a television show together, watching a television show and becoming friends with people online because they were watching it. And that was kind of how you started watching it, because you weren't interested in watching it when I started watching it.
Zombie shows really are not really my thing.
Right.
But it's funny because as I kind of watched over my shoulder while you were watching it, it became very apparent that it was a zombie show that had very little to do with zombies.
Right, because it was really about human survival and human interaction and how
terrible human beings
how terrible we are in a crisis situation, and who rises above, and who becomes strong and who becomes weak, and what skill sets do you have to bring you forward,
right?
How are you marketable, in this new environment?
What's your resume in the zombie apocalypse look like?
Not so good, I don't think. And so that's what I think was kind of interesting, because again, that was one of the things when I started watching it. There was a friend of mine where we would watch it together, and we would text while, like, oh my God, did you see that? Da, 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 da. And then it got to a certain point where they didn't watch it anymore, and I used to watch it, in the living room, and then I was like, you know what, I'm going to go downstairs and watch it on the big TV. And that's when, you weren't sitting there watching it. You were, on your computer, and you would kind of, you'd look over, and then you finally, sat with me and you'd ask questions. Who's that? Who's this? And then you decided, well, I have to watch it from the beginning, and you started season 1.
And that was a painful trek, going all the way back to season 1, watching it from season 1, episode 1, all the way through. I think I started watching with you in season 7, I think.
Maybe.
And it's funny because I binged all those seasons inside of, I think, 2 months.
Right. And
Roughly
what was
2
so
months.
funny was you figure it had been 7-8 years since I saw it. So there were things that I really didn't remember because it was one of those things
Right.
where once I watched an episode, I never watched it again. I didn't go back
Well,
and
and it's a good thing I binged it, because if I had to suffer through that whole season
know that.
walkabout
yeah.
with Terminus and everything, if I had to suffer through an entire season like that, I would have stopped watching the show.
And again, I think that you have people who maybe didn't start watching it at the beginning and did what you did and binged because it kept their interest because they knew, oh, well, the good stuff is coming.
Right.
You know, I
Well, and then I did the extra homework, and I went out and I read on the Walking Dead Wikipedia
right.
the summaries for every single one of the comics for
Right.
every edition of the
And
comics.
that was actually so before. Was it before? No, because I think I started reading the comics.
You were reading them first because you were reading the compendiums first.
Right, I was reading because I had 2 of the compendiums. So I
Right.
got up to, the Glenn stuff. So I knew that was coming. And again, what was nice was there were certain things that were happening that I knew about, but I didn't know about and things like that. And that's how a lot of the fans were, because there were a lot of fans that went back and started reading the comics or had read the comics to begin with and now wanted to see the show. So it was nice when there were things that were different to kind of keep you on edge.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the whole Glenn thing where everyone's like, oh, this is when Glenn goes. And then all of a sudden, Abraham goes too. And you're like, what? That?
Well, and to the show's credit, they didn't pop his eyeball out like they did in the comics.
Well, that was
Glenn. When
that was
they
Glenn.
popped his eyeball
Right.
out.
So that's where a lot of people were like, nope, I'm done because now. But I think that was good because then at least you didn't have a full blueprint of
And that was the thing.
what
Like, it
was to watch ahead.
it stuck pretty close to the comics up till that point, and that was where the big diversion started
Right.
happening.
And that's where you
Now,
had the divide
Granted,
of
you
people.
started out with characters in the show that weren't in the comics.
Right.
You had character development with like Carol that was completely different,
Mm-hmm.
and that was freaky. The interaction with her and Rick and his wife, and
Right.
that was weird stuff in the comics.
Right.
You didn't get any of that stuff.
Mm-mm.
And I think ultimately it's funny, characters that didn't make it, either didn't exist in the comics or didn't make it very far in the comics, wind up being the ones that are there
Right.
in
That
the end.
lived, in the end.
And are-
Yeah.
and are getting their own spinoff.
Right. And now are getting their own spin-off. So, yeah, kind of, I think you still had a lot of people that watched and, but again, because it's broken off into a couple of different, spin-offs, it's not going away anytime soon, obviously, from what we've
honestly,
seen.
I think that was one of the things that was very anticlimactic for me was, all right, so The Walking Dead is done. This is the end of The Walking Dead, except for these other 2 shows that are going on, these 2 new shows that are coming out, and it was like, it's not over.
Right, because
Because
technically,
it was very straight. Like when MASH was over, they had MASH spinoffs, but
right.
they were the characters in completely different modes.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had the After MASH, where they came back to the States and they were in a hospital or something like that. So it wasn't the same type of storylines where they're still in the zombie apocalypse.
Right.
They're just in a different town or a
Right,
different
the
city
zombie
or something.
apocalypse hasn't ended. You have, one group that's going up to New York. You have another person that's crossing the Atlantic and getting to France.
I don't know how he's getting his motorcycle there.
I don't know how he's doing that either. And then you have, the ongoing story of Fear the Walking Dead. I don't even know where they are now because that was one show that I only saw 2 seasons of and I kind of stopped watching that one. And then you have, the one show, World Beyond, that was just a 2-season and that was it.
Well, and I think the problem you run into with World Beyond is they establish a quasi-civilization,
Right.
a military-based quasi-civilization there that is huge
Right.
and dominant. And you've yet to see that really spill into any of the other ones.
Right.
It spills
yet-
a little into The Walking Dead with the Rick and stuff like that. 'Cause
Right.
You see
Because now
character
that's gonna
crossover there.
right. So now we're gonna see. So really, kind of World Beyond was setting up the Rick and Michonne.
right.
Now, from what we knew, the Rick storyline, because we knew Rick was still alive. You know, they hadn't. You know, they had alleged that he was still alive.
Right.
Everything that had been planned was supposed to be a bunch of movies.
Right.
Well, now the movies got scratched, and now it's going to be a series.
A limited series.
Right. So now we're going to find out, okay, so what the heck happened? And obviously, we know it had something to do with the military operation that was part of World Beyond. So that was kind of like World Beyond was really setting up the whole Rick and Michonne storyline,
Right.
you know, with that. The whole going to New York thing, we don't know why that was happening and why the two people,
They got to have Kurt Russell show up as Snake Plissken to really make it work.
That would be funny. But that's the thing is, why is it Negan and
Which they don't establish by the end of the season
Right.
finale.
right,
Series
because the
finale.
only thing that we find out from the series finale is Rick and Michonne are, you know, like basically that was it. We don't know why Daryl is going to France. We don't know why you know, Negan and why can't I think of her name? Maggie, thank you, are going to New York, because we know, you know, at the end, Negan is married, he has a kid on the way. Is
Right.
she part of the thing that they end up, you know, and that's the other thing too, is because they finished Walking Dead with kind of, all right, we've taken the town back. We've gotten rid of the bad guy, and, you know, now everything should be good. So why does everybody need to go off?
Right.
You know,
right.
like you finally are in a good place. Why you leave?
Yeah, given the reputation over 11 seasons, it's entirely possible that Ezekiel kicks them out because they seem to
Yeah.
ruin everything.
Yeah,
they
you know
touch.
what? Maybe it's
They're
not
like, hey,
them.
you guys are related to Bob Chapek, aren't you?
You need to get out. So yeah, you know, it'll be interesting, you know, to see. You know, so you have the 3 new series. So you have Walking Dead Daryl Dixon.
I
Which,
really hope to come up with a better title than that.
you know, and now the other thing too that I guess it was from World Beyond, was the fast zombies, you know, the ones in France.
Right, you got climbers.
You got the climbers.
You got runners.
And you got the ones that can open
You got
doors now.
Yeah, you got the articulated ones, the guys that can pick stuff up.
Right. So what is it that makes him want to go to France? Now, that was also supposed to be where Carol was
Carol,
originally
right.
supposed to be going with him, but because they were actually filming in France, which seemed kind of odd during, you know, this whole time period, why you wouldn't just do, you know, a set or something
Right.
and stay stateside. She's not going, so they had to kind of redo that whole storyline. Then you have the Walking Dead Dead City, which is the one with Maggie and Negan. Again, very odd
Lauren
couple.
Cohen, who, by the way, is from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Right, she was born in Cherry Hill,
our
New
neck of the
Jersey.
woods.
And then obviously we have the currently untitled series, which will feature Rick and Michonne, which we've, you know, they kind of hinted at that during the last episode
Right.
of The Walking Dead. Plus you have the returning of Fear the Walking Dead.
Right.
World Beyond, again, was just a 2-episode thing, two seasons, and that was it. So,
Yeah. So, Walking Dead's over, but long live
but
the
not
Walking
really
Dead.
dead.
Long live the Walking Dead. So, yeah, we'll see where we wind up with it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're worth watching moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back, and we're going to talk about some of the things we've been doing as far as pop culture-y, seasonally type stuffy stuff. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. So we've been out and about. We had two things actually on the show notes today, but we have a third one to add to it from last week. The first one was we attended the very first Monster Mania at Oaks, Greater Philadelphia.
I think they've actually done one there before. We
did the outside one.
We did the outside one. I thought they've done one there before, but for some reason
I thought this was the first one.
I don't.
It was our first one.
It was our first one.
So we'll just go with that.
We'll go with that. It was our first one, and Monster Mania has always been kind of one of our local conventions that we.
We're not married to it. We don't go to it every time.
We were going kind of like, maybe we'll go. The biggest problem with Monster Mania was the venue.
Yes.
Because they would do it in Cherry Hill. They would do a Maryland version as well. And the problem with the Cherry Hill is that it was at a nice hotel, but unfortunately, hardly any parking, very crowded area. They did finally start kind of spreading it out throughout the years, but again, just in general,
you were
even
on top of each other.
Right, even pre-pandemic, you were very much on top of each other, and parking just not being, and I always felt bad for anybody that was actually staying there as a guest and had no idea what was going on.
I think I told you years ago I had a friend of mine who he had a cousin or somebody who was attending a wedding reception the same weekend.
Oh, jeez.
And they come down off the elevator and they're getting ready to go to the wedding reception and wherever the ballroom was. And all they see is all these people dressed in horror costumes walking out to go to the convention. It's like, I guess that makes a heck of an impression.
Yeah. So, so it's one that we didn't always go to because of the venue and knowing, oh my God, it's going to take us forever to find parking.
Well, and it was also a little high price for the experience.
Right.
We never really attended the panels, and it was always a pain
and they
to
really
get through
didn't
there.
have too many panels. They
Like
would
they
do
would do
a couple of shows, and that was really really it. So this time they were doing it at Oaks, which is probably our favorite venue of all the venues. One, because it's very spacious. Whatever we've been to has not felt crowded. We've done RetroCon there. We did the Greater Philadelphia.
RetroCon.
We did the Greater Philadelphia Expo there. And now we can add Monster Mania as well. One, free parking, tons of parking. And it's such a big venue that they usually have more than one event going on at a time, and you don't feel like there's more than one event going on at a time. The good news is, because they had such a good turnout, they are going back to Oaks next year. We did do, during, I guess it was last summer or before the summer, last May, they had done an outdoor It was basically a flea market.
It was like a sweat lodge.
It was a sweat lodge. So it was nice to see them, back here inside. And what was nice was the one area they had a whole bunch of celebrities. So that if you wanted to partake in that.
It was set up in such a way that you had very organized, very large aisles for your vendors.
Yes.
Nothing was crowded. You had an entire other area for your panels.
Mm-hmm.
With plenty of seating.
Right.
You
And
didn't
it
have to
was-
sign up for any of them. You could
Right,
just
and
walk
all
into
the panels were, it was actually open air, so, if you happen to be walking by, it was like, oh,
Right.
so-and-so's speaking. We're like, oh, well,
Then
we'll
they
sit
had
down
the
for a little
celebrities
bit.
in the back room. They had the food off to the side. It was so well done. I mean, of all the conventions that we've gone to, I think it was probably one of the best layouts that they've had
Yeah.
of all the conventions we've gone to.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the experience. I was very happy with the fact that I wasn't elbowing people left and
Mhm.
right. Plenty of space. Very well done. We'll definitely be going back.
And again, like I said, they've already booked it. They signed their
And
contract.
the number of vendors. They must have had, 30-40% more vendors there than they do, because you can house that many there.
Right.
They couldn't house that many in Cherry Hill.
Yeah. So definitely, if you're a fan of the monster conventions, this is definitely one that we
Even
would
if you're a
highly-
fan of just pop culture, because of the increased number of vendors,
Yeah.
it wasn't just horror stuff.
Right.
Which was really nice.
Yeah, and they have, a couple of, other vendors there, selling coffee and pickles and other things.
Yeah, but you had sci-fi there. You
Right,
had typical
right.
pop culture. You had movie stuff there.
Right, because you always,
You had toy vendors there.
right, because you usually always get a vendor who not only has their sci-fi or their horror stuff, but they have their other stuff,
Right.
as well. So
So before we move on to the next one on the list, let's talk about what we did this weekend, since we're on a convention kick.
sure. So for our second year in a row now, we have gone down to Maryland and gone to Ocean City Comic Con. You found out about this a couple of years ago through a coworker whose husband happens to be one of the
One of the organizers. of it.
organizers of it. Who,
He also happens to be a local artist down there as well, and that's how he got involved with it.
right, so that's how he got involved with it. So last year was the first year that we went. We made a weekend of it because we don't live that close to
And we had
Ocean.
so much fun. I broke a rib down there, so
So much fun.
didn't have that much fun this time around.
Yeah, thank goodness. But what's nice is they do it around this time of year, and there's other things going on
Yeah.
during the time of year. So if you do want to make a weekend getaway, there's other things to do. A number of the restaurants are open. It's not going to be as crowded and busy as it is during the summer. You don't have as many of it's more of the big hotels that are open.
Right.
The little small mom and pop ones aren't available, but the bigger resorts are. There's one of the resorts that partners with the Comic Con, so if you
The
book through
Grand.
them, you get a discount.
The Grand Resort and Spa.
Right, even though nothing with the spa is open during.
No, nor is it particularly grand either. So
Well, I think the room we were in this time looked like it had been renovated versus the last
possible.
the
It's
last
possible.
year. But Winterfest is going on at that time.
SantaCon, you can do a pub crawl with a bunch of drunk Santas.
And SantaCon was going on that weekend as well, where I don't know if they do it on purpose, but SantaCon was going on last year the same time, so that was kind of interesting. The boardwalk, a bunch of the boardwalk stuff is open.
As long
now
as you're not hungry, you're not going to get food on the boardwalk.
unless you just want
Fries.
But they're not open terribly late, so you can't do the convention till 5:00 and think, oh well, now I'm going to go to the
Right.
boardwalk for a couple of hours. So you do have to kind of look to see what time places are open to. We tried 2 new places to eat,
Absolutely.
and both were really good, so we would highly recommend that. So again, for us it's about a 2.5 hour ride, and makes a nice little, weekend, getaway. So
this year they actually expanded the show
Mhm.
floor. They had 30% more space here. They opened up a back room. I have it on good authority that they're going to be expanding it again next year.
Mhm.
They improved their food process. They improved their ticketing process.
Mhm.
They're looking into doing online ticketing sales next year as well to speed that process up. We were very fortunate. We bought them at the hotel
Mhm.
ahead of time, so we were able to get right in. They also are looking not next year, but possibly the following year to expand it to 2 days. So what's really nice is it's a great convention, and it's a convention that they're taking the profits and pouring it back into it and making it better and
Mhm.
better.
Yeah.
So just over 2 years of going, we've seen it get better,
Mhm.
and they're making it even better after that. So it's a local convention run by locals, but it's people who are passionate.
Right.
It's local artists who are running
Mhm.
it,
Yeah.
so they know what a convention needs to have to be successful.
Right. Right.
So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see that kind of
Mhm.
thing. It's not some corporate conglomeration who's just out there churning out conventions to make money. It's people who are there at the conventions, which you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that that we commented on, and when you had talked to your coworker about it, they said that was kind of the point. Most conventions that you go to, you have here's this vendor aisle and this vendor aisle, and here's all of our artists. We kind of put them in Artist Alley, away, and you have a lot of people that never even go down Artist Alley
Right.
because they're not interested in all of that, and and in some cases it's a shame because there's some really good artists there, that just want to be recognized. And what was nice was here they mixed them in
Yeah.
with everybody else, so it wasn't here is just the vendor selling this, and here's just the people doing this. Here's a mix of everything. So
Absolutely.
you'd have, an artist next to somebody else. So if it was something that you weren't interested in the artist, okay, so you walk right past them, or you give a nod and you look at the next person, or maybe because you're looking at the one vendor, oh, there's an artist here. Oh, let me look and see what you have. So that was kind of nice that it was kind of blended
Yeah.
a little bit better than some of the other, conventions that we've gone to.
So, Ocean City Comic Con, definitely recommend it again. Before we do go, let's talk seasonal stuff.
Sure.
We've done one so far. We may be doing another one this weekend. What did we do so far?
So we did Night of Lights at Creamy Acres. So this was one that when they started doing the lights, it was only a wagon ride through. You weren't driving through. So you had to be in one of their wagons riding through. And then with the pandemic, they changed it over so that you could drive your own car. So this year they actually brought back the wagons, but you're still able to drive your car through, which is nice because then you don't have to, especially if it's cold or the weather is questionable, you don't have to worry about.
Or if their music is terrible.
Right. Then you can listen to your own music. So this is one that we've done the past couple of years. It's a little local for us. And what's nice is after, you're done going through, they do have a little shop area. You can go and see Santa. They do have fire pits now, because I think last year, I don't think they were doing fire pits just yet.
No.
I can't remember. So they had fire pits. You could buy a little s'mores kit, which was $4 or something to make 2 s'mores. But hey, but they had a little bit more food available. They had like a bakery area, and then they had, cheesesteaks and chicken fingers and, some fried stuff.
All that Christmassy food.
All that Christmassy food. And then they have a couple of characters, walking around.
Creepy
characters. But it's nice because it's a local farm that does this. You can buy your tickets online, or you can buy them there, and a nice little enjoyable drive-through Christmas light display.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are we doing this weekend?
So we are probably, depending on what the weather is, I'm guessing maybe Shady Brook.
Yeah, probably.
We also are fortunate enough that Diggerland, which they happen to do a drive-through one as well, so maybe we'll give them a try.
Well, and Shady Brook is probably the biggest in our area. That one's up in Bucks County,
right,
Pennsylvania.
Right, that one's further for us to go to, and depending on what the weather is like.
And usually what we'll do is if it's a decent day, we'll go up, we'll
Right.
hit Peddler's Village,
Mhm.
we'll stay there, we'll hit there in late afternoon. They turn their lights on
Right,
fairly early. You get to enjoy those lights,
Mhm.
and then on the way home,
we drive.
we'll hit Shady Brook.
Right, and if because I think the last time we went, I think it started raining when we got done, so we didn't do any of the fire pits, because that's another thing too, is they started having fire pits, but you actually had to make reservations, or they had private
They had private ones you could
ones,
do,
but
yeah.
they had public ones too.
We had to fight for a couple cheeks on the bench.
Right.
So-
So we'll see. We'll see
So-
how it goes.
It's always that fun part of fighting around the fire that we love to do around the holidays.
But now we have our own, fire pit. So
right, we have to assemble that this
we have to
weekend
assemble
and
that this
find
weekend.
stuff to burn. We'll be throwing furniture and stuff in there.
So if you got anything you need to burn,
Yeah, bring it over. Just make
bring
sure
it
it's
over.
cut down real small.
Right.
It's not
Right.
a big pit. So, anyway, I think that's all we had for the show this week. Hopefully, we'll be back on a regular cadence moving forward now.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see about that. I took a couple of weeks off because I just wasn't feeling up to it. So
Right.
moving forward, hopefully we'll be a little more. Before we do go, though, I do once again want to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can find a podcast these days. You can also find this show listed as Insights into Entertainment as well on your podcast listings. Feel free to email us, write into us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter. We do accept DMs if you want to send some over with suggestions or just feedback on how we're doing. You can hit us at twitter.com/insights_things. I'm stealing all your lines here, aren't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
You're next. You do
All
the
right.
rest.
So you can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights into Things podcast. You can find us on Instagram if I ever decide to post there again, on Instagram.com/Insights into Things. But obviously the best place to go would be our official website, which has links to everything that we do, and that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Insights into Entertainment, episode 152, Gaming's Best and Bleakest of 2023. That's right. If I'm hosting, that means it's an episode about gaming. I am your host, Sam Whalen, and the guy that I just keep dragging into the river of gaming news, my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How's it going?
Hey, and if you're hosting as well, it means we're going to get into some negative stuff at the end of the show too.
That's right.
That's our MO.
Yeah, we're going to start off positive though. So today we're doing, like I said, another gaming episode. We're going to talk about the Game Awards. The nominations are out. The actual ceremonies are on December the 7th, so right around the corner. But yeah, we're going to cover some of the nominations, and then we're going to get into some bummer stuff. Because while it has been one of the best years for gaming, it has been one of the worst years for gaming industry layoffs. So we're going to get into some of the hardest hit companies from that, and who should be held accountable for these layoffs, and if there's a way to prevent them. But before we get into that, we have to plug all of our subscriptions, or we need you to subscribe. That's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcast. Is Stitcher still around? Last time I did this,
I think they are gone now.
Yeah, well, if you're still on Stitcher, find a way to subscribe to us. We'd appreciate it. iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. Everyone loves Pandora.
Yeah.
Shout out Pandora. I forgot about that. Of course, you can always contact us as well if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on X at insights_things. I got it.
Yeah, it was limited in what my options were. Okay.
They were maybe already taken. Facebook, you can search Insights Into Things. Instagram, Insights Into Things. Anywhere, just search it. It'll come up. And of course, all these links can be found on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. Let's get right into it.
All right.
All right, so we're going to talk about the Game Award nominations. And I know what you're thinking. Do you want to start with some smaller stuff? No, we're going to start with the big one because that's what everybody's here for. All right, we're going to start with.
Are we planning on talking about anything other than the big one?
Yeah, we got a couple other things in there. There's one other smaller category that I want to talk about just because there's controversy, and who doesn't love controversy? But yeah, we're going to talk about the Game of the Year nominations. We've got 6 nominations for you. So let's take a look at them, and we've got them up on your screen for your viewing pleasure. We've got first one up is we're going to go from right to left, I guess.
Yeah, it's in a different order than the script. Sorry.
We've got Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. This is, of course, published by Nintendo and EPD. What's that?
I don't know.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Oh, Nintendo EPD. I guess it's like a subdivision.
Entertainment something.
Sure. Yeah. So Tears of the Kingdom has been highly praised for its improvements over Breath of the Wild, offering an expanded world and features that encourage exploration.
Maybe it should be EGP.
For what?
Epic Games Publishing.
Well, Epic Games doesn't publish Breath of the Wild.
Oh, I'm looking at Alan Wake. I'm sorry.
We'll get to that in a second.
I'm jumping ahead.
I wonder. Now I got to know what Nintendo EPD stands for. Someone send us an email. Chat, if you're listening, tell us what Nintendo EPD stands for. Anyway, it's a blend of traditional Zelda elements with innovative mechanics, makes it stand out in the series. Everybody loves Zelda, right? I mean, it's always going to get nominated. Breath of the Wild received similar praise, but we were talking off air before the show. You said you're not really in on Nintendo anymore like you used to be.
I'm not. I haven't been a Nintendo person for probably 15 years now. Nintendo to me was just always a little too kid-like, and that's exactly what they go for. So it's not a knock against them, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean there are games like Zelda and Mario that I think while they look kind of kiddie, I do think they can appeal to everybody. And I wasn't a big Breath of the Wild fan. I don't even think I finished it, and I haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom yet either. But I'm enjoying it much more than I enjoyed Breath of the Wild. I just think it's pretty incredible. I mean, it's one of those games where they just drop you into the world and they give you a set of tools and they just say go.
Yeah, I mean, they do a fantastic job on their games. It's just it doesn't appeal to me. There's an audience that it appeals to, and for that, they love it.
Yeah, and again, Nintendo getting a lot of love. 2 nominations from Nintendo this year. But yeah, I mean, what is there to say? It's Zelda. If you like Breath of the Wild, you're going to like Tears of the Kingdom. A lot of people, it is their front runner for winning this. A lot of people think it's going to go to Tears of the Kingdom. I don't personally. There's one.
Neither do I.
Yeah, you'll see where our biases lie coming up shortly. But yeah, that's Tears of the Kingdom. Moving on to nomination number 2, we've got Marvel Spider-Man 2. This is published by Insomniac Games. Insomniac, probably my second favorite PlayStation acquired studio, behind Sony Santa Monica, who of course did God of War, the new God of War games. Insomniac,
Yes.
just incredible. Banger after banger games. Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man 1, others that I'm not remembering. There was I think they did Sunset Overdrive, which was before they got bought by PlayStation. Sunset Overdrive, great game. You should all check it out. But yeah, Marvel Spider-Man 2 stands out for its dual character gameplay, innovative combat and traversal mechanics, and an expansive narrative that enriches the Spider-Man universe. I'm probably about 3/4 of the way through this. I've been trying to take my time with it because I do love these games, and I don't want to, gorge myself on it. I like to take my time when it comes to these things. But I didn't finish it for the show, so what are you gonna do? But you haven't started at all, right? But you played the first one.
I haven't started it yet. What are your thoughts on it so far? How similar is it to the first? What's the storyline look like? Obviously, the graphics and everything are fantastic.
Oh yeah, it looks even better somehow because now we're fully with the power of the PS5. Oh, well, we didn't show it, but it was the power of the PS5. It looks incredible. It is more Spider-Man though. I mean, a lot like what we said with Tears of the Kingdom. It's more of the same. But for me, that's a good thing. I love Spider-Man, the initial one, the first one for PS4. I loved Miles Morales. Did you play that spin-off?
I did. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it's more of that. But they find ways to innovate on it and make it more fun. There's new traversal mechanics. You've got the web wings. There's a lot more. You feel faster. There's like these big.
Having the PS5 helps with that.
Yeah, the one thing, and I don't know if I told you about this. As I was playing it, but the fast travel is like incredible. So the fast travel, you zoom out to the world map, you click a point, and it's instant. Like it just zooms into the map, and you're just there.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it. Like it's remarkable to see in action. And yeah, they've added more because the map is larger as well. So they've added a couple more boroughs in New York, like Queens and stuff, and more suburban areas. I forget the name of it because I'm not from New York, but more suburban areas. But
so what can you tell us about the story without giving away any spoilers?
Yeah. I mean, if you've seen any of the trailers, we're dealing with the symbiote, we're dealing with Venom. And honestly, you can probably guess where the story's going to go because it's the same usually every time when Spider-Man deals with, if you've seen the Sam Raimi movies, it's a similar story. And honestly, so far, nothing has really surprised me with the story. I've pretty much been able to guess every beat. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because these, you still love these characters. You've got Peter Parker and Miles Morales now, which is really, really neat. Being able to switch between those two at will. And the really cool thing is like in story missions when you're switching between them on the fly. It's scripted in missions, but it's still really incredible to see it happen. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto 5 doing the same thing, switching in in game. But yeah, I mean it's the story. There really isn't anything to spoil, honestly, not yet anyway. I mean, I'm sure some stuff will happen because I haven't finished it yet. But if you've seen a Spider-Man symbiote suit story, it's pretty similar.
So is this your pick?
No, my pick is your pick.
Okay.
Which we'll get to shortly. But that is Spider-Man 2. Now, this next one, I have probably the least amount of information on, personal experience as well. It's Alan Wake 2, published by Remedy Entertainment and Epic Games as well. Funny thing about this, there's no digital or physical versions. It's all digital. So, fun fact.
I think it's just a sign of the times.
Yeah, well, especially with it being published by Epic, they want everyone to go through their storefront. But yeah, Alan Wake 2 is noted for its shift towards a more intense survival horror, which you can see in the footage we're showing. It's very scary. Combined with its intriguing narrative and innovative gameplay mechanics. So yeah, again, off air, we were talking about this, and I mentioned how they work in real footage, and I'm curious if we'll see it in these trailers. But the use of the blending of real footage and gameplay is really, really neat. And I would play it, but I'm a coward and I don't want to get scared. So, but you don't have to play the first Alan Wake to know what's going on. It helps. And this game is also part of like the Remedy universe. Remedy also published a game called Control, which I think was up for Game of the Year 2-3 years ago, something like that.
Okay.
But it's like a connected universe now. So they're bringing the stuff from Control in, they're bringing the stuff from the first Alan Wake in, and they're bringing in some stuff from Max Payne, kind of.
Wow, really?
Well, yeah, because like they say that that's not part of the Remedy verse because they didn't like necessarily own it at the time. Like I think they published 1 and 2, but then 3 was through Rockstar, I think. But there's a character in Alan Wake 2 who is, for these you can follow this logic here, he's voiced by the voice actor for Max Payne. I forget the guy's name, but the mocap is Sam Lake, the head of Remedy. He's like the figurehead. Sam Lake did the mocap for Max Payne 1 and 2. So when you think of what Max Payne looks like, he looks like Sam Lake, but he's voiced by a different guy. In Alan Wake 2, it's Sam Lake, but it's not his voice. It's
Okay.
really weird. But that sums up Alan Wake 2. It's a weird game. It looks very artsy. I probably will play it one day. From what I've heard, it's incredible. It's really doing a lot for the genre, you know, not the genre, the medium,
Right.
pushing things forward and doing all kinds of stuff that hasn't really ever been seen before, and that's exactly what Remedy's best at. Do you have any interest in Alan Wake 2?
Not really. Haven't played anything in the series yet. I'm not into the scare type things. I don't like the dark type games. I like the types of games that I can sit down, get immersed in, play through a story when I have the time. And I get obsessed with games like that.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'll play is, you know, if I just have 15, 20 minutes and I just want some mindless distraction, it's, you know, fire up the Xbox, play a shooter, play a sports game, something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing with Alan Wake 2 and with Control as well. You do get immersed. You kind of have to get immersed because there's so much going on. And that's another reason I haven't played it yet, because like if it's going to be scary and I have to pay attention, it's like I just can't do it because like scary. I'll be honest, folks. When I play a scary game, volume's all the way down, lights are on. I'm usually watching something else. Like I'm not like listening, right? Because it's the audio that gets me. I can probably do with the visuals, but I'm gonna have to pay attention to Alan Wake, and I'm gonna be terrified the whole time. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if it's nominated for other stuff. It probably is. I don't think it's gonna win. I think it's probably towards the bottom tier for what people are guessing is gonna win.
Right.
But now we move on to our totally biased pick. Next up is Baldur's Gate 3, published by Larian Studios. The game has received critical acclaim for its gameplay narrative and production quality. It's already won multiple awards, recently cleaned up at the Golden Joystick Awards. Its deep integration of D&D mechanics, it's Dungeons and Dragons for you normies out there, combined with a rich narrative and flexible gameplay, which is probably my favorite part about it, makes it a standout in the role-playing game genre. It's revolutionary, right? I mean,
absolutely.
I've never played, well, that's not true. I have played something like it, and it was the last game published by Larian Studios, Divinity 2 Original Sin, which I was trying to get everybody to play, but, you know, it was a little, it wasn't as accessible as Baldur's Gate 3. And, this game has taken everybody by storm. Everybody's talking about it. You have like 500 hours in it.
Yeah, I have an unhealthy amount of time into this game for some reason. It really is a remarkable game. It to me, it's a genre defining game.
Yep.
And like, you look at the images of it, and the playthrough's great. The graphics are wonderful. If you're okay with turn-based combat, it's a great thing. But it captures the mechanics of a tabletop D&D game, which is very difficult to do. And the variance of the game, I've done 2 full playthroughs now, and I have 5 short starts through Act 3. And I've yet to have the same thing happen twice in any story section.
Wow.
It's amazing that the game itself is that adaptive, and your choices matter. A lot of game systems tell you your choices matter, right? Well, normally it matters as to what your next cutscene is.
Mm-hmm.
This is something, and Larian's known for this, where your choices don't matter, but your choices have consequences.
Yep.
And you may make a choice in Act 1 that 30 hours later in Act 3 comes back and has a completely different effect on how the game goes, how people treat you, how the story goes. to sit down and to even come up with a mind map of how these different storylines go blows my mind.
I don't know how they did it.
Like, people are afraid of AI taking over the world. Whatever this game engine uses to come up with its story is more dangerous, I think, and more intelligent than any AI out there.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. There's really not much else to say. It's incredible. And in that description we read off, I think the flexible gameplay is really my favorite aspect of it. It feels like D&D. You know, I love Dungeons and Dragons, and this is as close as you can get. And in some ways, I think it's better than actually playing D&D because I think it onboards everything so much simpler, right? At least on console, you know, your actions and everything you can do. When I'm playing D&D in real life, and I've got, even using the app or pen and paper, you kind of forget a lot of stuff you can do because there's so much information. But I think what Baldur's Gate 3 does so well is streamline that and make it so you really are considering everything you can do, even if it's just like shoving somebody off a cliff, which is like, you know, you can end a boss fight by doing that if you pass the check. And it's like D&D in that regard, where a DM could spend 3 hours planning a boss encounter, and you walk up and you pass the first persuasion check and the fight's over. You don't even have to fight the guy.
I know that feeling.
But like, I don't know how to describe it. I think it's a game that everyone can play. Like, it is a little bit complicated, and it's definitely, you can tell it was meant for PC first.
Sure.
But I think they did a great job making it for console too. Like, I think it still works.
Well, and that's the one thing that's worth mentioning on PC is it was built for PC. And in fact, you have a completely different interface on PC, but if you fire up a game controller on the PC, it changes that game interface so it looks just like the console. So it's completely, that's another thing, that the fact that they went through and made two completely separate interfaces for how you were going to interact with the game, just that level of forethought was extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I have to say, you know, you and I both play D&D. We both DM from time to time. This has changed the way that I play D&D.
Yep.
It's educated me on different character class information, all that stuff. But the fact that it shows you, you know, you could sit down at a tabletop and roll dice and throw a fireball at somebody, and it kind of just rolls off your tongue and you move on to the next thing. You don't know what it looks like. And in here, not only do they visualize what spellcasting and combat looks like, they show it in different ways for different classes, you know. And even, you know, if you go with a bard, the bard can cast, you know, any number of spells, but depending on the instrument that the bard is using, the visualization looks different and is custom to the instrument, which is just incredible.
Yeah.
It adds so much ambiance and so much life to the game. That's why I think this one should win.
Oh yeah.
Even if it doesn't.
Yeah, spoilers, folks. I don't think it's gonna. It's nominated for 8 things. First of all, I do not think it's gonna sweep. I think it will get most of them. But like, it's up for like multiplayer game. I don't think it's gonna win that.
And the multiplayer aspect is terrible.
It's not great. I like that it's in there, and I want to do a playthrough with my friends whenever they get it.
Well, the multiplayer. All right, so multiplayer, in as much as
multiple players,
4 people can be in the game.
Yeah, there are multiple players,
but they're all playing their own story essentially, and you can interact with their story to a certain amount. There's no instancing that happens here, right? So you don't have a shared experience. You go off and you have dialogue on your own that's relevant to your character, and you can share that with other people, but they can't participate in it.
Right.
It's not an MMO. It's a kind of a cooperative playthrough that you do most of the time, right? It's not even all the time. So it's not really a good multiplayer game. It's a great single player game that has some multiplayer capability.
Yeah, I think the one thing that does shine in the multiplayer is the combat. I think because we played it very briefly, and that's the only experience I've had with the multiplayer was the hour that we probably played.
Right.
So, you know, I can't speak to it fully, but the combat in multiplayer is great because the combat is normally turn-based, and it still is in multiplayer, but it syncs up whoever the real players are. So if you and I were playing, our turns would happen simultaneously, but everything else is still turn-based.
Yeah.
So you can sync up abilities. There is a lot of potential there. We just didn't play enough of it to find out.
Well, and the one thing I will say that was great in multiplayer is as you play through your character's turn, you end your turn. In single player, if you end your turn prematurely, it's over.
Yep.
In multiplayer, if you end your turn, you have to confirm that you're ending it. That safety feature needs to be worked into the single player.
It is.
It is now?
You can, yeah, I
Okay.
turned it on because I kept accidentally ending my turn. You can toggle it so you have to hold triangle to end your
Okay,
turn.
at launch, that wasn't
Oh,
there.
really?
Yeah,
Because I would end my turn accidentally all the time.
yeah.
And I was like, there's got to be a setting for
All right,
this.
I have to go turn that
Yeah,
all in the
it's
game now.
much better because there's been so many times where I've done it accidentally and like haven't even done an action. And then, I get beat up because I didn't do anything.
Right. The one thing I didn't like about the multiplayer, though, is as you play through the game, you pick up companions.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the rule is whoever talks to the companion gets them. And I can't hand that companion off to you so you can go do something else while I go do something else.
Especially when cutscenes can be triggered just by
Just by
walking.
proximity.
Yeah. So that's a little weird. But everything else is great.
Yeah.
I think I just get unlucky when it comes to these things, and I usually have technical bugs when other people don't. I have had some bugs with it, but considering everything that's going on, it's like a miracle. It's like it's from like on high. It was sent down, and it runs and it works. And if you think you can do something, you probably can. You feel so free, and I've never really played another game like that where there really are no. I mean, there are constraints, right? In terms of like you can't like clip through a wall or something,
Right.
But like. I've never played another game where I go into a situation and I feel like I could handle it in almost infinite ways.
It's a game that is sophisticated well beyond its years.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't expect something with this level of intelligence to come out for 5 to 6 years.
Yep. We could probably do a whole episode on it, but we
Yeah.
do have some other nominations
Yeah,
to
let's-
talk about.
We got 2 more to go through. Let's get rid of the rest of these.
So next up is Resident Evil 4, published by Capcom. This game is awesome. I played this game. I never played the original Resident Evil, so I was able to play this. This game rocks. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's like if you played through an action movie, like an 80s action movie. And it is scary. There were some parts where the volume had to go down and the lights had to come on. But overall, you have like a million guns. So you feel like you're in control. It's less of you're running from the monster, more like you're running to the monster to shoot it. Some highlights. This remake of the classic game has been praised for its impressive graphics, audio, and revamped gameplay mechanics, while retaining the core mechanics of the original and introducing new features and expanded content. Yeah, like I said, I never played the original, so I can't really speak to that. But I've played this game and finished it, and I absolutely loved it. I'm glad it got a nomination. I know some people are maybe a little bit perturbed by that because it's a remake, but if you play the game, it really is a remake. It is different from the original, and from what I've seen, it is its own game, and it stands on its own. I really think it does, and I highly recommend it if you're, if you like action games, because it is more of an action game than it is a survival horror game. And if you like 80s movies, because it feels like that.
There you go.
Have you played any Resident Evil?
I played Resident Evil a long time ago on like a PS2 when it first came out, or if it goes back that far. Again, I don't like dark games.
Yeah.
So
That's Resident Evil.
Right. It's not one that I've ever really jumped on.
Yeah. In terms of where I think it ranks in terms of potential to win, I think it's probably towards the top. But I just, after talking about Baldur's Gate, I don't see how anything could beat that. We've got a little guest in the studio, a little lanternfly just flew in. So yeah, Resident Evil 4. And our final one here is Super Mario Wonder, published as well by Nintendo. I own this game, but I have yet to play it because I'm lending it to my girlfriend. But it looks cool. It looks cool.
The sacrifices we must make.
I know. Highlights. This game is celebrated for its control mechanics, animation, expressive characters, innovative level design, and dynamic audio. Is it? All right. Dynamic audio. I guess. It features new power-ups and a fresh visual design that breaks from the traditional Mario aesthetic. And that's really, so many people for years were asking for these 2D Mario games to get a visual not upgrade, but a visual change. And that's what we got in this game. I mean, this doesn't look like other Mario games, which is, I think, a big reason why it's such a standout. I'm looking forward to it. I just, Game of the year, I don't know. This was a surprise for me, but I think it's because it's Mario and it's Nintendo, and I think there's just a level of industry praise that comes with that.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong with this looks suspiciously like a standard Mario platformer.
Well, yeah,
with really nice graphics.
It does look very pretty. They added a bunch of new power ups and stuff. From what I've heard that from people that have played it, it's not as it didn't break the mold as much as people wanted it to. I think a lot of people were just hungry for a just full send it, just do something different. Oh, he's on me now. I flicked him.
Now he's knocked out somewhere.
Sorry about that. But yeah, I think it wasn't quite the property shakeup people were looking for.
Well, I think it's funny that there was criticism leveled at Resident Evil for being a remake. How is this not a remake?
Well, it's not I mean, all the levels are unique. You'll probably still get the Mario 1-1 world that has every Mario game, but all the levels are new. All the content is new. That trailer did not really do it justice, I don't think.
It didn't impress me, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. If there was one that I could be okay cutting from these nominations, it would probably be this. But again, I haven't played it. Maybe when I play it, I'll change my mind. But
fair enough.
Yeah. So those are your Game of the Year nominations. Tell us what you think should win in the comments down below. I think our vote is soundly Baldur's Gate.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we have some other quick things I want to round up here in this section because we've gone kind of long. It has been a banner year for gaming. A couple nominations games I would like to highlight that didn't make Game of the Year nominations. Sea of Stars, highly recommend that if you like RPGs, that pixel style. That game is incredible. It's fantastic. Final Fantasy 16, Armored Core 6. These are all nominated in other categories, not Game of the Year. Starfield. Remember Starfield, everybody?
I have heard rumors of Starfield.
It's bad. I don't like it. I'll say it.
I heard it's got a really good engine for building Starship.
Yeah, I haven't done any of that.
That's what everyone seems to love about the game.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think since it's come out, it was praised pretty highly on release, but I think as people have been able to sit with it, I think it's somewhere in the middle of the pack, which is a disappointment, especially if you're an Xbox fan, because that was
supposed to be their game winner.
That was supposed to be their game winner, and it's nominated for one category, and it's probably not going to win.
What's that for? Biggest game of the year?
RPG, I think, is what it's up for. But Baldur's Gate's in that category, so it's not going to win. Yeah, so Jeff Keighley, the guy that runs it, he's like the brains behind the operation. He said that even though, it's a great year for gaming, we did have to limit it to 6. Let's see. Do we want to cover these other categories, or are we short on time?
You can run through them real quick.
So we got these are some that I just wanted to highlight. Best performance, we have Ben Starr for Final Fantasy 16, Cameron Monaghan for Jedi Survivor. Have you played that yet?
No.
Yeah, he does a good job. It's fine.
I didn't really like the first ones.
Oh, that's right. You didn't. We've talked about that before. Idris Elba for Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, which...
What was that, an add-on for Cyberpunk?
Yes.
Really?
But it's also like a remake, kind of, because with Phantom Liberty came the Cyberpunk 2.0 update, which like changed the whole game and made it what it should have been at launch, which is impressive and deserves acclaim, but...
Not that steaming pile of crap that we got at launch.
I love Cyberpunk since day one. I
love driving around a city and seeing random piles of trash just fall from the sky. It was such a just delightful thing.
I've been a Cyberpunk diehard supporter since day one. Not a CD Projekt Red supporter because they lied a lot, but I don't know. People are saying it's back, and it's kind of wild that Idris Elba is in the game.
That is kind of that's the thing. If you have a terrible release for a game, sign a celebrity to the next version of the game.
I own this DLC, but I have yet to play it because when I was playing Cyberpunk, I'm playing through it to experience the 2.0 stuff, which is very impressive, and I highly recommend going back to it if you want. You can drive around the city.
Is it another 15 terabytes of a download?
Probably.
It took 3 days to download it.
I'm going to butcher this woman's name, but Melanie LeBird.
Sure, that looks good.
From Alan Wake 2, she plays, I think her name's Saga in it. She's the other main character that isn't Alan Wake. Neil Newbon, who is Asterion, right? In Baldur's Gate 3. People love that guy. He didn't survive in my playthrough very long.
Didn't survive in mine either.
So, but I know he's captured the internet's.
Turns out a stake through the heart really does kill a vampire.
Yeah, I pretty much instantly killed him. I think he's one of the front runners. And then my boy, Yuri Lowenthal for Marvel Spider-Man 2. He is the best, and I hope he wins. But
right.
that's who I'm pulling for. I love Yuri. He kind of does the same voice all the time, but man, is it good. So
he's
yeah.
like the Nicolas Cage of voiceover.
Yeah, so we'll see who wins that. Really quickly, best independent game. I just wanted to cover this because this is where the controversy is. Defined as for outstanding creative and technical achievement in a game made outside the traditional publisher system. Remember that. It's going to be important. So we've got Cocoon. Haven't played it. Want to. Viewfinder is really, really interesting. The concept of that game is, are you able to pull footage really quick for it if you can? Maybe?
I can try.
Because you got to see it. You have a camera, and when you take photos, you can then go into the photo, and it changes the layout of the level. And it's tough to describe, but once you see it, it will like blow your mind. So yeah, we're pulling up a trailer real quick. I played the demo for this. I haven't played the full game, but it is it's really, really remarkable. And again, it's one of those games where you wonder how it even runs. So yeah, here, check this out. So he just takes the picture
for our viewing audience.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, audio listeners. Look up a trailer of Viewfinder. It's very cool. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is one of the reasons why the indie category is so
This looks like
important.
something that should be in my Oculus Quest.
Yeah, like it's incredible how this like works. And like I said, it's hard to describe for audio listeners, but go check it out. And I think the demo is still available. And you'll pretty much get the gist of it. But yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, how is this even running? And how does this even work? So yeah, that's Viewfinder. Sea of Stars is also up for the indie category. I love that game. That probably is in my top 5 for game of the year, for my personal game of the year. It's incredible. Dredge, which I think is a spooky game. And then Dave the Diver, which I love. Dave the Diver, also a great game. Is it an indie game, though, is what people are wondering. Because Dave the Diver is developed by Mint Rocket, which is a small team. But Mint Rocket is owned by Nexon, which is a multi-billion-dollar gaming company. So people are wondering,
That sounds like the evil corporation from a Bond movie
it does.
or something.
Yeah, it sounds like from RoboCop. So yeah, unfortunately, Dave the Diver is getting a lot of heat because of this. And the team at Mitt Romney, that's what I think I'm going to say. It is a small team, but they're getting all this heat because is it really an indie game? I don't know. What do you think? Because they had effectively a blank check to make this.
Well, and that's the thing is that you can have a small team, but when you're getting backed by a large corporation like that, and you've got the budget for it,
Right.
and you don't have the pressures of being that struggling indie developer trying to find an outlet for it and someone to push it and market it, I think you very quickly get outside of that indie game realm.
Yeah. And I still highly recommend you go play Dave the Diver. You run a sushi bar, you're exploring, you're a diver. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
That sounds exciting.
It's very exciting. I would make you pull up the trailer, but that was really hard to do for the other game. So, but yeah, Dave the Diver is great, but I don't think it should be in the indie category. That being said, you should still go play it.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably it for this segment.
Yeah, I think we got everything we could out of that. Go play Baldur's Gate 3. When we come back, we're going to get into the bummer part of the show where we talk about industry layoffs. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Insights into Entertainment. Today we're talking gaming. We just got done covering the Game Award nominations, and now we're going to talk about industry layoffs.
Of course we're talking gaming because you're on the show.
That's right. I should wear like a gamer sweater or
Should
something.
be Insights into Gaming when you're on.
It'd have like Mountain Dew in the intro. All right. So anyway, like I said at the top of the show, despite being lauded as one of the best years in gaming, the industry has been hit by massive layoffs at every level. At the time of writing, it's probably higher now. Around 6,000 people have been laid off in the gaming industry. There's a very helpful but depressing website called videogamelayoffs.com, and it's been tracking the numbers since the beginning of the year. It's just one of those stories you hear about every week if you're not covering anything, I'm not a journalist, but if you're following gaming news, it's one of those things that you can't really ignore, especially this year. And you know, I don't know anything about economics, but I feel like it's one of those things where when one company does it, there's a real chance of it starting a tidal wave of this, where it's like it doesn't make it okay, but from the company's point of view, it might have like, well, if everyone's doing it, we might as well just do it now to cut costs. What do you think?
Well, and I think what you run into really is when one company does it, there's a viable reason for doing it, and usually it's an economic reason, or you know, it could be depending on what the industry, but we've seen layoffs across the board, regardless of industry, not just video games, and companies that are doing perfectly fine, companies that are doing record numbers, record profits are laying people off. The unfortunate reality is that record profits, in order to get record profits, you either have to bring in more income, bring in more revenue, increase your margin on what it's costing you to do things. And to do that, you cut costs, you cut labor.
Yeah.
And that's usually the first thing people cut. And when you've got games that are releasing and you don't have another game in the pipeline that requires that level of labor commitment, that's the first thing that gets cut when it comes to the software industry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a segment coming up where we get into more the nitty gritty on why these layoffs happen. But I just wanted to highlight some of the big examples of these layoffs. One of which is at Unity, the software developers. They let go around 900 people this year alone. Unity has been in some very, very hot water lately. I don't know if you've been following any of this. They changed its pricing structure this year and basically nuked their whole brand for no reason. Not for no reason. They wanted to make more money. But like, it was crazy.
So explain what Unity is and what their product is.
So Unity is an engine, right?
Yeah, it's a game engine.
Yeah, that you can develop your game using Unity.
So a lot of the popular games that are out today are built on this game engine.
Right.
And when a game developer uses this engine, they pay a licensing fee to Unity to use it. So for every copy of the game that's sold, a percentage of that revenue goes to Unity for their royalties for that. And that's what they overhauled.
Right. So this is from The Verge. Unity they said that beginning next year, they would implement a pay-per download pricing scheme that would charge developers a flat fee anytime a game using Unity software is installed. I think the keyword there is installed.
Yes.
Right? Because
you can't do demos at that point in time without paying Unity.
Right. And that is including installs that may not be legal
Right.
through pirating and things like that. Also, multiple installations of a game, like if you uninstall it and reinstall it.
Well, because what happens is every time you install a game, the Unity engine reaches out to the licensing server. So if you do demos of the game, if you have pirated downloads of the game, if you uninstall it and reinstall it, every time it goes out and hits that licensing server to confirm that it's a valid license, as opposed to what it was before was on sales. So every time you would sell the game, that would then go towards the licensing.
This is more from The Verge. The fees are further broken down depending on where a game is purchased, meaning that a game bought in the US, UK, and other standard markets is assessed a higher fee than when it's bought in emerging markets like India or China. So, like, I don't know what they were thinking when they did this. This made a ton of people angry. Many developers, publishers, and consumers completely disavowed Unity. People wanted to boycott the game or the engine itself. And you got to understand, Unity is like the number one. It's like Unity and Unreal are like the two engines that pretty much everyone uses for any kind of game development. I mean, Unity has tried to walk some of this stuff back, but I think a lot of the damage might already have been done. What do you think?
Well, and the thing is, the regional pricing that they're talking about is not unusual in any other industry. So in any other industry, talking manufacturing, for instance, you have tariffs on purchased goods. So, for instance, I have a friend of mine who lives down in Peru. For him to buy a graphics card that costs $2,000 up here, he's got to pay $3,000 for it because of the tariffs. So Unity's logic is, well, if there's regional pricing based on tariffs because of purchased goods, then we can do the same thing for licensing. Well, the problem you run into is they're the first ones that are doing this.
Yeah.
Nobody else does this because there's no tariff on licensing. There's a tariff on imports when you're talking about actual
Physical.
manufactured goods. So there's no impetus whatsoever for their reasoning behind what they're doing. That's why they're taking the heat for it. And as a result, they're losing a boatload of business in the process.
And that results in 900 people losing their jobs.
Exactly.
And, should the CEO maybe have taken a pay cut instead of having to fire all these people? Maybe.
That's a very controversial philosophy a lot of rank and file workers have.
Yeah. Another company that I want to highlight is Embracer Group. They've been making all kinds of news in the last couple of years. They've been snatching up a lot of studios like Gearbox, who made Borderlands, and Crystal Dynamics, who you guys will probably know if you've played the new Lara Croft games. Embracer Group is sort of this conglomerate that's just been eating up studios.
Kind of like EA and all the other conglomerates out there.
Yeah. Except they're not doing it very well. They're now cleaning house. This is from IGN's Wesley Yin Poole. Embracer Group has said it has laid off 904 people. That's about 5% of its workforce. Since its financial struggles beginning following the collapse of the $2 billion deal, reportedly with the Saudi government, funded company Sabi Games Groups. When this deal didn't go through, this was like insane because it like fell apart like the day before it was going to happen, and like the industry was like, what's going to happen now?
Right.
Turns out a bunch of people are going to get laid off. In a recent statement, Embracer said they wanted to become a quote stronger company, I guess. Another they're closing whole studios too that they own now. So Volition, who developed the Saints Row games, they got another stab at Saints Row and it failed critically and commercially. They shut the studio down. So yeah, Embracer is kind of just cutting swaths from their company now. And a lot of it has to do with that $2 billion deal that fell through.
And this is typical, corporate mentality is that they're interested in the bottom line.
Right.
And anytime you have a publicly traded company that has a board of directors and it has, stock owners, your fiduciary duty is to the stockholders. And you trust the people that are making these decisions, who aren't always they're business people, but they're not necessarily software or game industry people. And that's sort of where you get that dirty corporate feeling that people tend to get here, is that they're just looking at the bottom line and they're going to cut their losses. They're going to cut what they think are losses in order to make money. And it's not just software. Bob Iger's doing the same thing at Disney and killing Disney. You've got industries across the board that are doing this type of stuff. They see something that's not raking in money. They have a certain margin that they want to meet. And if you're not meeting that margin, then you're a casualty, ignoring the fact that a lot of times the game industry doesn't work the same way these other manufacturing or entertainment industries work. The return on investment tends to be a much longer timeline that the corporate world and the stock world does not want to wait for.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of giant corporate companies, Amazon Games also had some layoffs. They recently cut 180 jobs from their games department. This comes during the largest sweep of layoffs at Amazon as a whole. We were talking about, industry-wide stuff, with nearly 27,000 jobs being cut in the last year. Now, we're talking about 6,000 layoffs in the gaming industry alone, 27,000 just from Amazon, just to put things in perspective.
But that's across the board in Amazon. That's
right.
Sales, manufacturing, warehousing, everything. And a lot of that for Amazon is Not because they're losing money, because they're not.
No, we actually have record profits.
Right. A lot of that has to do with improvements in how their processes work. A lot of automation going in place. They've roboticized a number of their plants. So they've negated the need to have physical labor here. And you'll notice only 180 of those 27,000 jobs were in the game industry.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people they had in their game studios to begin with, though.
Right. Yeah. So Amazon's revenue is up 13%. Probably helped cutting 27,000 people that you don't have to pay anymore.
Looks good at the bottom line.
Yeah. Net income tripled to 9.9 billion. That's from CNBC's Ashley Kaput. That's a funny name. Sorry, Ashley. But yeah, so profits are up. And like you said, you know, when the bottom line comes up, it's capitalism, baby. You know, that's the way the news goes.
So despite the game industry experiencing one of its best years, over 6,000 people faced layoffs. How do you think these job losses at various levels are impacting the industry's morale and future prospects, especially in light of such a successful game release year?
I mean, I follow a lot of people that are in game development on Twitter and stuff, and like I listen to a lot of gaming podcasts of people that are very close to people in the industry. It sucks. Turns out layoffs suck. I think it's really, really bad for morale. Because, you know, I think a lot of people they grind and grind and grind and try to get into the industry only for them to have a very high rate of getting laid off anyway. Especially when, like we talked about before, when a game ships, what happens now? And yeah, I you know, it's a great year for gaming, but it's tough to ignore all these layoffs. And if you were going into this industry, you're going to have to wonder, you know, am I going to be the next one to get laid off if I even can get a job in the first place?
Yeah, it's when you see this type of thing happen across the board, it's tough when it's your own company and they're doing layoffs. My company did layoffs this year too, and
So did mine.
and it has an effect on morale, and it has an effect on the output. And I think a lot of time the corporate entities that make these decisions never really go out and do a proper impact analysis to see what level of productivity is going to be affected
Yep.
by people with decreased morale, because the idea is, oh, well, if they don't perform, we'll just lay them off. Well, when people walk out the door, it's not a salary and benefits that's walking out the door that you can save money on. There's brain drain. You know, there's tribal knowledge that walks out that door that as a result, the people that are remaining, because the job still has to get done, and the people that are left to do that job are struggling now to do that job. So either it takes longer, the quality drops off, the volume drops off. And I think when corporate entities make these decisions, they don't always take that impact analysis into account.
Yeah, and speaking of quality, you just triggered something in my mind. This is a very small facet of this whole thing, but one of the sections that gets laid off a lot is quality testers. So that reflects in your game when your game doesn't work because you fired everybody that was going to test it. So I know EA fired a bunch of them lately. I think but again, it's one of those things where when your game's no longer in development, you have no need for these quality testers. But with games like Apex Legends, games that are live as a service that are continuously going in development, where do quality testers fall in that?
Well, and that's the thing. Having worked in the software industry for years, your ratio of testers to developers is usually 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And testing is always seen as the first area that gets cut.
Yep.
But what they don't realize is that you can't trust a developer to test their own code. They're too close to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a look at Larian Studios, right? So Larian Studios did their official release in October of Baldur's Gate 3. They've had 10 patches and 10 bug fix patches they put out, emergency bug fixes, and 3 or 4 major patch releases in that time. So the development doesn't stop when it goes out the door because it's never a finished product. You've got a lifetime of probably 4 or 5 years that you still have to support the product. So getting rid of the people once the game's out the door is probably short-sighted.
And within those 4 or 5 years, you're probably going to start development on your next game, especially with something like Baldur's Gate 3 that was insanely successful.
And by the time Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, by the time your premier game comes out, you've already got a pipeline that's full of schedules for what's next in line. And if you don't, then you might as well just shut your doors, because given the time frame it takes, where you're looking at 4 or 5 years of development to put a decent game out. So if you don't already have something in the pipeline and something in the works when your current game comes out, you're going to go out of business.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, you get this a lot with movies too. You know, these things take so long to make, and then it's out, and then people immediately want more.
Right.
And I mean, that's just how it goes. But hopefully that keeps some people employed too. So yeah, that's those are our layoff discussion. In our next segment, we're going to talk more about the causes of it. I know you did a lot of research for this, so I'll probably let you take over for it. But yeah, layoffs are bad. Layoffs are bad, and it sucks.
Layoffs are bad. Don't do layoffs.
Layoffs suck if it happens to you. But we'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, everybody. We're wrapping up the show today talking about the cause and the purpose of all these layoffs. So the trend of layoffs in the video game industry can be attributed to several factors, and understanding this is key to forecasting the trends during and its impact on the industry's future. And we go to our corporate shill, Joseph Whalen, for the layoff report.
Wow.
Why layoffs are a good thing. Go.
No, not why they're a good thing. What causes layoffs? So we already kind of touched on economic fluctuations. So the video game industry is not immune to the broader economic trends in the world. And economic downturns or market uncertainty can lead to budget cuts and staff reductions. And everyone knows where we are with inflation and how tight money is, and everything's costing more money. So that's pretty obvious right there. We're also looking right now, and it's first time in the industry's history that we're in a post-pandemic period. So we're still looking at adjustments from that. COVID-19 pandemic led to a surge in gaming as people sought entertainment during the lockdowns. This surge may have led to overhiring or overexpansion in some companies. As the world returns to normalcy, demand may stabilize or decrease, leading to restructuring.
There's also, people now are like, there's the discussion of work from home. Well, why wouldn't I just always work from home if I can? Especially when it comes to game development. A lot of these folks packed up their work computers and brought them home to keep working on games during the pandemic as best they could. So now, there's a discussion of, do we even need to be going back into, in the work? And that's across all industries. If we can, can we just keep the work at home thing going? And then, that's more cost cutting because then you don't have to rent office space.
Absolutely. And a lot of companies are looking at that as a possibility. In fact, behind you is a permanent workstation that's been set up for my wife, Michelle, now, who works from home 2 days a week as a result of that.
Yep.
And they saw what they can get out of it. So the other thing you look at is shifts in consumer behavior. Changes in gaming trends and consumer preferences can impact revenue streams. Companies may need to restructure to align with these shifts, leading to layoffs in departments that no longer align with new strategies. We also have technological changes. Advancement in technology can render certain skills or positions obsolete. As companies invest in automation and new tech, there may be a reduced need for certain roles. And then we get to the corporate shill side of things with financial management and strategic shifts.
Ugh.
So poor financial management or strategic pivots can necessitate cost-cutting measures, including layoffs, which is exactly what Unity ran into.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to make a buck, so they made a change in their strategic, product line there, and it came back to bite them.
It's a very nice way of saying we want to make as much money as possible all the time.
Absolutely. So tell us about what the actual impact of all this is on the video game industry.
Yeah, so I mean, there's innovation and competition. Layoffs can lead to a consolidation of talent, with larger companies absorbing experienced personnel. You got a little bit of that with Embracer. You know, now that they're all part of this conglomerate, maybe they're having some cross-studio development. This could foster innovation, but might also reduce competition if smaller companies struggle to compete, which is definitely true, especially when it comes to indie development, which is what we have next. As talented individuals leave larger companies, there might be a surge in indie game development, which I think we talked about this before when we were talking about the Microsoft Blizzard thing, where
Yes.
it's like as more studios are bought up and part of large corporate structures,
Something has to fill that vacuum, and the indie companies step in to do that.
Exactly. There's, this can lead to more diverse and innovative gaming landscape, which I'm all for. Assuming, it's, I'm all for the creative side of things, as you can probably tell by this. It's tough to see, but maybe that is a silver lining.
Well, and the one advantage you get from the indie side of things is you don't get the corporate shield. You get idealism. You get companies that come in here with this idealistic view of, I'm going to make this for the fans. I'm going to listen to the fans, and I'm going to produce something for the fans. If it doesn't sell, then the corporate guys come in, they suck up the company, and then they move on. A lot of times, for the longest time, BioWare was of that philosophy of, you had a couple of regular guys there that wanted to make good games for people, and they did, until they sold their souls to EA and moved on.
We would all do it, let's be honest.
I would too. Hell, if I could get, a couple $1 million for this podcast, I'd sell it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, next episode we're gonna have McDonald's branding all around the place. I highly recommend you play Sea of Stars, because it is a very similar situation. I'm blanking on the name of the developers, but it's like that, where they made another game called The Messenger, but they all seem like very down-to-earth people. We have shifts in job roles. The industry may witness a shift in the types of roles that are in demand, with more emphasis on technologies like AI, VR, and cloud gaming. I don't know about VR. Are we done with VR?
I think VR is pretty much, although Apple wants to bring VR back, I think they're missing the boat.
They're going to make people spend like $10,000 for a headset.
So you can get freaky eyes on the outside of your headset.
Yeah. We talked about this already a little bit, but the impact on gaming quality and diversity. Layoffs can lead to reduced manpower, impacting quality. However, they can also force companies to focus on core competencies and produce higher quality titles, which is kind of what Sony's doing. They're spending and taking the time to have all these first party games that are, industry wide successes, commercially and critically, that sort of hold up the brand just by virtue of existing. And finally, employee well-being and industry reputation, which the gaming industry already has a pretty bad reputation in terms of like crunch culture, which is probably still happening. But I think it has been reduced because it was exposed a lot with how often a lot of these devs are crunching. And you hear stories from like 2005 of people pulling like 30-hour days. And it's like, oh my God, how did we let that happen? But hopefully that's a little bit better now.
And I've been on build teams, not for the gaming industry, but in the software industry, where we've put in 36, 48 hours straight to get a build out the door for, an artificial deadline that was set by a product manager because he made a promise to a customer. So it happens across the board.
Yeah. This might affect the ability to attract top talent in the future, which is true. If your industry has a terrible reputation and fires people all the time, people probably don't want to work for you.
Amen to that.
So yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums everything up. That covers the layoffs. Of course, we started off pretty positively with the Game Awards.
So considering the influence of economic fluctuations on the video game industry, how do you think companies can better prepare for market uncertainties to avoid drastic measures like layoffs, especially given the industry's recent success?
I don't know. Maybe pay higher ups less, which is never going to happen, but it's a suggestion. I know everybody turns to what was his name? He was a Nintendo CEO, Iwata, I forget his name, but Nintendo, when the Wii U came out and like completely failed, he ended up taking a pay cut so they didn't have to lay people off. Now everybody looks to that like it was a miracle, because it kind of was,
Right.
And people don't, CEOs are never going to do that, but that would be nice if that was the alternative to laying people off. But it's just not it's not the way that capitalism goes, unfortunately.
See, and I think it has to be research and development. I think if you got enough irons in the fire, if you throw enough stuff against the wall, something's going to stick. And if you've got a couple of games that are in there, you can tell after 2 or 3 years of development if your game's going to be a success, because at that point in time, you've trotted out previews at a couple of game shows. You've had some industry experts take a look at it. You've got some play time with it, and people need to be more antiseptic, I'll say, in their judgment of their products. If you get to that point and the product isn't very good, you need to cut your ties to it and move on.
Yeah, it's funny you mention that, because you should look into the development cycle of Redfall. We covered that last time I hosted for a gaming show, but since that game's come out and like is awful, devs have come out and said that like they knew this game was going to fail, but they had to release it anyway because you had to put something out, and it was like sunk cost fallacy where we spent all this time. We probably should cancel this game and rework it, but higher ups need us to release something, so here's what you get.
Well, and going back to one of my old favorites, Star Wars: The Old Republic, same thing. They spent almost 10 years of development on that, 6 of which was trying to build their own game engine before they realized they couldn't, and they wound up using a 10-year-old game engine to basically reskin the entire game for it. And then they released it, and within the first 6 months, they lost 50% of their subscribers because the game just wasn't up to what it was supposed to be. At some point in time, you need to have the sense to pull the plug on it.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, and you have other projects that are in the works that are under development, you shift your resources to something that's more promising.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll, with all these layoffs, and maybe somebody will learn something from it, hopefully.
Yep.
But yeah, so any final thoughts? I feel like we've covered a lot of this. We've shared our opinions.
We've beaten the horse quite well here.
Well, I guess that's going to wrap things up for today. Thank you so much for listening. Before we head out, we've got some more show plugs for you. If you haven't
But the
already,
first set wasn't enough.
I know the plug's so nice we do them twice. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you doing? Pause this, go subscribe, come back, rewind it, play from the beginning. You can subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, maybe Stitcher if it's still around, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and of course, Pandora. If you have any comments or questions about today's show, email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter. Some people call it X, insights_things. Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you've got Twitch Prime, and we'd love to have that Prime sub over at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where some of you may be watching us live stream right now. Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Instagram at insightsintothings. And all of these links and so much more can be found on insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap things up for today.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Stay safe, everybody.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end, folks. So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human. The test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to, change what we define it as well. It's not just text based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on artificial intelligence?
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You know, you have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and you know they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online, and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data, and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product, and then 5 seconds later an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we've run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
assist? Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. You know, when we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence, of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking artificial intelligence today. So and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into 2 categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where, you know, it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You could even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. You know, the couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them off. So
Oh, that's helpful.
they're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting into like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know what we ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, most of what we do now, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Gary Kasparov would differ.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On this show, we like to say theater of the mind. That's kind of like that. Theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require thorough understanding of the people and the things within an environment, including understanding feelings and behaviors. There's no examples because they don't exist, but attempts at mimicking human emotion in automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this, and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for Chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, but everybody expresses emotion in different ways. So you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name of it. We learned it in college, but it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? You know, that's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or
Right.
a certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like, I don't know if I, as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence, would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already, and some of the challenges we've had, where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox Series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input: voice inflection, body movement, you know, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are. But you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. You know, one of the implementations that people have talked about with this is customer service. You know, they had the one hotel in Tokyo that didn't last very long, that the front desk was entirely run by automaton.
I'm sure that was a blast.
And it was because they thought the automatons would interact better with people than people would, which I'm not really sure why you would think that. But the problem you run into is you get into that uncanny valley scenario where people are just creeped out by it. It looks enough like a human to make you think it is, but not enough to know it is. So it made people feel very uncomfortable. But I could see in a situation like that where you're implementing emotional stuff, detection, where you want to know if someone's angry. You know, do I really need to get a manager? Are you like stuff like that, where you're interacting with people?
I could see that.
It's funny that they're exploring that path now, when you have grocery stores that are doing away with their self-checkout because people dislike not having a human to deal with at a register now. So it's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, if it's a regional thing or what, but it seems people are kind of finicky.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, it's like, is it cost effective to build a robot to talk to people than to just hire someone for minimum wage to work at the front desk?
Right. That's a
And
very good
I know
point.
the argument is that, well, the robot could do it for forever, whereas we have to worry about this person, you know, their livelihood, and, you know, they need to go to the bathroom, take a break, things like that. Robots don't have to do that. But it's like, I mean, come on.
You don't have to contribute to a 401k with robots either.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to swap out a few parts every once in a while.
Right.
So I don't know. And the practicality is where I get hung up on of how are we really going to use these things, and are they going to be worth the effort and time we're putting into trying to figure it out?
I agree, and I think it's almost like it's a fun school project people are working on. But you know, the golden ring, or the prize of artificial intelligence, at least as far as sci-fi tells us, is self-awareness. Self-awareness is where the AI, they only exist hypothetically right now, and only in science fiction for the most part.
Yeah.
But these are the types of systems that can understand internal traits and states and conditions and perceive human emotions. And these machines are smarter than the human mind, which is really what's terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. They'll be able to understand and evoke emotions in those it interacts with, but it'll also have its own emotions, its needs, its beliefs. You know, this is where we get into things like a HAL 9000 from 2001 or Skynet or something like that I don't know if anyone's shooting for self-awareness. Is self-awareness possible with today's technology?
I was actually just thinking about that because, like, you have in here about it having its own emotions and needs, and I think it would be more terrifying if it didn't have emotions, if it was purely logical, right? Because, you make a AI and it instantly determines that humans are bad for the planet and decides to wipe us out.
Right.
Because, we could make that conclusion, but we're also, we are humans. We're not going to wipe ourselves out, intentionally. So it's like, I don't know if we would get to the point where that's possible. I don't know. I obviously don't know anything about programming, but how would we program emotion? I guess, you're seeing the baby steps with this facial recognition software, but at what point are we able to program emotions? Is it something like using a human brain as the blueprint? I have no idea where this would go, but it sounds like fantasy, but one that is close enough to reality that, maybe, but I just don't know how they would do it.
And you make a very valid point there. I think humans in general have a very difficult time dealing
in AI.
Right.
So the AI is like part human, kind of. Something like that. But I don't think we can do that yet, and I don't know how we would.
And you know what? I think that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now, I think, is our computing power.
Yep.
In order to produce the amount of computational power that the human brain has, you need the fastest supercomputer right now to even approach it. And I think until we get to, real practical quantum computing, I don't think we have much of a hope of even reproducing that. People, I think, don't understand how remarkably capable the human brain is.
A lot going on.
Yeah, how fast it operates, how many different things it can do at one time. And computers just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yes, computers are very good at doing the same thing over and over again, and they're very good at doing math. But they're only that good because humans make them that good.
Yeah, and it's when you get that line of where what we're creating is superseding us that it's like, okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point. We can take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about, is artificial intelligence dangerous in its current form and future forms? We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So Elon Musk wrote, "The pace of progress in artificial intelligence," he says, I'm not referring to narrow AI, "is incredibly fast. Unless you have direct exposure to groups like DeepMind, you have no idea how fast. It's growing at a pace close to exponential. The risk of something seriously dangerous happening is in the next 5-year time frame, 10 years at most."
Where was this quote from?
So this was from Elon Musk. I didn't see where the quote.
I just wanted to see if we were still in the window or not.
I didn't get a date on that, but I have to imagine we're pretty close to that window.
Any day now, the robot uprising is going to happen.
Well, the fact that he made cars that are self-driving and running people over and killing them tells me right now that AI actually physically is dangerous.
He can make himself sound smarter by just becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So what do you think of that? I mean, I think there's a lot of scholars, there's a lot of scientists that talk about AI. Elon Musk is a guy who's neck deep in it. You know, he's building them. He's releasing them. You see what we do. You know, SpaceX has rockets that fly back to Earth and land themselves. Tesla has cars that can drive themselves and park themselves and stuff. So that's real practical AI that's in the world now. How serious do you think you take this kind of warning from Elon Musk?
Not that seriously. Just because I don't see any like real world application of this idea, right? I also don't know what DeepMind is, but it sounds very scary. But I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like we would be seeing more examples of it other than the Teslas running people over and causing traffic. But that's just faulty hardware. That's not necessarily, the AI thinking for itself and choosing to kill all humans. That's a functionality issue, right? So I don't know. I don't think it would be this quick. I just think we would see more implementation of AI in our day-to-day lives.
Now, yes, it's Elon Musk, so there's a lot of
Take it with a big old grain of salt.
there's a lot of self-promoting, angles that he goes through here. But we've got artificial intelligence in machines that are capable of killing people, not designed to, but capable.
Right.
We also have it designed into devices that are designed to kill people. You've got Predator drones that are AI driven. You've got Tomahawk cruise missiles that are AI driven. You've got Phalanx Sea-Wiz close-in war weapon systems on ships that are AI driven. These are machines that are built already to kill and are powered by AI. Are those potentially dangerous, or do you think we have enough control over those?
Well, I mean, they're weapons, right? So they're inherently dangerous. It would be more about, again, I just think, are we shooting for the notion of them like rising up and like actively trying to kill people? Because I think it would be much more realistic for them to just be taken over by another human, right? To have somebody hack into them or to have them malfunction and instead of targeting here, you're targeting somewhere else where you're not supposed to. I just don't think it would be the AI necessarily choosing to kill a bunch of people. I think instead it would be a malfunction.
So to paraphrase, we're hoping that it's humans that are the problem,
Right.
and not the AI that's
Exactly.
the problem.
And we can count on that.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that logic makes sense because you can count on that human factor. Like, it's very likely that you would have a foreign entity attack our infrastructure here before I think you would have an AI go rogue and shut down the power grid.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you're not going to, you talked about the Predator missiles. Like, the Predator missile's not going to wake up one day and go, hey, I'm going to go blow up that town. Someone's going to have to tell it to go do that. We're not at the point where these things can, actively, pursue missions or pursue goals on their own unless they're told to by somebody else, like an operator.
So, all right, let's run with that for a second. So they're not going to rise up. You're not going to have a Skynet take over the world and nuke the entire world. But you have machines that are trusted to go do a job that may involve violence.
Mm-hmm.
If those machines can then be usurped by a nefarious third party, and our trust in those machines allows them to continue to do their job, when they get usurped, we have a new target designation.
Right, exactly. And that's I think where you get into the real world danger of this. But I mean, that's our world in general has a heavy reliance on computers, right? And so I think that comes with the risk, right? Of the ease of use and the scale of our operations. You need something like AI to run it because it's not feasible for people to do it all the time. And I think that just comes with the territory of, if this is how we're going to run things, then there's a chance that someone could take it over. It's no different than, well, it's different, but we're reducing a little bit. But if you had a gun and someone took your gun and killed you with it, it's the same thing.
So AI is the tool.
Yeah.
It's not the intent.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Until we get to the point where, we have a fleet of drones that are, flying around the globe just taking pot shots wherever they want, that are programmed. Well, I guess they wouldn't be programmed at that point. But I'm saying, instead of a fleet of jets flown by pilots. If it was a fully automated, a bunch of drones where they could all communicate and make their own decisions, once they get into that level of autonomy, that's when you're running into more of an AI-based issue, I think.
So Russia's president, Vladimir Putin,
We're getting all the banner people out here today.
He said at one point in time, artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world.
That's a little extreme.
First off, do you agree with that?
I mean, I guess, because at that point, wouldn't you just have the strongest army too? If it's he says it's got enormous opportunity, right? So then by that logic, you would, unless those unpredictable threats like make it worse for you. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's any different than having the strongest standing army, right? And whoever has that, you're by default the most powerful, unless you control like the economy. That's different. But in terms of like military force, if you have a bigger or more effective army, yeah, you're going to be more powerful, right?
So, do you think that in order to combat nations, like assuming Russia's gearing up towards artificial intelligence, do you think the only way to combat nations like that is with your own artificial intelligence?
I think so. I mean, that's how these things usually go, right? Like an AI arms race, which, hey, sci-fi authors out there, that's a free title. But, yeah, I just think it's going to... And you're going to dig yourself into a hole, right? Because the more we go into this AI route, the more you're getting into these threats that are difficult to predict, like he's talking about. So the further we go with this technology, the more we're getting on that edge of accidentally making something that could either get its own intelligence or something that is more likely to be, like you said, usurped and used against the, whatever country's making it.
Okay. Now we're talking AI in actual active weapons there, but there's potential danger elsewhere too. What about social manipulation? What do you think AI could do from a social manipulation standpoint? I mean, so far we've had social media, I don't want to say usurped because it's being used as it's designed.
Right.
But you've had situations where you've got Facebook and the whole Cambridge Analytics, and you've got Twitter trying to, all the Twitter files coming out now telling us how people try to manipulate elections and stuff. Where do you think AI falls in there? Is AI, is that algorithm as you go through your social feed, is that AI manipulating you in such a way that it could be dangerous?
Absolutely. And I think that this is where you get into the things that are much more real world dangers, right? Especially when it comes to things like social media, you run into that echo chamber issue where you're only hearing ideas and things that reinforce what you think. So you never hear anybody else's ideas, for better or worse. But generally, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should be able to, see ideas from everybody and then interpret them how you want. But when you get into this with social media where you're seeing the same things over and over again, it just reinforces your own beliefs and makes you double down. And it makes everybody closed-minded and more isolated from each other and more extreme in their beliefs, too, in certain situations. So I think when you're getting into things like that, and like you said, the Cambridge Analytica thing where it's straight-up manipulation of people, I think when those have real-world consequences, which they did and still do, I think that's much more dangerous than worrying about a drone going rogue or something like that.
Well, surely manipulating the mindset of common citizens isn't something that's unique to AI. I mean, you had the Nazi Germany had an entire propaganda ministry that was designed to do that. You've had this type of thing that was driven by humans for hundreds of years now. What does AI bring to the plate that makes it any more dangerous than just humans doing this type of activity?
I think it's the scale and the pace of it, right? So AI is very good at learning. That's what it does, or at least whatever. I'm talking about the algorithm in social media.
Right.
It's good at learning what you do, what you look at, and I think it can do it at a pace and with an effectiveness that humans just can't do, or can't do as fast, or on such a big of a scale. I mean, a human could look at what you do on Twitter, what you click on, what you like, but it would take them much longer to figure out, okay, well, what should I serve them next in their timeline that they'll click on, versus an AI looking at it and figuring it out like that. So I think it just makes it more effective and efficient, honestly.
That's a very good point. So the other one that they talk about is invasion of privacy and social grading. I don't know if we've never really talked about social grading in the past here. It's being done in some Asian countries already, where depending on what your reputation in social media is how you're treated in society. But I've seen this in sci-fi as well, where it's extremely emphasized in how people treat you. But from an invasion of privacy, you brought up a very good point of, well, everything's listening, and if I say something, I start getting advertisements. Is that a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I know people that feel like they're being manipulated. They'd rather it be not targeted and just give me what I want.
Well, that's what targeted advertising is they give you what they think you want. Without targeted advertising, you're just going to get a bunch of crap thrown at you there. I mean, is that really a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think when you, like, the people that have issues with it, I think they see it as of being manipulated, that even if it's something I want.
Well, advertising is manipulative.
It's true, which is why it's so effective.
That's the definition of advertising.
I know. I just think it's like, I think people have an issue with it because it's that invasion of privacy of, even in my own home, I'm being sampled for data and it's being regurgitated back at me so I can become a better consumer. You know, like it eventually it just feels like it's all boiling down to you just pumping money into you know the economy.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It is effective though if you're a business owner.
Absolutely.
From a capitalist standpoint, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones they talk about is misalignment between our goals and the machines. And this one, I don't know how much of a problem this was. The great example they give is you get into a self-driving cab and you say, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. Okay. But if the machine itself is doing what it thinks you asked it to do, that could involve exceeding the speed limit. It could involve dangerous driving. It could involve driving into the river that's between you and the airport to try to get you there. I think this is kind of a silly example of, you know, I mean, this is no different than people following their GPSs off the road, you know. Is this something we need to worry about, where if we're putting our lives in the hands of these machines at some point in time, and you know, they're already talking about having air taxis to the airport and stuff like that. So you're ramping up the level of complexity and the level of danger associated with the reliance on these machines. Is it possible that somebody misses a line of code that says stop at stop signs? Is that a danger?
I mean, not really, right? If these things are being put out on a global scale, surely they would test them, right, and see if that's an issue. You've had some issues with this with self-driving cars where they have malfunctions, where they'll, you know, I saw one the other day where a Tesla was in like a tunnel and just stopped, and I don't know why, and then like 8 cars hit it. So things like that will happen, but I think if you're talking about like the foundation of the code getting out there, that's something's wrong with it, I don't really think you have to worry about that. I feel like it would be extremely irresponsible of whatever company is making it to put it out there, not having it be fully vetted, especially when you're getting into like transportation and things like that.
There was one example of a Tesla that was driving on a highway at high speed, which they supposedly excel at. They're very good at that because that's how the sensors work best and the computer works best and everything.
Going fast?
On a highway situation where they're not doing stop and go traffic a lot. And what happened was there was a vehicle that was in the left lane that this thing was driving in, and it wasn't expecting a vehicle. It wasn't expecting a stationary target. And because they use LiDAR and they use radar, and they'll gauge the distance between themselves and the next machine. And the assumption is that machine's going to be moving so he can make calculations based on timing. And what happened was this vehicle was stopped in the left-hand lane. The device, the smart car, saw that the machine was there. But because it wasn't moving, it assumed that it was a glitch in the sensor, never tried to hit the brakes, and literally accelerated right through the vehicle. And it did everything it was supposed to do based on the rules that it had. And someone had missed a rule that said, hey, there's a chance that something could be stopped in your lane. You have to stop for it.
Yep.
And that got out there after all this extensive testing. That still got out there into production. So there's a chance that you can get code that's broken out there.
That's true.
How do you deal with that? Who's liable at that point in time?
I mean, probably the company still, right? I mean, it's still their self-driving car that rammed into it. I think the onus is still on them. Even if it's something that they could never predict, then don't make the technology. If there's a chance that something like this could happen, then maybe it's just not meant to be. Or we just go through the trial and error of, potentially people losing their lives until we figure it out and put out enough software updates, if you want to look at it in like a morbid sense. But I mean, there's things
that could be a high attrition rate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just think maybe at a certain point, if the body count gets high enough before you get version 4.0, maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just stick to driving ourselves around, or we limit it to, certain public transportation options instead of every consumer having their own self-driving car.
And that's certainly a consideration to solve some of these things. And the last danger I wanted to talk about was discrimination. We had already kind of talked about this to a certain extent with
the social grading,
and with the malfunction of the Microsoft camera system for minorities. How do you think this would have an impact on society itself from a discrimination standpoint? Either facial recognition AI. We had one situation very recently in our area here where somebody was arrested and held for, I think, 48 hours based on facial recognition that was completely wrong. So it's already happening. Is that a danger that we need to be aware of? Is there checks and balances that can be put in place? Should we not be relying on AI for this type of thing?
I mean, yeah, no, we should not be. If this is gonna happen, yeah. I mean, sure, there's mix up with people getting held when they're not supposed to, and that's an issue for another day of the justice system and things like that. But I think that when it comes to things like this, where you're affecting people's lives, you should probably have a double check system or like a backup to be like, okay, well, the robot figured it out, but let's just use our own eyes and see if this is the guy.
Yeah, well, and I see something like this being used extensively in high traffic areas, airports, right? So you want to be safe going through the airport, but you want to be expeditious in moving people through. So a lot of things that we do, we rely on technology to accomplish that. If you get a certain failure rate of that system itself, is that tolerable, or should that be 100% accurate?
That's a good question. I mean, if you're going to be the 99% effective and you get that 1%, there still needs to be a human element so that person isn't held for 3 days because they got the wrong person. Like, there needs to be, if someone gets pulled up on facial recognition, someone needs to look at it and have that person come and I'm just saying there needs to still be a human element. We can't let it totally be run by the machines if they're not going to be 100% accurate.
So you need a path of resolution that is human involved. And I have my own story. There was about 2-3 years ago, I got a ticket at the mail for a vehicle that I didn't even own. And it came back as a red light camera somewhere in North Jersey, which I knew I'd never even been to the town. It was like Amboy or something like that. So they send it with a picture, and you look at the picture, and there's a link to the video for it, and you look at the video, and it had, 5 characters, 6 characters on a license plate? It had all the characters on a license plate that I hadn't had of the vehicle in 20 years. And that plate was originally registered to me, but there was a glitch either on the camera or on the plate. You couldn't read one of the digits in the middle. So the AI just assumed that it was my plate, generates a ticket, and sends the ticket out to me, and I get an order to appear in court. That's AI-driven problems that you have that should have been looked at by a human being, but because of the number of tickets that they produce, you can't. The whole point of having an automated system is because you can't have a human looking at all these things. However, to your point, I was able to call them up, explain to them what it was. They were able to resolve the ticket on the phone, and I didn't have to go for the court appearance. So that system at least had that path to resolution, whereas I think as long as we have that in place, we're safe. But do you want to be that guy that they make that mistake with?
No, and that's the territory, right? If we're gonna rely on these things, and it's like it's something similar to getting on a plane or something, where you're giving up a amount of control for convenience or for convenience. Honestly, if you're gonna give up that element of what you can control, then there's a risk that comes with that, no matter what it is. And I think that this is an example of that.
That just sounds like a really poor way of explaining the way airplane crashes.
Hey, man, you get on the plane, you got to expect it, all right?
We expect the least expected.
I bring a parachute every time I travel.
All right. I think we've kind of exhausted where we can go wrong with AI at this point from a danger standpoint. Let's take our last break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the impact of AI on our world today and moving forward. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, and thank you to today's sponsor, the Second Sith Empire.
Really paid for all that airtime, huh?
They are an awesome guild. I recommend everyone look them up. Anyway, moving right along.
Hit it one more time.
Anyway, so let's look at what the impact of AI on the world today. So some quick figures I dug up here from simplylearn.com. So the revenue from artificial intelligence software market worldwide is expected to reach $126 billion by 2025. That's significant. Not huge, but significant. Gartner predicts 37% of organizations have implemented AI in some form.
I thought they'd be higher.
I would have too. The percentage of enterprises employing AI grew 270% over the last 4 years. And according to Servion Global Solutions, by 2025, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI.
So we got 2 years to figure that out.
That's right. And a recent 2020 report from Statista reveals the global AI software market is expected to grow approximately 54% year over year and is expected to reach a forecast size of $22.6 billion. Which doesn't really make sense because the other one was 126.
Sure does. Hey, man, data's weird. They all got different conclusions.
It's numbers, right?
Don't worry about it.
I think the conclusion here is that AI is very much embedded in our lives now. Are we better off for that, or are we worse off for that?
Oh, that's a good question. We've looked at like every aspect of AI, and I think it's good in some aspects, right? We're taking the load off of humans if we can run things with an AI just to make our lives a little bit easier. I think that's a good thing because at a certain point when we're talking about things on a global scale, it's just not practical to expect humans to be able to run all that 24/7. But then when you get into the more dangerous aspects of social manipulation, we're about to get into the discussion of how it affects creative endeavors. I think that's when you start getting into the dangerous territory, and it's really going to be a question of where does this go in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we getting that full on AI integration in every day of our lives? Or is it still like it is now where it's more in the background? It's not necessarily as prominent.
And I agree. I think we're very, very much on the cusp of something significant here. I think we're kind of nipping around the edges right now until we get deeper into it. Some of the special projects that I did want to talk about, one that's in the news now, is ChatGPT. Their tagline is optimizing language models for dialogue. And this is a chatbot that is human-like interactions. You can ask it things, it'll answer them. One of the things, this happens to actually be something that I had directed my developers at the office to dig into a little bit. One of the functions that I see with this is helping to automate and personalize communication for our sales force. So the concept that we had come up with a few years back, and the technology wasn't there yet, was our salespeople know their customers. So the salespeople can go in and drop in notes. You know, Tom likes the Phillies. His wife's name is this. His kids' names are this, and they're going to these colleges. They can put in this metadata about the person. And eventually, the idea was to have this technology that could take this metadata and write a monthly email to each one of your customers that's personalized, that might have specific information as far as offers that we might have, but it looks like it's coming from you. And we want to write these, hand them off to the salesperson, let the salesperson read it and okay it, and then send it out. And we're literally within months of being able to have the system start writing emails like that. Is that, in your opinion, is that a viable, good way of using AI, or are we stealing some of the human element there? Are we muddying the waters?
I mean, it depends on how much you care about these handwritten or emails, you know, these personalized emails. If you're okay sacrificing the human element of it, then it's fine. It still has the human element, right? The salespeople still have to know their customers. They still have to know
exactly
the things that make it personal, and they still okay before it's sent off. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that.
But if I have a salesperson who doesn't compose emails very well, is it ethical for them to use this system to compose their emails for them, or is it the same as having an assistant doing it for you, or is it different because it's AI?
That's a good question. It's like cheating on homework, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, in the real world, you're not like, I don't know. It's cheating on homework in the real world isn't as big of a deal as it is in high school. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to make these sales, right? So if you're not good at writing emails, first off, I don't know how far you would have gotten as a salesperson. But second, it's like a tool, I think. In this instance, it's like another tool to use. If emails aren't your thing, but when you're in one-on-one interactions, you can make the sale, good for you. You can use this as a tool. If you are relying on this to do your job for you, that's a little bit different, right? If you're relying on it to make sales pitches for you and to reach out to customers, and you're kind of just sitting back and maybe putting in a few inputs, then you're relying on it too much, and it's becoming an issue because you're not doing the work.
So it's just a matter of pacing how much you use the tool.
Yeah, and implementation.
So the next one I wanted to talk about was Canva. So Canva is a AI-based image generating software out there, and there's a number of them out there now. And you basically give it text input and say, give me a picture done up like Van Gogh of a horse in a rainbow. And it'll go out there and it'll source thousands of different images, and it'll come back and it'll generate what's considered an original image for you, so you don't have to make it yourself. But that image itself is a compilation of all these other works. Is that something that is going too far, or are there any moral implications to that we have to worry about?
Yeah, this is actually the whole reason I wanted to do this episode was things like this. I know we covered the doom and gloom of AI taking over the world, but this is where I think it really is. It strikes a chord with me of it's essentially making like art sausage, but like if you didn't make any of the components of the sausage to begin with, you kind of just put it in the blender and called it your own. It's really devaluing art and the human element of it. And when people feel that they can get this app and make art like with no effort, it kind of defeats the purpose of it in general. There's also Lensa, which is similar to it. And I had an article linked here where there was cases where you could see artist signatures on the final product, what Lensa would create, because it was just stealing artwork from other people. And that's how a lot of these AI work, is that you put in what you want and it scours the internet and will take from other artists' pages, usually without permission. It just kind of steals it and then, incorporates it back into itself and spits it out for you. But you feel like you've made this, and you really haven't. You didn't do any. I mean, you didn't. You don't know how to do digital art or anything like that. It's like putting it on easy mode. But also the bigger thing is stealing from the people that did make something, and I really think it's an issue.
So let me ask you something, and we'll kind of go down the moral path here. If I don't have any artistic ability whatsoever, but I need to come up with a picture, and let's say I need a picture of a tree, and I don't know how to make a picture of a tree, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to look at other people's samples, and I'm going to find one that I really, really like, and then I go and I kind of try to recreate that as my image of a tree. Is that the same moral ambiguity as what a Canva is doing? Because Canva had the same problem. They wound up getting sued by Getty Images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they weren't even pulling the watermarks out.
Oh,
It was
man.
so bad. Is me using someone else's inspiration to make my own different than these AIs going out there and grabbing these? Because they don't always take a one-to-one image. They may take portions of an image, almost like sampling a track in music, and then they assemble it together from multiple different sources. What's the difference in the two of those?
Well, I think, in your example, I'm assuming you're like drawing it yourself.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's the thing. That's where I think the line is. With the AI generated art, you're just typing in what you want and it just appears, and it's compiled from other images. With the inspiration, you are taking inspiration from that thing that somebody else made and then making your own interpretation of it. Even if it's not very good, you still put in the time and the work to make it something original, even if it's inspired by something else. Like you said, with sampling music, you can take a sample from another song that somebody else made, but then you incorporate that section of it and you make a whole new thing out of it. It's its own thing, even if it's borrowing from something else. And I think that's kind of where the line is drawn.
That's a good point. The other thing with Lensa is Lensa has one of the big functions Lensa adds is what they call their magic correction. So you take a picture of someone, you run it through the Lensa filtering. You have the filters with Snapchat and stuff like that can make the googly eyes and all that crazy stuff that you can do. Is the AI that's doing that different, or do you take exception to that from a creative standpoint when it's taking your art and enhancing it because maybe you don't have the technical capabilities to do that?
I mean, that's a good question. It's similar to, photoshopping an image, right? Or using a filter on Instagram, where it's not authentically the thing, but it's, I don't know. As long as you still made it from the beginning, I think it's a little bit better than just straight up stealing the art. But I still think it's messing with the authenticity of it, right? And it gets into our perception of what is made by humans and what is made by AI, and what does that mean for art if we can't tell the difference. And I think that's sort of the road we're going down at this point. When it gets into the enhancement, it's not as bad. It's still not great.
Well, and I'll counter that and say if you can't tell the difference between whether it's man-made or machine-made, isn't that really the ultimate goal of AI at that point, is to make it indistinguishable from human hands?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Because if you can't tell the difference, but it still stole a bunch of other people's art, then it is actively devaluing all the art that it just stole from, even if you can't tell the difference. Even if you don't know that it took from, 10 other artists to make this, it still happened, right? And it's still, even if it's indistinguishable, the consequences of it are still real.
So the dilemma that you're referring to here is more the sourcing of where it gets its material from, rather than the generation of that material.
Right, because it's not magic, right? Like the AI is not making it is. It's not like physically drawing it, I mean, but it's not necessarily entirely originally from the mind of the AI. It's taking from other people to make it, and that's kind of where the issue is.
So it's just creative copying.
Yeah.
So all right, let me ask you this. If you were an artist and you had a vast portfolio of your own artwork and you use that solely to power your AI, and you decided that you're going to recreate your art in the AI style, is that legitimate?
Yeah, as long as it's only taken from your stuff. Like if that's things that you made that are I'm not going to get into the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer, but if you can guarantee that it's only pulling from your art and you are totally signing off on it, then yeah, that's fine. It gets into it when it's taking other people's art without their consent or knowledge.
So, all right, being a Star Wars fan and a Eagles fan, let me throw a couple examples of non-AI out there where both of those entities have taken what they've had, they've modified those and regurgitated it back out to the public strictly for money purposes. There wasn't anything to enhance the art. There wasn't anything to make it better or different or really anything. It was literally, I just want more money, so I'm going to re-release it. Do you have a moral issue with that? With people basically exploiting their own material for money there, trying to, I'm going to say, con people out of buying it again, because I'm one of those idiots who does it.
I was going to say, yeah. Not really, no. I mean, morally, yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, you shouldn't be scamming people, but these things have value, and there's a reason that, they're getting the money that they are. They wouldn't be re-releasing if they weren't making money. But it's not like fundamentally impacting how we view art, right? It's just someone making a quick buck because they're re-releasing their greatest hits for the 1000th time. It's not like, it would be like if the Eagles released a record that was music that was all samples and they didn't credit anybody. Like, that is what we're talking about here. But everybody loved it and acted like it was their original music.
So are we really to the point where Canva and ChatGPT and Lensa are making us fundamentally reconsider art at this point?
I think we're getting there. And I think the Lensa specifically, at least in my sphere, really took a lot of people by storm of like, this is awesome. Look how cool I look. I'm a cowboy. I'm a robot. But then it came out of how it really works, and everyone was like, oh, so it's not magic. It's not a computer making, like, it's not a computer coming up with this art itself. It's a computer interpreting other forms of art, stealing and chopping it up, and then mashing it into one new thing. And that was kind of where the issue came in. So I think we're getting there. We're getting there, right? And I have like a soapbox I wrote on here, but looking at things like the Indiana Jones 5 trailer, where it's a wholly digital younger Harrison Ford, and you really can't tell the difference. Like, we're now there where in movies these CGI creations are getting close enough where you can't really tell the difference. We're past the days of Rogue One where it's zombie Tarkin and all that.
That was terrible.
But we're getting to the point where the CGI creations or de-aging in movies is becoming so realistic that it's becoming legitimately hard to tell the difference. And it's, between that and the AI art generation, it's like, where is there room for people at this point, for the human touch of it all? And that's what really, interests me and kind of scares me.
So for years now, before AI existed, before computer generated graphics in movies and TV existed, people have been using makeup to make you look older or make you look younger. That never caused us to question the purpose of the place of art in the world. Why would de-aging someone digitally cause that kind of conflict in the art world now?
Well, because for makeup, like, you have to apply that, right? It's a physical thing you have to do. With this, it's less about the de-aging and more about the, like, making someone young again so you can make more movies with them. Like, Harrison Ford is like 80 years old. He can't be Indiana Jones like he was in the 80s. But if we can de-age him and, like, make him look young again, even though he's an old man in real life, we can keep making these movies and keep pumping them out. That's where I think the issue is. When you're doing old age makeup or trying to make someone look young with makeup, it's a little bit different because you still know underneath that makeup is still the person, right? Whereas with this, it's not. It's a robot.
So, okay, I will counter that with Chris Pine in Star Trek. So they didn't use makeup. They didn't use digital de-aging. They just changed the actor and they relaunched the entire franchise. So it happens. There's different methods of this happening in doing what they did, because they did the same thing with Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
Where they didn't even bring Mark Hamill in to play the role or even to do the voice, because in Boba Fett, whatever, Book of Boba or
Yeah, the
Mando
Mandalorian episode.
2.5
Yeah.
or, in that episode where he comes in, his voice is even digitally redone by an AI voice manipulating.
And now Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, is no
Has-
longer the voice. It's all
Right.
signed over to AI.
So he signed it over and they can generate James Earl Jones' voice through AI. I'm struggling to understand where the issue is with that.
I think when it comes to, we'll use James Earl Jones as the example. When you get into like a vocal performance, when you get into the human element of it, there are things that he might do when he does a read for the fifth take that he does something different and it's way better, right? And it was a fluke, but hey, he read it this way and that's the line we're going to use. When you get it with AI, I don't think they're going to be able to do, like, there's that human element where you can get that random spark of creativity or performance that elevates a role more than it would just be if it was a human doing it. I think it's really that loss of the human element that I think is the dangerous part.
Well, and I think the ultimate goal of AI is to not have the human element injected into it, but have its own unique element injected into it. So I think you still have the potential for that. It didn't just have James Earl Jones record every word in the English dictionary and it just assembles them together like a really bad AI.
They should do that. That'd be pretty funny.
It basically recorded his inflections and his ability to say certain syllables. It was a much more sophisticated thing than just recording words. And then the AI assembles those sounds, but it doesn't do it the same way every time.
But like, isn't that weird? Like, James Earl Jones is still alive, right? And unfortunately, he's going to die one day. But they're still going to use that after he's dead to make Star Wars movies with Darth Vader. Isn't that weird? It's like putting him in the ghost in the machine.
You know what? They embalmed Lennon's body and they stuck it on display in the public square for decades.
Yeah, but they didn't
okay?
Weekend at Bernie's him like a puppet in a movie after he was dead. Like, I don't know. It's something about like when it comes to real life people being like turned into AI generated things, whether it be the Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 or James Earl Jones and now with Darth Vader. When you're taking real people that are in real life and harnessing them using AI for creative things, it doesn't sit right with me. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? To play devil's advocate here, James Earl Jones wasn't just James Earl Jones who was the voice of Darth Vader. There was so much audio work that went into that voice that it wasn't just him talking into a microphone. So there was already more to it than just James Earl Jones. If they can get that out of a computer and James Earl Jones doesn't have to show up and he already got his paycheck.
Yeah, but like, sure, there are other elements, but his voice is still the core of it, right? So if he died in the world where we don't have AI, that'd be it.
So I will counter that argument with every other element, every other example of Star Wars that Darth Vader shows up in and it's voiced by someone beside James Earl Jones. It's not believable.
I don't know, man. We got to figure something out then. Like, at a certain point, you got to, like, the real world has to have some kind of impact. Like, we can't, like, I don't know. Was Carrie Fisher alive when they did that Rogue One thing? I think she was at the time, right? Like, that's so weird. It's so weird that these are real people that are aging, that we are just plucking, like, the best version of them and putting them in, like, CGI. And now with the voices is, like, eternalized. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Well, all right. So I'll give you a different angle on that. So you have, as an actor, especially a female actor, you have a finite lifespan that the industry will tolerate your aging to, right? So if you get to a point, let's say you're 50, okay? The number of roles that you run into when you're 50 are severely limited. If someone could extend their acting career and their opportunity to make money in the business by allowing digital manipulation of their features, don't you think that's at least a worthwhile endeavor for it?
Yeah, I guess, but like, do we just want to completely give in to like ageism and not try to fix it? Like, do we just want to submit to like the industry-wide like issue? I don't know. It just seems like we're compromising just to not have to like tackle the real problem head on.
Well, and I agree that it's a problem that needs to be tackled. But in the meantime, you're robbing people of opportunities if you take that tool away.
Yeah, but you're robbing them of opportunities by like being ageist too. So it's like
I agree, but the problem is a role may require somebody of a certain age to be convincing.
wouldn't you be taking away opportunities from potentially another actress that is right for the part if we're going to instead use AI or robot Carrie Fisher instead of recasting someone that might be good at it?
It's possible, but if you were doing a Star Wars film that was after Rogue One, and you needed Princess Leia in there, now granted it's a little different because she's passed away, but if you needed someone that's age appropriate who was that actor, wouldn't it be easier and more convincing to age reduce that actor so they could do that role?
No.
Well, why not? Because then you'd wind up getting like somebody who looks nothing like Han Solo showing up in a Han Solo movie. Okay,
That's true. That movie had other problems. I think that was, I don't know. This is not the Solo podcast, but I don't know. For me personally, I think it should be a recasting. I don't think it should be using AI. People cling, especially when it comes to Star Wars and properties like it, people cling to that past so hard. The past, what did Kylo Ren say? Kill it if you have to. Like, I think, I don't know, we're getting like, it's like the metatextual level of this, but I think like we can't just like keep digging up these people and putting them into computers and like Indiana Jones.
But you can. That's the point.
That's the beauty of it. We can. We never have to move on.
Nobody has to die now.
No one's ever really gone. I don't know, man. I guess we'll see when Indiana Jones 5 comes out and they just make a whole movie with CGI Harrison Ford and call it a day.
Okay. So
hey, man, support your local artist, all right, before the robots come for us all.
So that's really what you're getting at here. The risk that you're seeing here is that it could severely negatively impact actual artists with what.
Yeah, it's like the old auto factories, right? Once they figured out how to automate all that stuff, all those people got fired. If we can automate writing a script for a movie, the people that are in the movie, their voices, the effects, if we can automate all that stuff, we don't even need people anymore. And at a certain point,
so that's a twisted idea of what history is. When they automated factories, people, instead of doing menial, repetitive tasks, were trained to do better tasks. What killed auto factories were unions that kept trying to get more and more money for people. Okay, so let's just put history aside for a second there and not distort it that much.
It would still be the same outcome, though. With if we found a way to automate all this stuff where people couldn't tell the difference, we wouldn't need people to do it anymore. And I think,
but instead of being a makeup artist, you become a digital effects artist.
What if they don't want to do that? What if they like makeup? They shouldn't be forced to change because of...
So then you work in stage, okay?
They go work at Walmart.
They're not digitally enhancing anybody on the stage in a play, okay?
Not yet. We have holograms.
You're killing me.
I'm just saying, it's something to think about. It's really important that we keep the human element in these things because that's where we get sparks of creativity that you couldn't get from a robot. There's things that they don't understand. There's ways to perform, ways to say things, ways to create that AI will never know.
Until we get to the self-aware AI, and then you got to worry about other things.
Yeah, then they're coming here and they're going to get me first. They're going to turn me into AI sausage.
You picked over most of your soapbox here. Was there anything else that you wanted to sum up there?
No, that's pretty much it. Watch out. Just be weary. Anything AI, I think you should be weary. Make sure you're making sure where this stuff is coming from. Don't just look at it like it's like science magic. It's not. All these things have to come from somewhere, real tangible things.
I agree. And to be honest with you, the point of support your local artist, I absolutely agree with. That's why one of the things that I really enjoy when we go to these comic book shows and these pop culture shows is interacting with some of these artists, looking at what they're doing, watching what they're doing live, communicating with them, talking to them, what inspires them. I find that to be one of the most rewarding things of going to these shows and actually seeing the brilliance that's out there in a lot of the young artists today.
Absolutely. I don't really have any artistic talent, so I have a lot of admiration for people.
You have a lot of pent-up frustration.
Yeah, why couldn't it be me? I want to use a robot. No, but people that can just pick up a pen and just make something brilliant. Like it's incredible, and I just think that we need to make sure that sticks around. Also, when you're going to these shows, make sure that whoever you're buying from isn't using Lensa to just make this art and sell it to you, because that is for sure going to happen. Because people will try to swindle you. So just think about it.
All right. I think that was all we had today. Unless you were...
No, that was it.
You still worked up? You get all off your chest?
Hey, man, I think we fixed it.
Okay.
As with every show, we've solved all the problems.
You know what? We didn't end with doom and gloom.
That's true. We
though.
led with it, and then we worked our way back.
There you go. A little reverse psychology there. All right. So that was it for the show today. Before we do go, I do want to once again ask that you subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate if you threw that our way. You can find us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the book.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into I Have to Clear My Throat Teens, episode 183, Teens and Anger Management. I'm your host, Joseph Frog at His Throat Whalen, and my expressive and informed co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. If I was doing any better, they'd have to arrest me.
Why, though?
That's just a joke, I guess.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so anything exciting happened this week?
I got my hair cut.
You did? Just one of them?
No.
No, you got them all cut?
I got my hairs cut then.
There you got my hair's cut. Y'all.
Really?
Yeah, why not? Dad jokes, sweetie. That's really all I got.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anything else exciting happen?
It's almost Thanksgiving, I guess, so that's pretty cool.
I guess that's exciting. I was kind of referring to your report card.
Oh, yeah, my report card.
That's going to cost me a boatload of money because you got so many A's in it this time. But congratulations to you on that.
Thanks.
So today we are talking teens and anger management. In a 2022 survey of 1,000 parents of teens, 2/3 identified anger as a concerning indicator that would prompt them to seek treatment for their teenager. Adolescents frequently experience anger due to the significant changes they undergo physically, mentally, and socially, compounded by the substantial decisions they face. Although teen anger is a common emotion, its origins can vary. It might stem from appropriate emotional expression or even be linked to a mental disorder. Explosive and violent outbursts as well as common anger episodes, can sometimes be indicative of an anger problem necessitating anger management treatment. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll talk about how parents can help kids with anger management. But before we do that, I want to take a moment to invite our listening audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Pretty much any place you can find a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to write in and give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter or X at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
We shall.
Let's commence shelling. So once again, we're tapping into that wonderful well of knowledge at newportacademy.com for this week's notes. So they ask, what is healthy anger in teens? The concept of healthy anger in teens is a seemingly paradoxical idea. Anger, a completely normal emotion, can actually be beneficial if expressed and managed constructively. This is particularly relevant for teenagers who often face challenges and situations that evoke strong emotional responses. Let's consider a common scenario. A teen faces an unfair situation, like an undeserved punishment from a teacher. The situation naturally triggers anger. Such emotional responses are not only valid but also natural. However, the way teens express this anger is crucial. It's important that their expression, whether through raised voices or tears, doesn't lead to harm. Communication plays a vital role here. Open conversations about the situation, where the teen's perspective is acknowledged, can validate their feelings and promote understanding. A study by the American Psychological Association found that teens who feel heard and understood by their parents are more likely to manage their emotions effectively.
Parents are instrumental in guiding teens through these emotional landscapes. They can provide tools for processing anger constructively. For instance, physical activities like running or creative outlets can be excellent ways for teens to release the energy associated with anger. A 2021 research article in the Journal of Adolescent Health emphasized the benefits of physical exercise in regulating emotions in teenagers. Encouraging healthy coping mechanisms is essential. Apologies.
Just read it the way it's written.
I'm trying. This not only aids in managing anger, but also equips teens with life skills for handling emotions. A survey conducted by the National Institute of Mental Health revealed that teens who practice healthy coping strategies are better at navigating emotional challenges. Understanding and managing anger in a healthy way is a vital skill for teens. It's a collaborative effort where open communication, acknowledging feelings, and constructive outlets play key roles. This approach not only helps in the current situation, but also prepares teens for emotional challenges in the future.
When should you worry about an angry teenager? While anger is a normal emotion, how it's expressed and its intensity can sometimes signal deeper issues. Unhealthy anger in teens often appears when their anger is out of proportion to the situation or when it leads to uncontrollable or violent outbursts. If a teen frequently gets angry over minor things, this is a red flag. Physiologically, the body isn't meant to sustain high levels of anger frequently. Research has linked such persistent, intense anger to mental health issues like teenage depression. Sometimes, a teenager's anger is actually a sign of deeper emotional struggles. They might be dealing with feelings they're not comfortable sharing, leading to irritability, and frequent outbursts. Engaging in open conversations can help uncover these underlying issues. A study published in the Journal of Adolescent Health highlights the importance of understanding the emotional context behind a teenager's anger.
Hormonal changes during adolescence also play a role in fluctuations, including anger. While these hormone-induced mood changes are often temporary, it's still crucial to monitor their impact on the teen's well-being. Distinguishing between normal mood variations and unhealthy patterns of anger is key. Identifying signs of unhealthy anger involves looking at the frequency, intensity, and appropriateness of a teen's emotional responses. Managing this requires open communication, offering tools for anger management, and recognizing potential underlying emotional challenges. By addressing unhealthy anger, we can support our teens' emotional health and overall well-being.
So, I think the bottom line is everybody gets angry. Why you're getting angry and how you deal with that anger is really the important thing. So, in your own life, have you experienced situations where you felt your anger was justified, yet had difficulty expressing it constructively?
Yeah, I've certainly had situations where I think my anger was justified. And like at this point I do kind of have instances like that now. It was way worse when I was in 6th grade. I always seem to bring that up sometimes when 6th grade was kind of the year where everything kind of hit me like a truck or something. But I am realizing now that there are things that I kind of get mad about, and I think justifiably, like people being annoying in class. I understand that like it's not that big of a deal, but specifically there's this one period where they consistently are annoying and deliberately make themselves annoying, probably just for the attention, because my entire class is pretty much just full of class clowns. And like I don't do anything about it. I kind of just like, say stuff under my breath. I could probably be doing something a little better by just not really paying attention to it or actually trying to be like, hey, I want to actually put a stop to this in a more constructive manner. I don't entirely do that right now. I kind of just like, say stuff under my breath and try not to listen to them.
So kind of a passive-aggressive way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Well, considering the role communication plays in managing emotions, how do you feel adults, like parents or teachers, could improve their approach in understanding and addressing the anger teenagers often experience?
Well, I guess this is sort of just a general thing when it comes to most adults and their views on teenage emotional expression. I wouldn't just chalk it up to like, oh, the teenager, they're just being a teenager. It's, whatever. You can't. Teenagers are rebellious or like mainly just following stereotypes of teenagers.
The infamous teen angst angle.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, the whole it's not a phase, mom, or whatever. And I feel like if adults like listen to that less, like there would actually be good communication between them and their teen, because more than likely that if like your teen's not telling you anything and you are just following those stereotypes, they're probably not telling you anything because they don't think you'd respect them enough to actually communicate with them in a productive manner.
That's a very good point. Respect is something that's key to communication, especially when you're talking about things of this nature where it's a highly emotionally charged thing and the parents aren't giving the kids the respect they need to sit down and talk to them. They obviously recognize there's a problem and they just want to explain it away as teen angst, or you're going through a phase, or it's not a big deal, or you'll get over it. It's a mistake that I've made in the past, and one that I'm learning slowly, but I'm learning to certainly take it a little bit. I don't want to say too seriously, but certainly understanding your perspective when it comes to situations like that.
Yeah.
So, what are some methods that you've found effective in managing strong emotions, and how do you think these strategies impact your overall well-being?
Well, a lot of it I do feel is kind of talking about it. Like, this podcast was actually, originally created as a way to help me get through some of the more complicated emotions. And whenever I can, with either you or mommy, I would normally talk about stuff that would make me angry. And sure, looking back at a lot of it, it could kind of seem more meaningless, but the idea of at least talking about it and getting my frustrations out in a way that, like, I'm not directly shouting at anybody, but I'm just explaining my frustration about a specific thing, I feel like has been very helpful. Another thing I found is the idea of kind of taking your mind off things by watching videos, playing video games, or doing something in a more like relaxed manner that kind of can take you off the edge.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think all of us need some kind of release like that, or if not a release, at least a distraction to kind of de-stress and come back energized to deal with these things.
Yeah, and that sort of thing also helps me from ever lashing out at anybody because, a lot of the times I like to consider it sort of like a steaming kettle or something where it's like if I don't let out like some steam, sometimes it's like I'm gonna burst, and
Right.
when I burst, I'm not gonna be able to control myself. So, and if I keep it all inside, that's really not gonna help, and it's just gonna get worse and worse until I explode in an uncontrolled manner.
Right. So you let it out in controlled bursts. This way you can control it, you can manipulate it, and you can even use it for constructive purposes in situations like that too.
Yeah.
So as of right now, do you think that you're a very angry person at this point?
Not really. I certainly used to be to the point where I had almost no emotional control and would lash out at my friends, and even one time I lashed out at a teacher. And I really did not have a huge emotional control. I also thought very negatively and very rarely ever thought positively. Right now, I feel I'm not really an angry type of person. I can certainly be miserable at times, but like I'm not particularly angry. I can certainly get angry because like there are certain things that can just annoy me, but I don't really lash out anymore like I used to, and I don't always get angry at like the littlest things anymore. So I certainly would say that I've gotten better with my anger.
Okay. Well, and that's good. I can, freely admit that when I was your age, a little bit younger, I had serious anger management issues, and it stemmed from a lot of different sources. There was some significant stress points at home because of my father. There was school stress that everyone winds up going through. It's different for everybody, but everybody winds up going through it. I struggled in a couple of classes. There were certain pressures socially that I was under that caused it. So for me, my anger issues were multifaceted, and it took a while for me to finally get a grip on them and figure out how to deal with these things and deal with them one problem at a time as much as you can. So I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, you're going to tell us what causes teen anger, at least some of the causes of it. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and anger management. And now we're going to talk about what causes teen anger. Understanding the factors behind teen anger is essential to address the question of why adolescents may be experiencing heightened anger. It's important to differentiate between normal, healthy, and potentially problematic, unhealthy anger. The causes of teen anger can be diverse and complex, and investigating these underlying reasons is crucial for effective intervention.
There are various factors that can contribute to teen anger, each requiring careful consideration. While occasional bouts of anger are normal during this developmental stage, persistent and pervasive anger may signify more significant issues that warrant attention. Some potential causes of chronic teen anger include underlying mental health conditions. Anger can be a symptom of an underlying mental health condition such as depression, anxiety, or oppositional defiant disorder, which we talked about in a previous podcast. In some cases, anger may serve as a defense mechanism for deeper emotional struggles. Substance abuse is another cause. Substance abuse can exacerbate and distort emotional responses, leading to heightened anger and irritability. Identifying and addressing substance abuse issues is crucial for managing anger.
Unprocessed trauma is another one. Past traumas can fuel unresolved anger, as the emotions associated with the trauma remain unprocessed. Therapy is often necessary to help teens work through and heal from traumatic experiences. Learned behaviors is also a factor. Teens may learn unhealthy ways of expressing anger from family dynamics or their environment. Family dysfunction, modeling of aggressive behavior, or a history of conflict at home can contribute to maladaptive anger expression. The final factor they list here is unprocessed emotions. Teens might struggle with processing a wide range of emotions, and anger can sometimes become a default emotional response. This can stem from an inability to understand or communicate their feelings effectively.
Addressing some of these underlying issues requires professional help and intervention. A mental health or substance abuse diagnosis necessitates specialized medical and therapeutic treatment. Teens who have learned negative behavior patterns might benefit from anger management classes or therapeutic interventions that address underlying family dynamics. Furthermore, individuals who rely on anger as a way to express their emotions can benefit from therapy aimed at enhancing emotional regulation skills and fostering healthier coping mechanisms.
Recognizing the sources of teen anger and distinguishing between normal and emotional expression and potentially harmful patterns is essential for providing appropriate support. Identifying and addressing underlying factors through professional help can pave the way for healthier emotional development and effective anger management strategies.
So, do you find that you run into anger issues, whether they're minor, severe, healthy, unhealthy? Do you get angry? Are you the type of person who just doesn't get angry?
I can certainly get angry. I'm not gonna, say that, oh, I never get angry. I know that, like, one of my friends might have mentioned something where it's like, I never see you getting angry, I just see you getting disappointed. No, I can get angry. It can either be because the cats are being bad, people are just being really loud in school when I'm trying to focus on an assignment, there's just technical issues I'm facing, or I'm, like, working on, like, writing or drawing something, and, like, I keep making the same mistake over and over again, or I don't think it looks perfect, and even though, like, I'm, drawing and trying to continually fix it, I always seem to ruin it.
So it's almost like you get angry at yourself more than you get angry at other people, it sounds.
Yeah, kinda.
Are there any particular strategies or support systems that you find helpful in managing intense emotions like this?
Well, usually stepping away from those sort of things and like trying to focus on something else or doing something else that's a little more calming can usually help. I might just watch a YouTube video or just go pet a cat, or if I can't do that, just try to focus on something else and try to just step away from it and kind of like take time to like calm myself down pretty much.
That's a good idea. I mean, divorcing yourself from whatever is making you angry is always a good way of helping to cope with that. In your opinion, how much do you think your environment and the behaviors you observe around you influence your own expression of anger? And caveat here, I'm probably the number one expression of anger in this house here. However, I will say that my anger, when I get angry, is almost always directed at inanimate objects. I go through painstaking meditative processes to limit it to objects, mostly technology around the house, rather than individuals around the house.
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before, but I feel like your anger towards inanimate objects is what kind of led me on the path of like, if there's some sort of technological problem or there's some like object that normally always works, but for some reason isn't working right now, I will get angry at it.
Well, and it's worth mentioning that most of the angst that I have that generates anger is from technology. And I work in technology. That's my chosen profession. And the technology around the house that usually causes the most anger are things that have to do with the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for instance, knock on wood, we're doing pretty good today without any technical glitches, until I say that, of course. But we could turn everything off, finish the recording, walk away, come back tomorrow, turn it back on, and nothing will work. And for no good reason. And being of an analytical mind and a troubleshooting person that I am, that drives me insane. And that's what causes most of my anger. Does that influence you though? Does seeing me, for lack of a better term, act like an idiot like that, does that influence you and make you angry? Or do you feed off of that?
I don't think I ever really feed off your anger. It's kind of more of a mimicking thing that happens without like anything relating. Like it's probably like you'll be angry at something and then I'll be angry at something else, but it'll be a very similar thing. Whenever you do it, it's more I'm afraid than I am angry.
Well, and why would you be afraid? It's not like I've ever hurt anyone in that anger.
Yeah, but I don't really like people shouting. And there was one specific time recently where we were planning on doing a podcast we had been planning on doing for a while. And I just said planning twice. My apologies.
All right, we'll give you an extra commission on that.
Thanks. And Mommy's headphones weren't working because we were doing episode 180.
Yeah, okay.
And when you told me to find the plug for it, I accidentally hit the switch on the adapter and everything turned off. And you had already like troubleshooted multiple times trying to get this to work. And then you pretty much just lost it. And I was just terrified.
Well, and you know what? It's funny because in that instance, I took your tact. I had to walk away.
Yep.
I was so frustrated by that point in time that it could have been anything that would have set me off. That one more problem that I ran into that day and we weren't doing a podcast. It just so happened to be that you turned the power off, which maybe that was for the best, because maybe if we had sat and tried to go through it and something else came up, it would have made it worse. So. But that was my coping mechanism. I had to walk away because my blood pressure was up. I was agitated and I was too annoyed to continue down things. So maybe you saved me more problems than it caused.
Maybe.
But, we all get angry. And, when it happens to me here and I yell and I scream and I curse and I make a big deal, I'll walk away. And usually my rule of thumb is, you get 3 shots. I'll walk away. That's 1 shot. I'll come back. I'll try it again. If I get frustrated, I'll walk away and I'll come back one more time after I've calmed down. And after that, if I can't get things to work the way they're supposed to work, then I'm done. I quit. I walk away. And I come back another day. And we came back a couple of days later and we did a podcast and everything was fine.
Yeah.
The headphones still didn't work, by the way. I still have to figure out what the problem is.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, we all get angry. Turn it into something good.
Yep.
We're going to take another quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about specifically why anger is in boys more common. I could have said that probably 12 other ways too, but
yeah.
Or at least, is that a perception? Is it a perception that it's just in boys? Because growing up, it always was, it's what everyone thought for me. But we'll talk about that when we get back in 60 ticks.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and anger management. And now we're going to talk about why is anger in boys more common, or, if it's just a myth or something or whatever.
Something like that.
Something like you said before.
A man, a myth, a legend.
Yeah. The prevalence of anger in adolescent boys raises questions about its underlying causes and implications for mental health. Understanding why anger appears more common in boys can shed light on the unique challenges they face and the importance of early intervention. Mental health conditions. Boys are more prone to express underlying mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorder through anger and irritability. This can make it harder to recognize their emotional struggles, and these symptoms might be misconstrued as simply bad behavior.
Research from the Journal of Family Medicine and Primary Care suggests that boys often externalize their emotional distress through anger, aggression, and even violence, rather than displaying the more stereotypical signs of sadness or hopelessness associated with depression. The difference in emotional expression can make it challenging to identify when boys are struggling with their mental health. Societal norms and expectations can play a role in shaping how boys express emotions. Boys may feel societal pressure to exhibit toughness and suppress vulnerability, which can lead to masking their emotional pain with anger. Boys might encounter barriers in seeking help for their emotional struggles. Societal stigma around mental health issues and a cultural bias against seeking help can discourage boys from reaching out for help.
Recognizing that disruptive or aggressive behaviors in boys might stem from deeper emotional challenges is paramount. Parents and caregivers should be vigilant about these signs, understanding that outward anger could be an indicator of a significant underlying mental health disorder. Providing a safe and open space for boys to discuss their emotions, seeking professional help when needed, and addressing societal norms that discourage emotional expression can contribute to healthier emotional development. Early intervention and support can help boys navigate the complexities of their emotions and mental well-being, ultimately leading to healthier outcomes.
So is it a perception that boys have more anger issues, or do you experience that boys tend to have more anger issues?
do feel like there's certainly this idea that men kind of experience more anger than women, and I do feel it's more or less the idea that they can't really express any other emotion, because I've seen like a lot of people online kind of talking about how like men aren't really supposed to be vulnerable, and there's like the societal stigma of like they have to be tough and emotions are weak or whatever.
So you think you would agree with the statement that it's societal and cultural factors that play a role in how males typically handle their emotions?
And also the idea that like they're not really able to talk about mental issues that they experience, and obviously the stigma around mental health for them.
No, again, I agree, and I think that's certainly been the case, but I can say since I was your age, things have gotten significantly better. There's a lot of those barriers are coming down, fortunately, and there's a lot more support outlets out there for men, and there a lot of times it's not the traditional mental health type things that you would look at. A lot of times it's through clubs, and it's through very masculine sort of activities, so that men can ease into that sort of thing, which is, I think, is a good thing.
Yeah.
But what barriers do you think exist for boys in seeking help, and how do you think these could be overcome?
Well, the barriers that they might experience could possibly be peer pressure that they have from their classmates, their parents, their teachers, or just really anybody in their life basically saying like, oh, your problems don't really matter all that much, or, oh, you're not supposed to be feeling that sort of thing. And I do know that there are people out there that kind of say things that are basically like, oh, men, you can't be this way because you have to be strong and you're supposed to be doing that. And if you're not, then you're not really a man. And I feel like that stuff can really get to younger boys. And when it comes to, actually shaping them as an individual, I feel like that really can negatively affect them. And if they're going to be able to overcome those barriers, we kind of have to change the social stigma around their mental health and basically say it's okay to feel any sort of emotion. You're allowed to do that. Like, it doesn't make you weak. You might even be seen as being stronger if you're able to be more vulnerable to people that you trust.
I agree, and we've thrown the term toxic masculinity around in the past, and you hear it in society a lot, and it usually refers to something very different. But I think this is another form of toxic masculinity where the expectations that are placed on males to act tough and to not be vulnerable and to, not succumb to your emotions. I think that's another form of toxic masculinity because it forces you into unhealthy situations.
I mean, yeah, and I've seen like a lot of different older men kind of saying that that the only thing that they can feel is anger, and that there's nothing else. They're not allowed to feel sad. They're not allowed, and like they'll shame other men if they ever feel sad or even cry.
Yeah, and you know what? The sad thing is that there's enough anger in the world that we don't need to foster any more of it.
Yeah.
So a lot of parents want to know, how can I help my teenager manage their anger? Well, assisting adolescents in managing their anger requires a balanced approach that combines effective communication, emotional regulation techniques, and clear boundaries. Here's how parents can help their angry teens navigate their emotions and develop healthy anger management strategies. The first is obvious: offer help. Let your teen know that you're there to support them in their journey to manage anger. Provide reassurance that it's okay to feel angry, but that it's important to express and manage those emotions in a healthy manner.
You should also prioritize battles. Recognize that not every issue needs to be confronted. Letting go of minor complaints can prevent unnecessary conflicts and provide a calmer atmosphere for addressing more significant concerns. There's also positive framing. When addressing issues, start with praise or positive aspects of their behavior before addressing criticisms. This approach can reduce the feeling of being judged and create a more receptive atmosphere for conversation. You should also model self-control. Parents should demonstrate emotional regulation themselves. Taking a time out when feeling angry and addressing issues calmly can serve as a valuable example for teens to follow. You should also respect personal space. If a teen wants to step away to calm down, allow them the time and space to do so. Pushing for immediate interaction might escalate the situation further.
You should also encourage open dialogue. Create an environment where teens feel comfortable discussing their emotions openly. Encourage them to express what triggers their anger and explore ways to address those triggers constructively. Teach problem solving. Guide teens through problem-solving techniques. Help them identify alternatives to angry outbursts, empowering them to find more constructive ways of addressing challenges. Also, set clear boundaries. Establish boundaries for behavior, ensuring that both parties understand the consequences of crossing these limits. Consistency in enforcing these boundaries can help teens understand the expectations.
There's also relaxation techniques. Incorporate relaxation techniques at home to help teens manage anger in the moment. Techniques like muscle tensing and releasing or visualization of a safe and calming place can provide immediate relief during heated moments. And finally, we say this a lot, you should seek professional help. If anger issues persist or become detrimental, consider seeking professional help. Anger management programs, therapy, and counseling can offer teens the necessary tools to navigate their emotions and develop healthier coping mechanisms.
By combining these strategies, parents can play a significant role in helping their teens develop the skills to manage anger, communicate effectively, and navigate challenging emotions in a productive way. So after talking about all of that, and they're all many things that we've talked about numerous times dealing with other emotions other than anger, considering all the strategies that we've mentioned for managing anger, like offering support and teaching problem solving, which ones resonate most with you, do you think?
The offer support ones resonates with me because, I feel like that's one that is very helpful. It pretty much shows that, you're willing to help your teen. You don't just think it's some sort of phase or them being rebellious. And it shows that you actually care about your teen enough to, want to admit that, yes, this is a bit of a problem, but don't worry, I'm here for you.
Now, you play a supporting role emotionally with a lot of your friends for a lot of other scenarios that we've talked about on the podcast in the past. Do you find that any of your friends have anger issues that you have helped them cope with or guide them through based on your own experiences?
Yeah, I do remember that some of my friends who were around the age that I started to have struggles with trying to control my emotions. Around the time that they were that age, they also had similar issues to mine, and pretty much whenever they would get angry at each other or would just be angry in general, they would talk to me, and I'd always tell them, hey, best thing to do, get away from whatever's making you angry, try, some coping strategies. And if they ever did, need to rant to me about, like, whatever problem they were having, I was always like, okay, let me hear the situation, tell me what's going on, I'll see what I can do to help.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like you said before, just being able to talk it through, having someone that can just listen to the problems that you're running into can be a great way to de-stress and relieve some of that anger that you might have. So whether it's an adult, whether it's a counselor or a parent, or just another friend, having someone there that can listen, that won't judge you, but will give you your space and hear you out, I think is a huge help that can benefit teens.
Yeah.
So I think that's all we had. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the business of the podcast.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just want to say that anger is a very natural, very normal emotion. It's something I feel everybody pretty much experiences, obviously on different levels. I feel anger can be very productive when it's able to be used in such a way, but it can also be very destructive. Finding good ways of coping with anger, I feel, is very important. And to parents out there who are experiencing who have teens that have issues with dealing with anger, I feel like, offering support is the best thing to do. Don't judge them for it. Don't, resort to teen stereotypes thinking it's just a phase they're going through or they're just being rebellious. A lot of the time, that's kind of going to invalidate their feelings, and it's more than likely going to make them not really trust you as much. So, really, best to do is just offer support and help guide them through it.
Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Another fantastic topic. Before we do go, I want to once again implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're on Google, Spotify, iHeartRadio, anywhere you can get a podcast. Also, be sure to reach out to us. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your suggestions for topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X at insights_things. We do have high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We still stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, now being hosted by you and Sam, and Insights into Tomorrow. Not really sure how many times we're going to be doing it, but it's hosted by you and my mother.
For the record, we've got 2 episodes scripted out and ready to go. We'll probably be filming one later this week after the holiday. That's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 181, Dealing with Toxic Friends. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and inspired co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Before we get into any deep topics today, I did want to offer a quick programming note. Last week, our episode 180 episode ran a little bit longer than they normally do. And we ran into some video production issues in the last segment there. So I kind of had to put some makeshift solution together to finish that last week. So hopefully we won't have that problem this week. I've changed the storage location. And I just wanted to apologize to the audience for that if that caused any inconvenience. So besides that, what new is going on with you?
Well, not too much. I'm on break now, which is fun.
So how long are you on break for?
Up until Monday.
Okay. This is for
I think it's like in service, but also for like veterans.
Veterans Day.
Yeah.
That's cool. Doing anything planned? Anything interesting?
I mean, I'm hanging out with one of my friends on Friday, so that's fun.
Well, there you go. You being social. Look at that.
I know. It doesn't always happen.
Well, is it one of your toxic friends, though, that you're hanging out with? Or is it, non-toxic?
Non-toxic.
That's good. So that is what we're talking about today. Friendships during middle school and high school are essential for teens' health and development. Toxic friendships involve cruelty, rejection, and shame, and can have a negative impact on teens' well-being and mental health. Parents can support their teens by listening to them, getting to know their teens' friends, teaching them about mutually supportive friendships, and letting them decide for themselves who they want to keep as friends. In this episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to talk about how mental health treatment can help adolescents build self-esteem, confidence, and skills for building healthy connections. But before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to write into us. I already invited them to subscribe. You can subscribe twice. We don't mind. But I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it this week at insights_things. Or you can find links to all of our social media and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we?
We shall.
We shall. So research for our topic this week has come from a resource that we've kind of been going to the well a lot with lately, and that's the Newport Academy. They say that adolescence emphasizes the importance of peer connections, which can be both significant and thrilling for teenagers. However, navigating relationships beyond the family during this phase can be bewildering and emotional. Toxic friendships during this period can adversely affect teenagers' mental well-being and create challenges for the entire family. Such toxic friendships arise when mistreatment occurs, including gossip, hurtful remarks, and manipulation. Parents may feel compelled to intervene and manage these toxic friendships for their children, but attempting to remove negative influence can have unintended consequences. Instead, engaging in conversations with teenagers about their toxic friendships and empowering them to make positive choices is advised.
So what exactly is a toxic teen friendship? In healthy teen friendships, there's a sense of mutual support and recognition. Positive friendships are characterized by reciprocity, safety, and lack of judgment. However, teenagers are strongly driven by the need for social connections and belonging, sometimes causing them to remain in toxic friendships out of fear of rejection and isolation. Toxic friend groups can involve teens as both instigators and victims of behaviors resembling, quote, mean girl dynamics, such as exclusion, betrayal, rumors, and shaming. Such situations might lead parents to disapprove of their teens' friends. It's important to note that toxic behavior is not limited to teenage girls. Individuals of any gender or sexual orientation can exhibit harmful friendship traits.
Parents should consider that their child's toxic friend might be dealing with an unspoken challenge. Children who have experienced trauma or mental health issues might express their pain through problematic behavior. This doesn't excuse their actions, but underscores the need for understanding and support. While this doesn't justify remaining in a toxic friendship, comprehending the reasons behind mean behavior can encourage compassion among parents and teenagers themselves.
So here are some of the behaviors toxic teen friends may exhibit. They may These include criticizing or making fun of their friend, gossiping excessively either to or about them, insulting them in the guise of, quote, helpful statements, trying to control their time or other friendships, pressuring them to engage in risky behaviors such as alcohol or drug use, posting negative things about them on social media, taking advantage of them, dismissing their needs and preferences, embarrassing them in front of other kids, or gaslighting them if they try to call them out on their behavior.
So we threw a big word out there, reciprocity. You know what reciprocity actually is?
Unfortunately, no.
So reciprocity is a very fancy word for if you do something to me, I'm going to do something to you.
I was going to say, it sounded similar to reciprocate, which I do know.
That's exactly what it is. It's doing something back to somebody else when they do it to you. So I didn't want to leave that hanging out there in case anyone didn't understand what the word was. So do you or have you had toxic relationships with friends in the past?
Honestly, I think I did at least have one. I'm not in a relationship with that person anymore, and it certainly wasn't as bad as it probably could have gotten. But considering what our friendship kind of consisted of, I'd say it was pretty toxic.
Yeah, as a kid, and I didn't realize this until later on, I had a very good friend of mine who probably would fit into the toxic category. And it wasn't that they were mean to me or anything like that. It was, I would wind up getting in trouble because of them. They were, I would say they were kind of spoiled, right? So they came from kind of a more privileged background than I did. And just out of sheer boredom, he would do things that he knew were wrong just to get a rise out of his parents because his parents were kind of distant from him. And by association with him, I wound up getting tied up with several of these schemes that he did. Nothing, no breaking the laws or anything dangerous or anything, but just stupid stuff that kids would get into. And, my parents tried to point out to me that he was toxic to me and they didn't like him and various other non-flattering descriptive words. And I did, he was my friend. He had been my friend for a long time and I didn't want to hear what they had to say. So I ignored it. And then eventually we wound up drifting apart. And that distance allowed me to see that he was a toxic person. How did you determine the person or people that have been toxic to you were toxic?
Well, the one, it was kind of obvious. So I had this friend when I was a freshman. He was in my math class. And, we started talking because my other friend needed to give something to him, and somehow that ended up correlating in us speaking. And apparently he had lunch with me as well, so he would occasionally come over to me and my other friend, because really we were the only two that she was the only other one I interacted with. So, it was fine up to a point. He did have some less than desirable traits, specifically in terms of his view on his romantic relationships with women. And, he was weirdly open about it. And, both me and my other female friend, we were like, okay, you're a bit strange, but, you're respectful to us, so, it's whatever. However, there was one instance where it was kind of eye-opening. at least afterwards. I didn't initially pick up on it. At one point, we were, eating lunch and it was usual. And the thing is, me and my other friend, we had completely different styles of dressing. She dressed more feminine. I dressed in like hoodies and pants. And, nothing wrong with either style. And at one point, he ended up going, Maddie, I think if you dressed more like your other friend, you'd be happier.
Hmm.
And that, came out of nowhere. And, I didn't even really pick up on it at first. And, I wasn't even technically offended. I'm just like, what? And, he kind of went on a bit about saying how, if you dressed more feminine, if you wore makeup, I think you'd be happier. And thankfully, my other friend was like, hey, I don't think that's an okay thing to say. So at one point, he ended up leaving. And then, my other friend was like, hey, be okay. That wasn't okay for him to say. And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And we technically still talked afterwards, but I don't talk to him anymore. And, that always kind of stuck out to me. And it was kind of like the one time I really ever kind of got insulted. And it's like, huh.
Interesting. So you've had a toxic friend and you have many friends. Do you think you are a toxic friend to any of your friends?
I mean, I'd hope not. I try not to be, because most of the time I try to make sure that, my friends are well taken care of, and in a lot of instances, I've kind of been considered to be the mom of the friend group in the ways that I would normally have all the stuff that my other friends would need, and if we were ever to hang out, we'd always be the ones supplying, the, hey, we're gonna be at my house, hey, we're gonna supply you food, hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And obviously, a toxic friend could probably do that, but I never try to demean my friends when they ever come to me with, something that they're struggling with. In fact, I'm nicer to them than I am to myself, so,
Yeah. Anyway, so that's another podcast altogether.
Moving on.
So the friend who was toxic to you, do you know why they acted like this? Was it issues at home? Did they have a certain issue with you? Do you have any idea what their motivation was for acting the way they did?
Being honest, I don't entirely know. I don't really remember if he told me much about his home life or if there was anything. He probably did, it's just I never really picked up too much on it. But I think it kind of makes sense because the thing is, me and my friend, he jokingly referred to himself as a womanizer, kinda. In the ways that, he had this, I don't know, again, like I said, he had a weird complex when it came to his relationship with women, strictly romantically.
Right.
And
sounds like he was compensating for something more than anything, really.
Yeah, and to be fair, maybe that's something to do with how he ended up getting raised. I feel like that was kind of, I don't know, the way that he seemed about women, despite the fact that, he technically respected me and my friend, I feel like that, something at home could have shaped his idea of his romantic relationship towards women, and then also his perception of, I guess, how women express themselves by their looks. So I feel like in a way it all could be connected, but I don't really have enough evidence to prove it entirely. So.
Well, and based strictly on what you just said, he sounds incredibly shallow and probably severely lacking in self-confidence, and he's trying to put up some kind of front to compensate for these things. That's just my 2 cents on it.
And he was open about it, at least with us. He never really hid that sort of thing, and he was like, I'm like this, it's whatever.
Yeah, that's really not something to brag about. Anyway, I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will talk about why teen friendships are so important. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Civ Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about dealing with toxic friends. And now we're going to discuss why teen friendships are so important. Teen friendships are a crucial part of teen development. Humans need to feel like they belong in order to be happy and well-adjusted. Middle school and high school are the most formative years for finding belonging and acceptance. Moreover, teens are learning social skills, how to communicate with peers, and how to empathize with others through their friendships.
Most important, supportive teen friendships make teens more emotionally and physically healthy. Caring adolescent friendships help dispel anxiety and depression, improve cognitive function, and even boost immunity. While parents are always important to a young person's development, teens need good friendships to thrive. They often turn toward one another to deal with stress and difficult emotions, and they support each other through difficult times and adverse experiences in and outside of school.
Young humans are wired to seek out friends. I thought that's
silly humans.
I was going to say, I thought that said weird for a moment. If a child's friend turns toxic, it can have a significant impact on their well-being and self-esteem. The need to belong and be accepted drives teen behavior. This is one of the reasons kids get into toxic friendships. If your teen has friends who are toxic, they may be afraid of the consequences of ending these friendships. Kids in both middle school and high school are highly motivated by the desire to belong, to be part of a group, and to gain approval of popular peers.
So what about the influence of teen friendships? Teens strongly influence each other, often mirroring their friends' behaviors in middle and high school. Teen friendships can have positive effects by fostering support, kindness, and empathy among friends. Positive behaviors of one friend can inspire others to be compassionate and helpful. However, negative friendships can also lead to poor decisions and behaviors, and I'm proof of that. Parents worry about their teens being influenced by toxic peers or engaging in negative peer pressure. Research indicates that teens are more likely to use substances if their friends do so.
So how teens' toxic friendships impact their mental health. Toxic friendships have a negative impact on teens' mental health, potentially leading to or worsening conditions like anxiety, depression, and isolation due to elements like rejection, cruelty, and gaslighting. These unhealthy relationships can result in loneliness, low self-esteem, and emotional distress.
Teens affected by toxic friendships might exhibit troubling behaviors and emotional changes that seem unfamiliar and alarming. Patience and support are crucial during this period, as rejection is particularly difficult for teenagers to endure. It's important to observe signs that suggest they require extra assistance. If their needs surpass what you can offer, seeking mental health treatment is a viable option. And, we've talked about peer pressure in the past. How influential is peer pressure for you on a day-to-day basis?
I guess I'm certainly not as peer pressured as I probably could be, although, despite not being the most social person, I do still want to, fit in with my friends in a way. And I guess none of them have really gotten to the point where they've pressured me into doing too many things. And if there was ever something that my friends had wanted me to do, it was usually just out of, hey, there's this new thing we're doing, or hey, I'm kind of not super into doing this either, but if we do it together, maybe it'll be, better. And, I feel like those are more healthy forms of peer pressure because they've help me expand my horizons.
That makes a lot of sense. Overall, how influential do you think your peers are on you? Do they inspire you? Do you take away things from their personality that you find desirable that you want to embrace yourself very often?
I mean, yeah. I'd say that a lot of my friends have certain qualities about them that I do want to see eventually projected in myself, although I don't know how soon that's actually going to happen. Cuz my one friend is a year older than me and has kind of had a similar experience to mine. And they have been trying to get me to either expand my social circle, stop worrying so much about school, and learn to just have fun. I'm still struggling on that route, but knowing what they're like and how stressful their life is, and them still trying to have fun and have friends and actually have more of a social life, it's maybe I could try that eventually. I'm doing what I can right now.
And you know what? I think that's all you can do in life, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that your friends today are having a positive impact on you, a negative impact on you, or no impact at all on you?
I feel like for the most part they're all having a positive impact on me because if I ever need support, they're usually always there. And thing is, I have friends, but they're all kind of in separate little areas where I have different ways of socializing with all of them. Some of them I can talk to them about really deep topics that I have an issue with, and I can usually, get their support. Other friends I kind of just joke around most of the time and we don't really ever get serious. So it's kind of interesting. I do feel like I benefit from both relationships and the ways of gaining support from the friends I'm able to share a deeper connection with, while also getting, entertainment and, feeling happy when I'm around my more comedic friends.
Do you feel right now that you have a sufficient level of friendship that you're getting to support you and kind of nurture you through this part of your life, or do you feel you're lacking in some areas when it comes to the number of friends, quality of friends, that type of thing?
I think the quality is all right. And the quantity could also be okay, but I do feel like there are kind of certain gaps. Just because in school, I have friends, but I don't see them as much in a lot of my classes, and it'd be nice to have friends in my classes, but I'm able to see most of them every day. So I think it could be sufficient, but it could also, I guess, be better.
So the friends that you have now are not toxic. I think we've adequately established that. You've had at least one toxic friendship in the past. How did you deal with that toxic friendship, and what impact did it have on you at the time?
Well, the thing is, that was kind of a new friendship in a way. It was one that kind of started and ended that same year. And after my friend ended up saying, I always kind of had this weird feeling about that friend. Like I said, he was very open about how he felt. And it really never got brought up again, but at the same time, we never really mentioned it, and then after this year, I never really talked to him afterwards. So I do feel like it has at least impacted me in the way that, like, I kind of understand more of the ways that people can be toxic and the ways of how it's like toxic positivity in a way, where it's like, oh, I do think you'd be happier, but you need to do this. And, like, I've realized now that that's not really an okay thing to say to somebody.
So do you think their intentions were positive, but their delivery came across as negative? Is that, it sounds like that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think that, like, he really wanted to insult me at the time. Again, I think that's just from, like, a dated belief or whatever, because a lot of dated beliefs kind of seem like you say it in a way that's like, oh, I do actually want to help you, but it doesn't, and you word it in a way that's like, oh, that's really not how that should be. So I don't think he was actually trying to hurt me in a way, and I didn't really feel hurt by it at the time, but then it's like I kind of realized it, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't seem like that's okay to say.
So it was just bad delivery, it sounds like there.
Probably.
Not everybody can express themselves in the most publicly consumable manner. I guess that's about as politely as I can say that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to take our last break. And when we come back, we will talk about how to get your child out of a toxic relationship if they are in one. We'll be right back. Drink?
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media.
Talking a lot
Our husband
tends to
and
dry
wife
the
team,
throat out.
Pop Culture Fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about dealing with toxic friends. And now we're going to talk about how to get your child out of a toxic friendship. Parents often wonder how to shield their child from negative...
That's easy for you to say.
Parents often wonder how to shield... Oh my god.
All right, once more with feeling.
Apologies. Parents often wonder how to shield their child from negative influences, especially when dealing with a toxic friendship. While it might seem tempting to intervene and control their friendships, outright forbidding interactions with such friends could lead to anger and frustration. Prohibiting friendships doesn't equip children with the skills to handle challenging situations and decisions on their own. Instead, it's important to allow kids to make their own choices regarding friendships, even though it might be difficult to observe.
To assist your child in this process, offer them insights into what healthy relationships should entail. Discuss the qualities of supportive relationships and engaging in positive activities together. By helping them grasp the distinction between positive and toxic friendships, you empower them to make the right choices. Emphasize. My eyes aren't doing too well. Too much glare from the lights, folks. Sorry. Emphasize what a good friend provides. Wow. Let's try this again. I don't know. Maybe it's just this segment. Maybe you threw my timing off.
Fair enough.
Once more with feeling. Emphasize that a good friend provides support, encouragement, acceptance, trustworthiness, and kindness, and patience when they can't get their lines right.
Yep, pretty much. So what to do when you don't like your teen's friends? When parents dislike their
So-
child...
So what to do when you don't like your teens? That's a different podcast.
Different one altogether, folks. When parents dislike their child's friends, it's important to prioritize the teen's autonomy in friendship choices unless there's a significant risk. Staying engaged by getting to know the friends, inviting them over, and communicating with your child fosters an open relationship. Encouraging responsibility, even if their friends act otherwise, and setting clear behavioral expectations are vital.
Toxic friends often struggle with personal issues, and they might benefit from parental attention. Maintaining compassion while safeguarding your child from harmful friendship is key. If you genuinely believe your child's safety is compromised due to a toxic friendship, intervention might be necessary. Inform school staff if dangerous activities or substance abuse are involved, and consider discussing the situation with the friend's parents or others for insight. Transparency with your teen about your actions is crucial to prevent feelings of betrayal and anger.
So here are some do's and don'ts to keep in mind when communicating with your child about their friendships. Here's what you should do. Validate their concerns and emotions about their toxic friend. Ask your teen questions about how they feel in the friendship and what has bothered them. Encourage your teen to talk through the process. No.
Oh, you had it.
Well.
It was right there.
Encourage your teen to talk through and process difficult emotions relating to their toxic friends. And invite your teen's friends for dinner or other events so you can learn more about them.
What you shouldn't do, and somehow I always get the don't do ones here, the way we work this out. Maybe I'm the bad cop here. Don't judge or shame them, or else your teen may stop coming to you for support. Don't criticize your teen's friend to your child, as that may force them to stop sharing and defend the friend. Don't talk over them or insert your own negative opinion about their friend who is a bad influence. And don't forbid your teen to bring their friends home, even if you don't like them. So, the toxic friend that you had, I assume mommy or daddy did not have to get involved in that one.
No, you didn't. Although I did want to bring up another friendship that I feel at a point was toxic, but now I don't entirely talk to them as much anymore, but I feel like it got better. And I think you know who I'm talking about.
I do.
So that was one where you kind of got more involved with it.
Yeah. Well, and that was less about the friend and more about the environment that you found yourself in from time to time. And that was what was more concerning to me. I don't know if mommy ever shared the same concerns or not.
Yeah, I'll be honest. At a point through that friendship, until I ended up gaining more emotional maturity, and thanks to this podcast, in fact,
Thanks, podcast.
Yeah. Thanks, Phoenicians. That friendship, it would always seem to result in fights, even if we, genuinely cared for each other. We would just fight constantly. I would get in trouble because of that friend, and it was just not fun for a time. And there was a point where it was just we'd fight one day, and then we would fight in the morning because we both were in before and after care. We'd fight in the morning, and then we'd make up in the afternoon. So it wasn't an ideal friendship, and I can't entirely say that it was the most toxic friendship, or it was toxic in a way, but I can't really blame my friend or even me at the time for it, because we were both young. We were starting to go through puberty, and we were both just emotional messes at the time, and I will take credit for a good amount of the fights. And
just the ones you won, right?
I didn't win too many of them, I'll be honest. But, it was certainly a toxic environment, but I think that was kind of more so with both of us. And I know, and you ended up mentioning, you did a don't where it was like you kind of mentioned your judgment toward my friend at a point.
Yeah. Well, we hadn't done the podcast yet. I learn as much from this podcast, I think, as you do, and hopefully the audience does.
Yeah.
So one question I did have, though, is you obviously handled your experience with toxic friendships fairly cleanly and definitively. Have you had friends who have been in toxic friendships that didn't involve you, but that you may have experienced with them or given them advice, or they came to you to talk about, or anything like that? Have you played that that mentor role to somebody else who's been in a toxic friendship?
I mean, yeah, I guess specifically to some of my younger friends, because I guess I was kind of considered to be, older, wiser, whatever. And they came to me and would tell me that, like, they had issues with certain people, and like some of their friends were just not being great to them. And specifically through my relationships with at least one of them and how it was kind of toxic and like how we would fight and stuff, I tried to use that experience in order to help kind of guide them in a way. I don't know if it was the most effective way at the time, but that was kind of what I tried to do, at least.
Now, do they still come to you for advice at this point in time on things like that? And was the toxic friendship a friendship or a romantic relationship that they were encountering issues with?
Actually, the one, it ended up becoming both, actually, which was certainly strange. I did not expect that, because my one friend who I had a couple younger friends, and one of them would normally stick by my side, and the other one I technically fought with. And by this point, I'm emotionally matured, they're still younger than me, and they would get into fights a lot. And, like, they would both come to me, ask me for advice, and I kind of told them, all right, my main advice was kind of just let each other cool off, and then I'll help to mediate, the situation. Because usually if they conversed afterwards, it just got really bad, and it was like, okay, you might want to let off some steam elsewhere, don't interact with each other for a bit, and kind of find your own ways to cool off, take some time to, collect your thoughts. And then when you guys are at a more, stable point, then we can convene, because that's how I ended up going through it. Because whenever I'd fight with my one friend, it was usually because I was riled up and couldn't control my emotions. And afterwards, I would kind of have to step back, talk to some of my other friends, and then come back at it with a clear head. And if I continued to engage with that friend, it would get really bad.
Yeah.
So, I gave them the best advice that I could, and it went from a friendship to a romantic relationship between the two of them, which was certainly not something I expected.
Interesting. So, do you feel comfortable bringing something like this to mommy or daddy or both of us? If you were in a toxic friendship, do you think we would help? Do you think we would hinder? I know what you think I would do, so you probably don't have to answer that one.
Yeah.
But do you think that mommy would be a helpful influence if you were running into something like this? And do you feel comfortable talking to her? Or me? You might, there's an outside chance you might be comfortable talking to me, so I'll even throw that one out there.
I will say, if it had to come between you or mommy, it would probably be mommy on that, because mommy is less likely to openly judge my friend. And like,
wow, really? I'm that bad?
No, it's
oh my
just
goodness.
Look, you would offer solutions, and if I needed, extra solutions, I'd always come to you. However, I feel mommy is better at empathizing with both sides, and
I hear that a lot.
And is a better mediator, because I feel like I don't know. I do feel like you would do a lot of the don'ts here. And
Yeah, this is the second podcast in a row that I'm being told I have issues with a lack of empathy here. I think I'm getting the message at this point in time, guys. Thanks.
I'm sorry. Look, it's a learning experience for everybody. I'm clearly working through my own stuff. You have your own stuff you're still working on. You're almost 50. We all still have stuff going on.
Okay. Well, thank you for making me feel old and mean now. Appreciate that. So,
Anyway, you want to ask me more questions and continue this going on?
No, I think I've punished myself enough already today. I don't think there's any more questions that I feel comfortable asking.
Fair enough. I still love you.
I appreciate that. It's good to know. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll wrap things up.
Alrighty. Okay, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that toxic friendships, for the most part, are not good, and it's important. It's important to
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
I know. It's important to recognize the signs. For teens, understand that if you do have to end a friendship, even if like you can empathize with the other person, if it is a friendship that's harming you, either try to communicate as best you can with that friend. If that doesn't work, you might have to cut it off. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with having to do either of those things. For the parents, obviously, don't show too much judgment to the friends your kids hang around, and, you know, always offer support to your teen, and don't make it seem like, oh, I'm forcing you to do this or do that when it comes to your friends, because really, you know, just let your kids kind of explore the friendships, you know, the good and the bad.
I sense I just lost several nominations for Father of the Year now. Just on this podcast alone. Anyway, so that's all we had today. We'll be back next week to criticize me further. But before we do go, I do want to once again encourage our listening and viewing audience. If you don't do so already, please subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions listed as Insights into Things. You can also find high-quality audio versions listed as Insights into Teens. And we're available on Apple, Spotify, etc., etc. Give us your feedback. Maybe you too can criticize me and tell me how mean and heartless I am. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on here. You can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings, or that and much more can be found on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And although I have no idea how this one's going to go.
And
Wow, that is marketing genius right there, folks. Check out these other podcasts. They're a dying breed. Catch them before they're gone. That's it. Another one in the books.
bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 185, Toxic Positivity. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my confident and aware co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing spectacular. Anything exciting going on with you?
Had a test today. That was interesting, I guess.
I heard we also got your class standings.
Yep.
And you're what in your class now?
Number 2.
Number 2. We're going to have to go after that number 1 spot there. Yeah.
It's probably best not to try doing that because, it doesn't do wonders for the mental health.
True. I didn't say how we were going to do it, though, so.
Okay, yeah. Might not want to admit that on the podcast.
Coaching is what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh. Although I'm pretty sure number 1's Kenny, so.
Right. We can have a discussion with Kenny. But anyway, today we are talking about toxic positivity, and that sounds like a bit of an oxymoron to some people. The constant messages encouraging optimism and positivity are not always beneficial. While fostering optimism is fine, there is a concept known as toxic positivity, suggesting that an excessive focus, on positivity can have negative effects. That's what we're going to be talking about today on this episode of Insights into Teens. But before we do that, though, I would want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience out there to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Check us out on X at insights_things. Or you can get links to all those and all of our other social media links on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
Here we go. So what is toxic positivity? The modern era is inundated with messages that advocate for an optimistic and positive perspective, often encapsulated in phrases like look on the sunny side or be positive. These notions are widely disseminated across social media platforms and self-help articles. While the intention behind these messages is to promote well-being and resilience, mental health experts are urging a more nuanced approach to their adoption. While fostering an optimistic outlook does indeed offer numerous advantages, the emergence of the concept known as toxic positivity underscores the potential drawbacks of unconditionally embracing positive emotions.
Optimism and positivity play crucial roles in enhancing mental and emotional health. These attitudes can facilitate coping with challenges, fostering a sense of hope, and promoting overall well-being. However, when these messages are oversimplified and rigidly applied without consideration for individual circumstances, they can lead to an unbalanced and unrealistic approach to emotions.
Toxic positivity encapsulates the idea that individuals should suppress or ignore any emotions that deviate from positivity. The belief is that by solely focusing on the positive aspects of life, one can achieve perpetual happiness. Yet this perspective overlooks the intricate tapestry of human emotions and experiences. Emotions such as sadness, anger, frustration, and fear are all natural responses to life's complexities, and they hold valuable information about our inner state that needs.
Mental health experts caution against uncritically embracing toxic positivity for several reasons. Suppressing negative emotions can lead to emotional invalidation and denial.
Not just a river in Africa.
Yep. Preventing individuals from authentically processing their feelings. This denial can impede personal growth, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence. Moreover, constantly attempting to maintain a facade of positivity can be emotionally exhausting and create an unrealistic standard that is difficult to sustain.
The key lies in embracing a balanced approach to emotions, one that acknowledges both positive and negative feelings. True emotional well being comes from recognizing that all emotions are valid and serve a purpose. By allowing ourselves to experience and express a wide range of emotions, we develop greater self acceptance, resilience, and emotional agility. This approach empowers individuals to navigate life's challenges with authenticity and a more comprehensive understanding of themselves and their emotions. Do you think that you, in your experience, have been, I don't want to say victim, but have experienced this culture of toxic positivity?
I mean, yeah. I don't think I've experienced it in like a very extreme form, but I do feel like the idea of suppressing your emotions has kind of if it wasn't really directed towards me, it's something I've probably imposed on myself. And, the idea of not wanting to, openly express emotions, with certain people or in public. And, you technically had the analogy of that our emotions are basically like a boiling teapot. If you keep it closed off for too long, and by basically, the equivalent of suppressing your emotions, if you let it build up consistently, it eventually explodes, much like someone would explode emotionally if they had to consistently suppress their emotions.
Right. That's a good point. So, in your opinion, what impact does constantly maintaining a positive facade have on a teenager's ability to authentically process their true emotions?
I personally feel like consistently having a positive mindset would be very damaging to someone who wanted to authentically express their emotions. Now, I know I'm not a ray of positivity, and for a while I really wasn't a ray of positivity, and I can understand why, like for a while I was on the bad side of I was on the opposite side of positivity where I thought every day was terrible. That mindset isn't healthy, and obviously I needed to eventually manage that and change that mindset. However, thinking every day is great or trying to force every day to be great, I feel like is just as damaging.
And I would tend to agree with that. I mean, nobody has a perfect life. Nobody has a perfect day every day of their life. Life is about balance, not only just from a positive, negative emotion standpoint, but in general, life is about balance. And if the pendulum swings too far to either side, positive or negative, there's implications to it. Have you experienced a situation where just flat out blind positivity was ever demanded of you, either in school or maybe when you were in marching band or even around the house? I mean, are mommy and I, so trying to basically tell you to be positive all the time and not deal with negative emotions?
I mean, not directly, I'll say that much. I will say, though, there have been times where you've kind of had instances where there's like a bit of toxic positivity that slipped in. Obviously, you've told me that, like, not to suppress my emotions, and I do take that advice to heart. However, there certainly are instances where you've told me that I should probably be thinking more positively, more around the times of when I was thinking more negatively. At that point, it did kind of help, but even then, I was not at a mindset where I was really willing to want to think positively, and the idea of forcing myself to think positively when everything just seemed so negative was not really helpful.
I can certainly see that. And I kind of remember some of those circumstances there. And kind of the way I look at life in general when it comes to this sort of stuff is the negative things that we have to deal with are challenges, just like anything else in our life. And learning how to deal with those challenges not only gets us through the challenges, but it also teaches us valuable life lessons as well. So no matter how negative things are, there's always something positive that you can make out of it if you look for it. If you don't look for positive, I'm not, what they're talking about from a toxic positivity standpoint is ignore something if it's not positive.
Or feign positivity.
Or feign it, fake it. One of the things that they mention is authenticity. You should always be authentic to yourself. But even in the times that we're at our darkest, lowest point, you should always be looking for that light at the end of the tunnel. Hoping it's not a train, but, if you don't look for positivity, if you don't look for a way out of the quagmire that you can get into, then chances are you're never going to find your way out. Because if you're not looking for the light, you're not going to find it.
Yeah.
So that, to me, is not toxic positivity. That's kind of that escape clause when you get down into the dumps, or when you're depressed or you're negative or you feel like the world's against you. That's your way of trying to elevate yourself above it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and maybe I didn't go about it the best way. Why don't you tell us what the pitfalls of toxic positivity are?
The core premise of toxic positivity is centered around the idea that negativity and discomfort should be ignored or suppressed in favor of a perpetual state of positivity. This approach tends to oversimplify the complexity of human emotions and experiences. It creates an expectation that individuals should consistently maintain a cheerful, optimistic demeanor regardless of their genuine emotional state or the challenges they might be facing.
The pitfalls of toxic positivity become apparent when its implications are examined more closely. Emotional suppression, for instance. Ignoring or suppressing negative emotions in an attempt to uphold a positive facade can prevent individuals from authentically addressing their feelings. This emotional suppression can lead to an accumulation of unresolved emotions, which may eventually manifest in more pronounced psychological distress. Very similar, like you said, if you hold that all inside.
There's also the invalidation of genuine feelings. Toxic positivity may inadvertently invalidate individuals' genuine feelings of sadness, anger, frustration, or fear. That sounds like alliteration. This can make people feel as though their emotions are unwarranted or insignificant, leading to a sense of isolation and a lack of emotional validation.
We also have to consider emotional complexity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Human emotions are intricate and multifaceted. Attempting to simplify them by focusing solely on positivity ignores the richness of our emotional landscape. Negative emotions often hold valuable insights and can contribute to personal growth and self-awareness.
We also have to consider unrealistic expectations. Constantly striving for a state of unyielding positivity sets unrealistic expectations that are nearly impossible to sustain. When individuals inevitably encounter challenges or hardships, the pressure to remain positive at all times can incentivize feelings of failure or inadequacy.
And finally, we have the avoidance of genuine healing. Facing and processing negative emotions is an integral part of emotional healing and growth. By glossing over these emotions, individuals miss out on opportunities for genuine healing and transformation.
While cultivating an optimistic outlook and focusing on the positive aspects of life can be beneficial, it should not come at the expense of denying or suppressing negative emotions. True emotional well-being arises from embracing the entirety of our emotional experiences, understanding their nuances, and developing healthy coping mechanisms to navigate through the ups and downs of life. An approach that values emotional authenticity, self-compassion, and balanced emotional processing is more likely to contribute to lasting mental well-being.
So how do you think the pressure of toxic positivity affects the way that teenagers interact with each other and express their genuine feelings, especially in challenging and uncomfortable situations?
Well, I feel like there's this kind of thing in general when it comes to society, along with, teens being social with each other and just people being social in general is the idea that being emotional in public is something that shouldn't be happening or is something that people need to learn to control, or the idea of emotional control. Obviously, that's important, but, like, I found that thing is, I'm a person that doesn't, when people, say to me, how are you doing today? How's your day going? I normally respond in a very, like, it was fine, it was all right. I don't really respond in, like, oh, it was a great day, or oh, it was pretty good. Because I don't really like, feigning that sort of thing, because, like, I never really know how my day is going. Even as someone who's less negative than I was before, I still don't really say I have a good day or say that I'm doing good. But I feel like a lot of people almost feel like they have to say that, or, like, whenever people ask that, they never really expect me to say things like, oh, I'm all right, or I'm fine, or whatever.
And I think a lot of times when people ask that, they really don't care either. It's just a conversation starter in a lot of cases. Like, hey, how you doing? And then they just move on and continue with the conversation. And I think as a result of that, it's become kind of a ubiquitous type of handshake response. Like, how you doing? Doing great. Okay, let's move on to what we really need to talk about.
Yeah, a lot of people really don't take into consideration, like, if you ask someone how they're doing, like, can be a pretty loaded question to a lot of people, because obviously we don't know what people are going through, and, like, someone could be going through a lot of different stuff, but they don't show it at all because they're too scared to be emotionally vulnerable around a lot of people, which is understandable, but I don't think should be happening, and I don't think people should be feigning, positivity, at least to that extreme.
I agree, and honestly, I appreciate the authenticity that you have, because, you call me, you call mommy when you get home from school, and we have a little debrief real quick. There are days that you don't want to have that call. And when that happens, you text us to make sure you're okay and safe, and you just aren't ready for a conversation. When you do want to have that conversation and you allude to the fact that it wasn't a great day, that spawns conversation. That might prompt someone like mommy or I to maybe pick up, dessert or something on the way. Something like that to try to lift your spirits, or it might dictate how the conversation goes. Maybe I won't be as,
You won't poke as much of a stick in my cage.
I won't be such a stick poker if I know you didn't have a good day. So it helps to set the tone, but it also helps to gauge reactions from other people if you're honest. But if you're right, and people aren't honest about that, and you just say everything's okay, that's probably a legitimate form of toxic positivity right there.
Yeah, and, like, obviously I don't think you need to be, like, emotionally vulnerable with everybody you meet. I can understand not wanting to, like, say something like that to, like, a coworker you don't really know, but especially to the people that, like, you trust and, like, you're close with, I don't feel like it's the most, I don't know, I just feel like we could at least normalize the idea of, if someone asks you if you're okay, understand that that's a bit of a loaded question, so don't always be prepared for someone to just be like, oh, I'm good, and then just brush it off.
Right. And that authenticity, be genuine to yourself, be genuine to the others around you. It's okay to be guarded, depending on who that audience is, but don't be misleading for the sake of trying to get past that question. I think we're going to take our first break here. When we come back, you can tell us about why negative emotions aren't really negative. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, World Boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, Guild Lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about toxic positivity, and now we're going to talk about why negative emotions aren't really negative. The categorization of emotions into negative and positive is a simplification that reflects the general valence or emotional tone of an experience. While this labeling can provide a basic framework for understanding our emotional landscape, it's important to acknowledge that emotions are complex and multifaceted. It's important to acknowledge that emotions are complex and multifaceted phenomenon that contribute significantly to our psychological and emotional well-being. In fact, the concept of categorizing emotions as purely negative or positive oversimplifies their richness and potential benefits.
Emotions are intricate responses to our thoughts, perceptions, experiences, and bodily sensations. They carry valuable information about our inner world and our external interactions. Rather than categorizing emotions into rigid dichotomies, it's more accurate to view them as a diverse range of responses that serve distinct purposes. Understanding and embracing these so-called negative emotions is essential for personal growth and emotional resilience in the following ways. It provides insights into needs and values. All emotions, whether considered negative or positive, provide insights into our needs, values, and desires. For example, feelings of frustration or dissatisfaction can indicate areas of life where our needs are not being met or where there's a misalignment with our values. Acknowledging and exploring these emotions can guide us towards making meaningful changes.
It also provides a balanced emotional landscape. Emotions are interconnected and interdependent. Suppressing or denying so-called negative emotions can disrupt the balance of our emotional landscape. Just as we experience joy and contentment, we also experience sadness, anger, and fear. Each emotion serves a purpose and contributes to the richness of our emotional experience.
Emotional resilience is another consideration. Developing emotional resilience involves the ability to navigate both challenging and positive emotions. Embracing and understanding the full spectrum of emotions enhances our capacity to cope with difficulties, bounce back from setbacks, and adapt to changing circumstances.
Self-awareness and growth is also something to consider. Engaging with a wide range of emotions fosters self-awareness and personal growth. When we explore our emotional responses, we gain insight into our triggers, patterns, and reactions. This self-awareness empowers us to make intentional choices and engage in personal development.
It also helps us with effective communication. Emotions are a vital component of effective communication. Expressing and understanding emotions helps us connect with others on a deeper level, fostering empathy, understanding, and healthy relationships.
Finally, it also helps with processing and healing. So-called negative emotions, such as sadness or anger, often arise in response to challenging situations or past wounds. Allowing ourselves to experience and process these emotions is an essential step toward healing and letting go of emotional baggage.
The dichotomy of negative and positive emotions is a simplified framework that doesn't capture the complexity and value of our emotional experiences. Understanding and embracing the full range of emotions contributes to emotional well-being, personal growth, and enhanced resilience. By acknowledging the role of so-called negative emotions and learning to navigate them, we cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves and develop the emotional tools necessary to lead fulfilling lives. So I know we've done a podcast on negative emotions in the past. How do you feel about the concept of labeling emotions negative or positive?
Yeah, that's the thing. I know that for a while I had kind of done that sort of thing where it's like, I don't really like I would label certain emotions as being bad or that like I was feeling angry, so that means that I'm not feeling great. And, at this point I've kind of realized that it's more about, the mood and mindset when it came to the emotions rather than the emotions themselves. Because now I've kind of learned to understand that pretty much any emotion can be used in a constructive way. Anger can be used to understand an injustice that happens and, you know, have someone, encourage someone to basically go and stop that injustice. And like we said, frustration can help us understand if our needs aren't being met. So at this point, I don't necessarily label my emotions anymore. Like, I might say I feel a certain way, but I don't really. Like, I might say I feel an emotion or that I might feel negatively or positively, but I never really try to use the two of them together. I kind of just say, I'm feeling this way, or I feel positive or negative.
Okay. So, can you recall a time when you felt pressure to suppress a negative emotion, maybe to appear strong or unaffected if you happen to be in a bad mood or something?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things. The daily one probably has to be when it came to just when I feel terrible at school because, like, at that point, I kind of have to get my day over with, and then when I get home, I can kind of let it out. But it can be kind of hard to hold all that in, especially considering I don't really have many breaks because I have like 6 classes in a row until I actually have lunch. So it's like if I feel bad during like second period, I have to hold on to that for like the entirety of that time until I can finally get a kind of break. But even then, I can't really let all of it out until I'm home. So that's certainly like the daily thing. A more personal one was kind of when Dorian died, when Dorian was having to be put down, because, we had to make the right decision because we didn't want her to suffer, and we knew that she probably didn't have much time left. And for a while, when we were there, we had to kind of suppress it, and I mainly suppressed it to help comfort Mommy, because, I don't think either of us were really holding it together well, but I kind of tried to hold on to help her.
Yeah, it's tough, and it's situational, and sometimes you know y- sometimes you have to. It's not like you want to suppress the emotions, but I think when my mom passed away, and somebody had to make the arrangements and call the funeral home and do all that stuff and get all our belongings together. And it's one of those things where it hurts so much, you just sort of want to crawl into a ball and not be bothered by the world, just deal with it. And I didn't have the luxury of that. You kind of have to push those down for a little bit to still be functional. You can't let yourself get to the point of being non-functional overall. So there's dangers to toxic positivity too. Why don't you tell us about some of the dangers?
Toxic positivity, an environment that overly emphasizes the need for perpetual positivity, can have significant repercussions on the emotional well being of teenagers and young adults, whether it manifests in personal interactions or online spaces. This culture often emerges due to various factors, including parents' uncertainty about how to support their adolescents, a fear of confronting the seriousness of underlying issues, or the amplification of a superficially happy image on social media platforms.
Parents might unintentionally encourage toxic positivity as they strive to help their teens by urging them to remain positive in the face of difficulties. This could stem from a lack of knowledge about effective emotional support strategies or a hesitancy to address potentially complex and challenging situations head on.
Additionally, the pervasive influence of social media plays a significant role in shaping this culture. Online platforms tend to highlight and glorify the positive aspects of life, fostering a facade of unending happiness, which we kind of talked about last time. As a result, young people are often exposed to a curated version of reality, making them feel that expressing anything other than positivity is not acceptable, which I find interesting because the news is very rarely ever positive.
Touche.
Yeah.
Research indicates that the societal pressure to maintain a facade of constant positivity can have detrimental effects on mental well-being. Shocker. The incessant need to project happiness can lead to feelings of shame and guilt when experiencing negative emotions such as sadness and anger or frustration. This pressure to suppress authentic feelings can exacerbate emotional distress and hinder healthy coping mechanisms.
Toxic positivity can impede honest communication about struggles. Adolescents might feel compelled to conceal their challenges due to the fear of being perceived as weak or inadequate. Consequently, they may resort to...
I lost your spot. Consequently, they may resort to
maladaptive coping strategies, such as turning to substance abuse in an attempt to numb their emotional pain.
So, as a simple analogy here, toxic positivity in this case here that hinders emotional healing is very similar to having an infected cut on your arm, but constantly ripping the Band-Aid off. Like, you're not helping it by pretending it's not there by taking the Band-Aid off. You're just making sure it doesn't heal.
Yeah.
And toxic positivity kind of falls into that same light where we're all going to experience these emotions. And if we suppress them, you don't learn how to deal with them. There's no avoiding the emotions.
Yeah.
And trying to be positive all the time is not the answer.
Definitely.
So how do you think the idea of toxic positivity impacts the way teenagers communicate about their real feelings and struggles, especially in social settings or in family environments?
Well, I can certainly attest to the idea of family environments. Not that, you've been toxically positive. It's more your reactions to it. And I can understand how, if teens experience toxic positivity at home, they wouldn't really want to be open with their parents because either their parents would kind of just try to shut it down and tell them not to worry about it, or, they just wouldn't be able to deal with it properly. So I can understand that, if someone is toxically positive to someone else, it would make a teen not want to open up to them or open up to anybody because, again, they'd either be perceived as being weak or their emotions would be ignored and be told to just forget about them.
Okay. What strategies do you think are important for teenagers to develop in order to effectively process and communicate a wide range of emotions, including those often labeled as negative?
Well, I guess the best way to really go about it is to try your best to define it. I know for a while I had a huge issue when it came to trying to actually define my emotions. They were incredibly complex. I had no idea how to go about it, and it prevented me from actually seeking help from the people that I cared about because I couldn't tell them what was wrong. I just felt terrible and I could barely communicate anything. So I feel like one of the first steps anyone can really take is to try your best to define it. Even if you don't have a concrete definition of what you're feeling, the best thing you can do is to kind of try and figure out exactly what's going on, because if you can at least figure it out, then that's one step towards being able to either be rid of it or have a better way of dealing with it altogether. Knowing in a way what you're feeling allows you to better communicate with people that can actually help you, and it also helps you get a better understanding of how you're feeling as well.
That's a very wise insight into that. And we've talked about it a lot in the past, the ability to identify feelings, to label feelings. And when we say label, we don't mean negative or positive, but, this emotion here is anger or jealousy or frustration. Once you can put that label on it, you can understand it. And once you can understand it, you can start to cope with it at that point in time.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be super specific. If you like, I know for me, a lot of times there are instances where I'm like crying or I'm really upset and I have no idea why. And like, I'm not always able to find a reason why. There's just, I'm kind of in a mood. And again, that's more of a broad interpretation of it, but simply just saying that to someone or simply trying to express that like, oh, I'm just not feeling great will still at least, lead to something a little more positive, or at least lead to, okay, I know you're not feeling great. Let's see if we can do something that usually cheers you up.
And that's usually when I start throwing chocolate at you and backing away slowly.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, let's take another break. And when we come back, we can start talking about how to work with negative emotions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about toxic positivity. And now we're going to talk about how to work with negative emotions, even though we just said that technically there are negative emotions, but,
Right.
It's whatever. We're dealing with it.
Thanks for the disclaimer.
Yep. Navigating and effectively addressing challenging emotions is a fundamental aspect of emotional well-being and personal growth. These are 5 common approaches that provide valuable insight into working with negative emotions while avoiding the pitfalls of toxic positivity. 1 is clinical therapy. Evidence-based therapeutic methods such as cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, and acceptance and commitment therapy offer adolescents and young adults essential tools for confronting and processing difficult emotions. These modalities. This
is why we should do a read-through beforehand.
It's part of the charm. These modalities provide structured frameworks to understand and manage emotions, particularly those arising from trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder. By working with skilled therapists, individuals can learn coping strategies, cognitive reframing techniques, and mindfulness practices that enable them to engage with their emotions in a constructive and healing manner.
There's also creative arts therapy, which we've discussed in the past as well. Art, music, and dance therapy offer nonverbal outlets for expressing intense and painful emotions. These creative modalities provide a safe space for individuals to channel their feelings into artistic expression, facilitating emotional release and catharsis. Through creative processes, teens and young adults can gain insight into their emotions and experiences, fostering a deeper connection with themselves and their feelings.
There's also mindfulness and meditation, which we've also talked about. Mindfulness practices encourage individuals to observe their thoughts and emotions with non-judgmental awareness. By cultivating mindfulness, adolescents can create space between themselves and their emotions, allowing a more balanced and compassionate response. Mindfulness meditation equips teens with the ability to navigate challenging emotions while fostering self-compassion and emotional intelligence.
Last but not least, we have supportive social circles. Building strong social connections provides a crucial foundation for managing negative emotions. Encouraging open and honest communication with peer groups, family, and trusted adults creates an environment where teens feel safe to express their authentic emotions. Connecting with empathic individuals fosters a sense of validation, reducing the pressure to maintain a facade of constant positivity. Supportive relationships offer a space to share experiences, exchange coping strategies, and provide mutual encouragement.
These approaches offer diverse pathways to addressing challenging emotions in a healthy and constructive manner. By embracing evidence-based therapies, creative expression, mindfulness, and supportive relationships, adolescents can develop the tools necessary to navigate their emotional landscapes with resilience, authenticity, and well-being.
So, in what ways do you think creative activities like art, music, and dance, what ways can they help in expressing and processing intense emotions compared to more traditional forms of therapy?
So I do feel like talking with people you trust about your emotions is a good way to, express them. However, it's not always easy because it's verbal and not everything you can say is going to be interpreted the way that you want it to be or really be able to be best expressed that way. That's where things like art, music, and dance come in because, those are usually visual forms of expression, or at least, you can it's more or less you can see it and also feel it at the same time. I feel like being able to see it and feel it instead of just simply hearing someone talking about it's very beneficial for someone else who's trying to better understand what another person is going through. And if you can express it visually through music or through dance, I feel like that's a very effective way to better get it across if it's something that's kind of just hard to say or put into words.
And I think you're right. I think you're expending energy at the same time. And you're expending a different kind of energy. You're using a different part of your brain to get this type of stuff out. Now, we're on the subject of art. This is probably where I should have plugged in the commercial for the new mugs that you made. But is art therapeutic for you, or is it a recreation for you?
Honestly, it can be very therapeutic. I'm not always able to draw when I'm not feeling great, and most of the time it's usually recreational, but I do find that when I get into the zone of art, I don't really tend to worry about everything else going on. It's like everything else kind of just stops and I'm just there with my art and I'm just working on whatever I'm drawing, and the focus I'm able to put in that and the creativity and ideas that I find myself going through when I end up drawing, it's very therapeutic, and it kind of acts as my own therapy even when I don't intend it to be.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You kind of get in that zone there, and once you get in there, it's almost like you're in a meditative state at that point when the creativity is just flowing out through whatever medium you've chosen. Can you describe the role your social circle plays in how you handle negative emotions, or what we're not labeling negative emotions, but complex emotions, we'll say.
Emotions, yeah. I personally think I have a lot of friends who are very accepting, and I'm very accepting of them, and I feel like the importance of having a social circle that can either, even if they can't always help you with your emotions, the idea of at least them being an outlet for where you can at least express it and talk about it. Because again, the idea of talking through your emotions, like we've said before on the podcast, can be very beneficial. And just having friends that you can trust in order to at least talk with, not even necessarily get advice from, just at least them being there and you being able to trust them, I feel is very beneficial in how you can help deal with your emotions. I've certainly found that to be very helpful because the idea of having friends that, care about my situation if I'm going through something difficult, and friends that are willing to support me even if they don't completely understand it, it tends to help me, realize that okay, I'm going through something right now, but I have a support group and, I can always seem to trust them.
Yeah, having a support system, I think, is vital going through things like this. Not only do they reaffirm things, like you may lose faith in yourself, you may, start to believe some of those negative thoughts in your head, and they're there to kind of pick you up and dust you off and stand you back up and show you what your self-worth really is. And it's not that evil voice that's in your head.
Yeah, that's the thing. Me and my friends kind of joke with each other in the ways of like, we all kind of we're all the positive voices in each other's heads because we're all our own worst enemies.
Yeah. And that's true. I mean, having someone else there that can fill that gap, if you're not capable or in some cases willing to do it yourself, having someone else there to do it can be literally a lifesaver. One of the other things that I wanted to talk about was the need to strive for authentic positivity. Authentic positivity is a holistic approach to emotional well-being that goes beyond the surface level of constant cheerfulness. It recognizes the intricacies of human emotions and the dynamic nature of life experiences. Rather than solely focusing on cultivating positive emotions, authentic positivity acknowledges the entire spectrum of human feelings, both positive and challenging. This approach is rooted in the understanding that both joyous and difficult moments are integral components of the human experience.
One of the fundamental principles of authentic positivity is the acceptance of all emotions without judgment or shame. Instead of suppressing or denying emotions that are commonly labeled as negative, this perspective encourages individuals to embrace their emotions as valid and authentic expressions of their inner world. By giving themselves permission to feel and express a wide range of emotions, individuals can develop a deeper understanding of themselves and their emotional landscapes.
Authentic positivity does not view difficult emotions as obstacles to overcome or ignore. Instead, it acknowledges their presence and significance. This approach recognizes that challenging emotions such as sadness, anger, fear, and frustration serve important functions. They can provide valuable insight into one's values, boundaries, and areas that may need attention or growth. Rather than avoiding these emotions, authentic positivity encourages individuals to navigate them with empathy and self-compassion.
Through embracing both positive and challenging emotions, individuals can develop emotional resilience. This resilience stems from the ability to adapt to different emotional states and situations while maintaining a sense of self-worth and inner stability. Authentic positivity supports individuals in learning healthy ways of coping with challenging emotions. Instead of resorting to avoidance or suppression, individuals are empowered to seek constructive strategies for managing their emotions, which can include seeking professional support, engaging in self-care practices, and utilizing healthy outlets for emotional expression.
Authentic positivity promotes the importance of seeking support from a social network, therapists, mentors, or loved ones. Recognizing that everyone encounters difficulties and struggles at various points in life, this approach encourages individuals to share their experiences and emotions openly. By doing so, they can receive empathy, validation, and guidance from others who have navigated similar challenges.
Authentic positivity offers a comprehensive and compassionate approach to emotional well-being. By embracing the full spectrum of human emotions, individuals can deepen their self-awareness, foster emotional resilience, and enhance their overall quality of life. This approach enables individuals to navigate life's complexities with greater wisdom, self-compassion, and a genuine sense of well-being.
So, do you think you operate in a cloud of toxic positivity these days? Or do you think the positivity that you do have, and you have good days, you have bad days. Do you think the positivity that you have these days is a genuine form of positivity?
I honestly feel like for the most part, I do think that most of the positivity I have tends to be genuine, mainly because I don't always like to hide my negative emotions. Sure, I'll suppress it at times when I don't where I feel like I don't want to express it or feel like I can't express it when it comes to, being in public. but I feel like most of the positivity I experience is genuine. And even then, when I do experience positive emotions, I'm quite shocked at myself. Which, I mean, I shouldn't be shocked, but, it still, feels good, I guess.
Well, and see, the thing is considering where you were and the journey that you've come through and where you are today, it's good to see that kind of progress. That's the emotional growth, the emotional maturity that we've been talking about a lot on the podcast in the last 20 or 30 episodes that we've done.
Yeah.
So seeing that growth, it's like there's a lot of things that parents see their kids do. They bring home good grades, or you get compliments on how well you behaved you are when you're at a restaurant or something like that. That's all stuff that makes me as a parent feel good, but seeing the growth and in fact seeing that growth episode after episode really tells me that you're reaching that, emotional maturity level that, you can handle these things. It's sort of like driving, right? When you first started learning how to drive, it was terrifying for me, at least. I mean, we had a couple of scary calls. You didn't have the confidence that you had. And the last time that I took you out, we did highway driving, we did parallel parking, and you were a champ. And it was all a bunch of little steps that got us there. And the journey to learn to manage your complex emotions is the same thing. And that's sort of what we're talking about here, is the toxic positivity degrades from that. As long as you're realistic and you're authentic and you're honest with yourself, that's that level of maturity that everyone's looking for. I think that was all we had today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, get your closing thoughts, and finish up the podcast. We'll be right back.
Alright, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that every emotion someone feels is valid. I wouldn't say any emotion is necessarily positive or necessarily negative, but there are obviously moments where people feel good and people feel bad, and people kind of just feel like they're not really either. And I do understand that people that do spread toxic positivity, for the most part, they do have good intentions. It's just there's not the understanding that suppressing your emotions isn't really very helpful. And to reiterate, suppressing your emotions isn't really helpful. And as long as people are able to understand that, I feel like the idea of communicating it with people that you trust and knowing that it's okay to express your emotions no matter what they are, in, healthy ways and in healthy doses, I feel like is something that everyone can benefit from.
All right. Sage words, as always.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I want to take a moment once again to implore you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio-only versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Anywhere you can get a podcast now, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter at insights_things. See, it's not just X, it's both now. You can find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream live 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Sam now, and Insights into Tomorrow, hosted by you and Mommy.
There we go. I like that. That's much better marketing than the lack of confidence you were giving us before when you were trying to tell us that we do them once in a while.
Look, I don't really know when you guys are doing it. Well, this is the only podcast that we technically do weekly anymore. there was a whole stick that I had originally. You kind of messed it up with the scheduling. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to deal with it.
You got a new shtick. That's all.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
That's all, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 20, Don't Touch That Dial. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host today, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Good. How you doing?
Fantastic. So this topic kind of came up when I was doing some research on various things that we could talk about. This one kind of hit home, mainly because of what you do. What is it that you do that's tied to this topic?
Yeah, so I currently am a producer at an AM radio station. I run the board for a bunch of different shows 3 days a week. I also would like to break into the FM market at some point. That's sort of my goal. Went to college for it, did radio in college, did radio in high school. Radio is my passion, and it's what I want to do for a living. So yeah, this topic was important and something I think about too often.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the resume there. We'll make sure we get
no
that
problem.
out to
Yeah,
everyone.
check out my website.
So, the article that I came across happened to deal with current automakers like BMW, Tesla, Audi, Porsche, and Volvo, all taking steps to remove AM radios from their electric vehicles. And it made me think, and it's making a lot of people think, what's the fate of this aging but reliable form of communication? And that's what we're going to discuss today. But before we do that, I did want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all of our social media on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Let's get into it.
Let's do it. So there's one particular article that I read was on a site, northjersey.com. And they kind of talk about the fact that it's no secret that AM radio has kind of lost much of its luster over the decades. It was introduced in the early 1900s, and it's lost out to superior technologies, FM being the first one that threatened it, satellite radio, and now we're talking, podcasts and streaming and YouTube and everything you can get over the internet now. In fact, that's one of the things that these car companies are saying, is that everything that you could get over AM, you can get over streaming now in the car, which I guess is a valid point as long as that infrastructure is working, right? AM has been traditionally relegated mostly to talk shows at this point in time. And again, that's because of the limitations in the technology. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with AM and what the limitations of that technology are and why people might be wanting to move away from it?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you listen to any AM broadcast, you're going to hear it immediately. The difference between AM and FM, the sound quality is just much lower, and that has to do a lot with how it transmits its signal. It limits itself essentially, but because it's so simple, it's effective in more rural areas and areas where you might not have the high-speed internet you would need for streaming services. But again, because of those limitations, like you said, we are mostly talk. Because anything more complicated, you just wouldn't hear it because it's, as it's broadcasted, it's all garbled, and talk is the only thing that really can come through effectively. But yeah, it's kind of a miracle that AM is still around. I think even as someone that works at an AM station, it is definitely, it feels like a relic. And when you bring it up to anybody, you immediately they're like, it's dated and it feels dated. But there is still a market for it in areas where it's not as populated, where it's easy to get an AM signal. We do have people that call in still. We do have listeners, even with those limitations. So,
well, and that's the technology itself doesn't lend itself to high fidelity broadcast, stereo, or all the new fangled high grade music and stuff that we do now. But what it is, it's reliable and it transmits very far. It doesn't, because of the frequencies that it operates on, it's not as susceptible to interference with, objects. Wi-Fi, for instance. You run Wi-Fi in your house, and if you have drywall in your house, that can interfere with your Wi-Fi signals because of the higher frequencies
and weather too.
Yes, that's one thing. But I will say that from a weather standpoint, it's interesting listening to AM radio in a thunderstorm because every time there's a bolt of lightning, you can hear it over the radio.
Yep.
But it's exactly that reliability that resulted in it becoming really America's backbone for our national public warning system, which is one of the paramount reasons that people are trying to preserve it now, not just, for talk radio and such, but a large chunk of our emergency broadcast system is done over AM radio. In fact, our government is still trying to preserve this. U.S. Congressman Josh Geitheimer thinks we can't lose AM radio. He says AM radio is resilient to cyber attacks, nuclear threat, and natural disasters. He goes on to say that when cell phones go out, the internet gets cut off, or television doesn't work because there's no power in your house, you can still use an AM radio. It'll still be there.
Yep.
And that's true. I mean, people have hand crank AM radios for emergency weather services and natural disasters and things like that. How significant do you think it would be if AM went away and we lost those forms of communication? Would it be a public health hazard?
I think it definitely could be because, when all else fails, you would still be able to turn to that. Everybody, even if they've never tuned to AM on their car or radio before, you can, and you would still be able to get that information. If that goes away, there really is no no last resort that you'd be able to go to get that information. You could, we get government warnings on our phones, but if there's some kind of electrical malfunction, your phone is dead. And there's no cell service, no internet service. You're not going to get those alerts. TV broadcasts, you see emergency alert system tests on TV all the time. But again, if power goes out or if the TV networks go out, you're going to lose that service. AM radio, it's pretty hard to shut it down unless you destroy the transmitting towers because no matter what, it's going to go out. And like you said, you can get a hand cranked radio to always get that signal. So I think it would be, it seems like a really low chance that we'd have to use it for something. But if we did and we didn't have it, the consequences would be pretty rough.
Well, and, I'll take us back to when 9/11 happened. I was working up in central New Jersey, so most of the radio and TV stations that we had pulled from New York. And when the first tower went down, it took one of the major transmitting stations for all the television networks down.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and because it was mounted on top of the tower, because it was the largest structure in the city. And we lost all of the antenna service that we had at the time. We didn't have cable; we had antenna service, and obviously, it's a time that everyone's kind of scared, not knowing what's going on. So you're looking to get news. Well, all the internet sites were hammered at the time. You couldn't get anything. In fact, the only internet news we could get, we had to go to European sites to get that, and they had, spotty reporting at best. We had someone who had an old 9-volt radio in their desk that they would listen to on their break. And they pulled that out. They pulled up an AM news station, and that was how we kept in touch during 9/11. So it's not that unreasonable to think that it's that important. And it's, the whole reason this topic came up was because of the auto industry kind of pushing the issue itself. But that's not really the driving force behind this, but it's the reasoning behind the auto industry's move away from AM is sketchy, I would say, at best. What are the reasonings that they have for moving away from AM?
So I'm looking at the show notes. I'm just trying to make sure we covered the right parts. We already covered the issues, but yeah, the real issue is deeper than car makers trying to modernize their products. This is from Forbes magazine. 40% of all radio listening is done in cars, which is great for us and the radio side of things because you're guaranteed an audience. A lot of, like when you do ratings and stuff, you can't guarantee an audience, but radio, you can kind of cheese the numbers because everyone's got a radio in their car. Even if they're not really listening, it's on. So that counts when it comes to ratings.
Sure, yeah.
If the auto industry turns away from AM, losing that large percentage of listeners could doom the platform and make it impossible to stay commercially viable, which is also very true because in radio, it all comes down to your ratings so that you can sell advertising to then go back into the station to fund more things. It's a cycle. And ratings are everything. If you don't have those ratings and you don't have that market, you've pretty much got no reason to be operational because it is all commercial based, even if it is being used for government services. Bipartisan groups of elected leaders have sponsored the AM for Every Vehicle Act, which I imagine is, a bill to force AM in every car, no matter what.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think that would be a good thing, because even if you never use it, like you said, when it comes to 9/11, having it in a time like that would be extremely useful and helpful. And if there was no option for that, I don't know what you would do. I think it would make panic even worse than it probably already would be.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think it's almost like a safety blanket at this point in time. People know that if they need to get that information, they can, even though they might not avail themselves of it on a regular basis. There's thousands and thousands of weather radios out there that people have just when there's a storm, and those weather radios get their information over an AM band. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the things that the auto industry is claiming is that because of the electrical emissions from electrical vehicles, it causes interference over AM radios, and they don't want a negative experience for their users
that are listening to AM radio. Like that Venn diagram is pretty small.
That's a very good point. Is that the fact that they've got people that are listening to AM radios are clearly not looking for a high fidelity signal to begin with.
Yeah, I don't think, like I said, the Venn diagram of electric car users and AM radio listeners are that in between is, I would argue, probably non-existent.
and I would tend to agree with that as well. So, and that's why I say I think their motivation for it's to save money, but I can't imagine that putting an AM capable radio in an electric vehicle is the cost center.
Well, it's also probably because they want to have a deal with satellite radio companies, because most times when you buy a car now, it's got Sirius built into it, Sirius XM.
Well, yeah, but my vehicle has Sirius built into it. They didn't have to not have AM on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't do it. Maybe if it's I don't think it's an electrical interference problem. I just don't buy that.
I don't either, and that's almost like one of those things where they don't want you to use your cell phone on an airplane because it interferes with telemetry. And it's like, yes, if under certain circumstances there's a 1 in a million chance that it interferes with it, you probably don't want that chance happening on a plane. I can't imagine there being anything detrimental about an AM radio that's just receiving, not transmitting, on an electric vehicle.
Yeah, and like I have a AM radio transmitter hooked up to my stereo, or a receiver hooked up to my stereo, and it's just like a square piece of plastic with wire wrapped around it. That's all you need to get AM signal. It's not like you need a full stereo or radio head to get it.
Right.
You just need some wire that you stick out.
And it's funny you mention that, because during that 9/11 situation, the radio that we had was not getting a very good signal. So we actually took a piece of coax, stripped all the shielding off of it, and just turned that into a bigger antenna and got a clearer signal.
Yeah, and like that's one of the reasons I love radio so much. Not just AM. I don't really love AM that much, but FM, radio in general. The concept of radio, it's so accessible, and I've always equated it to like sticking your hand in a river. Like the radio is always there, and there's so many ways to access it. And you could have a big boombox that you tune your favorite station to, but you can also have something in the palm of your hand that can do the same thing. And I just think like you don't really get that with any other medium. Not to mention it's very like personable. Like when you're listening to a DJ, it feels like it's just you and them having a conversation, and you don't get that with TV or movies.
Sure.
And I think AM does have that, and that's another reason why talk is so successful on AM when it is because you can access it in a variety of ways that are pretty easy, and you don't have to pay to listen to the radio. Like you don't have to pay a subscription fee. You can just have a wire and stick it up in the air and have some sort of output, and you're listening. There's no barrier to entry, and that's one of the reasons I love it so much. And it's so accessible no matter where you are in life. I just think it's great.
Well, and it's funny because there's been a push by politicians to declare internet as a public utility. Everyone needs to have internet. And I don't want to argue with that. I mean, that's our medium of choice for the podcast. And I think everyone should have it. But if everyone should have the internet as a public service, everyone should have AM. Mm-hmm. AM already exists. Why would you take it away?
And it's much easier to give everybody access to AM than it is internet.
Absolutely.
Because the less populated areas you get, it's way harder to get that internet working. I have a friend of mine who lives in Maine, and his two choices for internet were Spectrum or like satellite internet, which is way worse.
Right.
And the delay in that is insane. And this is in 2023, and he's not even in like a rural area. It's just in Maine. There's still parts of the country where you're not getting 5G, upload speeds and things like that. And, that's going to be a problem for many more years to come. They're not going to have that ironed out. Certainly not in a way that it works as reliably as AM does now.
Well, and that's sort of what the auto industry is kind of counting on, is people getting this information over the internet. And the problem with the model of the internet is it's cost-centric to the consumer, where if you want the internet, you have to pay for it in some form, either through taxes, through direct subscriptions, or whatever, whereas AM is producer-centric. So if someone wants to produce content and put it out on radio, they have to fund it. Mm-hmm. They fund it through through listenership and through advertising, but there's no cost, like you said, to the consumer at that point in time. So it makes it accessible to low-income people, to seniors, to everybody out there who doesn't have unlimited income and free disposable income.
And going back to that accessibility thing, it's pretty easy to understand. It's a dial.
Sure. You flip it on and you turn it to where you want to listen to something.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't think there's any other like medium of communication that's like it, and I think that's the reason it's still around. It's people say the radio industry is dying, and I don't think it's dying. I think it's just changing. I think it's evolving. But I think the core technology of how FM and AM transmission works, I think there's always going to be a place for that as long as, broadcasting towers still exist.
Well, the fact that you have podcasts that have become so popular tells me that the content that comes over AM is still popular. The media may be changing,
right?
But that content is still deliverable. It's ease of use, it's low cost, and it's accessible to everybody. It makes a lot of sense to keep it around for people who aren't high tech and have disposable income to pay for the content that they're looking for. There's a market for all the other stuff, and there's nothing to take away from that. But AM still serves a huge portion of the public, and I think it's probably worthwhile to keep it around.
Yeah, absolutely.
On that note, I think we're going to take our first break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about why AM is so important. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community, both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about AM radio and the value of it in today's modern world. So in this segment, we're going to talk about why AM radio is so important. Like I said at the top of the show, I am a producer at an AM radio station, so you can take that however you want. They're not paying me to say this, though. They're barely paying me to work. So some members of the right-leaning media, such as Sean Hannity, suggest the phasing out of AM could be a conspiracy to silence conservative voices. And boy, does that sound like a narrative we've heard before. Many right-leaning talk shows that are the key to the Republican base live on AM. That's very, very true. A lot of the shows that I run are like that. And they are just more popular than a lot of the other shows we get because they have that built-in audience, essentially. Why would we have a note in here about Elon Musk? Isn't Elon Musk emerging as a leader of the right? Why would Tesla be participating in this conspiracy? That's a good point. Elon clearly is on the right side when it comes to the political spectrum. Going back to the EV vehicles wanting to get rid of AM radio, why would he be doing that if it's a constant echo chamber for right-leaning ideas? I don't know. That's a good question. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't. It makes me go back to the thought that it's a cost savings thing, but I don't know how you're saving money on it by getting rid of it. What other motivation would he have other than making sure that other medium, he owns Twitter too. So maybe it's a way of trying to make sure that the mediums that he favors more are at the forefront, removing. And I don't want to get into conspiracy theories here, but one of the things that right-leaning side of the country seems to think is that if they eliminate options for people and the only options that you have left to adopt are the options that they want you to adopt, then you obviously wind up following their indoctrination.
Right.
Is this a factor of that? I doubt it. I think that's kind of a stretch, but I think it's more of a technology thing. Like, I don't even know what kind of radio a Tesla has at this point in time because it's a computer interface that it has.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I could see Elon being more of the mind of, there's a ton of right-wing stuff on like YouTube and their own sites that are getting plenty of traffic. And I could see Elon being completely fine with just moving past AM entirely to focus more on that digital side of things. Guys like I'm not even going to mention their names, but you know who they are, the guys that are, on that side of the spectrum that are online doing their shows. They're basically doing an AM talk radio show just on the internet, and they're getting way more eyes on than they would ever get on AM. So I could see Elon just being of the mindset that AM is dead and we'll just move on from it.
Well, and let's be honest, the format that we do on this show here is very well suited, with the exception of the video, obviously, but it's very well suited to being on an AM radio station. Which is why I say, the most popular podcasts that are out there today are really an AM podcast. They're an AM talk show that happens to be on the internet. So there isn't a lack of demand for what AM offers from a format standpoint. Is it just a technology thing?
I mean, yeah. Once again, we go back to this issue of technology. Jordan Walton, executive director of the New Jersey Broadcasters Association, tells us, due to the nature of the sound, AM lends itself to the spoken word, which is why the talk shows gravitate toward it, which is true. When I'm producing shows, we are very aware that we are spoken word when it comes to things like compression rate and what we're uploading our shows at. It really doesn't matter that much because when it's processed through the transmitter, it's going to sound like it sounds on AM no matter what we do to it. Hundreds of foreign language stations on the platform serve marginalized communities, which is also very true. I run a lot of shows dealing with Eastern European communities in the area, Ukrainian people, Polish people, and that was an aspect of the radio industry that I had no idea about before I started this job, and it's really opened my eyes to it, how important it is to these communities to have that access. I mean, holding full-on religious services that through the AM dial that they might not be able to get to otherwise, it's a big deal, and it's in those communities. It is still very active, and of course, nearly 47 million Americans listen to AM, which is a lot of people. And if that just happened to go away, that's 47 million people that just lose access to that platform.
Yeah, and I go back to when I was a kid. You know, my grandmother lived with us. She was from, as my mother used to term it, the old country. She was from Lithuania, and she didn't speak English very well, didn't understand English very well. So she was very self-conscious going out in public because she couldn't communicate. There happened to be at the time a radio station, a local AM radio station that she would listen to that was done, I don't know if it was done in Lithuanian, but it was done in a language that she understood. And that was like her connection to the outside world. She would get religious services through it. She would get news through it. It was a friendly voice that she didn't hear unless she was talking to members of her own community. And that level of cultural sensitivity, I think, is very important to maintain for those marginalized people.
Absolutely. I mean, some of the shows that we run are entirely in other languages, entirely in Polish or entirely in Ukrainian. And, you know, I don't speak those languages, but somebody's listening because otherwise they wouldn't be on the air.
Right. So, and as with everything, cost is still a factor. You know, as a platform, AM's comparatively inexpensive, certainly to produce and create content for. AM's also the great equalizer across drastically divergent economic situations. From a millionaire to a Porsche, from a millionaire in a Porsche to a homeless person with a battery radio, anyone can tune in, is the quote that I found.
And that's kind of what I talked about earlier, the accessibility of it. There's no subscription fee. As long as you have a way to receive the transmission, because they're all around you. You know, you can't see them, obviously, but, you know, FM signals and AM signals are all around you. As long as you've got a way to...
You can't see them. I can see it.
I think you got to see a doctor. As long as you've got a way to receive that, you can access it. And I think that's a wonderful thing.
You're absolutely right. And again, talking about your friend who's in Maine and other people, you know, you've got farmers and seniors and immigrants who all rely on it because it's a cheap cost of entry into getting into these areas, these discussions. You don't need any high-tech gear. You don't need any advanced knowledge of computers. You literally flip a button, turn it on, turn the knob to where you want to go, and it's there. So that accessibility makes it appealing to a lot of people. Probably the most significant reason AM is important, again, we touched on earlier, is a means of emergency communication. Severe weather alerts, Amber alerts, and other emergency broadcasts all go out over AM frequencies. Now, a lot of those you can get over your cell phone now, too. But in times of emergencies, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, the technology required to make the internet work, and you know, full disclosure, I think everyone knows by now, I work in technology. I work with the internet. The fact that it works as well as it does is a miracle. There are so many points of failure that can stop the internet from working, especially when you're talking about cell signals, that in times of a natural disaster, it's literally the first thing to go down. FEMA has spent decades building out its integrated public alert warning system, or its IPAWS system, using somewhere in the range of 77 primary emergency alerting stations around the country that are AM-based stations. So you've got a huge infrastructure for emergency broadcasting that's already been invested by the country to build this out, and it works. I think that's my biggest catch is there's no reason not to use it. It's not like it's failing. It's not like our crumbling road infrastructure where bridges are literally falling down within driving distance of us here. This works. The technology is sufficient enough to do the job that it's doing, and there's no reason not to use it. The stations brought vital information, warnings, and comfort during tragedies like hurricanes and earthquakes, and again, in the wake of 9/11. So I can't think of a compelling reason for AM to go away. The fact that it's an old technology shouldn't be a reason. The wheel is an old technology, and that's not going away because it's thousands of years old, right?
Yeah, I don't really see why you'd get rid of it. I mean, it still works. It's worked essentially the same way for like 100 years at this point. I forget when it was invented. I think in the early 1900s, but like it still works, especially when it comes to things like this. Why would you get rid of it? And what is the alternative? Really, like, is there a plan from these automakers for? I guess they don't really. It's not their problem if AM radios are done away with. What the alternative would be for these kind of emergency broadcasts?
No, it's not. And their solution to this is use an app. And I'm sorry, but there isn't an app for the emergency broadcasting system. There isn't an app that works when the internet goes down or your cellular connection goes down. The technology of the internet, and it's ironic because when the concept of the internet came out after Sputnik launched, the idea was to move away from circuit switched telephone networks that could be taken out in a nuclear strike to a packet switch network which can route around outages on the network. So the whole premise of the internet was to have a redundant system of communication that didn't go down during emergencies. And the first thing that goes down in times of emergencies is your local internet connection.
Mm-hmm.
Like it happens every time. You know, we have gusty storms here and our cable internet goes out or the power goes out. And it's like there's so many things that an internet connection is dependent on that if any one of those goes down, whether it's your power at your house, your router, the wire to your house, the wire on the street, the wire back to the central office, there's so many things that could go out that would take down your internet. And if you think about the technology for AM, what do you have? You have the radio station and their antenna.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only two things that you need. And you could set up a portable AM radio broadcasting station within an hour of a natural disaster.
Mm-hmm.
So the level of redundancy isn't anywhere near where it is with AM.
Yeah, and just like a personal anecdote, I remember there was one time when I was younger, we got stuck in traffic somewhere. It was like standstill traffic. And the first thing you did was tune to AM.
That was the New Jersey Turnpike, or the Pennsylvania Turnpike coming back from Hershey.
Yep. And the first thing you do was you tuned to one of our local AM stations to get the traffic. And they did traffic and weather like every 20 minutes, maybe less than that, every 15 minutes. But that was the first thing it did because it was reliable, and we might not at the time had, as up-to-date, Google Maps as we do now, but it was a way that you knew that you could count on to get that information pretty much immediately and effectively, and it worked without any kind of issue.
Yeah, so I don't think there's a huge danger of AM going away. What concerns me more is the fact that you have manufacturers that are marginalizing it now. It's one thing to lose market share to a superior technology when the product that you're trying to consume, like music, relies on that superior technology. If you listen to a radio, the same song on AM and on FM, you can hear the difference. Mm-hmm. Losing market share to that is understandable because you're getting a higher quality product.
Right.
Losing market share just because some auto manufacturer decides that they don't want to put a radio in your car anymore, that's pretty arbitrary at that point in time. And you're taking the choice out of the hands of the consumer at that point.
Yeah, and again, we've hit this a bunch, but like it doesn't cost that much. It can't cost that much. I have an FM and AM receiver hooked up to my stereo, and it's just 2 wires. Like I don't understand like what the argument. It's not like it's costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to install these devices in cars. It can't cost that much, and it's just like, why get rid of it? I don't understand it.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're going to take another break here, and we come back. We're going to talk about how it can be saved, because we're not the only ones that think it should be. There are other people, fortunately, in positions of power who think it should be saved. We'll be back in a minute.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more.
Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking about AM radio and people fighting to get rid of it. Well, back in 2013, Ajit Pai of the FCC saw the problem looming and embarked on a personal quest to save it. After a little more than a year in the job, he urged the FCC to undertake an overhaul of the AM radio, which he called the audible core of our national culture. He sees AM as vital in emergencies and in rural areas. He goes on to say AM radio is localism. It's community. AM's longer wavelength means that it can be heard at far greater distances, try that again. AM's longer wavelength means it can be heard at far greater distances and so increases. He said AM radio is always going to be there. For example, he cited Fort Yukon, Alaska, where the AM station KZPA broadcasts inquiries about missing hunters and transmits flood alerts during the annual spring ice breakup. I can't imagine there being an app for that that's reliable out in Fort Yukon, Alaska.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about this? The chairman of the FCC is fighting for this.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. It's good that someone is. Ajit Pai is a questionable guy in most aspects of what he does politically, but this seems like something that is a positive thing that he's doing. It's good that he is sticking up for it, and, we'll see if that continues and what his support would actually mean in terms of keeping AM radio around. But having the head of the FCC, or I don't think he's the head of the FCC.
Not anymore. No.
When he was, still having him advocate for that. But, it's good. It's good to know that there are people higher up that are fighting for it for whatever reason. It's better to have it than not have it at all.
What about Congress? What's Congress doing for us?
So they are trying to save AM radio as well, with automakers threatening to pull the plug. A backlash by station owners, listeners, and legislators prompted Ford to announce it was reversing course on its previous announcement to stop installing AM radios in its cars. But with Tesla and the EV manufacturers announcing their intentions to phase out the technology, a congressional subcommittee was debating the merits of proposed legislation to make AM receivers standard equipment on new vehicles. So they just were talking about it, I guess. That's what it sounds like.
I think that's what politicians normally do.
Removing AM radios from cars could dramatically reduce the audience, with 74% of AM listening happening in the car, according to Nielsen. Automakers cite audio interference. We covered a little bit of this with electrical motors and the ability to stream stations as justification for phasing out the AM radios, which we already said the market for AM listeners and EV users is probably really small. The Communications and Technology Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the ECC, heard nearly 3 hours of testimony as to why AM should be saved. That must have been a long 3 hours.
I'll bet that was a real snore fest.
We mentioned this earlier, but the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act would require, quote, dashboard access to any AM broadcast stations in a, quote, manner that is conspicuous to a driver. The primary rationale is AM radio's integral role in alerting the public of emergencies situations as part of a national network. So again, it goes back to this thing of, if it's not broke, why do we get rid of it? And if it's something that we could use in an emergency where we can't really count on anything else, why get rid of it? And I think that's really what it comes down to. Even if, getting rid of the entertainment side of it, the talk radio side of it, at the end of the day, it is a utility, right? That it is used for emergency purposes. And it would be like getting rid of emergency alert systems in general. Something on that scale, like, these are important for in times of crisis, and it's something that is a reliable way to make sure that people get the information they need to know to stay safe. Why would we get rid of that?
I agree. And the subcommittee even goes on to talk about what we had discussed earlier, that there's a lot of programming on AM radio that'll have no place to go if AM dies a quicker than natural death. Mm-hmm. Of course, that's assuming that, there is a natural death in the future for AM to begin with. But Tesla hasn't been including AM radios in their vehicles for years.
I didn't know that.
And now a number of other manufacturers are kind of following suit there. They claim the electromagnetic interference from batteries generates an audible high-frequency hum for AM broadcast signals. What doesn't generate an audible high-frequency hum on AM? Everything does.
Yep.
But it's been around for over 120 years now. Everyone's gotten used to it at this point in time.
Right.
It's literally, microwave background radiation from the cosmos generates it, okay? I don't think your car is going to overpower that.
Yeah.
But when Ford announced that they would stop putting AM radios in, somebody finally perked up and took notice. Ford CEO Jim Farley said after speaking with policy leaders about the importance of AM broadcast radio as part of the emergency alert system, we've decided to include it in all of 2024 Ford and Lincoln vehicles.
It's a great quote. We forgot about the emergency alert system part. I guess we'll put them in.
Yeah, at least they realized it. But the longer term future for AM kind of is up in the air there still. They're only doing it in their 2024 line. Clearly that's not a long-term plan of theirs. So we need more.
Yeah.
So what more do we have?
A petition.
There's a petition out there for everything, right?
They always work.
So change.org Save AM Radio, a part of the emergency alert system petition, has been put up by WABC Radio, actually.
Like the ABC?
Yeah.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, as if they had some kind of stake in the race or something here. Again, they're pushing the fact that for emergency purposes, because, we're getting more and more weather events,
Yep.
which means there's more and more need for this. Again, is it profit for them that they're pushing this to keep it around because they make money off of AM?
I've been trying to find a way to articulate this, but I really do think it goes back to the issue of satellite radio, right? Because I think they probably see AM as not profitable and not worth having in the car. I don't think they really consider the emergency alert aspect of it. But I think if they have a partnership with Sirius, where Sirius pays them and they pay Sirius to have Sirius XM in the car when you buy it, I think that is, I think there's something to be said there of why they're pushing to get rid of AM so hard. FM is going to be a tougher sell because people do still pretty regularly listen to FM radio, but I think it starts by getting rid of AM.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, but I don't know if satellite radio is a replacement for AM.
Well, not in a realistic sense, but I think in terms of profitability sense for them, for the manufacturers.
From that standpoint, yeah, but from an emergency alert system itself, I don't think it's reliable enough for that.
No. Not to mention you have to pay a subscription for it. So
and that's the thing. Like what someone like XM could do would be to provide a channel that anyone can access for emergency regions.
Yep.
The problem that you have with that is your emergency broadcast system is regionalized.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to have a single channel for emergency broadcast, Fort Yukon, Alaska is going to be sending me updates of hunters that are missing and breaking up with their ice cap, and it's not going to be relevant to me.
Yeah, not to mention, I don't know how you would access that without having Sirius installed in your car.
And that's the thing. Standard radios can't receive it, whereas literally any standard AM radio can receive an AM broadcast.
Right.
You can get add-ons, that will do. You can get an AM or a XM tuner that then broadcasts an FM signal that you can pick up, which is what a lot of people did for satellite radio when it first came out.
Mm.
But again, it's ease of use. That's not available to everybody, so I don't think it's probably the best way to go about it either.
Yep.
I don't know. I guess time will tell where we are with it, but we're going to take another break here and come back. We're going to talk about why AM is fading and some detailed information on that. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility.
Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So is AM radio dying? Well, AM listenership has been in decline for years now. It's been losing ground to cleaner sounds of FM radio and more recently satellite radio and digital media like podcasts.
Mm-hmm. Make sure to like and subscribe on YouTube, everybody.
I guess that makes us part of the problem. But there's over 4,500 AM radio stations nationwide and about 82 million listeners each month. About a third of the audiences for terrestrial radio, according to Nielsen. I didn't realize it was that large. I mean, that's a pretty significant amount, especially when you start talking about advertising revenue.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how that maps out on a region, like on a map, you know, like where a lot of these people are concentrated in, if it is more rural areas or if it's more spread out. If I had to wager, I'd say it's probably more like open areas where it's, you know, more popular because it's a reliable form that you can always access.
Well, the research that I did says in Chicago, AM listeners represent 48% of the total monthly radio audience. I'm just skimming here.
Yeah, it's a lot of numbers.
I love stats, but I don't like picking up numbers. It's tied to Milwaukee and second only to Buffalo at 56%. So you're talking big city areas here where you got a lot of listeners. Mm-hmm. And, you know, these are coming from Nielsen ratings here. Once towering top 40 stations like WLS AM 890. I feel like I should be doing it in
hey, everybody.
My radio announcer voice.
WLS AM 890.
They switched to the talk format more than 3 decades ago and currently ranks 23rd in Chicago with a 1.7 share. No, I don't know what Nielsen ratings are. Does 1.7 mean anything to you?
I have no idea. Share of the market, probably, if I had to guess.
Okay. But, you know, a little bit closer to home, you have Philadelphia-based Odyssey, which owns 2 of the top-rated AM stations in Chicago. The article I read talked to Craig Schwab, an Illinois native and veteran radio news executive who took the reins at WBBAM in January. He spent most of his career in AM radio, which, you know, near and dear to your heart, I suppose.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit more popular when he started,
though. He declined to break down the AM-FM audience that split up the station, but said the reach of AM signal is crucial for a news station, especially in emergencies. He goes on to say, I've covered a bunch of hurricanes in my time. I don't know how many hurricanes in Chicago you cover, but okay.
More than you think.
In different radio markets. Sorry, okay. He says in different radio markets.
It's the Windy City. So.
He says, I'll tell you that when electricity goes down and cell towers are out and all kinds of things aren't possible, television's not accessible, cell phone signals and batteries die, AM radio is there. And it is. It's like a safety blanket.
Mm-hmm. A really uncomfortable, scratchy safety blanket. Like the one you leave in your car if you get stuck on the side of the road.
Keeps you alive, though, right?
Yeah,
you're not gonna sleep with it normally, but you know, it gets the job done. And I think that's really what it's like, is, you know, that's kind of the gist of it. So given your experience with being a AM producer, I want to throw a couple of questions at you in the last few minutes of the show here and do a little question and answer session. So the first question I had for you is, should AM be kept alive? And if so, why?
You know, they taught me in journalism school not to ask yes or no questions. But yeah, I definitely think it should be, not just because I'd be out of a job, but because, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, like I said before, throwing out all the talk, all the entertainment stuff out the window when it comes to AM, I think it fundamentally is most important for its emergency broadcast capability. And if you were to get rid of that, I don't know how you would replace that. Like we talked about, internet is not reliable, television is not reliable, not as reliable as AM. And if it's not there, how are those messages going to get out at the end of the day? I think it would be a public security risk, honestly.
And I think that's a fair point. And it kind of leads me into the next question here is, should government intervene in keeping AM radio alive for that very reason? Now, I'm not an advocate on government intervention. I think every time the government gets involved in something, it's more likely to get screwed up and cost me more money than it is to fix anything. But because of that public safety aspect of it, is this a government problem? Should the government be doing something to make sure this doesn't go away?
I think that's a slippery slope, honestly. You know, when you've got government, if they're going to intervene with car manufacturers, I think that could go. I think it could send a bad message, and it could set a dangerous precedent for what government could do in the future. If they're going to intervene with something like this, where could they intervene in the future? However, I mean, something's got to be done, right? If Tesla doesn't even have AM now, so if you're in a Tesla, how are you going to get that transmission? They can't send every American a little tiny hand crank AM radio. You know, I think that.
I don't know. I think you can afford it.
I think in an instance like this, yeah, whether it's directly intervening with the auto manufacturers or whether it's finding some other way to get these transmissions out reliably, I think that, you know, they've got to do something.
Well, and that's really the kind of the ultimate follow-up question is, what can government do? Should government regulate what auto manufacturers can do? Should they subsidize? If it's a cost issue, should the government subsidize the cost of AM radios? Or should the government mandate we not buy these cars? Like what else can the government do other than either legislate the car industry or regulate the car industry or subsidize it?
Yeah, I really have no idea. I mean, it would have to be, again, there's always the thing of finding an alternative way to get these messages out. But I don't know what that would be. Large, like, speakers all around the country that would broadcast these signals if something happened. I have no idea. You know, it's a tough question to answer.
So you know, I think that is another alternative is the government can find another medium for it for emergency broadcasts. So the next question I have is kind of a personal question to you: is do you listen to AM radio in your car, and why or why not?
I do sometimes if I want to hear what's going on at my job just for fun, because we mess stuff up all the time. So it's nice to hear if I know who's working, if I know who's messing stuff up. But otherwise, no. The sound quality is it's too big of a hurdle for me to get over. I've been listening to FM radio my whole life, so it's really that it comes down to an issue of quality. I just can't get past it.
And I'll be honest with you, I used to listen to AM radio. I used to listen to Sports Talk Radio all the time. There's a local station here, 610, that I used to listen to.
That closed down. I work for some of those people now.
But the majority of that type of discussion has moved into the FM frequencies now. So I don't listen to sports radio anymore, but if I did, I'd be listening to it on FM. And I think that's kind of a natural migration of the mediums themselves. There's no reason for them to be on FM other than quality, maybe more accessibility, maybe. I don't know. Did they move from AM to FM because they saw this happening and they realized that it was time to move?
Well, like most things in life, it's also a question of money, right? You have a way bigger advertising market when it comes to FM than you do AM. So these shows, when they move to FM, they can sell more ads, they can have more listeners, and that cycle can continue on a bigger scale than when they were on AM.
That's a very good point. So kind of back to the issue at hand here. Will not having AM radios in cars kill the medium of AM radio?
Well, it certainly wouldn't help. We had the stat a while ago in the show notes, and I can't find it, but it was like more than 50% of listening for AM is in the car. So if that's taken away, where else are people going to listen? I think just from those numbers alone, if you're losing more than half your listening audience, that's going to be tough to come back from. And, you know, asking people to either stream it online, which we do offer, which alleviates the quality problem, by the way. But then you run into the issue of having internet instead of just having a radio. I think it would. Yeah, I really do. I think losing that large of a chunk of your listener base would be tough to come back from.
Well, if we're talking about AM, keeping AM around just for the sake of it being an emergency service, do you need listenership when you don't have an emergency, though?
I mean, you got to keep the lights on, right? I mean, these things, unless you're being funded but directly by the government, you got to keep the lights on
That's
somehow.
subsidy I was talking about,
Yeah.
where the government's going to basically pay for the service.
I think that'd be the only way around it.
Okay. And the last question that I had, and we can kind of wrap things up. What is the future of AM radio if it can be saved today? Is there a long-term future, short-term? Is it relegated to emergencies? Is there still a consumer-grade version of AM 20 years from now?
20 years from now, I don't know. I think by then it might move more to podcasting. I think if it's going to stick around, it's going to, in 20 years, it would probably be more for just emergency purposes. You know, especially during COVID, a lot of stuff got cut around here. A lot of stations closed down because the small listener base they already had got even smaller because there was a lot more limiting of what we could do because everything was shut down. So yeah, I think in 20 years, it'd probably be more something akin to purely for emergency purposes.
Well, and I have to say, from a strictly podcasting standpoint, one of the biggest advantages of podcasting is literally if you don't care too much about quality and production quality, literally anybody can podcast. And I know AM has a low barrier of cost of entry to get into, but it's not free. And podcasting's not free either. But you could generate a podcast on your phone if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier for people to produce content from that and then publish it somewhere on free sites. Again, you're talking about a different audience and a different barrier to entry for your consumers for it. But as a podcaster, well, I can't say it's cheap to podcast because the level that we podcast on is very expensive. But for someone who just wants to create an audio podcast and doesn't want to go crazy with mixers and mics and all that stuff, you can do it for next to nothing.
Yep.
You know, you can produce content on the internet for next to nothing. Can AM radio claim the same thing? Like, what's your cost for someone if they want to produce this type of show, just audio on AM? What would something like this cost roughly?
Well, I mean, it would be dependent because, you know, how we do things is people pay us to be on the air. So we basically facilitate, we give them the studio and then they buy the time to talk. So, you know, I mean, it would be what we've got is on the level of this, minus we don't have any video components, but in terms of the audio quality, we have the same, if not slightly better audio equipment there. And a lot of it is the built-in audience you're getting by being on the AM station. You've already got our built-in listener base. Now, is that it would depend on what your product is, what your podcast is about, if that listener base is going to listen to that. So I think that's, you know, you'd have to probably look at your market and your demographics from that. But that's really what it is getting that built-in audience, getting that guaranteed transmission from the same time every week or whenever you would want it. And I think that's the biggest selling point. And, you know, we go back to the reliability of AM and the accessibility of it. If you're broadcasting on AM, people might have an easier way of accessing your content that might not be familiar with how to access things on the internet or how to access things, you know, on YouTube or things like that.
Okay, I think that's a fair point. So there's certain trade-offs. There's not a one-to-one comparison between the two. Okay, I mean, I think we've kind of drawn this out to a kind of a conclusion of wait and see at this point. You know, it's not going anywhere anytime soon, but the future isn't bright for it.
No, I would not. No, I would say it's not bright. No.
So appreciate the AM radio that you have now, I guess.
Cherish it, yes, and you know, mail them money. I don't know, just envelopes full of cash,
buckets and buckets.
Yep.
All right, I think that's all we have for today. Before we did go, I want to take an opportunity once again to invite folks to subscribe to the audio and video versions of the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Both audio and video can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are on anywhere you can get a podcast, Pandora, Amazon, TuneIn. One thing I would ask, though, that we haven't been pushing for is if you can, give us a rating, give us a thumbs up, you know, give us a review if you want. Let people know what kind of program we produce here, what kind of quality we have. I'd even take constructive feedback, constructive criticism if there's things that we can do better. We're always looking to improve things. You can write us that directly to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at Twitter blah. Yeah, okay. Don't comment on that one, though. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Twitch, streaming 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Just a side note, if you do have an Amazon Prime subscription, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. You can throw that our way. That would help us out a lot. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast or on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can find all these links and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 150, a strong finish. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well now that I've gotten everything back up and running here.
And you're not cursing or...
It shocks me. We just did a podcast yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Everything worked perfectly fine throughout the whole thing. Didn't do anything to configuration, came in, turned everything back on, and nothing worked.
And nothing works, of course. That's how it always is, isn't it?
I love technology.
Yes, you do.
That is the bane of my existence most days. So we're back after a relatively long hiatus.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last.
It's been quite some time, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while for us at least.
We have. You know, we've been recording our other ones. We haven't found all that much to talk about, really.
Right, because we kind of feel like we're in a little bit of a rut.
Yeah.
Where we're not sure where we want to go with things. And, you know, for those of you listening, watching, you know, maybe give us some ideas. What is it that you like about our podcast? What don't you like about our podcast? What can we do to improve?
Yeah.
What would you like to hear us talk about or not talk about or review or whatnot? I think that's where we kind of were feeling like we were more like an entertainment show.
Yeah. Well, Insights in Entertainment kind of would have made sense being an entertainment show.
Right, but like an Entertainment Tonight or
right,
something.
we were doing too much news reporting and
Right. And it was something where we wanted to be topical, but we also didn't want it to be, this person passed away or, this thing or that thing.
Well, we didn't want to regurgitate somebody else's news stories and just stick to that.
Right. So we're still kind of trying to figure out what it is that we want, I guess. And so again...
It took us 140 some episodes to realize we didn't like what we were doing. Go figure.
Well, no, we've had different variations throughout the 150 episodes.
We have. We've tried different things.
Some podcasts don't even make it to 150.
That's true. That's very true.
So there's that. So again, still trying to figure out what we want to be when we grow up.
Right. If we want to grow up.
If we want to grow up. Well,
That seems to be the real challenge.
yeah, no.
But after a long hiatus, we're back in a revamped studio. We completely redid the studio. We upgraded some of our equipment. If you have watched previous episodes of the podcast, you'll notice that our positions are reversed, so we changed things up dramatically there.
Yep.
And we had some interesting experiences to share. First that we're going to talk about was from a trip we took up to Niagara Falls a few weeks back. Had fun with that. That was
we did.
interesting. Sad little town because I didn't have my passport and Maddie didn't have hers, so we couldn't go into the fun part of Niagara Falls, which is the Canadian side.
Yeah, we'll get more into that when we start. But and
we have a new convention in town, which we attended. That was potentially a really good convention. They just didn't advertise.
Right.
So hopefully the
They'll be
poor
back.
turnout didn't turn them off, and they will be back.
Yeah.
And then we're going to wrap up with some thoughts on a few of our favorite shows coming to an end. And then we have some afterthoughts that I just threw in literally in the last 5 minutes to finish things off with. But before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. And as always, you can find audio and video of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I'd also invite you to write in, which, we've already solicited your input here, but you can email that over to us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, here we go. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Strong National Museum of Play, which when we were up in Niagara Falls, we actually went out to Rochester for a day trip because it's a bit of a ride from Niagara Falls, and found that we probably needed much more than one day to do this museum.
Yeah, it was definitely, we spent pretty much the whole day there, and we still didn't get to see everything. There were a few areas that we were just tired because we didn't expect to have so much to see. And we kind of said, if we ever come back to the area, we would probably do an overnight in Rochester, just because Rochester had so many different things to see and do that we didn't get a chance to do. So now this was something you had heard about the museum. You remembered it from a show that you watch.
Yes, it had appeared. In fact, they had a display at the museum.
Right.
It was the most appearing facility on the TV show that I watch called Mysteries at the Museum that goes around and profiles different exhibits at various museums, and it was there. It appeared on the show, I think, 17 times.
Yeah, something like that.
So that was where I had heard about it, and on the drive up, I was looking for things that we could do, and it came up in there, and I thought, hey, that would be really neat, but not on the way up because we knew it was going to take some time.
Right, because at first we were like, all right, well, do we do it on our way to Niagara? Do we take it as a day trip? And as it turned out, because we really didn't have anything planned for our trip, we said, okay, well, this will be the day that we'll go. And it ended up probably being the highlight of our trip, besides the one restaurant that we really enjoyed, but that's a whole other.
We'll plug them too by the time we're done here.
Sure.
But yeah, no, the Strong National Museum of Play, also known as just the Strong, is in Rochester, New York. It was established in 1969. Based initially on a personal collection of a Rochester native, Margaret Woodbury Strong, The museum opened to the public in 1982 after several years of planning, cataloging, and exhibition development for the museum's new building in downtown Rochester, which the building itself is just amazing to see. It's massive. It's got probably one of the most incredible designs I've ever seen for a museum itself, both inside and outside,
Right.
and it's just a wonder to see.
Yeah. So for at least 15 years after its opening, the mission of the museum was to interpret the social and cultural history of average Americans between 1830 and 1940. Under the direction of H.J. Swiney and William T. Anderson, Mrs. Strong's collection of dolls and toys, American and European decorative arts, prints, paintings, Japanese crafts, and advertising provided a firm foundation for this mission and were supplemented with collections purchased and donated to more fully support the museum's early mission. The museum received considerable local and national publicity and support and substantial financial support from the National Endowment for the Humanities Exhibition and Public Programs Division.
And in the 1990s, the museum's board of trustees and director changed the museum's mission to collecting, preserving, and interpreting the history of play. Since then, it was refined and has increased its collections, hundreds of thousands of them. And believe me, we didn't get to see them all. There's so many there.
Right.
It's been expanded twice, and in 1996, it was expanded twice in 97 and 2006. The museum is now one of the 5 play partners of the Strong, which is also home to the National Toy Hall of Fame, the International Center for the History of Electronic Games, and the Brian Sutton Smith Library and Archives of Play, and produces the American Journal of Play.
The National Museum of Play is the only collections-based museum anywhere devoted solely to the study of play. And although it is a history museum, it has the interactive characteristic of a children's museum, making it the second largest museum of that type in the United States. The museum includes exhibits that interpret the key elements of play, as well as allow guests to explore the worlds of Sesame Street, the Berenstain Bears, Reading Adventureland, and the Dancing Wings Butterfly Garden.
The museum's exhibits are immersively themed for video games, storybooks, television shows, education, nature, history, comic books, carousel, and train rides, and they do have a massive carousel there, and children's lifestyles. E-Game Revolution is the first permanent video game exhibit in the U.S. and includes the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The National Toy Hall of Fame is at the museum. Dancing Wings Butterfly, as we mentioned already, features thousands of butterflies and is the largest indoor butterfly garden in New York. The Berenstain Bears Down a Sunny Dirt Road is an original permanent exhibit produced in partnership with the Berenstain family. So I was in awe, really, of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was just shocking, the size, the quality of the collection. One of the things that really kind of caught my attention was a number of the exhibits were interactive in that they would ask your input. And as you provided your input, they would tally the input of the visitors and use it in the various studies that they do, that they release in their magazines and books. So it was kind of neat being able to be part of that, you know, a little bit of part of that history and that knowledge that's preserved there. But unfortunately, we just didn't get to see the whole thing. We didn't have enough time to see the whole thing.
Right, because again, it was just one exhibit after another, and it was like, well, what's around this corner, and what's this corner, and it was just so well done. And what was interesting was going back, which I did today, because they did have a bunch of different plaques about Margaret Woodbury Strong and her background, and she was an only child, and her parents were very affluent, and she traveled a lot with her parents. So by the time she was 11, she had probably seen more of the world than most people do in a lifetime. And because of that, she would always collect little toys and treasures from these trips. And her parents were also collectors as well. Her father collected coins and her mother collected Japanese art. So it was kind of like the hobby of collecting things. And that's how her personal collection actually started, to the point where she actually built 2 wings onto her house in Rochester to display these things, and would have people come to her house and sign a little guest registry that they had been there. And over time, that was when the Historical Society kind of came in and said, hey, we really should do something with these. And that was kind of the start of the museum. And when she passed away, she had willed all of the items to start this foundation. So, it was all started just by a little girl collecting, toys, and just at the time to be able to see. And that's what's so interesting is, some of the sections, they kind of go through the history of, here's the history of a doll, from the 1800s to now. And it's so well done and so well preserved. And then you have, the board game section, and here's what board games were like in the 1800s to now. And again, just the video game section, which was, we probably could have spent so much more time just with the video games and the history of the video games and how it's evolved. And you figure the video games, that's a much smaller window of time that they have been around versus, some of the other things. So it was just so much to do, and for all ages, and it was funny because when we were thinking about going, we know of the Please Touch Museum in Philly. And that's one of those things where little kids go. Once your kids get to a certain age, you don't usually go back there. But with this, there were people there that didn't have kids who were visiting the museum, because there's just so much to see and do. It's a real museum. And for, the kids at heart, or you've played, anybody that goes there, you're going to find something that you've played with that was in your personal collection there. And, just finding the history of Legos and how Legos kind of came to be. And that was really fascinating, and all the different things.
Well, and the other thing that really kind of struck me was that the entire facility was geared towards play and entertainment, to the point that even when we went to get lunch, the cafeteria where they served lunch, you had a skywalk that you could do, and it was various levels, and the kids strapped into these harnesses and could walk the sky over your head while you're sitting there eating. or even when we left, they had a little coffee shop when you come in and you leave, where you just stop and get a little snack, a little pastry, have a little refreshment. But they've got board games on the shelf there that you can just pull those out and just play those while you're sitting there eating. So, like, literally everything that they had there was geared towards it. It was one of the most immersive experiences in the spirit of what the museum stood for that I've ever seen.
Yeah. And the other thing that was really interesting was they had books all over the place that you could take out from their library. So obviously we couldn't have done it because we're not local. I'm sure that, it's something where you go to check it out. But, hey, if your little Tommy's reading a book and thought it was really cool, we'll borrow it. It's a big giant library with everything else.
Yeah. Well, and even to that point, over where the Berenstein Bears is, they have an entire storybook area. And it's not just a place where you can sit and read. It's a place where they've got the props and they've got the toys and they've got the scenery. It's a place where the books that the kids are reading can come to life right in front of you there.
Right.
I can't imagine driving somebody's imagination any better than that. The one was the mystery room.
Yes.
Talk about that for a little bit.
That was kind of really cool. We kind of came around this corner and it was kind of set up like a haunted house. But what was awesome was it had like secret passageways where you could go behind the walls and spy on the people that were in the room
Through the portrait. You could
through
look
the
through the eyes of the
you
portrait.
could look through the portrait, and then when you were on the other side, there was an area where there were buttons to do sound effects, so you could make it sound like a screeching cat or a ghost or chains and scare the people that are in the other room. So, that was just really neat. One of the other sections that Maddie and I had gone to, where it was kind of the fairy tale area, they had a big giant and they had like a pirate ship. Well, you could walk across the pirate ship, and then there was a bridge, and then there was like a little nook area where you could kind of sit and just read if you wanted to, that was up back, hidden away, away from everything. So all these little nooks and crannies of places to go and hide and explore. And when you get someplace, oh, look, there's a plaque, and here's some information about a story that this is based upon or something. So just really cool, just so much to see and do. Where it would really be nice to go back there and spend 2 days doing it.
We need to figure out a way to plan to get back up in that area and see the other stuff that's up there.
The Rochester Institute of Technology, since we're going to be visiting some colleges this coming year.
That is true. So anyway, that was the Strong Museum of Play that we went to, and there'll be links in the show notes.
Did you have a video for that?
Actually, I think I did, and I didn't play it. I guess I should have probably played that, huh? We probably could have talked over the video.
It's okay. We liked it so much, we'll do it again.
They had a giant Mr. Potato Head that was a remote control Mr. Potato Head you could play with.
Oh, and the superhero section, which was...
Their superhero section was huge.
Yeah.
They had interactive things that you could do there. You could great picture opportunities for it. So
more of the little fairy tale
gingerbread house. You had
section.
A castle there. You had a dragon. Everything was so interactive.
Oh, this was one of the hidden nook areas. And then again, Harry Potter stuff, Narnia stuff. So up until, current items,
and
obviously.
Some of this stuff was like literally museum grade things that you would not normally find in stores and stuff as well. Oh, and they had a train. Yeah, they had a train inside too.
Right. They did actually have, and then the different, school area type things. Then a whole huge section of Sesame Street with a huge Big Bird and play area and stuff, and then here's part of the history of the dolls.
And the dolls were one of the interactive ones too, where you got they asked you a series of questions about the dolls. They showed you like the 1860s dolls and the moderns, and they asked simple questions like, are these the same type of play? And they went into
and
details.
Of course the little play Wegmans that you could go into and shop, which was adorable because we love Wegmans. And then Snoop, basically any character, and our daughter loves SpongeBob, so that was, woo, yay, SpongeBob was there.
The video game section was because it was a walk down memory lane to begin with, because it was a lot of home video games and stuff like that. A lot of classic World War II era type toys that were in there that you just don't see, and tons of Star Wars. They had probably 4 or 5 different Star Wars displays, which is
it was Star Wars of every generation,
right?
Between the old, the new, the original.
No sequels though, which I was okay with.
You were totally okay with that. Buffy was even represented.
Action figures had their own section there, which was awesome. They had the original Promise Box for the 1978 Star Wars figures. And then just classic toys that if you saw anywhere else, they would look like creepy dolls.
Right, but when they put together...
presented so well here that you could appreciate the history.
Yeah. And you go, oh, wow. And again, you go, I had that, or,
And that was every corner you turned. Oh, I had that. I played with that.
Or
I had
my neighbor had that.
Right.
I've played with that before. I had that before.
Remember, they had the Light Bright section there. In the video game section, they even had recovered a copy of the E.T.
the E.T. game.
that was buried out in the desert.
That was funny.
So that was interesting.
And I tried playing that and realized, wow, this game really does stink.
Oh, and their dollhouse section.
Oh my gosh.
They had every possible dollhouse room imaginable.
Right.
On display.
And like multiple houses and basically explaining how dollhouses, here's the first Lego set, but with the dollhouses talking about how usually it was a model of the child's own house, made with pieces from their house, and kind of the history of how dollhouses kind of came to be, and that the idea behind a dollhouse was to a little girl to be prepared to be a mom and have her own house.
And you learned that Samsonite was the first dealer in the United States for Legos.
I went, luggage?
Yeah.
What? You bought a piece of luggage and you got a Lego house? What? How'd that happen? So that was, amazing to see. And of course, then you
Solitaire.
see Solitaire.
Right. So you had Solitaire. And it was a dedicated display just for Solitaire, because it had the old mouse and everything with it,
and which my mom had, so it was kind of funny. And the World Almanac to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego,
right?
Because you didn't have Google to look up things.
And that's the thing with a lot of their displays. It wasn't just, here's the topic, it's here's all the supporting things that went around with it,
right?
That made it all that more familiar for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was good that we took all these pictures, because we were running out of time here's the whole thing with the E.T., being buried and stuff like that. But just to be able to go back and look and see what we missed, really, but yet at least got pictures of. And
what was neat was they gave it all to you mostly in chronological order, so you could actually see the evolution, whether it was the evolution of play, the evolution of the technology. You could see how you got from the 1970s, I'll say, which is kind of where I pick things up until modern times, and you can see how the technology's changed, and you realize people still play the same way,
right?
That really hasn't changed all that much. It's just the toys, the tools that we use to play.
We're a little bit more sophisticated with the way.
Absolutely.
But to be able to play some of these older toys would be...
And the selection of board games that they had was mind-blowing.
Board games I didn't even know existed.
And they even, they still take donations of toys and games and stuff like that. And they'll curate them, they'll get the backstory for them, and, they make them available on display. I can only imagine if that's everything that they've got on display there. What do they have that they don't have room for right now that they haven't put on display yet?
You know that they probably, move stuff in and out, change the displays, every now and then. So, yeah, I can't even imagine what their back room looks like.
And the technology that they had on display. They had one room where it was probably a massive wall that was, 50 feet long, and it had projections on it. Projectors, throwing various interactive things on there. But you could walk into the projection and actually interact with the displays. You could, it was a kid's toy room that they were displaying.
That was part of the Toy Hall of Fame display.
You could walk over,
which is what these pictures are showing.
Virtually pick something up off the shelf and play with it, or bounce a ball or whatever.
Right.
And then you had the one wall that was the tall screen that you were able to do interactive bubble popping and stuff like that with. So just a lot of different things to keep you occupied, to keep your mind engaged, and to just have fun.
Yeah, and that was really the whole point of it. So,
So the Strong Museum of Play in Rochester, New York. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. with hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about one of the newer conventions that came to town this past May. It was called Contropolis, PA, and this year it was held at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. It's organized by Altered Reality Entertainment, and they are the producers of the Rhode Island Comic Con, which is the largest pop culture event in New England, and and this is the first time that they've done something in the Philly area.
That's pretty cool. It was huge. They had, I think, 4 halls I think they had open for it?
Yeah, I think so.
They had the cars. They had tons and tons of vendors, and vendors that we hadn't even seen before.
Right, because a lot of the vendors were from the New England area.
Right.
Because we did talk with a few of them just to kind of see, how things had been, because we had gone, did we go on Saturday or did we go on Sunday?
We went on Sunday.
We went on Sunday, and and normally we go on Sundays, and Sundays are usually a little quieter, but it just seemed very quiet. So we had asked, were you guys busy, Friday and Saturday? And they said, the crowds really weren't that big, and it seemed that they really hadn't advertised it.
Right. And there was a
much.
lot of stuff going on in Philly that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
They had playoffs for one of the sports teams going on, and a bunch of other things were going on that weekend. So it was kind of a perfect storm of things that played against their ability to really put people in the convention there. But the vendors, they had a lot of vendors that were there. They had some vendors who didn't come back in for Sunday, I think, because they were
because there were some empty spots.
But the vendors that they had there were quality products that they had there. In fact, we found a new vendor that we wound up buying quite a bit of merchandise
You wound up buying a lot.
What did I get? I got the
Red 5, that was them.
Red 5, yeah. So
that's me trying to convince our daughter to.
Right. So Maddie bought her SpongeBob. What kind of backpack was it?
Loungefly.
Loungefly backpack. I bought my Rey Force Effects lightsaber.
I bought a Haunted Mansion keychain.
You didn't really spend all that much there.
No, I didn't.
And I wound up scoring another Darth Vader statue from a different vendor as well. Tons of artists, and I love the way they did it too, because they mixed their artists in with their vendors.
Right, so that it's not just...
You didn't have a dedicated artist alley, so it was a nice mix. You could get in there. You weren't elbow to elbow with people. They arranged everything, plenty of room. They arranged everything with plenty, sufficiently wide aisles. Which that's the one thing I hate, especially when we went to New York Comic Con.
Right, that's probably our biggest
on people.
Yeah, our biggest gripe with New York.
You had a great mix of comic book vendors, pop culture vendors. We're looking at a toffee vendor there.
Yeah, there was something for everybody. It was a very nice mix. You had the homemade stuff. That's always nice. You have a couple of different authors that are there with books.
A lot of crafty stuff.
A lot of crafty things.
And that's one of the things that I've noticed recently at the conventions is you're getting a lot of the laser engraved, laser carved wood objects and stuff now.
Right.
Now, they had celebrities here too. So let's talk about the celebrities for a minute that they had. And I'm not talking about Fezzik there.
Sure.
So who was the highlight performer, highlight celebrity that they had?
So I think probably their top billed person was Corey Feldman
Yeah.
from the Lost Boys, and
He was a
and
draw,
other-
though. He had a line.
He had a line. He definitely had a line. Now, we didn't do any of the panels. We were going to do one or two of them,
Right.
but we were just kind of tired, and we're like, all right, you know what? I think we're done. So
I think
we
that seems to be a theme in this episode.
Yeah, I
We're just
know.
old and tired
we're just tired. We needed a nap. So that would have been interesting to see.
The
How
Bob
many people?
Eubanks panel. That would have been awesome.
I think we had missed that because I think that was Saturday, or the MASH one. I think that was Friday.
because they had Jamie Farr and
Jamie
Loretta
Farr.
Swit there.
You know, so that was kind of interesting because, all right, Corey Feldman, yeah, I could see he's done, you know, the convention circuit before, but to see Bob Eubanks and Jamie Farr, and that was just kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, that's
It
kind
was
of
not the typical
not the
celebrities
typical-
you'd expect.
right. And then a lot of the voice actors that, unfortunately, I don't know who any of them are.
Right. Well, and the one who was supposed to be there that I
Right.
wanted to see and would have sat through his panel, Sam Witwer, wound
Right.
up pulling out, unfortunately.
Right, but I also know him as not a voice actor. I know him as an actor.
Well, yeah, he's an actor.
Right. I'm saying, but you know him from the Star Wars game also.
Right.
So that would have been one,
And from
yes.
Clone Wars, he was Darth Maul.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. For people that are very into gaming and anime and things like that, some of
He plays Star Wars, The Old Republic, too, you know.
Okay.
And he's on Twitch, too.
Okay. Are you guys like best buds? Did you
Well,
message
no,
him
if,
to find
if
out
we
why
were, he would have showed up, right? I gotta drop a note and find out what happened.
Be like, I hope everything's okay. I missed you.
When are you gonna be in town again,
When
man?
are you gonna be in town? But again, it's one of our favorite locations to go and see conventions at. But as you can see, you know, some of the space is a little sparse. They weren't filled to the max with it, but again, enough of a selection of different things out there.
They definitely overbooked the hall, which they'll probably correct that next time.
Right.
But as far as I know, they're coming back again. So
Yeah, they haven't updated their website with new dates yet.
Right.
So everything is still last year or this past May.
right,
But plenty to see, you know, depending on what your interests are. Again, we didn't see any of the panels, so I don't know how, you know, was space limited, was you know, how was the sound?
but we did go through the panel room because that's where the restrooms
Right,
were.
that is true.
Which
They were
kind of
setting
thought
up.
that was odd that you would have
Yeah.
done it where the restrooms are.
Yeah, yeah. But of course they had, you know,
Because they were getting set up for karaoke.
right. They were doing, and then I think they were going to be doing like a trivia thing.
Right.
They had a couple of different things. The one that was really interesting, I don't know if we got footage of it. The one, he was a puppeteer for Henson. For
I think that was one of the last shots that we had.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was in this section. Oh, yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this was the start of it with his artwork, but then he had various different Muppets that he has worked on.
Not at all creepy, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had all his awards and everything.
So for the people who are watching and not listening, it's worthwhile to tune in and actually see some of the details that we
Yeah,
had.
so it was very, you know, it was very well done. We don't normally go to see celebrities, so that's
Right.
never this is gonna.
Especially when the lead draws Corey Feldman. We're not standing in line for Corey Feldman. I'm sorry. I would have stood in line for Jamie Farr and Loretta Swit because I love MASH.
Right, and they had no line,
had
so
no
you
line,
probably
right.
could have just gone over and, you know, talked to them and said hi, and they
Yeah.
probably would have been ecstatic to.
I was spent by them. We probably
Yeah.
should have did the celebrities first.
We always should do that. Go and
Yeah.
find them and work our way back.
Yeah.
Maybe next one.
So, do we have any conventions coming up in the near future?
I think September. I don't think there's anything in the summer because the last one would have been Fan Expo that we decided not to go to.
Right. We're not going to go to the Burst in Flames HorrorCon at Expo Center, the outside one again, or are they not doing that?
They're not doing it. That they only did. They'll be doing Monster Mania will be back at Oaks in November.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that one again.
That was a memorable one, the outside one. If COVID didn't kill you, we will.
That was last weekend in May. It won't be so hot.
I almost passed out. I'm over on the grass sitting under this tiny little umbrella trying not to die.
And at that one, they were actually selling umbrellas at least. Where
we had to buy them fast because they went quick.
Right, that is true. That is true.
So anyway, that was Contropolis Philly. They don't have anything new. We're looking at the website now, actually.
Yeah, they haven't
there it is
updated
there.
anything yet.
We're not looking at any new information there. So hopefully they come back and, if they do, I'm sure we'll be going.
Sure.
But we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we're going to cry over a couple of shows that have said farewell to us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Welcome back, everyone. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about the different couple of our favorite shows that have wrapped up and had their series finales in the last few months, or since we've actually done a podcast before. So the first would be the long-running original Walking Dead. And if you didn't ever hear about it, you're obviously living under a rock because it's based on the comic book series written by Robert Kirkman. It's the gritty drama that portrays life in the months and years that follow a zombie apocalypse. You have a group of survivors that travel in search for safety and security and are constantly on the move and in search of a secure home, but the pressure each day to stay alive sends them, many of the group into the deepest depths of human cruelty, and they soon discover that the overwhelming fear of the survivors can be more deadly than the zombies walking among them. Since the original came out, there have been now 6 spin-offs from this show. The original, obviously, was the one that lasted the longest with 11 seasons, and kind of rewrote the way zombie shows were done and looked at, really, when you kind of think about it. The popularity really boomed once Walking Dead came around. But they finally wrapped up their season, and we kind of thought, oh, this is the end. And then all of a sudden now you have these other spin-offs where some of the other spin-offs that they've had were totally different characters, were different places. You had the one where it's out in California, one that was also in the South where there were a couple of little tie-ins, but not really. But now after Walking Dead, they have the New York version that just came out. Dead City, which is with Negan and Maggie. But you have the Michonne show with... Allegedly. That one's also in the works. And then, of course, you have the one... I can't think.
Fear?
No, with... what's his name? Daryl, the Daryl show. That was supposed to be the Daryl and Carol show, but Carol backed out. So you have, so where you kind of thought things were just
ending. Nope, we're giving you 3 other shows with characters from your beloved
Daryl and his sister Carol and their other brother Daryl.
Right. So what did you think of the finale? Or the final season?
It was kind of, well, the final season was just a mess. They were all over the place. And it was largely because of COVID. You know, they didn't really know how to deal with shutting down, because a zombie show where you're getting eaten by other people doesn't really work in a pandemic, does it?
True.
They were very creative in how they went about doing some of the things, because you had the little shorts that came out for it that pushed it around. You had season 11A, and then you had season 11B, and then you had the interludes that were the Tales of the Walking Dead in between there.
Right.
You had the ridiculously long episodes. Then you had a 4-part series, and then they did the second half. It was so confusing as to where you were with things that it was really like 3 seasons in one for season 11.
Right, because I think they kind of felt like they had gotten gypped out of previous seasons because of COVID coming in and shutting things down, that they felt they had more story to tell, but yet I only read the comics up to a certain point. You did kind of read the anthologies or to kind of know where things were going, and the way the story ended on the show and where it ended in the comics was completely different. There were characters, you said, that survived,
and that was the problem. So by the time you got to this point in the comics, this show is completely off the rails. The main character, well, first of all, like, Daryl never even appears.
Right.
So the characters,
everybody knows that part.
Right.
Yeah.
The characters that wind up at the end of the series are not the characters that are in the comic books. And the key characters that show up in the comic books are all dead or gone or missing or walkabout or whatever. You know, they're just not there.
Right.
So what was interesting was seeing the parallels. So, like, for instance, Michonne in the comics turns out to be a lawyer, and she's a judge in this new community. Well, they had to kind of have somebody there to drive part of that story.
Right.
So they pick a different one. So they pick... who'd they pick for that?
Nikita. I can't think of what her...
Khrushchev?
You know I'm horrible with names.
Yeah.
That one.
That one, yeah.
The one in the picture right there.
So, right. So, and one of the key things that happens in the comics is the son of the governor, I guess, or whatever her...
Right.
He winds up killing... no spoilers here. The comic's been out a while. Killing, what's his face? Cowboy hat. Big gun. Sheriff. What's his name? Help me out here.
Michonne's husband.
Yes, him.
Rick.
Rick, right. So he winds up killing Rick, and that sends that whole story down. So they wind up doing something completely different here.
Okay.
Like, not even close to it.
Right.
So it was an interesting take on it, but the comics didn't end, which is the weird thing. So you get the penultimate episode of the comics, and everything's, all hell's breaking loose, and it doesn't end. And then the final episode is a time hop.
Right.
That tries to sort of tell you where things are 20 years in the future or whatever.
Right.
And it was such a disappointing end to the series. This one here, at least the TV series, kind of tied up all the loose ends by the end.
Right.
But you still have that potential for a 20-year time hop down the line there, that where you might pick things back up again.
Right.
So the contrast between the two is very different. They tried to stick to some of the story, but you just couldn't because of all the changes that happened up until this point.
Right.
It wasn't a MASH ending, and every time I think of like a series finale, I compare every series finale to MASH, right? Because that was like the ultimate ending to the ultimate show. And it wasn't that, but it wasn't terrible. I don't know. I don't have any other words to really describe. It was kind of just, oh, okay. That's how it ended. All right. Well, let's move on to the next show now. because you knew it wasn't over.
Well, and
that was the
that's
worst
kind
part.
of what I was thinking is that we knew we weren't completely saying goodbye
Right.
to most of these characters because they've already said, oh, by the way, we have these 3 shows in.
Right. There were no
production.
tear-jerking goodbyes. There was
Right.
no, we'll never see you again type thing. It was like, oh, okay, guys, I'll see you on the set next week.
Right.
So it was like, it was such an artificial end to the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And let's be honest, 11 seasons, they dragged it out a little too far.
And that's the thing is there were some seasons that didn't have to,
Like season 2. The Terminus season was terrible.
or that didn't have to be so long. There,
Yeah.
you know. And again, this is before COVID even happened, where there were seasons that were just kind of like,
That one whole season where they were wandering in the wood. The only good thing that came out of that season was look at the flowers. Just look at the flowers. Mm-hmm. Now, if you get that reference, I commend you for sticking with the show, okay?
and that's the thing is there were people who had started watching it and got to a certain point and they were just like, you know what?
Well, and I told
I'm
you,
done.
when I binged watched the first 7 seasons,
Right.
had I watched season 2 week to week, I would have walked away from that bored out of my mind. The only thing that kept me with the show is that I had binged the entire season and was able to get it done in a couple
Right.
days.
Right.
So, but anyway, that ended kind of in preparation
Sort of.
for the new ones to come out, which
Right.
Dead City is out. We saw first 2 episodes, right?
We only watched the first one so
Just the
far,
first one.
But there have been 2. We haven't
Right.
watched the next one.
What's your opinion of the first episode?
I'm interested to see where it goes, but it's kind of there. Oh, look, there's more bad people. Oh, okay. Wow, there's more bad people, and they're really, really bad, and they're stuck on an island in New York. Ooh, let's go. And then you have, like, you even brought up the whole marshals and things that are, trying
Just
to
doesn't
keep
make sense.
law and order, and it's like, well, what organization is there? How did that organization come to be? Because
Well, and how do you invest somebody with authority in a society where you can kill people at will? Like
Right.
there's no laws. The only thing that makes a law enforcement officer valid is people who follow the law.
Right.
And if you don't follow the law, you face the penalties. Well, if nobody follows the law and you're just killing people,
Right.
like clearly they are. I mean,
Right.
you literally have communities that are miles away from each other going to war with each other. The premise of a marshal doesn't make any sense.
Right. Now, I did read some brief thing because I didn't want to know spoilers, but there was somebody that had watched the whole season and basically said you have to give it a couple of episodes to finally get going.
Oh,
and-
it's the Disney philosophy now.
yeah, pretty much.
You need to get 4 episodes into the 7-episode series before it gets interesting.
Right. So we'll see. We'll probably watch it just to
What I think what annoyed me was there was always this curiosity of what could possibly bring Negan and Maggie together
Right.
to go on this adventure to New York City.
Right, because you
and we
knew-
called it months ago what it was, and the fact that we were so spot on for it was
Right.
just so disappointing.
Right, but still we don't know why Negan was where he is. They still haven't really, like he kind of hinted, but nothing else. Like no more information
Right.
about what happened.
But that's not what I interest me. How he got there.
Mm-hmm.
He got there probably because he got kicked out of 12 other communities because of
True.
who he is.
Yeah, well.
I would expect nothing less. But the fact that you have Maggie, and the only reason that Maggie went to find Negan was because the guy who runs this new gang in New York happened to be one of his followers.
right.
That is such a weak driver, motivational driver for putting aside the fact that this man bashed your husband's brains out in front of you.
Right.
It makes no sense from a logical standpoint.
Yeah.
You could have literally taken anybody else and been just as effective. So my hopes aren't particularly high for this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's the next big disappointment?
Well, no, it wasn't a disappointment.
That it's over, I mean.
Oh, okay. Would be Star Trek Picard. That happened to be a favorite of ours. It aired for 3 seasons and wrapped up. So the series actually begins in 2399, which is 20 years after Jean-Luc Picard's last appearance in Star Trek Nemesis. And finds that the character is deeply affected by the death of Data in that film, as well as the destruction of the planet Romulus in the film Star Trek. He is retired from Starfleet and is living on his family's vineyard. Picard is drawn into a new adventure when he is, let me move my mouse, visited by a synthetic daughter of Data, one of the several new synthetic beings that seem to be coming out now in that time period. So Picard fights for their right to exist and gives his life to save them. After his consciousness is transferred into a synthetic body for the second season.
Conveniently.
We move to 2401, and now Picard and his companions are living new lives when an old adversary, Q, traps them in an alternate reality, and they must travel back to time to the 21st century to save the future of the galaxy. And then finally, the third season, Picard learns that he has a son who is being hunted by a mysterious enemy, and then he reunites with the former crew of the USS Enterprise to protect his son and face the new invasion of the Borg.
Yep.
Yep, that's what happened.
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much what happened.
No spoilers or anything though, but he has another son. It's not a clone from Nemesis that the Romulans made. And he helped the synths to define the fact that they could exist, kind of like he did with Data when the only thing with the series was they kind of recycled a lot of themes that they had previously.
Right.
There wasn't fresh themes there, but the way that they did it, it was a throw to the fans.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely season 3 was definitely a throwback and a love letter to the fans because they knew it was ending. They knew they weren't doing a 4th season, so they knew they kind of had to tie up all of the loose ends. So you had where, season 2 and season 1, you had a couple of cameos by a couple of different things. By season 3, it was basically everybody and all these different cameos and people that you weren't even expecting to show up. That, we would watch and be like, oh my God, is that? And it was. And, so that was kind of neat to have that happen. And then
it was. The only problem is there was some of the situations in which these people showed up were completely unbelievable. It's like these people don't have a life. Like they all just sit around waiting for Picard to call them and come do something.
Okay, yeah, they're all retired for the most part.
I love the fact that they had Geordi running the ship museum, and he just conveniently put together the Enterprise that was destroyed in Star Trek Generations. Just conveniently happened to have that in his back pocket, just right when they needed it.
Because you never know when you're going to need a ship.
Yeah, it was.
Suspend reality.
I felt like so much of this 3rd season was forced down my throat. I ate it up.
You sure did.
Because I'm a Star Trek fan.
Yep.
I just felt force-fed so much of this and was just told to believe it. Yeah, that was really my take on it.
But who was your favorite character in the whole season?
My favorite character?
In the 3rd season.
I don't know. Who was my favorite character?
Who wasn't from the original?
Who wasn't from the original? I don't know. I don't think I really had a favorite.
Wasn't the captain?
Oh, yes. The captain of the what was the ship? Oh, yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, we're not going to mention that.
No.
But the captain of the other ship was my favorite just because he was so dry and sarcastic.
Yes.
And he was a prick, and he admits that he's a prick, which, just kind of endears you. And unfortunately, he doesn't make it out of everything as squeaky clean as everyone else does. But yeah, he was definitely the highlight.
He
of
definitely
the series.
added to the highlight of your watching.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, Picard seasons 1 through 3 now available on Paramount Plus.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break, come back. We're running a little bit late here for the good, the bad, and the ugly segment. We'll be right back. I don't have the music queued up, unfortunately, but we'll be right back. So the good, we mentioned it earlier during our trip to Niagara.
Right.
Down up to Niagara Falls.
Mm-hmm.
The one gem that we found in what was really a sad, rundown resort town that is on its bad luck, really, was a restaurant that we found on the other side of town from the resort we stayed in called The Bakery.
Yes.
The bakery itself, and I did a review. You can find my review up on Google. If you look it up on Google Maps. We have pictures and everything there. The bakery was the most unique eatery experience that I think we've had in a long time. It was genuine. It was authentic. You walked in there and you felt like you were in your mom's house from the 1950s and 60s.
Yes.
It was decorated beautifully, and the staff was attentive. When you had gotten up at one point in time to take some pictures because of how unique the place was, the chef came over.
Right.
And said, "Oh, well, if you're interested in learning more about it," and he took you on a tour of the place,
he
and
gave
he
me a little
showed you
walk
the
through
place.
what was interesting. So it was originally a bakery, and the baker's house were next to each other. So that's what became this building. And he took me, to the hallway where the restrooms were, and you could see through the architecture, oh, this is where the house was, this is where the bakery was, and they kind of built the two buildings together, and you could see where the front porch had been, where they had built an enclosure, and then the one area had been a dance hall, had been a speakeasy at one point in time. There was a back entrance that you would come in to go in to dance and drink and stuff. So just got all these historic things from it. There was even a picture of the original house, and a picture of the original family was there too. So if you didn't know that it was there, you might not have even known the history of it.
Yeah.
So
it was such a genuine experience, and it was so enjoyable. Chef Joseph was so attentive. You had gone off to the restaurant at one point in time, and he was talking to Maddie and I, and he was saying, I don't live in town here. I commute in from Buffalo, and he was giving us,
suggestions
things to do
of other things. Yeah.
It was just so. It really made kind of a lukewarm trip really special to do that, and it was before we went to the Strong, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
So that was the other highlight of the trip itself, was the bakery in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Now for the ugly. So we had talked about this a lot. We had talked about the anticipation of it coming. We had talked about the accommodations and the experience, and we talked about the price. And we said, I'll be shocked, and I have to go back and probably get my quote. I'll be shocked if this lasts 18 months. And of course, we're talking about Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser, which is set for its final voyage in September. Hasn't been open 2 full years now?
Yeah, it's been 18 months, I believe.
18 months. And they're closing. Because they can't convince enough stupid people to pay the kind of money that they want you to pay. And really, it was ridiculous that they were charging the equivalent of a 7-day cruise for 2 nights.
Right.
To basically stay in a prison cell.
Right.
And that's what people who've stayed there described it as. No windows. You're sleeping in bunk beds, like prison-style bunk beds. Your day is regimented. You have to do certain things because of the way that they have their interaction.
Right.
And people just didn't find it enjoyable.
Right. And if you weren't the type of person that enjoyed role-playing or LARPing or anything to that, this wasn't for you, because you're not going to get anything out of it. Now, people that were into that and liked dressing up and liked being interactive, they enjoyed the trip because it was immersive that way. But if you weren't that type of person, you were probably bored out of your mind because there wasn't anything else to do. Or you kind of felt weird hanging around other people that were doing these adventures and things like that. So
I just want to take a moment to tell Disney, I told you so. I took great pleasure in hearing about this because there was as much as I would have loved to go and experience it, there was no way in hell that I was going to give Disney that kind of money for any kind of experience. I don't care. I'm not giving Disney that much money for something like that for 2 days.
Right. Now, if it was a week's vacation with, on an actual cruise ship, yes, I will give you that kind of money.
Right.
For me to actually go someplace and see something and do. But yeah, that was the thing. We were very excited when they were first announcing it, and we said, okay, let's see what it comes out to be, how much it's going to be, how much, okay, where's our price point, what we're willing to spend. And then when the prices came out, it was just,
and then Disney slapped millions of people in the face with the fictitious price that they gave you. And it was just embarrassing.
Right.
I was embarrassed for Disney that they were asking people for that kind of money.
Yeah.
Second ugly thing, and this is one that's near and dear.
Well, this is really the bad. This is probably more than ugly.
Oh, right. This is the bad. Sorry. I went out of order.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Okay. You can fix it in post.
Yeah, I'll fix it in post. I keep saying that. Anyway, we were robbed. Somebody stole money from us. And the people that stole money from us were the Philly Pops and the Kimmel Center, because we had bought tickets for a Star Wars concert event. And it was canceled at one point in time, allegedly.
It was supposed to be last summer.
Right.
And then due to whatever reasons, they had to postpone it until June of this year. So they said, hold on to your tickets.
They didn't offer any refunds.
Right. You could transfer your ticket to something else, but just hold on to your tickets. Everything will be fine. We'll see you June 2023.
Right. And then what happened?
Oh, it's postponed again, but we don't know when now or where it'll actually even be.
They were very communicative, the Philly Pops were, in telling us about this legal battle that they had with the Kimmel Center. And it was a terrible thing, and they kicked them out, and they're not giving them any concert hall time, and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't give a damn about any of that. All I know is I paid money for a concert that they didn't put on, and I don't care whose fault it is. The concert was scheduled for last week. I want my concert, or I want my money.
Right.
I don't want to wait. I don't want to hear it's postponed. I don't want to hear this guy did this. I don't want to hear that you're crying poor mouth. You took my money. You didn't give me a product. You stole my money. And it was the Philly Pops and it was the Kimmel Center that stole my money. And at this point in time, I'm waiting for the class action lawsuit because I know it's going to come out and I'll get $3 back from it and the lawyers will get the rest of the money. But at least based on principle, someone's going to pay something for this. And neither the Philly Pops, which we've gone to a number of their shows already, nor the Kimmel Center will ever get another dime from me because they stole my money. That's my public service announcement for today.
Do you feel better now?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. It's a little hot in here now, so I'm getting a little hot under the collar.
I understand.
So, anyway, that was the afterthoughts I had. Be careful of who you give your money to. Don't trust anybody, etc., etc. Be paranoid like me.
Sure.
And bitter. Be bitter, too.
Be bitter.
That's the important part.
Nice.
I don't forgive. I don't forget either, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that was all we had for the show today. Before we go, I do want to once again invite folks from our listening and viewing audience. If you don't already do so, please subscribe to our podcast. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. You're looking at me as though I have to say something.
No.
Okay. We're on Google, Stitcher. I would also ask you to take a few moments, give us a review. Give us a thumbs up or a star or whatever your podcast of choice uses for a rating system itself.
High five.
High fives work too.
Fist pump. I don't know.
That works. I don't know of any of them that do fist bumps, but that could be kind of awkward. Also, reach out to us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram, we're at Insights Into Things.
And you can go to our main website that has links to everything that we mentioned, which is www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 22, No More Yesterdays. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my informed and concerned co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
Doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Anything exciting going on other than flip-flop of hosts on the shows recently?
No, I think we're all trying to get into the swing of things, I guess.
Indeed, we have kicked off our holiday with Thanksgiving and mad rush up until the end of December now.
Yeah. Now it's all downhill.
Yeah, pretty much. So, in this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we delve into the alarming parallels and stark differences between the nationalism and anti-Semitism of the Nazi era and today's world. We explore how both periods are marked by ideologies of exclusion and economic turmoil, fueling nationalist sentiments, alongside the dangerous tendency of scapegoating minorities. The Nazi regime's systematic state-sponsored anti-Semitism and its sophisticated propaganda machine present a stark contrast to today's more decentralized, internet-driven spread of anti-Semitic ideology. And I thought this was kind of poignant because we have had for several years now in the United States, one entire political movement that focuses on the past. You know, this whole idea of make America great again, but they never tell you when they're referring to.
Right.
And the time that they're referring to goes back to some of these darker days during a time period of exclusion, of civil rights not being a priority, of individual rights not being a priority. And the people that want to go back to that time are the ones who were in power and advantaged at that time. And that was a very small number of people at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So The fact that you have a large segment of the population pushing for that now and completely ignoring the parallels that they're shooting for now compared to what happened in the 1930s and 40s with the rise of other nationalist movements, socialism and fascism, is disturbing. And that's why I titled this podcast No More Yesterdays. You know, we don't want to go back. We've, over the last 100 years, we as a country, we as a civilization, and the human race in general have evolved considerably in that time. And there's a segment of the population who desperately wants to drag us back to those dark times. So we're going to take a look at some of the comparisons on that and offer some insights and side-by-side looks at what it was like then, what it is today, and hopefully have enough wisdom to not go down that dark path again. But before we do that, though, I want to take a moment to remind our listening and viewing audience to, if you don't already do so, subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, disagree with us, tell me your point of view. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X at insights_things, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get going?
Oh, let's the fun begin.
Here we go. The comparison of nationalism and anti-Semitism during the rise of the Nazi Party in the first half of the 20th century with today's political climate reveals some notable similarities as well as significant differences. From a similarity standpoint, you have an ideology of exclusion. Both eras witness ideologies that define the nation in exclusionary terms, which is really contrary to what this country was ever built on. The Nazi Party's version of nationalism was grounded in racial purity and the exclusion of Jews, among others, despite the fact that there's Jewish ancestry on Hitler's side, and Hitler wasn't even German to begin with. So, purity. Modern nationalism, while not typically as extreme, often similarly hinges on defining insiders and outsiders, sometimes marginalizing certain groups. There's also significant similarities in economic factors. Economic uncertainty played a significant role in the rise of the Nazi Party as it capitalized on the economic woes of post-World War I Germany to gain support. Today, the economic uncertainty, particularly in the wake of globalization and economic crises, also fuels nationalist sentiments.
So now we'll talk about scapegoating. So the Nazi regime notoriously used Jews as a scapegoat for Germany's problems. In contemporary politics, while not as extreme or widespread, there is still a tendency in some nationalist narratives to scapegoat immigrants or ethnic minorities for social and economic issues. The use of propaganda. The Nazis were adept at using propaganda to spread their ideologies. And today, while the methods have evolved, the use of media and particularly social media to dismantle nationalist and anti-Semitic sentiments echoes this aspect of the past. The rise of the term fake news to discredit credible sources that point out the lies and crimes of one political organization over another has threatened to undermine any source of truth.
So while there's a number of similarities, there's also differences. So the first one we look at is the institutional framework. The current global institutional framework, including organizations like the United Nations and various human rights conventions, acts as a significant barrier against the rise of extremist ideologies akin to those of the Nazi era. Though even though the United Nations has proven time and again to be ineffective against even mildly concerted efforts by a few obstructionist members to undermine the basic principles of its existence. The other is public awareness and education. Again, you would think by now we would have a better understanding of these things having lived through it once. There is a higher level of public awareness and education about the dangers of extreme nationalism and anti-Semitism today, largely as a result of the lessons learned from World War II and the Holocaust. However, with active efforts to distort history, ban books and curricula teaching about the atrocities and culture of denial has arisen that threatens the basic defense against a repeat of the atrocities of the Nazis.
Then there's the extent and nature of anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism of the Nazi era was state-sponsored, systematic, and led to the Holocaust. Modern anti-Semitism, while a serious concern, typically does not manifest with the same intensity or state-level endorsement. This less intensive approach in and of itself may actually be more dangerous, and it makes the concept of anti-Semitism more appealing to the less radicalized members of society, and thus threatens to make the practice even more widespread. Globalization and digital connectivity. So now we have the contemporary world, which, is more interconnected now than it was in the 1930s and the 1940s. This globalization and digital connectivity can both fuel nationalist sentiments, but also provide means for counter-narratives and global solidarity against extremism. So recent history has shown how easily social media can be manipulated to propagate hate and violence more so than prevent it throughout.
So, just on what we talked about here, do you think the technological advantages of communication today makes it more or less likelihood for something like this nationalist movement to propagate or be defended against?
Honestly, I would have to say kind of a little bit of both. It's definitely easier for the word to get out, for this propaganda to be spread. You have so many people that as soon as they see a post about something, a tweet about something, a picture about something, they forward it to everybody that they know without even checking to see if it's factual. But then on the other hand, you have real-time news, real-time events that are happening that people are being informed about pretty much right as it happens, as opposed to back in the day where it could be weeks before somebody heard about something, months before somebody heard something, hours before. Now it's almost instantaneous that the other side of things is getting out there. So I think it's a little bit of both with it.
What about the level of anonymity that you could have starting a movement on the internet now where you're insulated? You don't have to put yourself out there. When you had the Nazis were starting their movements, they were going out, putting themselves in public beer halls and riling up the people directly,
Mm-hmm.
and exposing themselves at that point in time to prosecution and persecution and stuff like that. Do you think it's more likely that you'll get, we'll call them rabble rousers, when they can hide behind the anonymity of a Twitter or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. Because now, and you see that just in general with the trolls that are out there, that somebody posts a picture of Dolly Parton from this past few days ago. She performed a halftime show, and all these trolls came out, or she wasn't really singing, she was lip syncing, and and just and is it something where they would have actually ever said that to her face? Probably not. They wouldn't never have done that. But now, because you can hide behind it and you don't have that fear of persecution, and especially now, there are so many things out there where before, if you commented or posted something, it would have your name. And granted, most people would change their usernames and things like that. Now there's so many areas to post or comment where you can do it anonymously now. They've added that feature. So now it gives you, now I can be more of a rebel rouser, and go out there and say what I have to say, and nobody will ever find out that it's me.
That's a very good point. So how do you think the rise of social media and the concept of fake news has affected the way Americans understand and discuss political issues, including topics like nationalism and anti-Semitism? Can people have a logical, civilized discussion, or we're seeing extremism on both sides, and just because one side says one thing, you could have one side that finds the cure for cancer, finds a magical pill that solves world hunger and creates world peace all at one time, and the other side would oppose it because the opposition came up with it.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's tough because especially now with what is going on in current events as of today, with the events of 10/7 that are still fresh. You have hostages that are, just starting to be released almost, 50 days later. And there are people obviously on both sides, and it's very hard to have that sit down with somebody that's so passionate. You almost need to find somebody who's, I don't want to say sensible, but because everybody is passionate about their stance, no matter which stance they take. But sometimes when you're so passionate about something, you can't even allow the other side to even educate you on how they feel. Why do you feel the way you feel? What has been done to you? But you need to hear me as well. And that's, I think, the problem, that when you get into these situations, the person that's, from both sides, they're just so passionate, they don't even have that moment to just let me sit back and take it in.
There's an overall lack of objectivity when the passions run that high.
Right.
And when you lack the ability to be objective, you also can't make a logical, objective argument for your point of view either.
Right.
And I think that's the problem. Like, if somebody questions, if you feel passionate about something, that's wonderful. And if somebody questions you about that, you should be passionate enough, but knowledgeable enough to defend your point of view.
Right.
And when you resort to insults, which is usually the first direction that it goes.
Right.
It's first they start to insult you, and then they attack your position without providing any support for their own position. When you go to those tactics, you kind of lose all your credibility at that point in time.
Right.
And that's, I think, what we tend to run into. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dig in a little bit deeper into some of the anti-Semitism of the Nazi era. We'll be right back. For 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back. So, the comparison of anti-Semitism in the Nazi era and its manifestation in the contemporary world underscores both a continuity in prejudice and a significant shift in how it is expressed and dismantled. So, anti-Semitism in the Nazi era. You had state-sponsored policies, and the most striking aspect of Nazi-era anti-Semitism was its systematic state sponsorship. The Nazi regime under Hitler embedded anti-Semitic ideology into government policy, which led to the progressive isolation, dehumanization, and eventual mass extermination of Jews in the Holocaust. This involved legislation like the Nuremberg Laws and the organization of state-sponsored pogroms such as Kristallnacht, which actually had their 85th, I believe. No, I'm trying to remember how many. I think it was 85 years. It was the anniversary of Kristallnacht, actually, not that long ago. So then we also have the propaganda machine. The Nazis effectively used state-controlled media, including newspapers, films, and radio broadcasts to spread this anti-Semitic propaganda. This propaganda was sophisticated and persuasive, shaping public opinion by depicting Jews as the source of Germany's economic problems and social decay. This constant bombardment of anti-Semitic messaging was a key tool in desensitizing the German public to the escalating persecution of the Jewish people.
And I think that's really the key there is the desensitization, because I think you're running into that now, contemporary-wise. So anti-Semitism in the contemporary world is a little bit different, but certainly still present. There's a resurgence in incidents. In recent times, there's been a noted increase in anti-Semitic incidents globally. These incidents range from vandalism and hate speech to violent attacks. Unlike the Nazi era, contemporary anti-Semitism is not typically part of an overt government policy, but rather manifests at the level of individual actions and groups, some of which can be classified as extremist or terrorist in nature. You also have the role of digital platforms today, which we already talked about briefly. The proliferation of the internet and social media has radically changed the landscape of how anti-Semitic ideologies are spread. These platforms often serve as echo chambers, where harmful stereotypes and conspiracy theories about Jewish people can be circulated rapidly and without traditional filters or controls. Unlike the centralized state-controlled propaganda of the Nazi era, modern anti-Semitic rhetoric is more decentralized, but can be just as pervasive and insidious in its reach.
So some key considerations. So you have the scale and intensity. While contemporary anti-Semitism is a serious concern, its scale and intensity differ from state-orchestrated genocidal campaigns of the Nazis. The Holocaust remains a uniquely horrific manifestation of anti-Semitism. The global response. So today's world, informed by the lessons of the Holocaust, tends to have stronger institutional and societal responses against anti-Semitism. Numerous countries have laws criminalizing hate speech and Holocaust denial, and there are global efforts to combat and educate against anti-Semitism. Granted, there is also a push in some countries, including the United States, to manipulate the education system for political purpose, something anti-Semitism instruction could easily fall victim to. Then we also have the challenges of the digital age. The decentralized nature of the internet poses unique challenges in monitoring and countering anti-Semitic content. Online hate speech can be more elusive and requires nuanced approach to balance freedom of speech with the need to prevent hate speech and violence.
Well, the form and expression of anti-Semitism have evolved from the state-driven, systematic approach of the Nazi era to the more fragmented and decentralized incidents of today. The underlying prejudices and stereotypes remain a concerning continuity. The modern challenge lies in adapting the changing landscape of communication and globalization in which these harmful ideologies persist and spread. So, clearly there are differences between today's anti-Semitism and the Nazi era. One of the concerns that I have is what you're seeing today is more toned down in that it's not the same level of state-sponsored hatred that you were getting during the Nazis, which makes it more appealing to a larger group of people who would have been less inclined to support some of the policies of the Nazis, but it still strikes a note with the prejudices that they have, where they might not want to take Jews and put them in concentration camps, but we're not going to let Jews have jobs in this sector, or we're not going to let them live in this neighborhood, or we're going to, do the various violent things that we see now. And it makes it almost more palatable to a larger group of people because you're not catering to that extremist group. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, unfortunately, again, right now with what's going on, there is the violence going on. There are people that are out there that it's not the Holocaust. It's not let's put you in a concentration camp. It's let's just kill the Jews. Like, that's what is so scary, is there are people who in almost every country right now, people that are being attacked only because they are Jewish. You have a woman in France who a group of people broke into her house and beat her up and almost left her for dead only because she was Jewish. So unfortunately, from what I'm seeing, it's almost worse in a way.
That's my point. That's exactly my point, is because it's not
it's not let's gather you up and put you someplace. It's we're just going to take care of you right now.
Right, but it's done almost on an individual basis.
Yes, there's nobody saying we're the Nazis.
Right. You don't need to have that
I can just
obvious presence.
Right. I just hate Jews, so I'm going and attacking you.
Right. And that's my point, is that because it's being done
yes. Okay.
less from a government policy standpoint and more from a grassroots standpoint,
right,
it brings more of those hatred-filled people into the mix,
right,
to take action that they wouldn't normally have taken.
Right. There are people who would normally use Uber for rides or to get food, who have gone in and changed their profile so that they don't have a Jewish sounding name, or if they're going and getting a ride, don't put in their actual home address. They're going 2 blocks away to pick up a ride because they don't know who's coming to pick
Right.
them up.
And this is very similar to the 1970s
Mhm.
when you had the various terrorist organizations that were anti Jew that were going out there and
Mhm.
kidnapping people and hijacking planes.
Mm-hmm.
And when people would travel, they would travel with dual passports
Mm-hmm.
and they would present, a passport from another country, not from Israel,
Mm-hmm.
or they'd remove,
Mm-hmm.
jewelry that they had on that would signify their faith and
Mhm.
stuff like that,
Yep.
where they were forced to hide their faith
Mhm.
just to not be targets. And we're back into that
Mhm.
situation again. And this was just the 1970s that this had happened.
Right. There, just this past weekend, one of the New York City libraries was defaced with anti-Semitic rhetoric. That's New York City. This is, and if any city is a melting pot, you would think it wouldn't be happening there, where you expect small town, whatever, that maybe has only 2 Jewish people in the town, if any, that would be the place where you'd have this huge outpour of anti-Semitic. But New York City, like, that just boggles my mind and just makes me sad and angry and mad and everything else that's what's out there.
So one of the things that we've certainly seen over the last 5 years, 6 years, has been this push in schools to change curricula
Mm-hmm.
that I don't want to say it alters history, but it certainly downplays certain aspects
They want
of history.
nice history.
Right.
Yeah.
Given the historical context of the Holocaust, how important do you think it is to learn about and understand these events in today's education system? And do you think it's happening?
Well, I know in our school system, it has been. They've done various things. I know she read The Diary of Anne Frank, and that was a very big push to learning it. And even younger than that, there were little hints of it. So I think it's, it should be age appropriate, but I think just with any other history lesson, it's something that needs to be taught. But I think it also is the same thing for Japanese Americans with the internment camps. None of that, when I was in school, was ever taught. That was something that was kind of glossed over. So I don't want to say, yes, it should be just the Holocaust. No, I think we need to go back and learn all of these things that the country has done to its own people or other countries have done to their own people, because if you forget it and you don't teach it, you're going to relive it. And that's always been something, I've known about the Holocaust since I was very young, going to Hebrew school. And that's where I learned it. I learned it in Hebrew school. I didn't learn it in school until high school. I think that was really the first time we ever talked about it. But I had already known all about it. I don't want to say I was desensitized to it, but I knew about it. So okay. And I even remember being excused from one of the classes because I already knew. The teacher didn't want to bore me with anything or upset me. So if you want to go to the library, feel free. Okay, sure, I'll go. But that's just always been something. Like I said, we've always been taught as a Jewish people, we have to keep talking about it. We have to keep teaching about it, because the minute we stop, it's going to happen again. And that's where I think so many people right now, with everything that's going on, we feel like if we don't speak up and say something, that we're kind of going down that road again to being put, into a concentration camp. How scary is it that people are posting on Facebook, if something happens, will you hide me? And that people aren't responding to it, that people or that people feel the need that they have to even put that out there because they're in such fear of their life.
Yeah.
Like that's no way for anybody to live, no matter what religion or background or race you are, to have
Well,
that
and
fear.
honestly, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about it on the show today, because it is getting to that point. It's getting to the point where we're really threatening to go back down that path
Mhm.
again. And with the coming election and, one of the major candidates in this
Mhm.
election,
Yep.
it's a significant threat. And the things that are being said by this candidate now
Mhm. Yeah.
tell you that that's the kind of world that he wants to live in,
Mm-hmm.
where he's the one that's in charge. He's the guy that's picking and choosing who goes to the camp and who doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another break. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at the real risk of history repeating itself. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment
there
and
I
media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies
Kick
to
the wife
television
out.
and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and
Because
greatest
the
on
husband
pop
won't let her go
culture
to theme
conventions.
parks anymore.
We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com.
That she gets emotional at every time she does.
Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or
I
check
guess
us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Uh-oh.
So what is the risk of history repeating itself? So the question of whether history might repeat itself in the context of rising nationalism and anti-Semitism is both complex and crucial. While there are parallels in rhetoric and sentiment with the 1930s and 40s, significant changes in the global political landscape and institutional frameworks suggest a different trajectory, albeit not without its own set of risks. So what are the institutional safeguards? Well, since World War II, the establishment of international institutions like the UN and various human rights treaties, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, has created a global framework aimed at preventing the reoccurrence of mass atrocities. These institutions work towards promoting peace, security, and human rights, offering a platform for international cooperation and intervention which was lacking in the pre-World War II era. However, history over the last 30 years has proven that mass atrocities, ethnic cleansings, and continued human rights violations still occur all too frequently.
So what about the human rights norms? So there is now a stronger global consensus on human rights norms. The horrors of the Holocaust were a key catalyst in the formation of these norms, and they serve as a moral compass that guides international relations and national policies, although adherence varies by country. But rogue nations and even rogue politicians have proven their ability to avoid prosecution from world courts while still committing violations of basic human rights. Then we have the democratic resilience. So many countries have developed more robust democratic structures compared to the early 20th century. These structures are designed to safeguard against authoritarianism through checks and balances, independent judicial systems, free press, and regular fair elections. However, even the bastion for democratic government, the United States, has proven that it is not immune to wavering from these beliefs with the election of self-serving corrupt politicians more concerned with their own personal vendettas and agendas than what is right for the country as its people. I have no idea who you were talking about with that. I can't put my finger on it.
So despite all those ups and some downs, there are still persistent and emerging risks. Economic and social turmoil, for instance. Economic uncertainty and rapid social changes remain potent catalysts for nationalist and anti-Semitic sentiments. Economic recessions, job insecurity, and perceived threats to cultural identity can lead people to seek simplistic solutions and scapegoats, as we've seen in the 1930s and 40s, which really is perfect that accused the Imperial March at that time.
It's like, wow.
That was not done in post, folks. Our Star Wars game is now playing the Imperial March when I get to that point. Polarization and populism. The rise of populist leaders and the increased political polarization in many countries echo some aspects of the pre-World War II era. Populist leaders often employ nationalistic rhetoric and may flirt with xenophobic and anti-Semitic sentiments to galvanize their base, creating a divided and potentially volatile political landscape. So one of the things that Hitler did, and did very well as a politician, was tune into people's hate. And he used hate as a motivator. And there are politicians today, not just in the United States, but primarily in the United States I'm referring to, who do exactly the same thing. They can pinpoint exactly what people want to hate or what they're prone to hate, and then just open up a can of it for them and use that to lead them around. And then all of a sudden you have this rabid group of literally mindless followers that will do anything for you if you feed that hatred.
Mm-hmm.
They'll even try and overthrow the most successful democracy in the history of the human race, all because you're teaching them to hate. What are your thoughts on that? How dangerous do you think that is, that the human mind can be that susceptible to that kind of transparent manipulation?
I think it's very scary, and that's is just looking at the past few years, how much more that it's become acceptable for that to happen, and that there aren't more people out there going, what are you, nuts? That's not where, that's what just kind of blows my mind. And these educated people that are just letting it happen, that aren't coming out and saying, no, don't do that. That's wrong. Because you still have these people saying, no, come this way. This is the right way. We're the right people. Everything's been stolen from you. We're going to give it back to you. But yet they haven't done anything to make it better for those other people. And some of them have woken up, but a lot of them are still drinking the Kool-Aid, I think. And it almost, there are days when it kind of makes you wonder, maybe I should just drink the Kool-Aid. Maybe then
that's dangerous.
No, and I get it. And that's where it's almost, it almost makes you wonder, am I the crazy one? Maybe I'm not in reality. Everybody else is in the reality. Like, how can people let this happen and everybody think it's okay and nobody's standing up to these people? It just makes you think, oh, well, then it must be me if nobody else is standing up for them, or nobody else thinks this is wrong.
Well, it's funny you put it that way, because it reminds me of an old Three Stooges skit. And it's, a takeoff on Nazis and Hitler and stuff. And Moe declares himself a dictator. And one of the other stooges says, well, what's a dictator? He says, well, a dictator, he promises the people everything, gives them nothing, then takes it all. And that's exactly what our politicians try to do on a regular basis to us.
Yeah.
And this was, a social commentary by comedians 80 years ago.
Right.
And we still haven't learned from it.
Right.
What is wrong with society?
Right.
That society allows this to keep happening.
Right. And granted, yes, there is good in the world. There are people out there who are trying to make a difference. But it just seems like you always knew there were still Nazis around. They never went away. They were just kind of quiet. They were just kind of, in the background. You knew when you traveled certain places, okay, we're going to bypass this area, or we're not going to go here if we're of a certain color or a certain race, or if we look a certain way because of whatever. Where now it's out in the open. They're not ashamed at all to fly a flag.
And that's the
promoting
thing. You make a very good point. They're not ashamed. There was a mark of shame to be a Nazi. And society wouldn't allow them to see light of day.
Right.
So anything that they did had to be backroom stuff, away from society.
If you had a
everything.
pin, you had it, under your lapel. And, if you met somebody who you thought maybe,
right.
Oh, okay. And then
it was the Hail Hydra type stuff.
Right.
Right. But now somehow in the last 10 years, society has been dragged into the gutter to allow these people to see the light of day.
You go
to flourish.
Disney World, and outside of the gates of Disney World, you would have protesters walking around with big giant banners with swastikas all over them. And
it's because society normalized it. And not all of society. Certain segments of society. You had 4 years in this country that normalized it.
Right.
You had 4 years in this country when neo-Nazis were referred to as decent people.
Right.
That's what normalized it.
Right.
That's why we're here today.
Yep.
And it has to stop.
Absolutely.
We have to not let history repeat itself. We're going to take our last break. We'll come back and then we'll wrap up. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
And we are back. So, in conclusion, we're going to talk about some different contexts. So, today's world differs significantly from that of the 1930s and 1940s in terms of international cooperation and the general global awareness of the dangers posed by extreme nationalist and racial ideologies. So this awareness acts as a bulwark, against the repeat of history on the same scale as the Holocaust. Unfortunately, a select segment of the population seems intent on ignoring history or whitewashing it to their own ends, which could threaten any lesson from the past from being forgotten or simply ignored. Vigilance is definitely the key. However, the continued presence of nationalist and anti-Semitic sentiments, especially in times of crisis, requires constant vigilance. History may not repeat itself in the exact same manner, but the underlying human tendencies that led to the past atrocities can resurface in new forms. Despite the horrific past that should never be forgotten, prejudice and hatred still remain and dominating influence over many people around the world, a fact that we can't lose sight of.
So there are certain proactive measures that we can take. To mitigate these risks, proactive measures are necessary. This includes maintaining strong democratic institutions, promoting inclusive economic policies, and fostering educational programs that highlight the dangers of extreme ideologies. And I just want to take a quick aside about promoting democratic institutions. We have to not allow people who operate outside of the norms of a democratic institution from holding power. You cannot allow someone who refused to follow the laws and who tried to literally overthrow the country into a leadership position again. You cannot allow that person into leadership. You cannot allow anyone who supported them or backed them or even send sympathies to them during that time period. You have an individual who literally tried to overthrow the country, and he's running for the same office again, and somehow he's allowed to. That's a disgrace to everything that is democratic in nature.
While having how many indictments?
72, I think he's up to now.
I've lost count.
Twice impeached. We, as a people, need to do better and can do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the possible candidates that are out there, why is he up?
Mm-hmm.
Is the question.
Right.
It also means speaking out against those who would seek a return of the narrow-minded hatred of the past, much like we try to do on this show. We have only ourselves to blame if we allow another monster to come to power who is more interested in personal gain and punishing those who think or are different than themselves. While the risk of history repeating itself in the exact mold of the 1930s and 40s is mitigated by various factors, the underlying dangers of nationalism and anti-Semitism, especially in tumultuous times like now, remain relevant concerns. The lessons from history emphasize the need for constant defense of democratic values and human rights to prevent any slide back into the darkest chapters of human history. So, in your opinion, how well do you think our society today understands and remembers the dangers of extreme nationalist and radical racial ideologies like those that led to the Holocaust?
I don't know, because we're kind of going through a lot of that again with the recent events. I don't think there's, enough people realize what they're doing is what started everything the first time around.
So, all right, let me ask you this. Given society's apparent emphasis on proactive measures and speaking out against narrow-minded hatred, what do you think is the role of an individual in today's society in preventing the rise of extreme ideologies? What can the average person do?
Try and get yourself informed. Go out there and be a support person. Be an ally for, someone that's being marginalized. Learn both sides of the story to be informed, because there are truths to both sides, and and that's with everything, thinking thinking back to when COVID first happened and what our then, president, the China virus, and just saying that, how much hatred there was and bigotry that was going on for Asian people that were being beat up in the street, that were just walking in the street, weren't doing anything wrong, and people were just going up and beating up on them because of this virus that came from China. They had nothing to do with it.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing now with this anti-Semitism, and you look at the different protests that you have and the different marches that you have, the pro-Israeli and the pro-Palestine, and you can see this, the total difference between night and day. One is peaceful and one is not. There's no, I haven't seen, and I'm sure there are some pro-Palestinian marches that are peaceful, but all the ones that, again, the media has been showing or that you see are all violent. There's...
Well, and, if I'm going to play devil's advocate,
Sure.
I would say that's the fake media that's
True.
trying to dictate the narrative, right?
I'm sure it is, but yet you're still seeing all of this hatred for Israelis, for Jewish people. And the thing is, not every Israeli is Jewish. And
not every Jewish person is Israeli.
Right. So that's where people are kind of like, there's a good portion of Jewish people that can blend in with the white folk. We are not white. We just happen to be, depending on where, we went from Israel, where our, ancestors ended up and who we mixed with or stayed with, determined what we kind of look like. But with Jews, we're all different shades. We're all different colors. So some of us aren't able to be spotted, I guess.
Well, and I think really what it boils down to is the methodology of riling people up with hatred.
Mm-hmm.
It's like taking a little tinker toy, a wind-up tinker toy,
Mm-hmm.
and you're just twisting that hatred wheel
Right.
inside there and winding it up, setting it down and letting
And
it
it's
go.
just going to go.
And it just goes. You don't know. You have no
Mhm.
control. You have no idea where it's going.
Yeah.
But the chaos that it creates
Mm-hmm.
is what these people that are creating the hatred are looking for, because that's what drives their agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got somebody out there who's trying to get you to hate something or someone, or to be violent, or to protest, or
Right.
whatever, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about who it is that they want you to target, and think about how that person who's asking you to do that is going to benefit from it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're going to benefit from it more than you are, you're just a pawn at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Think for yourself. Go out. There is fake news.
Mhm.
News organizations are driven by ratings.
Mm-hmm.
They put the stuff out there that gets them the most ratings and gets them the most money. Don't be afraid to go out there and cite your news from 3, 4, 5, 6 different news organizations out there. If you take the time to educate yourself, you'll figure out, you're smart enough. I have faith in the people out there, the American people, and human beings in general. If you wade through enough of that news, you'll figure out what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get to the point where you figured out what the truth is, you'll realize how bad you've been manipulated, and how these people in power are the ones that are basically getting you to do their dirty work for them. So educate yourself. There's no substitute for education. And I think that's really the bottom line here, is the only way to combat hatred and anti-Semitism and all of nationalism is just a method of control. The only way to combat any of these manipulative practices is to educate yourselves. And that's where the internet comes into play. You have so many opportunities today to educate yourself. Be smart about it. Don't be intellectually lazy. Don't take your news from one source, whether it's Fox News or CNN or whoever. Don't take any single source of news on face value. Go out and do a little research. That's what we do when we put these shows together. I think that's it. Did we have anything else we want to talk about?
I think I'm good.
All right. Before we do go, though, I want to take one more opportunity to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're anywhere you get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, etc. I would also write in. This is a great opportunity to write in with your hate mail and tell us how much you disagree with this or how much you agree with this. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on X at insights_things. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone. Welcome into Insights into Tomorrow, episode 19, The State of Microsoft Games. My name is Sam Whalen. I'll be your host today, and alongside me is my co-host, Mr. Joseph Whalen. How you doing today, Joe?
I'm doing great, Sam. How are you doing?
Figured we'd keep it, not so formal for the show. Right. I'm doing pretty good. Today's episode is going to be an update to episode 16. If you guys check that out, we talked about Microsoft in that episode, and it's been about a year since that big deal with Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard. That's all still been going on for a year. So we're going to give you a little bit of an update on that, as well as the state of Microsoft and where we think their games are going in the future. So just off the top, have you heard anything big about this acquisition or potential acquisition since that episode 16?
Well, I know they've ran into some issues with U.S. regulatory and UK, right? But I think they got green lights in Europe, which I think is kind of ironic that the UK is fighting it, but the EU actually kind of gave them the green light on it.
Yes, when our global nations have to interact with our gaming companies, things can get pretty complicated. But just a quick recap before we take a break. On January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft announced they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction. I forgot about that part. Valued at $68.7 billion or $95 a share at the time. Like we said, however, in the year since that, there have been lots of changes, lots of roadblocks, and things have definitely not gone as planned for Microsoft. So today we're going to look at some of those recent developments for the games and the state of the deal and the rough release of one game in particular and what the future looks like for Xbox and their games. So before we take our break, just want to remind you, you can subscribe to our show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. Anywhere you get your podcast, we will be there for you. Contact information, you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are insights_things. Facebook, you can search us there as well. Instagram, Insights Into Things. And all these links can be found on our websites, insightsintothings.com. Anything else to add?
I think that's it.
All right, let's get right into it. We'll be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Insights into Tomorrow, number 19, talking Microsoft, talking Blizzard, talking Activision. So, as I gave the recap in the beginning, this deal happened about a year ago for around $69 billion. However, there was some recent news which caused us to want to record this episode. So after months of deliberating, the United Kingdom's Competition and Markets Authority, the CMA, which is like their version of the FTC, blocked Microsoft's pending acquisition of Activision Blizzard, primarily citing the potential monopolization of cloud gaming services if the deal went through. Now, we're both, we're deep in the Microsoft ecosystem, I'd say. I play Xbox all the time. You've been a Microsoft fan for a lot of your life, I think.
Sure.
Do you think cloud gaming when you think Microsoft?
Actually, no, I don't. As a matter of fact, recently I had canceled my Game Pass subscription.
Oh, really?
I hadn't been using it. There wasn't any games. All the games that were coming out on Game Pass were uninteresting. There wasn't anything that I liked, and I wasn't playing anything on there because I had moved over to predominantly play, when I did console, I moved over to the PlayStation. But most of my gaming's on the PC to begin with anyway, and I wasn't taking advantage of any of the Game Pass stuff on PC anymore. Like I played through Halo Infinite, and that was like the last big thing that I really did with Xbox, and I was playing Call of Duty and a couple of time killers is what I refer to them as, but there wasn't anything that really kept my interest on it, so I couldn't justify the cost.
Yeah, I'm partially responsible for your shift to Sony and PlayStation. I've definitely recommended a lot of those games to you. But personally, I use Game Pass all the time. I think it's still the best value in gaming. If you're, for the kind of person that I am when I play games, I like to try all different kinds of things. And I think for the price you're paying, you're getting a great variety, as well as all those things that are already included, and they're updating it regularly.
Well, and I don't doubt its value. I just doubt my use for it at the time.
Right.
And I've taken the same mentality with streaming video now. Like, if there's something that I want to watch, I'll subscribe to that service. I'll watch whatever it is, and then when it's between seasons, I'll get rid of it if there isn't anything else that really interests me. And there hasn't been any games that Microsoft has been coming out that has been interesting enough to me to keep it. Whereas, you have me on PlayStation doing Ragnarok, you have me doing Last of Us, Spider-Man. So I've been kind of embroiled in all those games now. So I wasn't touching the Xbox for anything other than physical games that I own, like Rock Band and stuff like that.
Yeah, you mentioned the lack of games on Xbox, and that's something we're going to hit on a little bit later on the show. But going back to the citing of cloud gaming as part of the reason why this deal was blocked in the United Kingdom, this is a quote from Martin Coleman, who chaired the panel that investigated the deal. He said, "Cloud gaming needs a free, competitive market to drive innovation and choice that is best achieved by allowing the current competitive dynamics in cloud gaming to continue to do their job." Now, where this argument comes from is because part of your Games Pass subscription is something called xCloud, which is Microsoft's version of cloud gaming, where you can, boot up you can stream games to your phone or to your TV without having to download them. And it is very convenient. I don't really use it because I don't have a problem with storage too much. But that's kind of the main thrust of it. And we'll get into it a little bit later, but the numbers were slightly inflated because they're assuming that everyone that uses Games Pass is also using that xCloud service, and that's just not the case. This is from the Gamer article we have linked in the show notes here. The CMA claims that if the acquisition goes through, it would only reinforce the Xbox maker's strong position in cloud gaming, and it could potentially hold control of 60 to 70% of the cloud gaming market. And that's sort of where we get those inflated numbers, right? 60 to 70% of the market, obviously that would be a monopoly, and, sort of a monopoly. I guess 100% would be a monopoly, but you know, that's a scary number, having one company control 60% or 70% of that market, especially since gaming in general is sort of shifting toward that cloud method of service where you don't necessarily have to download your games. You can just stream them. You know, you have the Xbox that you have, the one without the disk drive,
Right.
is primarily meant to have that service so you don't have to download the games because it has a smaller storage
and
capacity.
It's funny you mentioned that. I've never actually streamed a game to my console. All the games I've had, I've downloaded and played on the local machine itself. If they're talking streaming as their definition of cloud gaming, I don't know how popular that is because there are technological limitations to that.
Yep.
There's only, like, yes, it's great that I can burn somebody else's computer resources and graphics to generate the stuff and stream it down to me. But when you're playing stuff that's competitive, online gaming, like first-person shooters, there's latency from the time that you push a button on your controller to the time it gets to the server and gets back to you. You can't overcome. I mean, that latency is a limitation of the speed of light. You can't overcome that. We have no way to overcome that right now. So unless they're putting data centers in right around the corner from my house that I'm streaming from, there's a technological problem from running it locally to running it over there. And if that's what they're calling cloud-based gaming, I think you're limited in what you can offer as far as that. You want to play Words with Friends or the puzzle games and stuff like that, I think you're okay. But when you want to get into, the die-hard competitive games where people are running cheats to take advantage of that lag time, I don't think that's the right recipe for it. And I think that's a lot of the reason why Google got out of the streaming gaming too.
Yeah, it's definitely the biggest barrier to entry, right? I mean, not everybody has top of the line internet all around the country, especially when you're getting into less populated areas. In some parts of in this country alone, it's just not going to work, right? Because you've got satellite-based internet or something like that.
Yeah.
So you're already limiting your market there. Now latency has always been a problem with multiplayer games, especially like in like fighting games, and they've kind of found workarounds with it with like rollback netcode, where the game is trying to anticipate and guess what you're going to do before you do it, and that can significantly help with that latency. But when you're looking at a company like Microsoft, whose predominant AAA games are all not first-person shooters, but they're all like competitive shooters, like Halo, Gears of War, even Sea of Thieves, which is definitely not competitive, but it is still a multiplayer online experience. Latency is going to be a problem in all those games. So is cloud gaming the direction you really want to push this in if you're relying on that multiplayer ecosystem pretty much at all times?
Well, and the other issue that you run into from a technological standpoint is when you're streaming games, you need a lot of bandwidth to stream the games. When you're playing on your local console to a server in the cloud, you're only sending telemetry at that point. So it's much less bandwidth requirements in order to handle that kind of data than if you're trying to stream the actual game back and forth. Yeah, you're upstreaming telemetry to it when you're streaming the game, but all that video is pre-processed, pre-rendered, and basically streamed down to you as if you're watching it at that point in time on a TV. So that takes a lot of bandwidth. And you've already got companies like Comcast and Verizon that are capping your bandwidth now because of the amount of usage you have. And as you move to a model where your model relies on enhancing the amount of bandwidth that you use, you're going to start getting pushback from your ISPs. You're going to start getting data caps. You've already got home internet from T-Mobile and Verizon and AT&T over their cellular networks where you only get that high-speed 5G for a certain amount of that month. And when you hit a certain cap, it drops it down to slower speeds, and that's going to have an impact on this type of gaming.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about, like, if this is the push we're gonna go for. It seems like Sony has its own version of Games Pass where they've got a ever-changing catalog of games coming in that you pay a flat fee per month, and then you can download these games and play them as they come to the service. It's just like what they have with Games Pass, and Ubisoft has one. A lot of these companies, they're doing that Netflix of gaming approach, combined with the cloud gaming aspect as well. So, if that's the way the industry is going, what is that going to look like with other companies, like you talk about the ISPs and things like that? Is everybody going to have to change if that's where gaming is going in the future? Because this is still, a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar industry that can throw its weight around if it needs to.
Well, and what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with streaming. You're going to have partnerships with the ISPs where the gaming companies are going to have to pay for premier access. Netflix, for instance. So Netflix actually has licensing arrangements with the various ISPs where Netflix puts essentially a caching proxy server inside their network. So when you request a movie for Netflix, you'll go up to Comcast. Comcast will hit the server that they're hosting, and if the movie's there, it'll stream from there. If it's not, it'll go out to Netflix then and get it, but then it caches it inside that network. So everyone else who requests that movie now gets it from the local. You're going to run into them doing the same type of thing where you're going to have exclusive partnerships with ISPs, which is going to cost the gaming companies money, and the gaming companies aren't going to absorb it. They're obviously going to pass it down to the customers. So you're going to see an increase in your monthly cost for that when the ISPs start getting fed up with it.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing increases in prices of Games Pass and things like that. I mean, Netflix too is notorious for raising their prices. All streaming services, it's just part of the, it's part of the, I guess, the business practice. It's how these things go. And especially, you talked about how you'll cancel your service if you're not using it. Most people don't do that. I'm one of them. The companies count on you not canceling and just letting it lapse every month so they can keep getting that money.
Well, and they deliberately make it difficult to cancel. You can't say, oh, if I don't renew this, I don't want it to auto renew. You can't stop auto renews on these. And when you go to cancel them, you got to jump through, 4 or 5 flaming hoops to go through to cancel these because they're counting on people not to go through that hassle.
Yeah, exactly. Getting back to the Microsoft Activision deal, though, this blockage in the UK is a huge blow for Microsoft, and the acquisition continues to face roadblocks from various international regulators. The FTC also is suing to block the deal in the US, citing concerns over Microsoft's habit of acquiring game studios as part of the Microsoft gaming brand. So that the FTC is not necessarily going with the cloud gaming angle. They're more worried about Microsoft buying up all these studios and sort of putting them under the Microsoft umbrella and having too much influence on them. But historically, Microsoft hasn't really done that. They will buy a studio and acquire it, but only so they can have their games on Games Pass. They don't necessarily have direct influence on the creative side of things, which you could see as better or worse, as we'll talk about in our second segment. But yeah, Microsoft has generally had a hands-off approach to a lot of these studios, aside from asking for that Games Pass Day 1 exclusive. So do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, and I think that's probably the most dangerous aspect of this entire thing for Microsoft, because it signals a level of scrutiny that they've not been under before. Because the acquisition of development studios for gaming isn't just restricted to gaming for Microsoft. They've done this across the board for all the properties they're offering. Their antivirus software was acquired. Their voice messaging service was acquired. Their team service was acquired. And it was all acquired and rebranded. So if they're going to get government regulation looking into their acquisition of various development companies for gaming, what would stop it at gaming? When they start acquiring things that become competitive in different aspects, because Lord knows Microsoft has already had issues with monopoly, complaints and stuff like that. But this is a practice they do across the board, not just gaming. So if they're getting scrutiny for gaming now, that's going to open up the board for everything against them moving forward.
Yeah, I think ultimately what a lot of this comes back to is it pro-consumer or anti-consumer? And I think when you even enter the monopoly word into the conversation, I think immediately it's going to turn a lot of people off. We don't want, myself included, we don't want one company owning everything, because then it stifles creativity, it stifles innovation, and especially when it comes to gaming, when one company is buying up all these studios, it can, and if those studios are poorly managed by the overhead company, it can negatively impact the kind of games we're getting, not to mention all the people that work for those studios. We haven't had a similar issue with Sony, Sony acquiring Insomniac, Guerrilla Games. They've been doing the same thing, but their games are very successful because Sony is much more hands-on with how they're running these studios. They have a very clear vision of what they want a Sony-branded game to be, and Microsoft hasn't really done that. And unfortunately, Sony is kind of winning this arms race of studio acquisitions because of their more hands-on approach.
Well, and Microsoft traditionally has had that issue across the board on all their properties, where the only property that they're really being successful at managing is their Azure system, their cloud server providers. Everything else, they don't seem to know what they want to do. Like, it still puzzles a lot of people that Microsoft is even involved in gaming. You know, Microsoft dipped their toe in the hardware, the computer hardware business back with the Surface Pro series line launch. And all that did was really anger all their OEMs because it's cutting into their business. So Microsoft seems to have this, I want to do everything, but I don't necessarily want to do everything good. And the lack of quality seems to show quite frequently in some of their offerings.
Yeah. So despite the UK and US kind of combating the deal, the EU, European Union, has approved the deal despite those countries' hesitations. And again, like I mentioned before, EU officials claim that the estimation of Xbox cloud gaming dominance is being overstated, with all Xbox Games Pass users being counted as cloud gaming users, despite that not being the primary purpose of the service. So if the deal goes through, would Xbox truly hold a monopoly? You know, if they are able to acquire Activision, Blizzard, and King, I don't know. I'd have to rewatch episode 16. It was a long time ago. But King is the mobile brand and side of that thing. And mobile games make a ton of money. So if, King makes Candy Crush and all those kind of games, if Microsoft were to hold that, would they have a monopoly in the market? And what does this mean for other gaming companies like Sony and Nintendo?
Well, and that's the thing. I don't think it would be a monopoly from the get-go. And I think in a market as volatile as the gaming market is and as fickle as the gaming market is, the market will regulate itself for the most part. If it becomes monopolistic, then you can step in and regulate it and break it up. You're not going to stop consolidation in the gaming market. You're just not, because you've got 3 platforms, really, 2 platforms. I don't really count Nintendo as a competitive platform at this point.
I don't know. They got that new Zelda game making a lot of money.
And that's probably the last good game they're going to come out with on the Switch.
With the Switch, yeah. 7-year-old outdated hardware.
Yeah. But that's their shtick, really. But you don't have platforms out there that you can release this stuff on. So as a result, you're going to have consolidation. Remember way back when Sega decided that they were getting out of the console business and they had all their exclusives, and they basically, all the sharks that were circling around, Microsoft and Sony and everyone, swooped in to get these exclusives. Well, how many of those exclusives are exclusives that are exclusive moneymakers now? Sonic the Hedgehog. Aside from a really, questionable choice on movies, since when has Sonic the Hedgehog been something that's been significant?
Sonic Frontiers. That was like last year.
Yeah.
I don't think it's exclusive, though. Is it? I don't know. I
don't think it is. But when that happened, everyone thought that you were going to have monopolies come out of that. And you're not. People are going to buy the game that's quality. And if you don't put out a quality game, it doesn't matter how many game studios you own. If it's not quality, they're not going to use it. And Microsoft has run into this numerous times. You know how many people have moved off of Microsoft Office because of how terrible it's become?
Yeah.
And they don't want to pay for the subscription for a service that they've never paid. Just questionable business practices is what turns people off. And Microsoft has kind of demonstrated, they've been the poster boy of how not to be monopolistic at this point in time based on quality.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to that issue of quality, which is exactly what we're going to cover in our next segment. After the break, we'll take a look at the launch of Redfall and other Xbox games exclusives and how they impact Xbox's place in the gaming landscape, and of course, that ever-important question of quality. Right after the break, we'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 19 of Insights into Tomorrow, where we are talking the Microsoft acquisition of Blizzard and Activision and King. Acquisition and Activision are really hard to say in the same sentence.
That is a tongue twister.
My name is Sam Whalen, and of course we've got Joseph Whalen on the other side, on the ones and twos. But we just talked about the deal itself. Now we're going to get more into the issue of quality and what that means for Xbox going forward. So the big news story in the past couple weeks, if you follow any kind of gaming news, is the release of Redfall. This comes from publisher Bethesda and developer Arcane Studios. You might know Arcane from games like Prey and Dishonored. All great games. Redfall was released on May the 2nd to disastrous critical and audience reviews. This was kind of a big shock. Well, for a while it was a big shock. There was some IGN footage that had come out before the game came out that people ragged on the reviewer that was playing it because it looked like they were bad at games, kind of boil it down. But when the game came out, people realized that that's just the game. The game is not easy to play, and it's really poorly optimized, and it's a big letdown from a studio like Arcane that is known for their immersive sims like Prey and Dishonored. I've played the game myself. I've played Redfall. It's real bad. But it did come out to Games Pass, so I had the opportunity to play it as part of that subscription. Have you seen any footage or reviews or articles about Redfall?
I've seen some gameplay footage of it. I haven't played it myself, obviously, because I don't have my Game Pass subscription. And I've read a couple of reviews. In fact, in preparation for the show today, I was doing some research on it. And you're right, the reviews pretty much across the board are pretty consistent. And when you start getting 4 or 5 people that are saying the same exact thing that's wrong with the game, chances are that's probably what's wrong with the game.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, I'm not shocked, given the hype around this and what the great hope for this was supposed to be. The last 4 or 5 years of games like that have kind of fallen flat. You had Halo Infinite had the same problems. You had Cyberpunk had the same type of problem. Like, you have games that the market is demanding that they come out. You have pressures on development houses that are forcing you to release games before they're ready. And I honestly think that part of the problem with this is largely to do with the cloud infrastructure, because the idea, the philosophy right now is, oh, well, we can kick that out and patch it next week. Yeah. We're fine. We're good. Where before, when you put it out on a disk and you didn't have all the cloud infrastructure in place, it had to work. You didn't have the opportunity to put 5 patches out. We just saw it happen with the new Star Wars game that came out. The first patch that came out was literally 3 times the size of the original game. So it doesn't shock me. I think the problem we have is the market drivers that are forcing these out rely too heavily on the fact that they can be patched, but they neglect to take into effect the negative press that your property is going to get in the process.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Phil Spencer, who's sort of the public face of Xbox, he's not I don't think he's a CEO, but he's like the guy when you think Xbox. He's been doing the rounds. He's been taking the hits for Redfall. But one of the things he talked about was this concept of when to delay a game. And he says it's not always purely based on hitting that economic goal. Sometimes it is for creative reasons. And a lot of what he talked about was ultimately what they say is what it comes down to is if the studio is not meeting their creative goals, then that's when there's a serious issue. And he not so subtly suggested that might have been part of the problem with Redfall, is that the folks at Arcane were not necessarily making the game they wanted to make, but this game was hyped up a lot and it had to come out, and they already delayed it, and it didn't really seem to make that much of a difference. You talk about Jedi Survivor had the same thing. That game got delayed, but still came out with a litany of technical issues, a litany of problems, and a day one patch that was 100 gigs. So, it's the past 3 months have seen multiple releases that are almost fully broken at launch, especially on PC. I mean, you play a lot on PC.
Yeah.
PC ports are notoriously not as well optimized as a console. But it really starts to raise the question of, yeah, exactly what you said, this tarnishing of the brand of, you know, it's almost become standard when a AAA game releases to give it 3 to 4 months to have it actually be functional, especially if it's like a multiplayer game. And it's like, at what point did this just become okay? You know, I'm still the guy, I'm definitely part of the problem. I will buy a game day one if I want it. But yeah, a lot of these games are coming out and they're just not finished. And when a game will take 4 to 5 years to make, do we give it 6 to 7 years at that point? Is that too long? Is it an issue of crunch in development where, you know, developers are getting high pressure to put these games out, so they're slipping up and there's issues there? Is it a marketing problem? Are we showing these games too early? You know, we put out a CGI trailer 3 years before the game comes out, and, you know, people every year are asking at, you know, Summer Games Fest and things like that, where's Redfall? Where's whatever? That by the time the game comes out, it's not at all what people thought it was going to be, which is kind of what happened with Redfall. Nobody really knew what it was, because it was a lot of cool CGI trailers. You know, you knew it was a shooter, you knew it was Arcane, so you can imagine you're going to have some immersive sim elements, probably some supernatural or magic elements. But then the game gets closer to release, and you have these people doing previews, and they describe it as like Far Cry or like Destiny, and everybody's scratching their heads of like, what? That's not what Arcane has ever been known for. They're known for single-player immersive experiences, and Redfall comes out, and it's like a Far Cry Borderlands type game, and it doesn't even really nail that, because you know those kind of games don't really perform as well as they used to. You know, and like in the 2010s, that was sort of the formula. You know, massive open world, play how you want. But Redfall doesn't really do that well either, unfortunately. And, you know, I don't want to sit here and just bash the game, because I do like Arcane. I'm a big Prey fan. I love Dishonored. Redfall just wasn't hitting the mark. You know, it's got a current score on Metacritic, the Xbox version, a 56 on Metacritic, 3.5 user score, with critics citing extremely poor performance, uninteresting mechanics, and it overall just felt rushed. And like I said, I played the game myself. That is very true. From the moment you boot it up, like there aren't cutscenes. It's just still images with audio over it, and I'm like, what are we? I don't know, it blows my mind. There's a lot of little issues. There's a lot of texture pop in. You can go watch the Digital Foundry video on YouTube. They did a great breakdown of it, of like the nitty gritty technical issues, and it's like, how does a game like this come out in 2023? It blows my mind.
Well, and a lot of people want to rush to judge Microsoft on this for having a game come out that doesn't meet their standards. And like you had said in the previous segment, Microsoft has been largely hands-off on this project and most of their development studios. So I think the problem that you run into is Microsoft is involved from a finance standpoint and from a make sure it gets out the door on time standpoint. But from the creative side of things, I think Microsoft is largely hands-off on a lot of this stuff. And I think that's probably the problem, is that if you're coming out with an exclusive on Microsoft's platform, Microsoft needs to be there. It needs to be part of that process to make sure that it meets their standards. And it makes me wonder, maybe it does meet their standards. Maybe Microsoft's standards are just that low.
Yeah.
Because what this is a reflection of so many other things that Microsoft has released that is subpar and is one of those kick it out the door, we'll patch it later type things.
Wow.
So it very well might meet their standards is the problem.
Yeah, and it's tough, because when you own a studio and you have the ability to make sure that all the problems that modern day releases have don't happen, but you still do, right? Like we talk about Cyberpunk and how disastrous that was. That wasn't owned by anybody. That was CD Projekt Red. That was their game, published on all platforms or released on all platforms, and it had all those issues. You look at a Sony game, you look at Ragnarok, you look at Horizon Forbidden West, you look at Spider-Man 2 whenever that comes out, or Spider-Man 1 even. There is a pedigree to a Sony game. When you boot it up, you know that it's probably going to be awesome, at the very least, or, you know, not have a lot of these problems that a lot of modern day games are facing. There aren't that many technical glitches. It runs well. It tells a good story. And, you know, Sony's focusing on single player games while Microsoft is more on the multiplayer side of things. But there still has to be that pedigree when you are a big studio like, or not a studio, sorry, a big publisher like Microsoft or a big company like Sony. You've got to have a quality control level that sets the standard for your brand. I mean, it's just, I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, I have been out of the Sony ecosystem for quite some time until you kind of dragged me back into it kicking and screaming when I was finally able to get hands on a PS5. And the gaming experience, first of all, the user interface on the PS5s is completely different than the Xbox. I found the PS5 to be much more refined, much more, well, it was difficult. There was a learning curve for me. Whereas the interface on the Xbox is juvenile almost. It's cluttered.
It's awful.
It is. It's hard to navigate. But the gaming experience itself, when I fired up the last 2 games that you had me play, the
Last of Us?
Last of Us and
Ragnarok?
God of War.
Yeah.
When I fired those up, it wasn't a gaming experience. It was a movie experience from day one. From the time you turned it on, the menus, everything, it was an interactive movie. You felt like you were part of it. The cutscenes, the dialogue, everything, the acting, the story, it was an interactive movie that you were part of. Maybe that's because it was focused for single player.
Right.
I don't get that. Like, I didn't get that when I played, the sequel to Red Dead. I didn't get that from Red Dead either. But the Sony experience itself, the attention to detail, and the level of quality. Now, granted, Spider-Man had some quality issues in it.
No, you think so?
Yeah, there's a few things in there that were an issue. But for the most part, everything was cinematic in the experience that I got to play. And it made me really enjoy the experience. And when I play stuff on Xbox, it's literally just to kill time. It's not to enjoy myself, to immerse myself, or anything. So they're 2 very different types of gaming styles and platforms. And they're managed very differently. That quality comes across, and it's just blatantly obvious in just starting the game up.
Yep.
And that's where the biggest contrast, I think, is to me.
Yeah, and Redfall comes out at the time when Microsoft has been sorely lacking in those first-party AAA titles, which is exactly what you talk about. Off the top of your head, you can name 3 or 4 Sony games that you've played that hit a chord with you.
Yeah.
And Microsoft just doesn't have that, and they haven't for a very long time.
Well, and I'll tell you, I'm a huge, huge Halo fan,
Yep.
okay? Not only have I loved every one of the games that came out, well, I've played every one of the games that came out.
Halo Wars 2?
I've read all the novels. I'm up to date.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of reading the latest novel.
We're
now.
both huge Halo fans.
Love it, love it, love it. Halo Infinite just did not resonate with me, did not hit with me. It's ironic that the environment that you're in was so broken, because it felt like the storyline and the character development and everything else was equally broken.
Yep.
Like, you jump into this and you're completely disjointed. You have no idea what's going on. It was buggy. There was a number of glitches that crept up through the thing that prevented me from progressing until a patch came out. But it just didn't have that refined feel. And the fact that the terrain that you're on is literally a shattered world only reinforced. And to me, it was almost like, oh, well, they just didn't finish it. Then they decided to make it part of the storyline.
Yeah, the ring is unfinished that you're on.
Right.
Yeah.
And, like, it literally felt like they just didn't feel like finishing the game. And so much the game was missing when it came out. I played through it. I did all the side missions, and I haven't gone back to it in months, probably a year at this point. And there's no reason for me to.
Right. Yeah. So Halo Infinite came out in 2021. Personally, I really enjoyed the campaign at launch. But, Halo is always kind of a weird story to follow. If you go play all the games, like, the story is not always the forefront. It's always the gameplay. And the gameplay in Infinite was good, but a lot of where the issues come in is with the multiplayer of Infinite. It had little to no multiplayer support post-launch, and it took forever to get the content updates going for that service. it took forever for that to start rolling out. And it ended up leading to Microsoft cleaning house at 343 months after the release, just because of how big of a failure it was. I still play Halo multiplayer every once in a while. I don't know why. I just really, it's still Halo at the end of the day, you know, and I still enjoy that. But it had so much potential, and everybody at the time was saying, Microsoft can't mess this up. And they kind of did. Like, the multiplayer at launch, everybody was on board. It's such an exciting announcement when they announced that the multiplayer was going to be free. They announced it day and date at I forget where. Very exciting, very hype around that. But as time goes on, you know, the campaign comes out and it's the semi-open world. You know, it still feels good. It still feels like Halo. But then there's just nothing. There's just nothing after it, and it's almost like they just. Like, this is Halo. This is, when you buy an Xbox, Master Chief is on the box. And it's like, how are we not dumping all of our resources into this? It blows my mind. You know, you had the thing with co-op. Co-op didn't come out at launch. Forge was delayed. All these pieces. And I think Infinite was delayed like a year. Like a long time. And again, it still comes out at launch, and it's missing all these pieces. And it's like, guys, how did you not nail this? Like, it's Halo. Like, this is your one thing.
Well, and the other problem that I had with this whole thing, one, you had 2 downloads, basically. Two applications that you ran, 2 games you ran. You could either run the multiplayer or you could run the campaign. It wasn't until months later that they were even integrated into each other. So it was a completely disjointed experience. But the other problem they had here, which I think really highlights the Game Pass problem that they're running into, is it was released on Game Pass.
Yep, I was just going to mention that. Yep.
How do you expect to make money on a premier game if you're going to give it away for free on your subscription service?
Yep.
Like, even Disney Plus is smart enough not to put their movies on Disney Plus the day they come out in theaters. Now, granted, there's legal reasons for that, too. But, like, make them wait a month, 2 months, 3 months. Like, there was a point in time when you would get pre-orders so that you could get exclusive content. You would get pre-orders so you could get the higher end versions of the games. You get a full on all that stuff. Nowadays, what's the point of a pre-order if you're going to release it at the same time on your subscription service?
Pre-orders are also a way to project sales numbers, too.
They are, but right now, I think the thing with pre-orders is I'm willing to pre-order a game if I'm guaranteed that it's going to work on day one. That's really what I'm shooting for. If I pre-order for you, maybe you can pay the developers more to finish the game.
Which it probably isn't going to work on day one. But yeah, you bring up the issue of Games Pass, and this ties back into Redfall as well. Games Pass is still a good value, but it's worth noting that any game that comes out day one on Games Pass is already going to face tough sales numbers. Games Pass tends to cannibalize sales numbers in exchange for that wider access. And I think that's what Microsoft was banking on with Halo, is that, hey, it's on Games Pass. If you guys get Games Pass, you'll have Halo, our flagship title. You'll have it day one on your new console. And yeah, that might have worked in the short term, but in the long term, where's the money coming from, really?
Yeah.
So going back to Redfall, in just 2 weeks since its launch, Redfall has had a drastic reduction in players. And this is coming from Steam, so take it with a grain of salt. I know it's tough to compare, but Steam numbers are probably pretty accurate still. At its debut, Redfall was averaging around 6,000 players, and that figure has plummeted to around 200 players since May 16th. So that's like 2 to 3 weeks. You're losing, I don't know math, a lot of players. And it's overall, this has been a bad look for Microsoft. You know, we talked a lot about Halo, and that was another big one where it's just like, you know, Microsoft hypes up these first-party releases, and they're almost always disappointments. Especially in a time when games like Ragnarok, like we talked about, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom are dominating critically and financially for Sony and Nintendo. You know, what is Microsoft doing to make themselves stand out in, you know, I don't like console wars. I think that's stupid, but it is competitive business still. It's not, you know, we're not going to say Xbox is better than a PlayStation, but like, these are businesses that are selling products, and some businesses are selling their products, better products, and they're selling them better.
Well, and I think the real funny thing here is in doing my research ahead of time, I read one article and they talked about, from a hardware perspective, the Xbox is better hardware.
Yep.
It's more powerful hardware. But they can't get the software right. So it doesn't matter how much horsepower you throw at the problem. If the game doesn't run, it doesn't run really fast on a good
Right.
system, right? So why they need to focus less on the hardware, right? Because you have a console there that's overly powerful for the type of gaming that you need right now, which is great for future-proofing it. If you've got a future, if you can't keep your premier product, I mean, Halo is the Xbox franchise.
Yep.
If you can't do that right, what are you going to do right? You own it.
Yeah.
You made it, you know? And like people are longing for the Bungie days now. Like 343 Studios was clever and it was neat and it had promise, and it hasn't delivered on that promise.
And there, I mentioned that story about Microsoft laying off a bunch of people at 343. We don't like to see people get laid off. Obviously, that's bad. But also, it blew my mind that 343 kept Halo. They didn't give it to another publisher or developer. Like, after all this, we're still going with 343. Nobody liked Halo 4 or 5.
Right.
And it's like, we're still staying with 343. Like, okay. I mean, I guess if they fired a lot of the people, maybe they'll bring new people in to give it a new voice or to make it better. I don't even know what's next for Halo. I have no idea what they're going to do. Do you think they do another mainline entry? Do you think we get I don't know. Do you have any ideas?
From a storyline standpoint, I don't think you can go much further down. I mean, granted, you've got the whole TV show now with Master Chief. That's a completely different animal.
Yeah.
But I think from a storyline standpoint in Halo, you either have to reinvent the brand itself, or you have to move on to some other storyline.
And that's what everybody thought Infinite was going to be.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be, we're in the age of the soft reboot sequel. That's what everybody thought Infinite was going to be. And in some ways it was, but we still kept the convoluted plot that everybody didn't like about Halo.
Right.
They should have just stripped it down to Halo 1, where it's very simple objectives, and they just didn't do that. And, they had this, it was like they had the setting of Halo 1, a very basic ring, but with with the still overly complicated space epic that nobody knows unless you read 10 novels.
Well, and that's the problem even with the novels right now, not to get off topic too much, but even the novels now are still sticking to this whole, we're going to fire the rings. Get over it, guys.
Yeah.
That ship has sailed already, pun intended. You need to come up with another galactic, and don't do the whole Cortana thing, because that didn't work either.
They're still doing that, I think.
They are. It's still referenced in all the novels and everything. It's like the story. That's why I say the story itself. They don't even have anything in the wings waiting that they can pull from the novels that's really viable, because even the novels are getting kind of long in the tooth.
I think you got to blow the whole thing up.
I agree. I think if you're going to do it, don't just come out with a remastered edition of it.
Reboot it.
Reboot the whole thing. I'm with you there.
Yeah. So, as we wrap up this second segment, how can Microsoft reclaim the glory days of Halo? I put Gears of War in here, but I like Gears of War. I don't think Gears of War is anywhere near Halo in terms of mass market appeal. What is next for Microsoft? How are they going to reclaim, the days of they're dominating the multiplayer shooter market? Do you have any ideas?
We'll talk about it when we come back.
All right, we'll be right back after this quick break.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news.
And the multiplayer is still
We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions.
It's like after the... Can you dump out of this? Welcome back, everyone. We had to dump out of the commercial. I'm sure you were wondering what the next topic they cover on Insights into Entertainment is. You'll just have to go watch the show yourself. Welcome back in Insights into Tomorrow. This program, episode 19, we're talking Microsoft and the state of Microsoft. As we teased in the end of the last segment, what is next for Microsoft? What are they going to do? We had the disastrous release of Redfall. Microsoft has one more trick up its sleeve. Xbox and Bethesda's Starfield, set to release on September 6th of this year, allegedly. Expectations are sky high for this title. From the same studio that made Fallout and Elder Scrolls, Starfield is set to be Bethesda's deep dive into the sci-fi genre. So I'll ask you the same thing I asked you about Redfall. Did you see anything about Starfield? Do you know anything about it?
I have actually a lot of folks, because I still play Star Wars: The Old Republic. A lot of folks in there are really looking forward to this. This is supposed to be like the second coming of
I know.
Christ here, where it's going to be the savior to the entire game industry. And I'm like,
have we ever heard this narrative before with another sci-fi game?
Yeah, and it's like, okay, guys, let's wait and see. Give it 3 months once it's released, and we'll see where we wind up.
Yeah, I pretty much feel the same way. I've kind of fallen off the Bethesda hype train ever since Fallout 4. I was a big Elder Scrolls. I mean, who didn't love Skyrim? Skyrim is like one of the best games ever made.
I still play it.
Yeah, me too. Fallout 4 comes out and it's not great. Fallout 76 comes out and is even worse. And it's like, okay. Now, the one thing I don't know, a lot of the reason those games feel old is because of the engine they're running on. Starfield might be on a new engine. I neglected to do the research on that. If it is, that's great, unless it's buggy and bad. But the game was recently rated 17 plus by the ESRB, with a potential ban coming in Australia for explicit drug use. But Australia bans, if there's like cigarettes in your game, they'll get it banned in Australia. But yeah, this is the big thing for Microsoft. When this was announced as an exclusive acquisition, you had Todd Howard come out. It was a big deal, and this game's been hyped for years. Do we have breaking news?
So I just looked it up real quick. Starfield is using Creative Engine 2, which was a modified version of Creative Engine, which is what Skyrim, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76 is on.
So modified is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Hopefully it's heavily modified. They've released gameplay footage of it, and it looks, I don't get it. I don't understand the hype behind this game at all. I really don't even have any interest in it. I mean,
honestly, I think everyone that I've talked to about it is looking forward to the immersion of it. It's the story, it's the size of the world that you're going to be in. I don't think anyone is looking at it for any kind of breakthrough technologically.
Oh, no.
It's just, hey, this is an escape for me, and it's going to be a big escape.
Everybody wants the Fallout 3, or Fallout New Vegas, that's my favorite, the Skyrim, where you can just walk and just get lost in this world. And hey, I hope they can do that. But personally, I have pretty much no faith in Bethesda to pull that off. And it's like, does Microsoft? Because clearly they do, right? If they decided to acquire when they acquired the studio, they make Starfield their one of their tentpole games coming out, and their only tentpole game coming out in like the next year. Do you think that this is where Microsoft should be putting their eggs in the basket?
I think this is another example of Microsoft not really doing the due diligence on acquisitions and projects. I think they were sold a good bill of things here that they could use, but I don't think they ever dug deep enough. And again, it's one of those things like 3 years ago we saw a trailer for this and it looked really good. Okay, well that trailer was basically just a movie someone put together. Yeah. There was no gameplay in it whatsoever. There was no technology demonstration in it whatsoever. I almost think that's what Microsoft saw and decided that that's the direction they want to go.
They got tricked too.
And they got tricked too. And I'm sure this wouldn't be the first time it happened to them.
Yeah. The gameplay that was released, it doesn't look that special to me personally. It looks a lot like No Man's Sky, if you ever played that game. Another notoriously poorly received game on launch. However, credit to, I forget the name of the studio, but they fixed that game. That game is playable. Tons of new free content. They're updating it every couple months. No Man's Sky, check it out if you like, space adventuring. However, I don't think that's what people want from a Bethesda game. I think they want that element of action and immersion like you talked about. And I don't know if Starfield's going to have that. I hope it does. I hope it does well. But I think it is a really, really big gamble for Microsoft. And I just don't know if it's going to pay off, even if it is successful. I don't know if it's going to repair all the ill will that's been done so far.
Well, and that's a very good point. I don't know if Microsoft has a choice. Microsoft has dug a hole so deep for themselves that they can't get out themselves. So they're hoping for something like this to kind of propel them out of that hole and put them back into the mainstream to get them to the point of some level of respectability with gamers. I think a lot of people have just lost Microsoft has lost that luster. And you're right, if this doesn't work, I don't know where they're going from there.
Yeah. I mean, they've got Elder Scrolls 6, but God knows when that's coming out. 2025, maybe 2024. But like, I think it goes back to this issue of accessibility too, not in terms of if you have a handicap or something like that, but I mean, like if you're trying to get somebody into gaming, like you as an example, I was able to sell you on Ragnarok and Last of Us because they are relatively easy to pick up and play if you've played other games. Starfield as like an immersive first-person space thing, I don't know if that is as easy to sell to people as a emotional story between a father and a daughter or a father and a son that Sony can offer. I mean, I know sci-fi has a pretty general broad appeal, and I don't know. I hope it does well, but there have been some technical issues with it. We just talked about the Creative Engine 2 that it's going to be running on. Not great. If you go play Fallout 4 or 76, you can see where they're really stretching. Like you could tell it's old. But this is the sticking point for me. Starfield has been reported to be launching at 30 FPS. With performance mode rumored to be coming later, very strong rumors that like it might not happen. They might not get that 60 FPS mode. Is this unacceptable in 2023? A AAA game releasing capped at 30 FPS? Some would say yes. I'm one of those people. I can't stand it. I can't stand 30 FPS. I think if you put out your game and it's not 60 FPS, I think that's unacceptable.
Well, and I think it also has a lot to do with the resolution that you're putting it out at. You know, if you're talking 30 frames per second on a 4K TV, yeah, you probably should be at 60. There's no reason the technology can't handle 60, that's for sure.
Right.
If you're talking standard HD and you're doing 30 frames, you're about 10 years behind where you need to be at that point.
It goes back to that hardware versus software issue. It's like you have the technology.
Yeah.
The Xbox Series X is like the equivalent of like a gaming PC, right? Like,
yeah.
How are we not? And I think Bethesda might have commented on this of saying that like it's an engine thing and also the amount of things happening in the game at once. That's why they got to cap it at 30 FPS.
Well, and I'll tell you, from a technological standpoint, it probably is the engine because the options that are available to you on Xbox Series X, even S now, like the DirectX 12, okay? So you have direct memory access available in DirectX 12. So you don't have, so traditionally what happens is when you send video that has to be encoded and decoded by the video processor, that's sent compressed, and then has to be uncompressed in video memory, read in, processed, rendered, and then written back out. DirectX 12 gives the video memory of the video processor direct access to system memory. So it bypasses all that, infinitely more efficient and faster than you can do it. But your engine has to be able to take advantage of DirectX 12. And if it can't, which a lot of them don't at this point in time, then you got a problem.
Yeah, it's like you future-proofed everything, but, you know, at what cost? You know, what are you going to do? I don't know. Bethesda games in general are known for being buggy and running poorly at release. It would be amazing if Starfield came out day one, runs great, you know, smooth, as smooth as 30 frames can be. No buggy thing, because that was what sunk Fallout 4 and 76, was just the litany of internet videos of all the things wrong with it, and immediately you're dead in the water. It's just, I don't know, and it goes back to what is next for Microsoft if this doesn't work out. It's like, what do they have lined up? They've had some good AA games come out. Hi-Fi Rush, great game, highly recommend it. But it's these big tentpole games that Microsoft is just lacking, that I think overall is why they are, to the traditional gamer, why they are losing to Sony in these, you know, in game to game, if we're going to compare it.
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, if 30 frames per second is considered acceptable in this case, don't expect a lot of action.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to see anything that requires high frame rate in there. If
it's a first-person shooter.
Good luck with that.
I know, that's I don't get that. Like, that's why in Fallout you had the Vault, or what was it, the VAC system, whatever the thing where you could like stop time and like target different areas. It's because Fallout is not a good shooter.
Right.
That's why you had to have like auto aim essentially. Fallout is all about the characters and you know, the characters you meet and the world itself. It's not really supposed to be a shooter. It just happens to have guns in it. They kind of did that a little better in Fallout 4 by making it more actiony because it was more updated. But Starfield, it looks like they're really trying to do that more of a shooter and make it a space epic where you can explore. I forget, there was a line they had set a couple months ago where there's like 1 billion planets or something like that.
Right.
It's like, no, there's not. First off, that's not true. There's no way that's true. And it's like, I don't know. This feels very cyberpunk to me, of a game that's been hyped up for years that is going to, like, people are going to go into it and never want to come out, that they're going to have to be, like, drip fed, like, you know, like the feeding tube so they don't have to come out of the game. And it's like, how are we still in 2023 making these grand assumptions about games when the only people that can pull that off is Sony?
That's true. And unfortunately, what you're going to find is this is going to be a judgment time for Microsoft. If they can't meet expectations and they don't have anything else in the pipeline, you might start seeing those Game Pass subscriptions drop off.
Yeah, especially if the price continues to raise.
You know, or there's retro gaming. You know, everyone loves retro gaming, and that's, I think, the direction that Game Pass is going to go.
Well, they just announced the last of the backwards compatible stuff they're putting up. So I've bought so many 360 games again on Xbox. I'm not